73, 8. Indeed their reputations. We would not want any of the colonial powers to have hurt feelings, now would we? Perhaps Pearson was feeling defensive about the fact that Canada had supplied to those colonizers some $1.5 billion in free ammunition, armaments, anti-aircraft guns, minesweepers, military transport vehicles, communications and electronic equipment, fighter jets and engines. This aid was delivered as part of the NATO arrangement, and it also included training programs wherein tens of thousands of pilots learned their trade in Canada before being sent to repress independence movements in Kenya, Algeria, Cameroon, and the Congo. Direct Canadian involvement against the various struggles for African freedom varied from case to case. In Kenya, the British fought a savage war to repress the indigenous Kikuyu during the Mau Mau Rebellion. Between 1952 and 1960, tens of thousands were killed, many more were tortured, rape was used as a tactic to terrorize the population, and at least 1.5 million people were herded into concentration camps. And yet, the Ottawa citizens saw fit to call the Mau Mau, not the British, the most savage and bestial killers in the world. More Brits were killed in auto accidents in Kenya than by the Mau Mau. In Canada's Parliament, the Mau Mau were described as encouraging racial hatred and their leader Jomo Kenyatta as essentially an evil man who encouraged the more primitive tribes in Africa to indulge in secret societies and witchcraft. Another official casually noted that the black races have not produced alone anything comparable to the great civilizations of any other races. Canadian officials worried about the rights and privileges of the white settlers in Kenya, including my uncle, who worked as a private security guard for a Canadian bank. External Affairs Robert Ford noted that the British are really rushing ahead much too fast in the plans to give independence to a number of colonies which have very little in the way of civilization or training at self-government. Nonetheless, the British were not giving up Kenya easily or quickly, and, to that end, the Canadian government supplied F-86 Sabre fighter jets for the operations, and an RCMP officer, John Timmerman, ran the Criminal Investigation Division in Nairobi. His division was notoriously cruel. Timmerman was nicknamed the Himmler of Kenya, and he carried out widespread and truly horrific torture of the filthy pigs who were causing trouble. In addition to doling out sexualized corporal punishment involving knives, snakes, 256, and scorpions, he oversaw the arrest of the evil Jomo Kenyatta, who would become Prime Minister of Kenya after the British were defeated. During the same period, Canada supported the French position regarding its colonies in North Africa. Canada voted against independence for Morocco and Tunisia at the UN and delayed in recognizing their new governments, while giving its direct material support to the French war against Algeria's Front de Libération Nationale. The Canadian government offered $127 million in free ammunition, dynamite, guns, and shells to the French colonizers over the duration of the war, and even censured the Canadian media when it ran coverage that seemed to sympathize with the Algerian independence movement. This despite the fact that the French war to maintain control of Algeria was among its most brutal, involving widespread torture and sexual violence. When the FLN successfully defeated France, Canada opened its doors to immigration from Algeria, but only to the displaced French settlers. In addition to creating a detailed set of criteria to maintain a racial hierarchy in its immigration from French North Africa, Canada established a new rule that such immigration would only be granted to those enterprising individuals who made the trip to Paris to file their paperwork. This, naturally, excluded the poor, who were mostly Arab. That this was explicit policy is made clear in a statement by Canadian immigration official G.M. Mitchell. We only have to study the problem of Algerians in Europe with its high criminal rate, great health hazards, etc., to shudder at the idea of initiating such a movement to Canada. The quarantine metaphor persisted. Canada similarly supported French colonialism in West Africa, with the Canadian ambassador traveling through the colonies in 1956 and insisting that a further period of tutelage was needed before the Africans should achieve their freedom. An even more grotesque version of that argument was applied when Papua New Guinea, located in the Pacific Islands but claiming a shared ancestry with the people of Africa, demanded its freedom from the Netherlands in the early 1960s, which Canada claimed was out of the question. Civilization was still in a very primitive stage. Indeed, the internal memorandum went on to complain about other nations trying to tempt the Papuans down from the treetops, an undisguised reference to Papuans as monkeys. The struggle against colonialism was a fight for freedom, for prosperity, and for dignity, and Canada lined up on the opposite side. For a period in 257, the 1950s, Britain's Gold Coast colony came to be the unlikely center of African revolution. The Gold Coast, soon to be called Ghana, had not been aggressively settled by whites. Its role in the empire was to provide raw materials ranging from agricultural products to valuable minerals and, of course, gold. In some respects, this made the struggle for freedom easier, since there was not a large, entrenched white minority seeking to hold firm. Indeed, Canadian officials were far less preoccupied with the decolonization of Ghana than that of Kenya, given the growing organization of nonviolent resistance in the form of strikes and protests and Britain's preoccupation in trying to maintain other colonies. Ghana was able to win its independence in 1957, with Britain hoping to maintain informal economic power over the new country. But its new leader, Kwame Nkrumah, had rubbed shoulders with some of the greatest black intellectuals of his age, from W.E.B. Du Bois to C.L.R. James, and he pursued a kind of left nationalist program that would inspire African independence movements across the continent, including that of Congolese freedom fighter Patrice Lumumba. Perhaps most notably, Nkrumah openly called for and organized networks to operationalize the decolonization of all of Africa and a united movement of Africans to liberate their continent. It was hoped, in the West, that this would prove to be empty rhetoric, and there were some hints that it might be. Nkrumah surprised many by continuing to trade with South Africa despite growing criticism of apartheid, and when lack of capital from falling cocoa prices created a potential economic crisis, he imposed austerity on Ghanaian peasants and workers even as he counseled and helped organize efforts for Pan-African revolution. His own record in Ghana was mixed. Sensing Nkrumah's delicate position, Canada helped the British Empire maintain its grip over post-independence Ghana, offering the new country military assistance. There was concern that Nkrumah's Pan-African project could still bear fruit. Canadian High Commissioner Evan Gill complained that a gathering of African leaders and intellectuals in Accra would lead to discussions and resolutions that leaned to extreme denunciations of colonial powers. To his dismay, irresponsible sections of black African opinion were discouraging a moderate and responsible approach. In case Gill's message was not clear, he added that African leaders showed themselves as unrealistic and irrational in their cry Africa for the Africans. Gill's approach was reflective of Canada's position, and while Canadian military assistance was framed as benevolence, its primary purpose was to 258. Keep Nkrumah in check. The military still maintained much of its British character and was built to be a crucial site of counter-revolution should Nkrumah seriously threaten colonial interests. Canada took to the project with gusto, and by 1966, Nkrumah had been ousted by the military Canada had trained, albeit with CRA assistance *degree a year earlier. Canada's High Commissioner in Ghana had happily reported that the Ghanaian military was fully oriented towards the West. This was in large part thanks to the Canadian officers at the Ghanaian Defence College. Indeed, the military training program, bragged the High Commissioner, produced all of the chief participants of the coup which overthrew Nkrumah in 1966. On the day it happened, he cabled Ottawa to report that a wonderful thing happened for the West in Ghana and Canada played a worthy part. Noting that all here welcome this development, he failed to mention the massive strikes and demonstrations that erupted in response to the coup and the new regime's repression of those protests back in Ottawa. Prime Minister Pearson had little to say about it, and External Affairs simply explained that we shall carry on with the present arrangement for Ghana. One of the most popular leaders in Africa had just been overthrown in a military coup, and Canadian officers in Ghana had known about the coup preparations and said nothing. The leader of the coup, Joseph Ankara, was welcomed in a state visit to Canada later that year, and Canada provided some $22 million in grants and aid over the next decade. This was the true spirit of Canadian generosity. It only needed to be funneled to those who would not interfere with the colonial structure of world power. Canada had another reason to celebrate Nkrumah's downfall. He had been one of Canada's harshest critics for the central role it played in the dismantling of Congolese democracy, Congo's descent into civil war and the assassination of the first Congolese president. Heritage Minute. The assassination of Patrice Lumumba. As noted above, Canadian ideology got a boost in the 1990s with the production of the Heritage Minutes, 90-second docudramas that depicted key moments in Canadian history which spoke to the essence of what it meant to be Canadian. Unintentionally, the Heritage Minutes often illustrated precisely the depth of Canada's colonial roots, betraying Canadian white 29. Supremacy, even as their authors believed themselves to be illustrating Canada's tolerance, multiculturalism, and commitment to peace. Perhaps the most revealing such case was Dextraz in the Congo, which featured plucky Canadian peacekeepers pulling off a dangerous mission to arrest a crazed African soldier, who was caught in the act of carrying out sadistic violence against his own people. The stereotyping was comically lazy, with the raving African militant slapping a nun in the face and threatening to butcher everyone until being surprised and humiliated by the clever, restrained, eminently civilized UN peacekeeper who disarmed and arrested him. "We have the building surrounded," he calmly informed the frenzied African, "drop your weapon." Bested by his intellectual master, the African kidnapper had no choice but to give up. An innocent, grateful African priest looked up at the white man and asked in wonderment, "Who are you?" The peacekeeper was then revealed to be Canadian Brigja. Dextraz, and the setting was the Congo, 1963. The presentation of the vignette is masterful, and anyone unfamiliar with Congolese history and unbothered by colonial stereotypes could find themselves standing up and applauding at the end, so thoroughly is the Canadian moral victory hammered home. Despite being produced in the 21st century, the tone of the vignette is unintentionally harmonized with what many Canadian officials expressed 50 years earlier about the Congo. For instance, in 1957, the Canadian ambassador to Belgium, Charles Hébert, praised Belgian efforts to civilize the Congo, a place inhabited by very backwards peoples few of whom can have any conception of government, and urged caution with respect to granting Congolese independence, since it would be asking a great deal to expect a transition from tribal warfare and cannibalism to 20th century standards of justice, political development, orderly and responsible government. Among other things, this was a remarkable endorsement of the 20th century, which had already produced 2 world wars, the Great Depression and the Holocaust. These views were by no means exceptional. Canadian Trade Commissioner A.B. Brodie insisted that the Belgians had made healthier and more useful citizens out of the Congolese, and another rejected the idea that Congolese schools should teach indigenous African history, reporting that better subjects could be found, since savagery is still very near the surface in most of the natives. These attitudes were reflected in mainstream Canada, where newspapers and citizens would soon be. 260. Calling the Congolese savages and apes who cannot read, let them eat one another, wrote a John Madden from Newfoundland, while a Mrs. C. Critchett wrote to Prime Minister Diefenbaker calling the Congolese smelly, dirty NS. These ideas were not only reflective of long-standing colonial attitudes, they were also being stoked by the Canadian media, as when the Toronto Star asserted that Congolese people were eating their enemies, in this case a missing Irish UN soldier, in secret tribal rituals. This was false. But that did not stop the Globe and Mail from repeating the claims, with the headline screaming "Cannibalism making comeback, stoking fear of primitives loose." These angry citizens were responding to an incident in which Canadian peacekeepers in the Congo had been beaten up by local authorities. The circumstances surrounding this and other incidents of violence between Congolese and Canadian peacekeepers are murky. According to the Canadian military, the Canadians were entirely innocent, had behaved in an exemplary fashion, and were targeted simply because they were white. In other versions of the story, the Canadians were boorish and rude and provoked the assaults by the disrespectful way they treated the locals they encountered. What is certain is that Canadian peacekeepers were regularly entreated to resist the habit of calling the Congolese black bastards, jigabos, and coloreds, and at least one of the incidents of violence took place in the Leopoldville red light district, outside a nightclub frequented by locals. The nightclub was later placed out of bounds to the peacekeepers because they had fomented so many violent incidents there, though even after these restrictions were placed, a senior medical officer still observed that our troops apparently have quite an active sexual life. Degree if Canadian peacekeepers were behaving badly, disrespecting local people and culture and carrying out violence and perhaps sexual violence, this would be entirely consistent with the long-standing practices of Canada's colonial forces, from the Canadian prairies to the Korean peninsula. Even if Canadian peacekeepers were innocently partaking in local nightlife and legitimately availing themselves of sex, it is quite reasonable to ask whether this is appropriate comportment for soldiers arriving in a poor, racially segregated country in the midst of serious civil strife. UN peacekeeping missions have a long and sordid history of sexual violence and exploitation, and peacekeepers' relations with local sex workers, usually impoverished and often children, was long. 261. Treated as a normal part of the job. Of course, there was likely also truth in the claim that Congolese people were, in some cases, targeting the Canadians because they were white. White peacekeepers were not trusted by most Congolese people and were seen to be aggravating, rather than de-escalating, the ongoing conflict in the country. In fact, the Congolese Prime Minister had already asked them to leave. Canada's engagement in the Congo began in earnest in 1960, after the Belgian government had determined to make a hasty exit from a country it could no longer control. Until then, Belgium had fought to maintain its grip using, among other Canadian gifts, 53 Canadian-designed CF-100 fighter jets, which one military historian called the backbone of the Royal Belgian Air Force. The most significant Congolese leader was Patrice Lumumba, a brewery worker from Kasai, who had once been a defender of colonialism but had grown increasingly critical in the 1950s during time spent in prison on embezzlement charges. There he saw the idiocies and injustices of Belgian racial segregation laid bare, and upon his release in 1957 he grew more and more radical. In 1958 he attended the Pan-Africanist Conference in Krumas, Ghana, and was moved. He returned to Leopoldville believing independence to be a right that the Congolese people lost. Degree as rebellion broke loose in 1959, Lumumba was at its heart, articulating both an anti-colonial line and, especially after meeting Sékou Touré in Guinea, also the language of class struggle. By 1960, Lumumba had won the loyalty of the working classes and the rural poor, and the Belgians had plans for Lumumba assassination. They simply had not found a viable Congolese candidate to carry it out. That year, the Congo won its struggle for independence and Belgium tried desperately to maintain a foothold in the country, framing its departure as though it were a choice Belgium had made out of respect for Congolese autonomy. When the Belgian king announced Congo independence, he claimed it was the crowning glory of the work conceived by the genius of King Leopold II and took credit for the construction of Congolese society and infrastructure, suggesting the Congolese needed to prove themselves worthy of confidence. Lumumba's response was defiant. "We have known harassing work, exacted in exchange for salaries which did not permit us to eat enough or drive away hunger, we have known ironies, insults, blows that we endured morning, noon, and night, because we are Negroes, we have seen." 262. Our land seized in the name of allegedly legal laws which in fact recognized only that might is right. We have seen that the law was not the same for a white and for a black. We have seen that in the towns there were magnificent houses for the whites and crumbling shanties for the blacks. Who will ever forget the massacres where so many of our brothers perished, the cells into which those who refused to submit to a regime of oppression and exploitation were thrown? Trademark. Malcolm X, upon hearing the speech, called Lumumba the greatest black man who ever walked the African continent. Trademark. It was a day of unprecedented pride and joy for many Congolese who experienced it. Lumumba had tapped the heart of anti-colonial spirit and spoken for the masses like none other had in recent memory. Nevertheless, Lumumba inherited a country in disarray. Belgium's authorities were furious and its media demanded revenge. Belgium had explicitly avoided training Congolese administrators and bureaucrats. In fact, they had made all education difficult to access for non-Europeans, and when many Belgian civil servants abandoned the country upon the transfer of power, it left institutional chaos. Rival factions attempted to seize power in different parts of the large country, and anger at nearly a century of truly extreme colonial degradation spilled into sporadic attacks against Europeans who had remained. Still, the Canadian press exaggerated the violence and filtered it through its own colonial understanding of the world, describing black rampages and evoking sympathy for panic-stricken Europeans, with one Toronto Star headline invoking New Congo terror, 2 whites slain. Despite a few relatively minor incidents, in fact, the situation was mostly being contained by Lumumba until Moïse Tshombe, a pro-Belgian local authority in the rich province of Katanga, declared independence from the rest of the country. Fearing that pro-Belgian factions would be encouraged to break the country apart, Lumumba called upon the United Nations to help protect the Congo from what he felt was an external threat from the Belgians, who did not want to part with the wealth they had so long extracted from their colony. Canada was part of the UN force that was sent in response to the crisis, but Lumumba quickly concluded that the Western powers sided with the Belgians and would favor those factions within the country that were pro-West and pro-capital. It was in that context that he called for all-white 263 peacekeepers to leave the country while non-white UN peacekeepers would remain. It was a demand that acknowledged the harrowing history of colonialism in the Congo and sought to ease the tensions that threatened to break apart the young republic. Indeed, a cursory glance at the Canadian press put the lie to any notion that Canada represented some sort of benevolent, colorblind interlocutor. The major dailies ran regular commentary and cartoons that denigrated the Congolese, depicting them as primitive apes, often literally stepping straight out of the jungle wearing loincloths. The Globe and Mail had not long ago asked who will run the country if and when the Belgians go. That the Congolese might run the Congo was not even considered an option, and no wonder. Columnist Donald R. Gordon explained that they had never been able to even begin to approach European standards of knowledge, competence, or intellectual ability. In this context, Lumumba's request that white peacekeepers be removed seems quite reasonable. Canada and other European nations in the UN force ignored Lumumba's request, calling it inverted racism, and violent incidents continued. Even when no violence occurred, the Canadian peacekeepers felt they were not getting the appreciation they deserved. In one rather murky incident, a group of Congolese soldiers was accused of making a joke about eating a Canadian by licking his lips over a boiling pot of water, which resulted in a Toronto Star headline, "Thought they would eat me alive." For this incident, the chief of the Congolese military offered Canada a rather surprising apology. This overture began the relationship between Canada and COL. Joseph Mobutu, who would emerge after 1964 as the dictator Mobutu Sese Seko and would rule the country with an iron fist for 3 decades. Mobutu was Lumumba's chief rival and emerged as the most pro-West option among the aspiring rebel Congolese leaders. Though the UN force was divided on how to orient itself with respect to the Congolese factions, it was clear that Canada ultimately sided with Mobutu. In fact, it was a Canadian who facilitated the capture and subsequent execution of Patrice Lumumba, cementing Mobutu's rise to power. Canadian Lt. Colonel J.A. Berthiaume had not developed a good reputation, even among others in the UN force. It was evident that he was fostering friendly relations with certain factions in the conflict, particularly Mobutu, despite the neutrality the peacekeepers were supposed to maintain. This was known to the Canadian government after Indian and Ghanaian members of the UN 264 force called his behavior into question, but Canadian authorities did not recall Berthiaume or reprimand him, choosing to let the matter rest. The matter in question was, in fact, Berthiaume's collusion in Lumumba's arrest. Peacekeepers had strict and specific instructions not to intercede or track Lumumba's movements, but Berthiaume defied the order, telling his friend Mobutu where to find Lumumba and laying out a plan to drop paratroopers to arrest him. Lumumba was seized, and shortly thereafter killed, by Mobutu's forces. Despite protests at home, most notably a demonstration of African students in Montreal lamenting the assassination of a great African nationalist leader, registered Canada continued to tacitly support Mobutu, rather feebly blaming the Congolese crisis on the Soviet Union. Lumumba was eulogized and remembered across the decolonizing world as a martyr of anti-colonial liberation, though Canada's role in his murder was overshadowed by that of Belgium and the United States. While the Canadian government did not expressly order the capture and subsequent assassination of Lumumba, it is nevertheless deeply implicated in the surrounding events. When Lumumba had visited Ottawa in 1960, hoping to build support for his new country through bilateral aid agreements, he was rebuked. Deferring to the wishes of the Belgians, Prime Minister Diefenbaker's government had given minimal fanfare to Lumumba's arrival. Lumumba aptly viewed Canada's sympathy for the Belgian position as evidence that Canada was just another imperialist country, though Canadian officials weakly dismissed Lumumba's comments as anger that he had not been provided with prostitute's degree during the conflict over the presence of white peacekeepers. Lumumba had again invoked the colonial imagination he saw in the Canadians. How can you imagine that, just like that, a hat painted blue is enough to eliminate the complexes of conservative officers from Sweden or Canada or Great Britain? Their vision of Africa was one of lion hunts, slave markets, and colonial conquests, and they sympathized with the Belgians because they had the same past, the same history, the same taste for our riches. Patrice Lumumba saw through the Canadian veneer, just below the surface presentation of a magnanimous Canada in the service of popular democracy and peace lay the Canada which had called the Congolese the lowest form of man and helped the Belgian King Leopold conquer. 265. The Congo in the 1890s. That blue paint slapped onto an old colonial helmet could not quite take, and Lumumba could see right through it. Indeed, when the first contingent of Canadians arrived in Leopoldville in 1960, there was great anxiety about the possibility that they would have to bunk with Congolese soldiers. Fearful of how it might be perceived, the Canadians worked extremely hard to conceal the fact that they were requesting separate barracks, COL. Mendelssohn was tasked with the delicate matter of making cautious inquiries about Canadians living with native troops while avoiding the appearance that they were refusing to quarter Canadian soldiers with colored soldiers, though it would not be a matter of a color bar but rather differences in customs and diet. The backflips taken to demand segregated quarters without demanding segregated quarters were farcical and clearly didn't fool Lumumba or many others. In the end, the Canadians ironically bunked at Athenae Royal, a former segregated school for white children. The ongoing crisis in the country, which had been arguably exacerbated by the UN force, soon precipitated a major famine in the Kasai province, where Lumumba was born. By early 1961, hundreds of people were dying every day, mostly from diseases caused by malnourishment. The UN asked Canada to provide 3,250 tons of dried fish to support relief efforts, and even the Canadian media urged Diefenbaker to send the support. Inexplicably, Diefenbaker refused, offering the incredible excuse that surplus foodstuffs should be distributed to unemployed persons in Canada. And thus, for the second time in a century, Canada brought its racist, colonial attitudes to the Congo and helped deliver it into the hands of a ruthless dictatorship, leaving devastation in its wake. A part of our heritage, as the CBC Heritage Minutes remind us. The Butcher of Zacapa. Anti-colonial struggle in Latin America shared much with that of Africa and Asia. Indeed, such movements increasingly worked together but differed insofar as their colonizers were not, technically, colonizers. Nevertheless, the nominally independent states of Latin America and the Caribbean understood well that if they ran afoul of the Americans, their illusion of independence would be shattered quickly. The U.S. Marines landed hundreds of times in Latin America in the century following the declaration of the Monroe Doctrine, which effectively claimed the 266 entire hemisphere as a grand U.S. colony. And as Canadian capital had expanded into the region, even the Canadian military had seen fit to flex its muscles on a few occasions. But revolution in one of the quintessential neo-colonial states, Cuba, former playground of North American gangsters and capitalists, had dramatically changed the dynamics in Latin America and, indeed, across the world. In its immediate aftermath, new U.S. President John F. Kennedy went ahead with a plan to help right-wing exiles reinvade the country, landing at the Bay of Pigs. They were defeated easily and Kennedy was humiliated. Prime Minister Diefenbaker took a personal dislike to the young president, and over the next few years they disagreed often on Canada's role in the region. Kennedy wanted a supplicant Canada to do as it was told, Diefenbaker wanted an independent Canada to do what it wanted. Some Canadians might observe this with pride, but it is worth remembering that the independence Canada was asserting was not motivated by significant moral or ideological opposition to U.S. policy. Diefenbaker's defense minister, Pierre Sévigné, for instance, frustrated the U.S. by failing to support it at a conference for Kennedy's Alliance for Progress scheme, but Sévigné did take the opportunity to mock the highly emotional Latin Americans with Canadian journalist Charles Lynch, who, for his part, derided Che Guevara for using every trick in his Moscow-sharpened repertoire, despite Che having very little connection to the Soviet Union whatsoever. Registered more importantly, Canada's record in the hemisphere reflected a consistent pattern that was in ideological lockstep with the United States. What Canada wanted was to ensure that it benefited from U.S. imperialism rather than taking the fall for it. To that end, Canada did, ultimately, join the Alliance for Progress and took full advantage. The massive aid program was touted as a way to soften anti-American sentiment in the hemisphere by providing generous aid packages to assist in economic development. In practice, these often functioned as subsidies for North American capital looking to invest in the region, with the Canadian Commercial Corporation controlling the spigot for its contributions. So, while Canada initially gave $20 million to the program, most of the money was distributed as loans to Canadian investors like Swan Worcester, which won the contract for port facilities at Acajutla in El Salvador, where Canadian troops had landed in 1932. Dozens of other Canadian companies got contracts for construction and engineering projects across Latin America, many of them having 267 already earned bad reputations, like International Power in El Salvador. Meanwhile, other Canadian firms benefited from the favorable terms of the recently signed Central American Common Market. The agreement included protections for foreign capital, tariff-free access to every market in the region, and loopholes that allowed Canadian companies like Bata, Molson, and Seagram, the company inherited by the creator of the Heritage Minutes, to avoid taxes. At the same time, it was disastrous for most people in Central America, since it undercut local industry, depressed wages, and dispossessed great swaths of land that were previously tilled by local peasants for food production. It was, of course, easy to get such favorable terms from dictators, installed and protected by the North Americans, who cared little for the people they ruled. In the late 1960s, the Pierre Trudeau government worked to improve upon what Diefenbaker had built, while offering rhetoric suggesting a new foreign policy course that would stray from the despised Yankees. Beneath the rhetoric was a desire to further expand the opportunities for capital. Trudeau's external affairs minister, Mitchell Sharp, had been an executive at Braskem, the polvo canadense that dominated Brazil in the 1920s, and his primary initiatives included the creation of 3 organizations to assist in that expansion. The Canadian International Development Agency would be a source of aid money, some of which did go to valuable causes, but most of which was tied to Canadian companies or attached to nefarious political ambitions. The Export Development Corporation funded aggressive Canadian investments in some of Latin America's most heinous dictatorships, or, as the EDC chair called it, doing business with the devil. The third, the Canadian Association on Latin America, actually received its funding from CRPA and acted as a business council for investors, marshalling political influence to support Canadian investments in the hemisphere. These new organizations were designed to create the optimal conditions for Canadian capital to penetrate Latin America, which usually meant that they generated the resources and political will to undermine popular democracy in poor countries. They had done just that in Guatemala in 1954, having supported the overthrow of the elected Guatemalan government, and Canadian capital had hoped to reap the benefits. Instead, it found its efforts frustrated in the early 1960s by ongoing political turmoil that had been set off by the 1954 coup. In particular, International Nickel wanted to exploit the nickel deposits in Zacapa, near Lake Izabal. The problem for INCO was 268. That this happened to be the place chosen by Guatemalan revolutionary Luis Tercios Lima as a base of operations for guerrilla activity against the dictatorship. Needing access to the region in order to exploit it, INCO fostered close relationships with a new military government that took over in another coup in 1963. To the great delight of INCO, COL. Carlos Arana Osorio was sent into Zacapa with the help of U.S. Green Berets to sweep out the guerrillas. It was a vicious campaign that left anywhere from 3,000 to 6,000 people dead. French journalist Regis Debray, who had been in the jungle conducting interviews with Lima and his campagneros, reported that many of the victims were mutilated while others were forced to torture one another. The Canadian trade officer in Guatemala City was effusive. Prospects for the remainder of 1963 and 1964 are brighter than they have been in the last 4 years. Progress should be marked, provided that the current political stability is maintained. COL. Arana would, indeed, see to it that stability was maintained. Arana, nicknamed the Butcher of Zacapa, would win a fraudulent election in 1970, promising to turn the country into a cemetery to stop mounting criticism of the government. In 1969, as the Trudeau government began to shower INCO in loans for the Lake Izabal project, a group of Guatemalan researchers published a report condemning the mine and its brazen theft of wealth from the country. It was to pay no taxes to the government and had already been the cause of the horrific violence in Zacapa. The next year, 2 of the lead researchers were gunned down in Guatemala City, and a third barely survived an assassination attempt. Just a month later, INCO signed the final agreement with President Arana. The Trudeau government was closely associated with the INCO project throughout the 1970s while it was under construction, and the association reflected poorly on the Prime Minister. In 1973, while withholding loans from Salvador Allende's Chile, discussed below, Trudeau boasted of the $17.5 million his government had given to the INCO project, overseen by the Butcher of Zacapa. In an attempt to improve his image, Trudeau offered a gift of 45,000 kilos of powdered milk after an earthquake in 1976. It turned out that the Canadian milk industry had a massive oversupply and most indigenous people in Guatemala did not drink milk and could not digest it. The propaganda was not working, but Canada was defiant, continuing to exhort its close relationship with the regime even while the U.S. government under Jimmy Carter was beginning to condemn. 269. Guatemala's abhorrent human rights record. In 1978, when the mine finally opened, the Canadian ambassador was present, the Canadian flag was raised and the Guatemalan military which had killed thousands of poor Guatemalans on behalf of the INCO mine struck up "O Canada!" The riffraff of the Latin American left. But Guatemala was only a prelude to the most notorious coup in Latin American history, the 1973 overthrow of Chilean President Salvador Allende and the installation of the C1A-supported dictatorship of Gen. Augusto Pinochet. Chileans had been increasingly dissatisfied with their circumstances. Grinding poverty in the countryside led to the formation of militant peasant organizations, and urban workers built the Central Unit Área de Trabajadores de Chile, through which they organized waves of strikes against tumbling wages and rising costs in the post-war period. In 1958, these forces coalesced into a left-wing party that offered Dr. Salvador Allende as an openly Marxist candidate for president. Though the left lost the election, they continued to agitate for change, and Ottawa and Washington grew increasingly nervous. To forestall that momentum, they backed Eduardo Frei, a corporatist candidate who offered a much more moderate alternative to the status quo. Frei received a huge amount of support from the US through the Alliance for Progress, and managed to win the 1964 elections, though Allende garnered 39% of the vote. Following Frei's victory, Canada offered $8.6 million in aid to help Frei consolidate and maintain favor, while foreign capital poured into the country. But this only exacerbated the problem, and, in 1970, Chileans elected Salvador Allende to the presidency. Right-wing forces in Chile, in cahoots with U.S. President Nixon, moved to eliminate Allende immediately. Chile's top general, who was committed to upholding the constitution and would have therefore opposed action against Allende, was assassinated in what proved to be a bungled attempt to provoke a coup. Chileans filled the streets in anger and the plot failed, but the U.S. kept up the pressure, applying a trade embargo while the CIA plotted sabotage and paramilitary violence. When Allende moved to nationalize the major U.S. copper mines, a move that was broadly popular across Chile, a representative of U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger promised, "We shall do all within our power to condemn Chile and the Chileans to utmost deprivation and poverty." Asterisk. 270. It was an effective strategy, despite a number of progressive measures that improved the lot of poor Chileans. The opposition and the CRA were able to sow chaos and discontent, which Allende could only barely manage. Finally, on September 11, 1973, the coup was carried out. Allende delivered one last radio address before committing suicide in the burning presidential palace, and Pinochet immediately established one of the most terrifying governments in Latin American history. Thousands of Allende supporters were killed, including some 7,000 who were immediately shepherded into the National Stadium, where many were shot on the spot. Hundreds of thousands of Chileans would ultimately be exiled as Pinochet established total dictatorship. Congress was closed. The parties were banned, a strict nighttime curfew was imposed and not lifted for several years. Left-wing newspapers and magazines vanished from the kiosks. The public administration was extensively purged. In the opening stages of the regime, virtually all important national institutions were assigned to generals or admirals, colonels, or captains. In the universities, uniformed delegate rectors took over. The atmosphere of Chile was transformed overnight. Indeed, Pinochet's reign of terror was marked by calculated cruelty. His soldiers smashed the hands of beloved folk singer and guitarist Victor Jara and strung up his body outside the National Stadium. His secret police converted an old mansion into a torture chamber and nicknamed it El Palacio de las Sonrisas. Exiled Chileans were assassinated by hit squads from Buenos Aires to Washington, D.C., and Pinochet silenced forever one of the great poets of the 20th century, El Vat, Pablo Neruda. These terrible events in Santiago were a perfect opportunity for Pierre Trudeau to illustrate that his government was different. Alas, it was not. After having given millions of dollars to the Free government, Canada immediately cut off aid to Chile when the socialist Allende was elected, despite those elections being free and fair. Trudeau refused an invitation from Allende to visit Chile. Western banks withdrew from Chile, and Canada suspended EPC support for exports to Chile. In 1972, Canada helped persuade the IMF to cut off all assistance. Effectively, Trudeau endorsed the U.S. embargo in a remarkable series of dramatic actions that 271. He simultaneously refused to bring against South African apartheid on the grounds that such actions were ineffective. In fact, in 1971, even while Canada was turning off the faucet for Chile, Trudeau's External Affairs Minister insisted that Canada's capacity to influence the white minorities in southern Africa was limited and that more economic connection not less was the best way to exert pressure for change. In 1973, Canada welcomed the coup and the arrival of Pinochet. Even as Chileans were being summarily executed in the National Stadium, Canada's ambassador to Chile, Andrew Ross, gleefully cabled Ottawa to report the panic atmosphere that was being imposed upon the riffraff of the Latin American left and suggested that the new government would assume the thankless task of sobering Chile up. A few weeks later, he assured Trudeau that there was no useful purpose to withholding recognition of the Pinochet government, and so Canada granted official recognition to a military general who had seized power by force. Meanwhile, loans of $95 million and $22 million were rushed through at Canada's behest, and private Canadian capital was the first to get into Chile's blood-soaked streets. By 1978 Canada had extended at least $50 million in loans, and Canadian companies had nearly $1 billion invested in Pinochet's dictatorship, which would last until 1990. Many Canadians were unimpressed. Although Chile rarely made headlines, civil society coalitions in Canada that comprised the Social Democratic left, various church organizations, academics, and labor unions found Canada's support for the tragedy in Chile unconscionable. Though many of these sectors had played along with the Cold War in its early stages, the 1960s had marked a transition in Canadian society. Such groups would join the traditional left in the late decades of the 20th century in pushing a more progressive line in Canadian foreign policy. Following the coup in Chile, they organized a massive and sustained campaign to shame the Trudeau government, which did not effect any change in Canadian policy towards Pinochet but did successfully advocate on behalf of Chilean refugees, of whom around 7,000 were able to find exile in Canada. Those refugees, in turn, became an important element of the solidarity efforts that would oppose the disastrous wars in Central America in the 1980s. Indeed, even as Pierre Trudeau talked a big game about human rights, Canadian investments in countries with abysmal human rights records, 272, was largely uninterrupted and often bolstered. Braskem remained the largest investor in Brazil, where a C1A orchestrated coup had overthrown the popular democratic government of João Goulart in 1964, ushering in 2 decades of right-wing military dictatorship. At the time, Lester Pearson essentially ignored the coup and the Canadian press celebrated it, with the Globe and Mail declaring Rio celebrates army victory in Brazil coup. The Canadian owners of Braskem certainly celebrated. The dictatorship would be generous to the company, of which one senior official was a self-proclaimed fascist. Trudeau's government not only ignored what it acknowledged were widespread allegations of torture of prisoners, it communicated to the Brazilian military that it would avoid drawing attention to this problem because anxious to build a vigorous and healthy relationship with Brazil. Canada was the second largest foreign investor in the country, at over $1 billion, and wanted to take full advantage of the military crackdown on labor and human rights or, as one Canadian official described it, the Brazilian miracle. Fascism had also taken hold of Argentina in 1976. During the Dirty War, declared by the right-wing military government in Buenos Aires, as many as 20,000 people were disappeared, and tens of thousands more imprisoned without charges. These were people of the left and labor movements or simply those with whom someone in power had a score to settle. In the midst of these disastrous and terrifying years, Canada actively courted the Argentinian government in order to sell it a nuclear reactor. Undeterred by the criticism he received, Trudeau attempted to sell Argentina's military government a second reactor in 1979 but was unsuccessful despite having avoided serious critique of the widely reported violence the regime was carrying out. Canada's support for this wave of authoritarian violence in Latin America, especially in Chile, had proved a great embarrassment for the Trudeau government, which wanted to distinguish itself as a good neighbor to the region. Thus, it was determined that Cuba could be a target for Canadian diplomatic attention. Trudeau himself harbored a hobbyist's interest in the revolution and felt this could be an opportunity to appear different from the United States. As such, Canada gradually increased its diplomatic and economic relations, though they still remained paltry, and Trudeau included Cuba on a regional visit in early 1976. Many Canadians were and remain seduced by the whirlwind tour that briefly brought the Prime Minister and his wife and son into close, informal 273 relations with Fidel. In typical Trudeau fashion, he ended his visit with a rousing cry "Viva Cuba!" which mildly offended domestic conservatives but elicited scandalous pleasure from much of his base. The gesture was largely empty and fit neatly into the Trudeau canon, beyond signaling some vague desire to irritate the Americans and his own political rivals. It heralded no significant change in Canada's relationship to Cuba, notwithstanding a minor and temporary boost in trade and foreign aid. That it drew the contempt of conservative historians like Jack Granatstein speaks more to the vacuity of the scholarly debate than to any real policy significance. Indeed, what was much more interesting in Trudeau's Cuba policy was its continuities with the past. As it had since the Diefenbaker era, Canada continued to use its embassy to spy on Cuba on behalf of the CIA. By the 1960s, Canada's diplomatic corps was adept at intelligence gathering, most notably in Cuba and in Indochina, both hotspots of U.S. Cold War aggression. The embassy used its own personnel but also ran Cuban agents, whose information sharing would have constituted criminal activity if caught. This information, which Canada shared with the U.S., included Cuban defense preparations, boats and patrols, engagements with the Soviet Union and other strategic intelligence. This is all particularly noteworthy since the United States was, in fact, using it to plot the active overthrow of the Cuban government. In addition to the Bay of Pigs invasion, the CIA hatched several plots to assassinate Fidel and other Cuban leaders. Not only that, Canada was actively collaborating with an increasingly violent network of Cuban exiles carrying out terrorist attacks both in Cuba and beyond. Cuban exiles, in fact, carried out several significant attacks in Canada, including a bombing of the Cuban pavilion at Expo 67 in Montreal. Other attacks included a bazooka blast in Ottawa, bombings of ships in the Montreal harbor and a bombing of the Cuban consulate in Toronto. Several people, including some Canadians, were killed in these attacks, and at least one of the bombings was alleged to have been abetted by the RCMP, which had ties to the Cuban exiles. Meanwhile, the bombing in Ottawa was attributed to Orlando Bosch, whom even U.S. authorities considered to be an unhinged and deadly individual. Bosch was the mastermind of the bombing of Cubana Airlines Flight 455, which killed 72 Cubans, including the national fencing team. Bosch would ultimately be given a full pardon by U.S. President George H.W. Bush. 274. Bosch and the other Cuban exiles were being supported by the Canadian government despite their putting both Canadians and Cuban lives at risk. Most of the attacks carried out by these organizations were in Cuba, and ranged from the bombings of villages to the intentional spreading of biological weapons, as when Eduardo Arocena introduced dengue 2 to Cuba, making 300,000 people sick. In total, some 600 attacks killed at least 3,500 Cubans, but Canada had little to say on the matter. They were, after all, on the same side. The information they were providing to the United States was helping facilitate several of these campaigns. Most notably, the U.S. worked with anti-Castro elements in Cuba on Operation Mongoose, which has been called one of the worst examples of state-sponsored terrorism of the 20th century. Its missions included the capture and torture of teenagers, the bombing of ships in harbor and the sadistic psyop known as Operation Peter Pan, wherein Cuban parents were falsely told that the government was planning to kidnap their children and were thus encouraged to send them, nearly 14,000 children, to safety in the United States. Canada's participation in U.S. subterfuge and espionage in Cuba made it even more absurd when Canada reacted with righteous indignation to allegations that Cubans were spying on the U.S. through consular officials in Montreal in 1977. When Canada took a tough line offering a paternalistic scolding of Cuba for having its hand in the cookie jar, Cuba replied by threatening to expose and arrest Canada's own spy ring. Ironically, only the year before, as part of the brief overtures towards better relations, Fidel had released Canadian Ronald Lippert, who was serving a 30-year sentence for smuggling munitions into Cuba on behalf of the CRA. The attack in Montreal was connected to the ongoing war in southern Africa, where Cuba was assisting the Angolan anti-colonial struggle against the collaborators with Portuguese colonialism and the invasion launched by apartheid South Africa, discussed in greater detail in the next chapter. Pierre Trudeau was taken aback at Cuba's expression of anti-colonial solidarity. Canada disapproves with horror participation of Cuban troops in Africa. That Canada should be so aghast at Cuba's putting troops into action in clear harmony with the will of the majority of Angolan and several UN resolutions to repel an invasion by apartheid South Africa is the epitome of hypocrisy given Canada's record of support for, and participation in, foreign interventions. The ZID scandal, it seemed, was not just that the forces of the international left would use similar tactics, but also that Cuba, viewed as a backwards upstart, racialized and stigmatized and assumed to be incapable and incompetent, should prove both able and willing to send troops across the ocean to support the struggle against colonialism. Any superficial rapprochement fostered by the Trudeau's spectacle in Cuba, then, was quickly brought down to earth by the hard reality that these two governments were on fundamentally opposite sides of the global class struggle that shaped modern international relations. In Ottawa, Cuba was suddenly framed as an impediment to peace in Africa, and the collapse of this brief romance was signaled by the cancellation of an exhibition baseball game between the Montreal Expos and a team from Cuba. Quiet complicity in Vietnam. Interest in the Vietnam War ebbed and flowed in the years following Vietnamese victory. A notable reckoning appeared to take place in the late 1980s, around the release of films like Platoon, Full Metal Jacket and Good Morning, Vietnam, and another wave of interest was piqued in the late 2010s after the publication of Ken Burns and Lynn Novick's documentary The Vietnam War. Although many criticisms were correctly leveled at the Burns and Novick series, not the least of which was its glib acceptance of America's good intentions, it nevertheless served to remind a younger generation of just how horrific and seemingly senseless was the U.S. war upon Vietnam. But for Canadian audiences this narrative provoked a certain sense of superiority. Several Canadian newspapers reviewed the documentary with reminders that they, like most Canadians, had always opposed the terrible war. How proud Canadians should be that our enlightened governments did not take us down this foolish path. If only it were that simple. As the previous chapter highlighted, Canada had supported and helped to finance France's attempt to reconquer Indochina and lionized its last stand at Dien Bien Phu, even while much of the world celebrated Vietnam's liberation as a tremendous anti-colonial victory. Canada then joined the International Control Commission to help enforce the terms of peace agreed upon in Geneva in 1954, but used its position to undermine and spy on North Vietnam even while it aided and armed the U.S. puppet dictatorship in South Vietnam. 276. U.S. involvement in Vietnam gradually increased in an effort to sustain a pro-Western foothold in a country that would otherwise have overwhelmingly supported Ho Chi Minh's communists. Not only had they liberated the people from France, but they were carrying out policies that people wanted. Even Canadians who were on the ground in the lead-up to what were supposed to be democratic nationwide elections in 1956 acknowledged as much. As it looks now, said Canadian journalist Blair Fraser in 1954, it's quite likely the communists will come to power here by peaceful constitutional means. As a result, the elections were cancelled by the US and its South Vietnamese client state, with Canada's assistance. The genuine popularity of the Vietnamese communists was often lost on those who saw the Cold War as purely geopolitical rivalries. But as Gabriel Calco illustrates in his important study of the conflict, the seizure of land from wealthy landowners to be given to small farming families was key to the support that North Vietnam and the Viet Cong guerrillas received throughout the war. Indeed, nothing was so crucial to their eventual victory against overwhelming U.S. firepower than the fact that the vast majority of the people supported the communists. They were not brainwashed or intimidated, they simply saw in North Vietnam the prospect of a better life. The more the colonizers tried to take that away, the more committed the Vietnamese people became to winning. Lester Pearson described Vietnamese anti-colonial sentiment as irrational. But as time went on and the realities of the war filtered through, many Canadians came to share some of that irrationality. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians became vocally opposed to the war, staging protests, sit-ins, petitions and public prayers, and supporting the nearly 100,000 American draft dodgers and deserters who came to Canada, two of whom would later be my own mentors in the study of world history. Students uncovered their university's links to companies selling weapons for the war, and Canada's complicity was increasingly exposed by committed activists and journalists, despite efforts to keep it quiet. Blunt admissions by soldiers echoing presidential candidate Barry Goldwater that they were to turn Vietnam into a parking lot drove home the fact that this was no noble struggle against Hitler's fascism, despite relentless efforts by the authorities to make precisely that connection. One Canadian aid worker sent to South Vietnam as part of Canada's support for the fledgling puppet regime there came back disgusted with what she had seen. Claire Culhane tended to victims of the U.S. war at 277. A hospital in Quang Ngai, only a few miles from the site of the horrific My Lai massacre perpetrated by American troops in 1968. Culhane witnessed not only the carnage beset upon Vietnamese bodies but also the often sociopathic mentality of North American soldiers trained to see Vietnamese peasants as little more than animals to be slaughtered for sport. From the hospital where she worked, she reported the inconceivable violence she indirectly witnessed. In the emergency ward, one became dazed with shock following upon shock lifting a baby out of a pool of its own blood, a young girl with her breasts sliced off and a broken bottle rammed up her vagina, a child with a hole in its back large enough to put one's fist into. None of these could be diagnosed as routine wounds. Soon I was able to link them with the previous night's search and destroy and harassment and interdiction missions. These were unreported, daily, many massacres. Degree. Upon her return to Canada in 1968, Culhane conducted a 10-day hunger strike on Parliament Hill, galvanizing an escalation of the anti-war movement in Canada. A few years later she chained herself to a seat in the visitors' gallery of the House of Commons and hurled leaflets at politicians, shouting, "Why is Canada building hospitals and also supplying bombs in Vietnam?" Her book on the subject, Why is Canada in Vietnam?, was one of the first of its kind and offered a forceful condemnation of Canadian policy. Tellingly, on the title page of the University of Toronto's copy of the book, some defensive Canadian reader scrawled, "Angry bitter woman, axe to grind." But Culhane was part of a global mass movement. The Vietnam War had become the symbol of everything that was wrong with the West, the Cold War, colonialism, and capitalism. It generated protests and strikes and gave urgency to the many struggles being waged against the capitalist world order. The Canadian state, patently aware of what side it was on, attempted to crack down on the budding rebellion. The RCMP worked with the FBI to investigate activists in Canada, to open their mail and tap their phones, to have them beaten, intimidated, smeared, and red-baited. After a Mrs. E.L. McKegney sent a letter to U.S. President Johnson criticizing the war, she found U.S. Secret Service operatives interrogating her in her Sarnia, Ontario, home. As opposition to the war grew, so too did right-wing reaction. Radio. 278. Hosts, church leaders, university deans, and other authority figures often exercised their institutional and social power to ostracize and discredit those who joined the growing protest. While Canada's doors were initially open to draft dodgers, it became increasingly difficult for Americans to escape to Canada, especially those who were deserters. While dodgers were typically white, middle class, and college educated, deserters were more likely to be non-white and working class, and, by 1969, Canada had made it impossible for deserters to cross the border. Canadian opposition to the war was small compared to most of the world, where a momentous wave of popular resistance took place in the late 1960s, of which the massive demonstrations against the Vietnam War in the United States and around the world were just one part. And even as the famous black boxer Muhammad Ali was being arrested for refusing to fight, "No Viet Cong ever called me NR," he famously declared television news was for the first and perhaps only time allowing a relatively immediate and unfiltered view of the war. North American audiences were shocked at the sight of their own soldiers being so rapidly cut down, but also by the brutality of modern colonial warfare. It had been nearly a century since the conquest of the North American West. Since that time, the savagery of colonialism had been increasingly hidden from the broader white public. Canadians had not traveled with William Stairs when he beheaded Congolese people, they had not seen John Buchan's South African concentration camps, they had not witnessed the massacre in El Salvador, and they had no idea that their soldiers had raped South Korean women. The stark reality of Vietnam was driven home when the CBC aired the Beryl Fox documentary The Mills of the Gods, Vietnam, and Canadians watched an American pilot gleefully machine gun fleeing civilians like it was a game at the county fair, exclaiming "Look at it burn," as napalm engulfed the forest. But public discontent could not change the fact that Canada was deeply connected to the war. More than 400 Canadian companies had contracts with the U.S. military, which totaled over $2.4 billion, producing everything from engines to ammunition to grenades to batteries to boots and even whiskey and the famous green berets worn by U.S. Special Forces. This was widely known. In May 1967, the weekly magazine of the Toronto Star tracked Canadian explosives produced in Quebec which were mixed into bombs and sent to Vietnam. With luck, said the magazine, the explosives could be hailing down on a Vietnamese 279 village 6 weeks later. That same month, many Canadians recoiled at headlines like the one run by Maclean, in 1967, "We're making millions out of Vietnam." Pearson tried to convince the editors that he had no choice but to support the war because the Americans had insisted and would not take no for an answer. American pressure certainly played a role. Pearson was always conscious of maintaining harmony amongst the Atlantic allies, but Canada had built up a thick dossier of support for colonialism and its associated projects in order to offer the best possible prospects for business. Vietnam was no different. In fact, one of its most insidious contributions to the war was, indeed, a Canadian initiative, espionage. Despite any posturing that suggested Canada was only doing Uncle Sam's bidding, it was the Canadian ambassador in Washington, Arnold Heaney, who suggested that Canada could spy on behalf of the Americans. This was in 1954, 5 days before Canada agreed to sit on the ICC, along with representatives from India and Poland. Prime Minister Pearson, the architect of the plan, was clear with Heaney that it must be kept secret. Should it become generally known that we are passing any information on to the United States government, said Pearson, it would have very serious repercussions. Indeed, in 1965 the media got wind of it, and the Montreal Star ran a major piece detailing the important military information Canadians were passing on and criticizing Canadian officials for functioning as spies when they are supposed to be serving as international civil servants. External Affairs Minister Paul Martin denied the allegations feebly, but it was evident that even Canada's humanitarian aid to South Vietnam was part of intelligence-gathering efforts. Claire Culhane denounced Canada's actions, noting that while more hospitals were being built, the actual medical care being provided was diminished because the hospital's primary purpose was to run Vietnamese sleeper agents who would report to their C-1A handlers through go-betweens at the hospitals. The most infamous espionage case was the Seaborne mission, wherein Canadian 1 cubic centimeter Commissioner Blair Seaborne was empowered to deliver threats to the North Vietnamese leadership on behalf of the U.S., while gathering information on that country's preparedness to fight. Seaborne was instructed to make ominous threats of U.S. expansion of the war and to convey attitude of real personal concern. North Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Van Dong was unfazed. "It is impossible," he replied, "for you Westerners to understand the force of the people's will to resist." 280. When the Seaborne mission was publicly exposed in 1971, one journalist suggested that Canada had acted as a choreboy for Moloch, an apt metaphor for a Canadian regime that had lied and deceived about its role in Vietnam since the early 1950s. Seaborne himself was still spouting platitudes in 2002 when he reflected on his decision, suggesting his goal was to help the United States and its adversary in Vietnam to gain a better understanding of one another's thinking and intentions, and, thereby reduce the prospect of a deepening and widening war. External Affairs Minister Mitchell Sharp even had the audacity to claim that the underlying problem with the 1 cubic centimeter was that the East European delegations regarded themselves not as impartial as Canada did but as representatives of the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong. Indeed, Canadian politicians repeatedly debased themselves with such disingenuous claptrap and denied they were conducting espionage and sabotage, even while they manipulated the 1 cubic centimeter and lied about their role in producing chemical weapons for use in Vietnam. One such weapon was napalm, a chemical agent which burned the South Asian jungle, reducing it by as much as 50% in Vietnam. Napalm was produced in Canada and provided to the US as part of the Defense Production Sharing Agreement. This was public knowledge in Canada as of at least 1975 when it was discussed in detail on CBC radios. As it happens, Canada also generously offered up large sections of the forests of New Brunswick so that the U.S. Air Force could test its toxic defoliants, most notably Agent Orange, which killed more than 4 million Vietnamese people and ultimately led to the deaths of more than 2 million American veterans of the war. Canadian 1 cubic centimeter Commissioner Gordon E. Cox defended the use of defoliants, explaining that they were no different from those which I myself have used in my garden in Canada. Privately, External Affairs noted that one of the compounds in the defoliants was arsenic, and the admission of its use in public could be taken up by Hanoi propaganda, since it could presumably be harmful to humans if applied in sufficiently strong solutions. One did not need to be a Hanoi propagandist to see something wrong with dropping toxic chemicals on people. At the time, Cox deflected attention with a smug and false suggestion that the complaints had not come from anyone in Vietnam but, rather, the cauliflower growers' associations of the lower Danube Valley. Finally, contrary to popular belief, some 30,000 Canadians had their boots on the ground in Vietnam. Some were there as part of Joint 281 Canadian US units. Some had volunteered to join the U.S. Army for the war. Some were in South Vietnam as aid workers, where the Canadian government was making a concerted effort to wave the flag, as Ambassador Ormond Deere put it, such that Canada could lend legitimacy to the idea that it was an international coalition joined in an effort to protect South Vietnam. The Canadians who went to Vietnam had predictably polarized reactions. While some, like Claire Culhane, were appalled by what they saw, most viewed the conflict through the colonial ideology they had inherited and articulated politics similar to their American counterparts. And, just as they had in Korea and the Congo, Canadians in Vietnam availed themselves of colonized women. Louis Mackenzie, who served as a Canadian on the TCC force, reported that he had to remove Canadian flag decals from the mirrors of brothels in Saigon. Like colonial conquerors had done for hundreds of years, indeed, like Jacques Cartier had done on the St. Lawrence in 1534, Canadian soldiers who had conquered new territory were planting the flag to stake their claim. Moderate, sensible, progressive leadership in Indonesia. A consistent pattern in Canada's Cold War politics was a willingness to aid and abet actions that might have caused controversy were Canada to participate publicly. Vietnam is a signpost example, but the case of Indonesia and East Timor is also instructive. Quietly but effectively, Canada rewarded the Indonesian dictatorship of Suharto for its massacre of communists and its genocide against the Timorese people in the 1960s and 1970s. Suharto came to power after overthrowing the quasi-democratic government of Sukarno, whose early rule had certainly been marked by anti-communist purges and assistance from Washington, but had later positioned itself as part of the non-aligned movement and had hosted one of the most important anti-colonial summits of the era at Bandung in 1955. Canada, in the first place, had not supported Sukarno's call for an independent Indonesia and had assisted the Dutch in maintaining what they called the Dutch East Indies. But when Sukarno crushed a communist uprising in 1948, the Americans decided to support him, and the Dutch were ousted in favor of what appeared to be a pro-Western capitalist state that could comprise a regional power. Canada helped achieve this end by 282. Proposing the terms of Dutch withdrawal at the United Nations, framing itself now as a supporter of Indonesian independence. But the man that the US had picked to rule Indonesia, Sukarno, increasingly went rogue diplomatically if not economically and aroused mounting suspicion in the West. Canadian aid to the country was limited and, by the mid-1960s, Canadian diplomats were describing Sukarno as representing a collapse of world order. In 1963, Indonesia initiated a low-intensity conflict with Malaysia, which had recently been defeated by a massive British intervention to ensure that its decolonization would be controlled by the UK. As the regional conflict grew between the Malaysian client state and the rogue Indonesian nationalists, Sukarno was increasingly bellicose in his criticisms of the war in Vietnam and of imperialism more broadly. Canada sent its air force to support the Malaysian/British side. Having contributed to the weakening of Sukarno's position in Indonesia, Canada then watched as a general in his army Suharto carried out a horrific coup against Sukarno, which entailed the murder of as many as 2 million people, most of them of the Indonesian left. The violence was often graphic and designed to instill terror. People were decapitated, disemboweled, dragged by trucks. Sukarno had allowed a degree of space for the left to emerge, in the late 1950s and early 1960s, and while he had kept a lid on revolutionary activity, there was a deep well of discontent that threatened to bubble over into genuine social revolution. The Communist Party of Indonesia had, by 1965, nearly 25 million members, and Suharto's massacre was carried out on behalf of the Indonesian and foreign elite who feared the fact that, as Max Lane explains, more than half of the voting population were actively mobilized behind demands that, if fulfilled, would completely undermine the privileged position of aspiring military businessmen and rural landowners. This movement for worker control of state enterprises, land reform, further nationalization of the economy and deeper cooperation among non-aligned countries. Indeed, what is often misunderstood in Western accounts of Suharto's violence is that its class component was conscious and calculated. The PKI was crushed, its grassroots leaders were killed and its members terrorized, factories or villages with reputations for militancy were annihilated, all media connected in any way with the left was shut down and its members 283 killed, and the very act of political mobilization was made impossible. Suharto's project was counter-revolution, to such an extent that the very memory of left politics was to be erased. Max Lane calls it ideologicide, in which the most terrifying accusation that could be made was that one was a member of the PR and where even thinking left-wing thoughts was imbued with fear. Despite its absence from the popular consciousness of Euro-America, Suharto's anti-communist assault must surely be counted as one of the most horrific state-sponsored massacres of the 20th century. Throughout, the Canadian ambassador was kept well informed of the violence, but nevertheless described Suharto, the leader of the massacres, as a moderate, sensible, and progressive leader. Indeed, Canada lined up behind Suharto. As external affairs gushed, it is patently in our interests that the new regime be allowed to consolidate its internal position, an oblique reference to the carnage. Paul Martin followed up by opening the faucet on foreign aid. Even as private capital flowed in, the largest Canadian investor was Inco, infamous for its operations with the butcher of Zacapa in Guatemala, but Canada also pushed into the transportation and forestry industries. More than 50 years later, Canadian academics were still carrying water for the vicious Suharto regime, Louis A. Delvoye, in a 2010 report, skated past the murder of millions of people by briefly noting that Sukarno was overthrown in the midst of much bloodshed and his regime was eventually replaced by that of General Suharto, as if the bloodshed were a weather pattern or a downturn in oil prices, rather than a catastrophic wave of violence that traumatized a nation. Unperturbed, Delvoye moved right along to praise Suharto for deliberately cultivate relations with Western countries to which it looked for investment and enthused over the constructive role which was prepared to play in regional affairs. Indeed, Canada barely batted an eye as Suharto established a violent dictatorship, annexed Papua New Guinea and promptly invaded East Timor. The western part of Papua New Guinea had been a Dutch colony and, after much diplomatic wrangling, Suharto used violence and repression to seize control and effectively curtail Papuan self-governance, establishing a police state that killed at least 100,000 people. Canadian officials had described Papuans as primitives who lived in trees, and one Canadian in Indonesia suggested that they were not sophisticated enough to have personal views on their political status. They said this despite the fact that Papuan representatives were traveling the world. 284. Including a stopover in Ottawa to promote the cause of Papuan independence. The Canadian embassy in Jakarta made it clear that it viewed West Papua as being part of Suharto's manifest destiny, and Canada voted in favor of Indonesia at the UN*4 in East Timor. The departure of Portugal after 1974 was celebrated, and the most popular force on the ground was Fridolin, a communist organization that had been active in the struggle against Portugal and had built links of solidarity with the African anti-colonial struggles, especially Frelimo in Mozambique. Suharto's intervention was premised on the false claim that Fridolin had imposed itself on the terrified civilians who had asked Indonesia to intervene for their protection. The invasion and ensuing war were again gruesome, flowing directly from that which had been imposed internally on the Indonesian left, and left some 200,000 Timorese dead, often amidst horrifying atrocities. Eyewitness accounts described women shot one by one with the onlookers ordered to count, and entire families being shot for refusing to hand over their personal possessions. Indonesian troops devised several ways of killing people, of which one of the most popular was to dump people into the sea from helicopters, a practice they called Mundi Lot. Canada appeared to be disinterested in the situation in East Timor, protesting that it was geographically distant and could not be a Canadian priority. But Canada was not indifferent at all. By 1975 it had an estimated annual trade of $1 billion with Indonesia, which it wanted to protect. As such, it publicly accepted Suharto's claim that East Timor was a bubbling cauldron of communist agitation and that, like Cuba or nearby Vietnam, it could become an outpost of foreign-inspired insurrection. Suharto was playing a tune he knew would resonate with the Western capitalist powers. Indeed, Suharto's government replicated much of the language of colonialism. One military official explained, "It is the new Indonesian civilization we are bringing, and it is not easy to civilize backward people." Like other aspiring regional colonial powers, Indonesia was adopting the language and practice of the colonialism from which it had so recently been liberated. This no doubt further ingratiated Suharto to the Western powers. He certainly inspired the confidence of the Canadians. Canada regularly abstained on UN resolutions criticizing Indonesia's occupation of East Timor, and in 1980 it even began openly voting against them. In fact, Canadian officials found international outcry over the atrocities in East Timor to be an irritant, worrying only that negative press might mar. 285. Suharto planned visit to Ottawa. Said one sarcastic Canadian at the UN, "There may be attempts by the high priests of decolonization to take the Indonesians to task, but Canada should not do anything to increase Indonesian difficulties." Canada had done everything it could to minimize those difficulties. As far back as 1970, Pierre Trudeau had committed to increasing Canadian investments in Indonesia, as well as conducting military exchanges and exercises with the same military committing the atrocities described above. Trudeau visited Suharto in 1971, and Suharto was welcomed to Ottawa in 1975, only a few months before he launched the assault on East Timor. The two proclaimed very close and friendly relations and a desire to deepen their cooperation on all fields. Canada also pledged $200 million in development aid to facilitate Canadian investment. When Trudeau visited Suharto again in 1983, he received some minor criticism in the Canadian media, which may have motivated the Mulroney government to effect a stronger rhetorical stance. The word outrage was used after Suharto forces committed another massacre in Dili in 1991. Nevertheless, for all the bluster, Canada did not adjust its policy course and Suharto visited Ottawa just 3 months after the 1991 killings. Tracing back through the history recounted in this chapter from Indonesia to Vietnam to Chile to the Congo, even the most committed Cold Warrior would have to reckon with the mountain of human tragedy enacted in the project to defeat the struggles against colonialism and capitalism. It is hardly surprising that, in all of those places, millions of people put their lives on the line precisely to try to create a world that was not the one produced by the colonial capitalist states. This was, after all, a world that was not designed for the masses but a system of class rule, wherein a complicated hierarchy of wealth and power elevated a small number of people into positions of enormous privilege, and they used whatever means necessary to maintain it. But people had fought back. A major wave of resistance had peaked in the late 1960s and early 1970s that rivaled the revolutionary character of the period following the First World War, and the ruling classes of the capitalist countries had barely managed to contain it. In the 1980s, they went back on the offensive to destroy the movements that had posed this challenge, and Canada was to play its role in the preservation of the world it had helped create. I had always maintained that Canada, with a third of its income and employment coming from exports, should never adopt a policy of turning down customers for political reasons. Frank Petrie, President of Canadian Exporters Association, on sanctions against apartheid South Africa, 1979. When the Cold War ended in the late 1980s, there was an explosion of triumphalist writing in the West that celebrated its victory. Most notably, American writer Francis Fukuyama declared that capitalist victory meant the end of history. The fall of the Berlin Wall, following Ronald Reagan's famous demand that Gorbachev tear it down, was largely viewed uncritically as a victory for humanity. For many, of course, life in East Germany had been difficult and a united Germany was worth celebrating, but given everything that was at stake in the Cold War, the simple notion that America's victory was the world's victory was a little too facile. Wolfgang Becker's film Goodbye, Lenin illustrated the ambivalence many East Germans felt upon being folded into the West, especially those who stood to lose not just the material securities that the socialist states provided but, indeed, the existential purpose that many derived from their commitment to building socialism. That Canada played a role in the defeat of the Soviet Union and of the communist challenge more broadly is hardly news. As the previous chapters have illustrated, Canada was a significant contributor to the Cold War and was always, unequivocally, on the American side. But what also becomes clear, under careful examination, is that despite ideological discipline insisting that the Cold War was a moral crusade, the actual cases in which Canada intervened built up a dossier of foreign misadventures. 294. That reflected very poorly on Canada. Perhaps that is why, in 2009, the Canadian government sought to reaffirm the correctness of its moral stance in the Cold War by commissioning an expensive monument to the victims of communism, a project roundly mocked for its ideological clumsiness, and which got stalled in the planning phases. Indeed, the cascading crises of the 21st century, from the War on Terror to the financial crash of 2008 to the rise of fascism, ultimately knocked much of the wind out of those triumphant sails of the late 1980s. In fact, the same author who coined the end of history phrase to describe the ascendance of liberal capitalism as the pinnacle of human achievement, circled back in 2018 to admit that maybe history had not ended after all. This was no surprise, given that victory in the Cold War had been premised on so much violence against people simply trying to carve out a better life for themselves. From Korea to Chile, from Indonesia to Palestine, poor people had organized movements to try to improve the conditions of their lives and found themselves under attack by local reactionaries defending their dominant position. Behind these reactionaries was always the money and guns of the United States and its allies, including Canada. At its core, the Cold War was a war against the poor. It was a war to ensure that popular rejection of capitalism and its inequalities would be stamped out by soft coercion and bribery if possible, but by violence and terror if necessary, and by the 1980s it was finally paying dividends. Having survived the global rebellion of the late 1960s, the capitalist powers went on a new offensive in the 1980s and successfully destroyed not only the Soviet Union but several other pockets of anti-capitalist resistance. The world was to be closed off to those who wished to create alternatives to the grinding poverty and inequality of capitalism, a sign hung over the gates of every nation reading no admittance except on business. Canada played its role in this project, helping to close off the possibilities for internal rebellion even as it worked to undermine the remaining forces of resistance in the Middle East, Central America, and Southern Africa and indeed, in the Soviet Union itself. Often lost in the fog of the Cold War was the extent to which, for all its flaws, the presence of the Soviet Union, and the Communist bloc more generally, opened up space for anti-colonial and anti-capitalist struggle around the world. Causes which would later be celebrated in the West, like the defeat of South African apartheid, were achieved in part thanks to resources from the Soviet Union and its allies, even while the West continued to 295. Do business with the apartheid government. Indeed, as a representative of the Canadian capitalist class noted in the quote above, there was good business to be done in apartheid South Africa. It saw no point in refusing that business for political reasons. But what James Petrie called political reasons was people lives, the struggle against apartheid and, indeed, the global revolt against capitalism and colonialism, was about the simple idea that people's lives did not need to be a constant battle against poverty and injustice. That belief in a better world reached its peak in the global 1960s, and the Cold Warriors sought to crush it. Twilight of the global 1960s. The legacy of the 1960s was often mythologized in North American pop culture, reimagined later as a romantic era of peace, love, drugs, sex, and rock and roll. The political content of the rebellions of the 1960s was often reduced to its most superficial elements, as though a white kid from Oshawa growing out his hair and smoking pot was equivalent to the heroic resistance of the Vietnamese National Liberation Front. The emphasis on Jimi Hendrix as opposed to, say, the Red Army faction in Germany was illustrative of the discomfort that the period provoked for the ruling classes. The period, sometimes called the global 1960s, actually stretched well into the 1970s and provoked a genuine fear among the elite that total social upheaval was imminent and that the structures of capitalist class power and colonial rule were going to be toppled. Those ruling classes urgently needed to find ways of crushing and co-opting the increasingly radical movements of that era in order to maintain their position, but it was not going to be easy. The gradual process of decolonization had meant that world opinion in the middle of the 20th century increasingly reflected non-European perspectives. What was perfectly standard behavior for a European settler colony prior to the Second World War had become increasingly unacceptable by the 1960s to an international community that now had no choice but to include some voices from the hitherto marginalized world. Bodies like the United Nations may never have held significant political power, but they reflected a new climate in which colonial actors had to operate and wherein powerful voices from the decolonizing world could not be entirely ignored. Among many outstanding performances at the UN by powerful speakers like Kwame Nkrumah, Yasser Arafat, and Thomas 296. Sankara, perhaps none stood out more than Echo Beto Che Guevara's 1964 speech in which he celebrated that the final hour of colonialism had struck even as colonized people were still massacred for the crime of demanding their freedom. Speaking after the murder of Congolese President Patrice Lumumba, Guevara put to the assembly, "How can we forget the betrayal of the hope that Patrice Lumumba placed in the United Nations?" Perhaps most powerfully, Guevara turned Western Cold War rhetoric upon itself, exposing its most obvious contradictions. The United States intervenes in Latin America invoking the defense of free institutions. The time will come when this assembly will acquire greater maturity and demand of the U.S. government guarantees for the lives of the blacks and Latin Americans who live in that country, those who kill their own children and discriminate daily against them because of the color of their skin, those who let murderers of blacks remain free, protecting them and further punishing the black population because they demand their legitimate rights as free men. How can those who do this consider themselves the guardians of freedom, degree? Whatever victories it may have won through violence and subterfuge, the West was increasingly confronted by the fact that it was losing the battle for hearts and minds. Having conquered and colonized the entire world, committed genocide and imposed slavery in order to establish capitalist enclaves and controllable markets and open up access to valuable resources, all the while denigrating and humiliating the people whose lands and labor they were building their empires upon, the Europeans and their offspring could little expect to find goodwill from the rest of the world. But this problem could no longer be addressed by simply killing and terrorizing their opponents. The presence of the communist bloc, which could both serve as an inspiration but also as a source of material support, had radically altered the colonial dynamic. The colonized now had a choice, and, as they fought for their freedom, the option of pursuing a non-capitalist path held great appeal to many. For the first time, the colonial powers needed to try to convince the rest of the world that it had more to offer than the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, Vietnam, or any of the other models of communist and socialist states that were emerging. All the while, they were dealing with the most significant internal 297 pushback since the interwar period. As powerfully depicted in Chris Marker's landmark documentary, A Grin Without a Cat, resistance in the imperial heartlands was in dialogue with and inspired by the revolutionary movements that had gripped the margins. The left in Italy was organized and formed militant red brigades. The left in France organized general strikes that shut the country down. The left in West Germany was carrying out limited acts of urban guerrilla war. Even at the heart of world capitalism, Black Americans built both the civil rights movement and the more militant Black Power activism that was most famously manifest in the Black Panther Party, a communist organization that not only armed itself for protection against police violence but also provided breakfasts for children and sought to build better, stronger communities. That the Black Panthers were portrayed as dangerous criminals and targeted relentlessly by the U.S. government, which went as far as to carry out bombings and assassinations in its own cities to crush radical Black Power movements, illustrated just how significant a threat they represented to the ruling class. All of this was part of the equation in Canada too, albeit to a lesser extent. One of the leading intellectuals of the Black Panther Party, Stokely Carmichael, came to Canada in 1968 and spoke in several cities, connecting with a leader of Halifax's militant Black community. Burnley Rocky Jones registered the slogans of Black Power were resonant with people who had been marginalized for 2 centuries and had suffered greatly at the hands of the white elite. This was especially manifest in the physical destruction of their community, Africville, by years of depriving it of public services, by the destruction of parts of the neighborhood for rail lines to serve white Haligonians, by the locating of garbage dumps, slaughterhouses, tar factories, and an infectious disease center in the neighborhood, and then, in the late 1960s, in the literal razing of the community and forced relocation of its people to develop highways, port facilities, and the A. Murray Mackay Bridge. Mackay was a former CEO of the Maritime Telegraph and Telephone Company. The destruction of Africville dislocated the community in many ways and was combined with the establishment of controllable organizations for Black people, like the Black United Front, which helped to co-opt and limit the radical potential of the Black Power movement. As noted in Chapter 3, this period also saw the rise of Red Power, militant indigenous organizations linked to the American Indian 298 movement, which sought to reinvigorate revolutionary politics and practice among colonized people in North America. Conscious of the links between colonialism in Canada and throughout the world, the Red Power movement was significant in reshaping indigenous consciousness in the 1960s, a shift that is powerfully portrayed in Lee Marical's Bobby Lee, Indian Rebel. The Native Alliance for Red Power declared in 1969 its demands for full autonomy in indigenous communities, a separate police and justice system made by and for indigenous people, and compensation for the litany of ways that Canada had broken the terms of the treaties. The Red Power movement was, importantly, explicitly communist and anti-colonial in its orientation. One of its publications noted that indigenous society was totally at odds with the capitalist ethic and that Red Power would play a leading role in the fight for socialism in Canada. since it could provide an example to white Canadians by showing them the image of their own future and would concretize what socialists mean when they talk of a society founded not on avarice but on human solidarity and brotherhood. The Red Power movement upset the colonial imagination not just by declaring itself a decolonizing agent of history rather than simply a victim or footnote, but also by placing itself at the vanguard of revolutionary change. Even within the subculture of the left, Red Power rejected the assumption that indigenous people would learn revolutionary politics from white people, but, rather, that white people had to learn from them. Red Power, like many of the most resonant radical movements of the era, was inherently transnational. This was a strength. Activists in the Red Power movement read Frantz Fanon. They struggled against apartheid and against Pinochet. They traveled to Cuba with the Vence Ramos brigades. They understood their struggle to be global in nature, given the globalizing nature of capitalism and colonialism. This meant, however, that when the U.S. government declared war on the movement, it was bound to affect the dynamics north of the border. A violent and thorough campaign of repression against their members had what Brian Palmer called a virtual extermination order placed upon them in the U.S. chilled the movement in Canada, where the government sought to divide Indigenous people by offering extremely modest reforms to dull the radical edge of the masses and create the perception that the Red Power activists were fringe fanatics. 299. The demobilizing effect was most horrifically illustrated in the murder of Anna May Aquash, a Mi'kmaq activist born in Nova Scotia, who participated in many of the most important Indigenous actions of the era, including the Wounded Knee occupation of 1973 and a major blockade at Kenora, Ontario. Although there are still uncertainties around her death, what is certain is that it was politically motivated and that it was wrapped up in FBI efforts to destroy AIM. The edge of Red Power was blunted enough to forestall the broad-based challenge to Canadian colonialism that it seemed to loom in the 1960s, while Indigenous activism persisted and would erupt in particular moments, like the Oka Crisis. The dream of a united movement to create collaborative decolonization that would overturn colonialism in Canada and the rest of the world failed to materialize. Still, the movement had indeed played a leadership role in the wave of rebellions. A new surge of women's rights activism swirled and took cues from women like Sandra Nicholas Lovelace, a Maliseet woman who took her grievance against Canada that she lost her Indian status when she married a white man to the United Nations. The feminist movement in Canada had, from its inception, been contested between those who sought to make gains for women within the prevailing colonial order and those who sought a more dramatic break from the patriarchal capitalist system. Though this continued to be the case, major mobilizations, like the abortion caravan, used direct action tactics to agitate against the Canadian state's control over women's bodies. These struggles often interacted with the Project for Queer Liberation, which had faced enormous challenges in the Cold War era but which emerged with more militancy and urgency following the Stonewall riots against anti-queer police violence in New York City in 1969. That very year, Canada moved to decriminalize homosexuality, but life did not get easier for LGBTQ people in Canada. Throughout the 1960s and into the 1970s, the Canadian government maintained lists of suspected homosexuals, who were subject to surveillance and interrogation and could find themselves purged from public life. The Canadian establishment believed the very act of being queer to be an act of communist subversion, and while this was, obviously, ludicrous, it did speak to a certain truth. Marginalized people are typically drawn to politics that seek to upset the existing hierarchies that keep them marginalized. As such, as Gary Kinsman notes, movements for queer liberation increasingly 300 were tied to the left and recognized struggles for justice in the realm of class, race, and gender to be connected to that of sexuality. The building of more radical left movements for queer liberation in the 1970s made the ongoing efforts of the RCMP to repress LGBTQ people more difficult. Indeed, the Canadian state would ultimately shift its course to allow a greater degree of institutional support for LGBTQ people, adopting a strategy that came to be known as pinkwashing, mobilizing the language of tolerance and celebration of queer culture to mask a politics that still favored ruling class interests at the expense of all marginalized people. Same-sex marriage was legalized, an increasing number of celebrities came out, pop culture increasingly featured queer characters as more than just the target of jokes, and politicians would increasingly march in pride parades. For those LGBTQ people who enjoyed a certain degree of class comfort and security, Canada seemed to be doing well. But the consequences of this co-opting remain present today. LGBTQ people still face higher rates of poverty, illness, and addiction and are overrepresented among the homeless in Canada, comprising some 25 to 40% of homeless youth, while being underrepresented in homeless shelters, which often pose greater challenges and dangers for them. More than half of Ontario's trans people still live on less than $15,000 per year, and LGBTQ youth are 14 times more likely to commit suicide. At the same time, once militant events like Pride have been increasingly taken over by corporate sponsors and rebranded as celebrations. While there is certainly value in the assertion that queer people have the right to occupy public space and celebrate, the draining of Pride's radical political content has served the interests of the Canadian state insofar as it has channeled a marginalized group away from direct confrontation with the state that still, fundamentally, marginalizes them. The spectacle of having police march in the Pride parade, the same police who often directly target queer people, is as clear an illustration as any of the co-optation of privileged sections of the movement. Another movement whose class character was complicated was the struggle for an independent Quebec. Rebellion in Quebec adopted anti-colonial language even if the Québécois themselves were a sub-colonial power in the territory they had stolen from Indigenous peoples, and was most dramatically manifest in 1970 when the Front de Libération du Québec kidnapped a British trade commissioner and a provincial minister. In response, the Pierre Trudeau government suspended all civil 301 liberties and dramatically expanded the power of the police to detain and interrogate anyone suspected of being connected to the FLA. This prompted much criticism as hundreds of Québécois were rounded up and intimidated, and the aggressive tactics by the Trudeau government likely contributed to the eventual killing of the provincial minister Pierre Laporte, presumably by his kidnappers. The FLQ espoused a kind of left politics, and some of its founding members remained committed to those principles. Charles Gagnon, for instance, went on to be one of the founders of the more explicitly communist organization N. Lut. The FLQ manifesto criticized the Anglo-Saxon capitalists who made Quebec into their private preserve of cheap labor and of unscrupulous exploitation. Nevertheless, its lack of a solid base of support and its use of adventurous tactics meant that, as a legitimate progressive social movement, it fizzled quickly. It also failed to effectively locate Quebec within the apparatus of the Canadian settler system, overemphasizing the extent to which it was a victim of colonialism rather than a perpetrator. Pierre Valliere's notable contribution to Québécois nationalism, Les Négres Blancs d'Amérique, suggested that Québécois people were a racialized minority. This framing could only work, as David Morin argued, by deliberately ignoring the province's black and indigenous populations and the subordinate position they occupied in a settler society. Still, the support that the movement mobilized was indicative of the fact that Québécois workers were angry. And, as elsewhere in Canada, the working classes were as militant as they had been since the turn of the century, and Trudeau's crackdown on the FLQ came alongside a concerted effort to undermine growing trade union activity. By the middle of the 1960s, strikes were happening at a rate of more than 1,000 per year, with roughly half of those illegal or wildcat strikes. Degree workers were emboldened. The 1965 postal workers' strike forced the government to make real concessions, and the Canadian government increasingly took coercive measures like the passing of legislation to make strikes illegal and the use of police to physically end the strikes. At the same time, the processes by which legal strikes could occur were made increasingly complex, requiring a wider layer of professionally trained lawyers and staff to help workers navigate them. The effect was to make workers more dependent on professionals whose incomes were not directly tied to the outcomes of particular workplace negotiations and who served to 302 conservatize their movements by bogging them down in legal processes that dampened militancy. Degree in sum, Canada had seen the rising tide of rebellion emanating from the colonized people abroad and at home and then taking root in the Canadian working classes and had weathered the storm. Through a carefully applied mix of coercion and co-optation, the Canadian state had managed to dull the edges of social rebellion and mitigate the effects of the revolutionary 1960s and 1970s. By the end of that decade, much of the radical, internationalist spirit and momentum of the era had been sapped. Malcolm X and Martin Luther King had been assassinated. Che Guevara was dead, his body grotesquely displayed by the Bolivian military for the world to see. Patrice Lumumba executed. Salvador Allende bombed into suicide. Counter-revolution was stemming the tide, and Canada had played its role in maintaining the global status quo. As the 1980s beckoned, the West steeled itself for a final Cold War offensive, one that would break the Soviet Union and fracture what remained of the communist bloc, isolating those few holdouts and choking the life out of the movements still seeking to build a better world. Canada's contributions to this project were many but were particularly noteworthy in three crucial regional struggles in the Middle East, Central America, and Southern Africa that were pivotal during this period. In each of these geopolitical theaters, the West actively sought to expand the scope of war and conflict far beyond what anyone living in those places wanted. Whether in arming both sides of the Iran-Iraq war, in raising and funding the armies of the paramilitary Contras or Mujahideen, or in trying to control the outcomes of the anti-colonial and anti-apartheid struggles in Africa, the Western powers including Canada pursued policies that were designed to provoke and perpetuate violence. The result was catastrophic, traumatic conflicts, the effects of which are still reverberating today. It also achieved one of the paramount aims of the capitalist powers, the collapse of the Soviet Union and the final defeat of the revolutionary spirit of the 1960s. A middle power in the Middle East. In the early Cold War, Canada had worked hard to cultivate an image as a neutral party, a middle power that could be relied upon to broker fair agreements between politically opposed parties. But outside of Canada. 303. This perception was not as pervasive as many Canadians believed. This was especially evident in the Middle East, while Canadians had been told that Pearson's intervention in the Suez Crisis was a signal achievement of the new middle power, its intentions had been far more transparent than it thought. As such, when a new crisis broke out in the Arab-Israeli conflict in 1967, Canada was not welcomed into peace negotiations. In fact, as the drums of war were beating, Egyptian President Nasser specifically demanded that the Canadian contingent of the United Nations Emergency Force be expelled from Egypt, noting that there were attempts to turn UNEF into a force serving neo-imperialism. He was not wrong. In April of 1967, Israel sent aircraft to sweep over the Syrian capital of Damascus as part of escalating war maneuvers, but Canada barely reacted. George Ignatieff, the son of a Tsarist count and a committed Canadian Zionist, was president of the UN Security Council that month and did not even convene a meeting. Within a few months, Israel had launched the Six-Day War, wherein it routed the Arab armies and seized the West Bank, Gaza, the Golan Heights and the Sinai Peninsula. Canada wanted to participate in peacekeeping efforts during the crisis, hoping to maintain its middle power standing and ensure that the peace settlement would be favorable to Israel, but the Arab states rejected Canadian participation. An Egyptian newspaper described Canada as a stooge of the Western powers who seek to colonize the Arab world with Israel's help. Indeed, even from the sidelines, Canadian statements reflected its position. While it called for ceasefire and negotiations, it insisted that the withdrawal of Israeli forces should be tied to the settlement of other issues in the conflict, including the recognition of Israel by the Arab states. In practice, this served to reward Israel's seizure of further Arab territory. Canada created a situation wherein Israel could bargain the return of the newly seized territories in exchange for legitimation of its 1948 invasion. Ultimately, Israel would not retreat from any of it. When Egypt and Syria attempted to retake parts of Palestine in 1973, they were defeated and Israel emerged as the dominant military power in the region. This, of course, was directly related to the weapons it was receiving from the West. The Arab states aligned with Nasser's Egypt had recognized that the West was backing Israel and had turned to the Soviet Union for aid and arms. Israel had, therefore, redoubled its efforts to build a highly advanced military force with the help of its Euro-American sponsors. The 1973 war, 304, was, then, clearly a Cold War showdown. The West threw its weight behind the side that guaranteed the best outcome for world capitalism, and the Soviets backed that which might undermine U.S. power in the region. The class character of these conflicts, however, was complex. While there can be no doubt that the Israeli state was a colonial project that reflected the will of a Zionist Israeli capitalist class, it was not entirely accurate to call the Egyptian, Syrian and Jordanian states reflective of the Arab masses in Palestine or even in their own countries. Nasser's Egypt was hostile to the West and economically nationalist, operating a corporatist state similar to that of Mexico at that time, and he was succeeded in 1970 by Anwar Sadat, who was even more anti-communist and loosened Nasser's controls on the market. Indeed, after 1973, Sadat would steer Egypt back to the Western camp. Syria had, in the 1950s, drawn closer to the Soviet Union in response to the clear statements of Western interests in the Middle East during the Suez Crisis. After an unsuccessful union with Nasser's Egypt, Syria was taken over by the socialist-oriented Ba'ath Party, but power in the party was quickly consolidated by its more conservative, nationalist factions. Minor gestures towards welfare state policies were embedded within a largely dictatorial and oligarchic state, a pattern later replicated in Iraq. Jordan, for its part, was ruled by a conservative monarchy that had only survived a wave of popular resistance in 1958 with military assistance from the United States. Thus, while each of these Arab states was ostensibly fighting for the rights of Palestinian victims of Israeli colonialism, their own motives were more complex and involved no small degree of self-interest, especially in the later stages of the Cold War. Syria tried on several occasions to occupy Lebanon. Jordan and Syria clashed over Jordan's attacks against Palestinians in the West Bank in 1970. Egypt under Sadat oriented itself to the West and gradually abandoned its support for Palestine. Thus, while in some respects the Arab-Israeli conflict pitted anti-colonial forces against the new Zionist settler colony, it could just as accurately be described as an inter-imperial struggle for regional dominance. The Arab states asserted their right to rule the Middle East largely on the basis of ethnic and national chauvinism rather than any desire to upset existing class structures. Still, however suspect their motives, the Arab states were confronting an Israeli settler state that had displaced millions of people and was 305. Establishing an increasingly fascistic, authoritarian rule over remaining indigenous Palestinians. Canada's refusal to acknowledge this obvious and fundamental fact put it at odds with most of the international community. And still Canadian diplomats expressed shock at Arab refusals to include them in any peace negotiations. "We were very friendly to Israel," said one official, "but that does not mean we against the Arabs." Whether this was naivete or willful misdirection, it was abundantly clear that, by the 1970s, Canada sided with Israel in a dispute that left little room for neutrality. The Canadian media and political classes supported Israel, and Canada regularly voted against Palestinian claims at the UN. In 1974, Canada voted against a motion to give the Palestine Liberation Organization a permanent observer status to speak on issues affecting the Middle East, a resolution described by the Globe and Mail as institutionalized terrorism. The next year, the Canadian Parliament unanimously condemned a UN resolution calling Zionism a form of racism and accused the African nations in particular of ganging up to pass the resolution. It needs be noted that Zionism is, by definition, an ideology that cannot be disentangled from racism, given that its core tenet is support for a Jewish settler state built on what was Arab territory that explicitly excludes Arabs on the basis of their being Arab. Canada's support for Israel would grow stronger after the Cold War, even as widening Palestinian resistance exposed the horrifying dimensions of Israel's ethno-state ambitions. This is explored further in Chapter 12. Meanwhile, Canada was connected to the other major struggle in the Middle East at the time, the devastating war between Iraq and Iran, most notably in Canada's sale of $25 million in weapons to Iraq in 1981 immediately following Saddam Hussein's launch of the war against Iran, with U.S. backing. The Americans had facilitated Saddam's rise through the ranks of the Ba'ath Party, which was geared towards public spending and a welfare state model, but stopped short of being genuinely socialist and wanted to use Iraq as a bludgeon against the new Iranian government, which had toppled a US-backed dictatorship in 1979. With the removal of the repressive Iranian monarch in that revolution, the Americans lost an important local ally. Saddam's gambit was to quickly conquer Iran before the Islamic forces that led the Iranian Revolution could consolidate. Had things gone according to his plan, Iraq would have emerged as the chief U.S. ally in the Middle East, larger and more politically palatable than the repressive Islamic monarchy of 306. Saudi Arabia, poised to be the chief benefactor of American support in the region. The revolution in Iran was certainly of concern to the West. The ousted Shah Reza Pahlavi had been a valuable Cold War ally. He had purchased $60 million in Canadian weapons in the 1970s*, and it was unlikely that the new Islamic government in Iran would look favorably on the Shah's former sponsors. Thus, the U.S. granted its support to Saddam's war, as did Canada, and the West encouraged a conflict that was calamitous for people in both countries. Over 1 million people died in a devastating and often horrifically violent 8-year struggle, and the war even provided a rare note of shame for the American puppet masters when, in 1986, it emerged that the United States had been secretly selling weapons to Iran via Israel, even while it officially supported and armed Iraq, and had given false intelligence to Saddam Hussein that the Iranian military was weak and would fall easily. The macabre aim behind this policy was to maximize the carnage of that war in the hopes of weakening both sides to better maintain U.S. dominance over the region. Canada participated in this project by, itself, selling weapons to both Iraq and Iran simultaneously. The scale of the scandal was broadened when it was discovered that profits from the secret arms sales to Iran were being funneled to the Contras, the paramilitaries who were committing terrorist raids in Nicaragua to undermine its democratically elected socialist government. As the Iran-Contra scandal captivated American audiences, it was revealed that the weapons being sold to Iran were financed in part by Canadian bankers, and that some of the weapons and aircraft being sold to the Contras were produced by Canadian companies, like Trans World Arms and Propair. The latter even sent mechanics to help service the Contras airplanes at their illegal paramilitary base in El Salvador. Canada was ever a helpful fixer for its right-wing friends. Red Menace, Canada and the Contra Wars. I was a child of the 1980s and, as such, early video games were a major part of my coming to terms with the world. My attention, like many of my friends, was wrapped by the first wave of Nintendo games that swept North America, and I still remember the secret code you could enter to cheat the system and gain an infinite number of attempts to win a game called Contra. Playing Contra was an adrenaline rush, though it did not 307 require significant puzzling or problem solving. You simply ran through the jungle shooting people who were vaguely assumed to be bad guys. Occasionally you were expected to blow up a bridge or destroy some kind of factory. It was not until many years later that I read the game's description to discover that the enemy was an alien race called the Red Menace. The name of the game should have been a clue, but I was just a kid and the word Contra meant nothing to me. Had I grown up in Central America, it would have. The Contras were paramilitary fighters trained by the United States to commit acts of violence and terror against the socialist government of Nicaragua. They killed tens of thousands of Nicaraguans, blew up bridges, factories, and other infrastructure, and fomented fear of ceaseless paramilitary violence if Nicaraguans did not choose a different form of government. As Greg Grandin explained in The Last Colonial Massacre, the Contras destroyed cooperatives, schools, health clinics, and other government projects and murdered civilians to demonstrate to a wavering rural population that the Sandinistas could not establish effective sovereignty. Terror was not simply the method, it was the goal. The Contras were vicious and unpredictable, intentionally fomenting fear to destabilize the project to build socialism. This markedly cynical strategy was, ultimately, effective in its aims. After more than a decade of US-funded terrorism, Nicaraguans grew weary and gradually acquiesced to abandoning the socialist project. Though the war was focused on Nicaragua, the Contras were based in Honduras and attacks were also launched in Guatemala and El Salvador. The entire peninsula was engulfed in what would become, arguably, the most horrific chapter in its history, culminating in genocide and trauma that still reverberates through the collective, social consciousness of Central America. Articulating that kind of trauma is no easy task, but it is regularly invoked in scholarship on Central America. Grandin captured something of the horror that befell Guatemala in particular. The killings were brutal beyond imagination. Soldiers murdered children by beating them with rocks as their parents watched. They extracted organs and fetuses, amputated genitalia and limbs, committed mass and multiple rapes, and burned some victims alive. In the logic that equated indigenous culture with subversion, army units destroyed ceremonial sites and turned sacred places such as churches and caves into torture chambers. By the 308th time the war ended in 1996, the state had killed 200,000 people. Canada refused to take a consistent position regarding the civil wars that raged in Central America in the 1980s. The core motivations of Canadian policy certainly had not changed, but a series of factors intervened to occasionally give the suggestion that Canada might take a strong, principled position on one of the greatest humanitarian disasters of the era. One of those factors was that, after the election of U.S. President Ronald Reagan on the slogan "Let's Make America Great Again," the U.S. policy of fomenting and participating in a vicious anti-democratic conflict was an easy target for criticism. At the same time, civil society organizations in Canada were applying significant and sustained pressure on the government to take a stand against U.S. intervention and the dictatorships it was supporting. These calls were magnified by the fact that several Canadians working in Central America were targeted for assassination. Registered still, even with all of these forces compelling a more progressive stance, Canada was timid, at best, and duplicitous, at worst, in its calls for a more humane North American relationship to Central America. In the end, its policy would be summed up by External Affairs Minister Mark McGuigan when he promised Washington Canada's quiet acquiescence for its campaign of destabilization and terror. The civil wars in Central America were centered around Nicaragua, where the guerrilla struggle by the Sandinista movement against the decrepit dictatorship of the Somoza family, which had ruled since the 1930s, was able to take over the country in 1979. A well-organized, deep-rooted socialist movement, the Sandinistas had toppled a regime that had been sponsored and financed by the US and Canada for half a century. Still, the obvious depravity of Somoza's regime had left even the Carter administration in Washington torn between support and repudiation. In the shadow of Vietnam, Carter was trying in vain to sustain America's claim to be the leader of the free world. Meanwhile, revolutionary guerrilla movements had emerged in both El Salvador and Guatemala, partly inspired by the Sandinistas but largely rooted in local concerns. Both countries were ruled by hardline, neo-colonial military regimes which served the interests of foreign capital and the local elite. These governments survived on the support they received from Washington, and the consequences of several decades of such rule in all three countries was that peasant farmers were increasingly deprived. 309. Of land, which was being sucked up by wealthy landowners producing beef, coffee, sugar, cotton, and bananas for the North American market. Without access to agricultural land, campesino families were increasingly pushed into urban centers, where work was limited and heavily exploited. Endemic poverty created a well of discontent that, by the late 1970s, could no longer be contained by sporadic acts of state repression. The victory of the Sandinistas, who easily won the first legitimate democratic election in Nicaragua in a century, was almost certainly a portent of the future for El Salvador and Guatemala. The progressive measures the Sandinistas put in place included significant land reform, promotion of food production over cash crops and massive literacy and health care programs. Sandinista President Daniel Ortega won another commanding majority in the 1984 elections, and the former guerrillas illustrated, in material terms, how much better life could be with even mild reforms. Indeed, it is important to emphasize that while there were plenty of socialists in the movement, and the Sandinistas did build relationships with Cuba and the Soviet Union, this was by no means a full-fledged communist revolution. Many in Nicaragua were frustrated by the slow and sometimes tentative pace of change, a point that bears emphasis primarily because of the way the U.S. government characterized it after the election of Ronald Reagan in 1980. Notably, the Sandinista revolution sought to construct a radically democratic system and, as Catherine Hoyt argued, the Sandinistas ran considerably more democratic institutions than the regimes before or after it. This revolutionary project received the solidarity of indigenous organizations in North America, especially ARM, many of whose members went to Nicaragua to fight alongside the Sandinistas. But Reagan arrived with a mandate to destroy world communism, and his election marked a key turning point in the Cold War. Characterizing the long-suffering masses of Central America as communist hordes and framing the conflict as a textbook case of indirect armed aggression by a communist power through Cuba, the Reagan administration signaled immediately its intent to destroy the revolutionary forces in the isthmus. Money and weapons poured into the armies of the dictatorships in Guatemala and El Salvador, and the United States trained, equipped, and effectively led a force of some 30,000 paramilitary Contra fighters to attack, terrorize, and weaken the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. The results were a catastrophic descent into what many described as hell for people living in all four countries. 310. Body counts, in a book like this, can blur together into an abstraction that barely registers as something real. As such, it is worth highlighting that while the number of lives lost during the wars was incredibly large, hundreds of thousands, what is just as important is the horrific nature of the violence and its pervasive and chilling effect on people's lives. In Nicaragua, the Contras consciously created fear. Unable to win a full-scale war, they instead targeted not just government buildings and critical infrastructure but also schools and hospitals. In El Salvador, the head of the Catholic Church, Archbishop Oscar Romero, was murdered while saying Mass. In Guatemala, the class conflict took on racial dimensions. Given that the country's poor majority was largely indigenous, what ensued was a full-fledged genocide of Guatemala's Maya population. Even by the standards of the 20th century, these were dark times, and the United States was unambiguously pulling the strings. As such, Canada was in a position to distinguish itself. Reagan had few friends in this crusade, and Canada was experiencing a period of heightened nationalism around its creation of a new constitution in 1982. In addition, perhaps more than ever before, Canadian civil society groups were plugged into foreign affairs and taking an active role in trying to shape Canadian policy. External affairs officials complained that activists would tell them, "We had a team down there last week and this is the way it is." Churches, trade unions, NGOs, academics, and activists, including a growing Latin American community in Canada, not only pushed the government to act, they took action themselves. When the Sandinistas defeated Somoza, the dictator escaped with or destroyed much of the country's currency reserves and medical supplies. In response, Canadian activists launched Operation Solidarity, raising $500,000 and delivering 80,000 kilos of badly needed supplies. Prime Minister Joe Clark belatedly offered aircraft to transport the supplies, which far outnumbered any direct assistance the government itself provided. The wars in Central America spanned the governments of Joe Clark, Pierre Trudeau, and Brian Mulroney, but Canada's inconsistent responses to the crisis cannot be reduced to party politics. Rather, they reflect Canadian leaders' attempts to maintain domestic and international legitimacy in a context where their primary ally strategically and ideologically had abandoned the niceties of diplomacy and multilateralism in an effort to decisively win the Cold War and establish a new era in American-led capitalism. Canadian leaders broadly shared these goals. Canada had 311 approved a $66 million loan to Somoza shortly before the revolution but balked at some of the measures Reagan was willing to take in achieving them, especially insofar as they galvanized popular opposition. Thus, in practical terms, Canada offered financial aid to the dictatorships of Guatemala and El Salvador, then reduced it to almost nothing by 1984, then gradually bumped it up again. Ultimately, hundreds of millions of dollars would be made available for the dictatorships, and Canada would endorse their sham elections in 1984 and 1985. Canada would sometimes signal support for the Sandinistas but would inevitably fail to act on it. In one moment, Canada would claim that the guerrillas were simply a Soviet front. In the next, it would join international organizations in insisting on peaceful settlement. In the face of a migratory crisis, Canada spun from callous indifference to, in 1982, a comparatively receptive refugee program that brought in thousands of people and then, in 1987, slammed the door shut again. Registered nonetheless, even at its height, Canada's refugee plan rejected anyone who had been connected to the guerrillas, who were often those in greatest danger, and routinely refused entry to poor campesinos, who would not fit into Canadian society. Degree. Canada rarely expressed open support for the paramilitary Contras, and yet Canadian companies sold them mortars, missiles, rocket launchers and rifle bullets. Part of the explanation for Canada's willingness to moderate its typically straightforward colonial attitude to Latin America was that the level of social chaos generated by the wars made business as usual an impossible task. Canadian companies that had investments in Central America often found it impractical to maintain their operations. The notorious Inco mine in Guatemala, for instance, bailed out in 1980 as falling nickel prices and guerrilla activity around the mine made it a losing venture. In Nicaragua, the Noranda mine was immediately nationalized by the new government, which not only raised the red and black Sandinista flag, but also raised wages by 300% and set up a variety of health and safety regulations to protect the miners who had hitherto been mercilessly exploited. Inco made no effort to salvage its holdings, knowing that to do so would have exposed its brutal labor practices, which included long shifts in shafts that reached temperatures of 60 degrees Celsius. Registered tellingly, Canadian capital mostly chose to wait out the wars on the understanding that the outcome, however long it took, would likely be a Central America ripe for profitable investment. Indeed, as Part 4 of this book illustrates, that is precisely what happened. 312. In 1987, the leaders of the 5 Central American countries initiated peace talks which would ultimately end the conflict. It was not going to be easy. The United States was refusing any kind of negotiation that did not involve the Sandinistas dismantling the socialist state they had built and effectively bringing the terrorist Contras into government. And while all of the Central American governments were weary of the war, even those which had willingly participated, there was still the problem of 12,000 paramilitary Contras whose real boss was Ronald Reagan. In 1987, Canadian External Affairs Minister Joe Clark traveled to Nicaragua, ostensibly to support the peace process, but found himself facing heavy criticism for Canada's refusal to criticize the Contras. The criticism came from Canadian aid workers who called it a typical spineless Canadian approach. Clark even suggested that Canada could help the peace process by allowing some of the Contra fighters to emigrate to Canada. He was quickly reminded that they were violent terrorists who had been carrying out atrocities for nearly a decade and that Canada should have been condemning them, not offering them sanctuary. Registered indeed, there was some irony in Clark's offer, given that Canada was simultaneously making it harder for legitimate refugees to get from Central America to Canada. It was precisely those ironies and inconsistencies that seemed to mark Canada's participation in the crisis. In 1986, Prime Minister Mulroney asserted, "We do not approve of any country supplying arms to any faction in the area," despite the fact that Canada was supplying arms to the Contras. While the government followed the U.S. lead in supporting the dictatorships of Central America, Canadian popular opinion was largely against those dictatorships and the Contra wars in general. Bruce Coburn's popular album Stealing Fire included several songs that explicitly criticized the war. On Nicaragua, he sang, "You're the best of what we are, "Don't let them stop you now, Nicaragua," and on "If I Had a Rocket Launcher," he effectively endorsed revolutionary violence against the Guatemalan puppet dictatorship that was carrying out genocide. The Canadian public, influenced by strong activist networks and cultural figures like Coburn, was on the right side of history, but could not get its government to stand on the same side. Ultimately, Canada adopted an approach that rhetorically highlighted the importance of human rights but materially emphasized bringing the various Central American countries into the capitalist restructuring process that characterized the neoliberal period. That is, Canada pushed 313 structural adjustment policies upon Central American governments that would lead to privatization of public services, limiting of government regulations and openness to foreign capital. Registered in exchange for such policies, Canada would increasingly provide aid and support for the peace process, which only really got underway when the Sandinistas failed to win the 1990 elections in Nicaragua. That electoral loss, hardly surprising given a decade of civil war and violence that it had not been able to withstand, was what the Americans needed to support the demobilization of the Contras. The US had got its wish. Popular socialism had been defeated, drenched in a river of blood that had engulfed the entire isthmus and traumatized millions of people. By 1996, more than 70% of Nicaraguans had been plunged back into poverty, and things were as bad or worse elsewhere. Though overshadowed by the wars in Central America, the Reagan and Bush administrations bookended the Contra Wars with invasions of smaller nearby countries, Grenada in 1983 and Panama in 1989, to which Canada offered no rebuke. In the latter case, Brian Mulroney expressed his regret at the use of violence, which killed 4,000 Panamanians, but ensured Canadians that the US was justified. The Western states also maintained steady support for the Philippine dictatorship of Ferdinand Marcos, which killed tens of thousands, and Pierre Trudeau visited him in Manila in 1983. When the winds shifted against Marcos in 1986, the Western powers allowed the victory of a popular movement to overthrow him. Canada then offered aid to the new government, provided it agreed to the International Monetary Fund's policy recommendations. The new government was perfectly willing to accept these terms. It had opposed Marcos but was largely rooted in the Filipino oligarchy and proceeded to carry out repression against genuinely revolutionary groups in the country, including many that had helped overthrow Marcos. Canada, Cabra Bassa, and apartheid. Canada's entire Cold War history had been marked by discomfort with the waves of decolonization and the wider global rebellion of the 1960s. When civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. asked Prime Minister Diefenbaker to take a stronger stand against South African apartheid in 1957, Diefenbaker dismissed the idea. Canada disapproved of racism. 314. Everywhere, he insisted, so there should be no reason to single out one country. It was a rhetorical turn that Canada would repeat some 50 years later with respect to another conspicuously segregated settler colony in Israel. Canada relations with South Africa had been very close since the Boer War, after which many Canadians stayed in South Africa to help build what would become the basis for apartheid. Canadians helped establish concentration camps and a colonial administration that heavily favored the Boer settler minority. As early as 1906 and as late as 1962, Canada and South Africa were exchanging ideas on the practices of settler colonialism. South African officials were given tours of the reserves and residential schools in which Canada was carrying out a slow genocide that the Boers sought to replicate. A Canadian diplomat in Pretoria, reporting in 1944, denied that non-whites were poorly treated in South Africa, even while he himself described black South Africans as a very low type, who were perfectly dumb and appear to have little brain capacity, but who needed to be kept down lest they create much more trouble in this country than the Negroes do in the United States. During the Second World War, Prime Minister King found himself infatuated with South African Prime Minister Jan Christian Smuts, who fought in the Boer War, signed the peace treaties after both world wars, and was an ardent supporter and architect of racial segregation throughout his career. Smuts had lived a lifetime at the beating heart of a colonial project, and he and King supported a resolution in 1945 to preserve their identity as white groups and the high standard of living they enjoyed. But Smuts also anticipated the wave of communist and anti-colonial sentiment that would be unleashed by World War II, which had by necessity awakened the age of mass politics. With politics let loose among these peoples, he worried, we might have a wave of disorder and wholesale communism. Smuts had articulated precisely the fear that lay at the heart of the Cold War West. Indeed, what is perhaps most striking in Canada's responses to apartheid was the extent to which Canada tried to balance its desire to support the South African government with its awareness that doing so might further discredit Canada and lead to greater support for the communist bloc. One Canadian official worried in 1946 about the discussion of racial issues in South Africa at the UN, wherein the communist bloc might have a field day in the capacity champions and representatives of the oppressed peoples, leaving the Soviet Union as the clear winner. 315. In this round of the important battle, for the loyalties of the colored and colonial peoples. Degree thus, a guiding principle in Canadian policy towards apartheid was to quietly support its ally unless and until it became politically impossible to do so. One such moment came in 1960, after the massacre of more than 200 people at Sharpeville. The outrage this event generated was such that Canada could no longer afford to appear to callously support South Africa. Initially, Diefenbaker had stuck to the usual routine, but by 1961, several factors intervened to persuade him to take a hard line. Public opinion in Canada was largely against South Africa, especially after a Canadian journalist was arrested and deported for his coverage of Sharpeville. Moreover, Diefenbaker's more astute advisers recognized that, in the midst of the decolonization of Africa, it would be wise for Canada to present itself as an ally. This would, in the Diefenbaker administration's calculations, reduce the likelihood of communist forces gaining greater traction in Africa. As such, Canada supported the call for South Africa's expulsion from the Commonwealth. Though hailed as a crowning achievement of Canadian moral fortitude, it was anything but. Diefenbaker only briefly broke ranks with the other white powers in the Commonwealth and did so for strategic reasons, before immediately falling back into a pattern of quiet support for South Africa. In fact, it was the leaders of the other Commonwealth countries that had made it happen, particularly Jawaharlal Nehru and Julius Nyerere, who had effectively promised the other Commonwealth leaders that they would abandon it if South Africa remained. Fearing that an organization it found politically valuable would lose its significance, Canada grudgingly fell in line with the non-white leaders on this one occasion. This was emblematic of Canada's relationship to apartheid, as later events would illustrate, and it reflected the dynamics of the 1960s, while Canada remained committed to its colonial and capitalist foundation. The realities of a powerful socialist bloc and a wave of anti-colonial movements and struggles was forcing Canada to make exceptions, to give ground and to cultivate an image as a trustworthy partner for the decolonizing world. It was not. In those places where the decolonizing forces could not be stopped, Canada often acted to blunt the edge of their rejection of European colonialism in an effort to prevent them from shifting to the communist bloc, either in geostrategic relations with the Soviet Union. 316. Or in terms of local economic policy or both. Canada worked to generate alliances and agreements with the former French colonies in Africa in an effort to build a francophone alliance to stem the growing radicalism of Pan-African leaders like Kwame Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere. Seeking to mitigate the loss of the British colony of Tanzania in 1961, Canada offered military aid and training after consulting with British officials who were fearful that the country would join the socialist camp. Canada exaggerated the threat posed by Nyerere, describing a real danger a communist country being given this golden opportunity to increase very substantially its influence in East Africa. Still, Canada set up the military agreement with Nyerere and used its close positioning to the Tanzanian government to spy on Frelimo, the socialist independence movement fighting from Tanzania to liberate Mozambique. Nyerere grew weary and suspicious of the Canadian presence and kicked them out in 1969, This was no doubt influenced by Canada's training of the Ghanaian military to overthrow Kwame Nkrumah only a few years prior. It was Nyerire's government that eventually brought an end to the tyranny of another Canadian ally, Uganda's Idi Amin. Amin seized power in a British-orchestrated coup in 1971, overthrowing elected, left-leaning President Milton Obote, and Canadian officials praised the move that promises to be an improvement over the former government favoured by the Communists. Amin's regime killed as many as 500,000 of his opponents and, in 1973, Canadian officials met with Amin just months after he was widely criticised for having expelled tens of thousands of South Asians from the country. Rather than use the opportunity to criticise the dictator, Ottawa was reassured that Bata Shoes had a new partnership with the government and Falconbridge was satisfied with the treatment of its Killam Bay copper mines. By 1977, Canada had even established a new High Commission in Amin's Uganda, but the dictator was erratic and began drifting into alliance with the Soviet Union, despite his utter lack of left-wing politics, thus losing favour in the West. He was overthrown in 1979 by Nyerire's Tanzanian military and democracy was briefly restored in Uganda. Even after much of the colonized world had successfully achieved its independence, albeit often under neo-colonial conditions, the fascist dictatorship in Portugal under Antonio Salazar refused to relinquish its grip on Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau and other colonies in Africa. Salazar, like Franco in Spain, had 317 been allowed to remain neutral during the Second World War despite the obviously fascistic nature of his rule. An admirer of Mussolini, Salazar was repressive in Portugal itself, and even more brutal in the colonies. In just one example from 1960, some 500 unarmed protesters were massacred by Portuguese authorities at Mueda. Registered the widespread violence of the colonial regime prompted ever more determined resistance, and, as momentum towards decolonization grew, Salazar and Caetano worked closely with the apartheid state in South Africa to maintain the Portuguese position, such that between 1960 and 1973, well over 50,000 Africans, maybe as many as 100,000, were killed in the colonies. As early as 1966, the United Nations was condemning Portuguese colonialism and voting for economic sanctions. Canada consistently voted against these resolutions, in part because Canada was purchasing products like oil, kept cheap by Portugal's aggressively low labour standards. Instead of criticizing Portugal, Canada harped on the need for nonviolence from the Africans, whose liberty was being prevented by violence. For its consistent support of Portuguese colonialism and for its selling and even donating weapons to Portugal for use against Africans, Canada was directly condemned in 1973 in the official publication of Frelimo, the independence movement in Mozambique. Canada's most noteworthy involvement in the Portuguese colonial project was around the controversial Cabra Bassa Dam in Mozambique, a project designed to disrupt the advance of the Frelimo rebels and deepen relations with southern Rhodesia, a white settler state similar in nature to apartheid South Africa. Several Canadian companies won contracts associated with the dam, most notably Alcan, which provided aluminum rods for the massive project. This was undertaken in spite of a UN resolution condemning Cabra Bassa and after several other potential suppliers had refused to participate in what would constitute a breaking of economic sanctions against Rhodesia. Trademark Cabra Bassa was not just a hydroelectric dam, it was the centerpiece of a major colonial operation which was designed to create a new settler enclave for Portuguese workers and paramilitaries in northern Mozambique. Among the plans for Cabra Bassa's development were military infrastructure such that it could be used as a base of counterinsurgency warfare against Frelimo. In 1968, Portugal had begun clearing the region of its indigenous inhabitants. To make space for the wave of Portuguese settlement, hundreds were killed, thousands fled to 318 refugee camps across the Zambian border, and thousands more were placed in concentration camps. The parallels to Canada's clearing of the plains are striking, and it must be emphasized that the plan was undertaken with an eye to regional politics. South Africa and southern Rhodesia were intimately involved in the project, economically, politically and militarily. In Cabra Bassa, the white settlers of southern Africa saw all of their interests aligned. Indeed, in many respects, the period from the early 1970s to the early 1990s constituted a single, regional war in southern Africa between two groupings of forces. One was predominantly left in orientation and joined by Cuba, and the Soviet Union was fighting for indigenous African freedom. The other was made up of the mainstays of colonial reaction, which included the Portuguese and the governments of South Africa and Southern Rhodesia along with their Western colonial sponsors. Furthermore, while the conflict was often framed as being solely about freedom from colonial rule or opposition to the specific racial dynamic of apartheid in South Africa, the reality was that this was a struggle over the future class character of Southern Africa. At the center of the resistance, from Mozambique to Namibia to Soweto, was a commitment to building a better, fairer, safer world. In short, the resistance was predominantly rooted in the principles of the left. The tipping point into all-out war was when the Portuguese dictatorship collapsed after its soldiers refused to keep fighting in Africa in 1974. With Portugal removed from the picture, it was the beginning of the end of traditional, direct colonial rule, but other forms of colonial and neocolonial domination remained. Those fighting for African independence were increasingly labeled terrorists, especially by the apartheid regime in South Africa, just one signal of the coming shift in the language applied to the enemies of Western capitalism and colonialism. When Angola declared its independence, it was almost immediately invaded by South Africa, but the Angolan revolutionaries found they had friends. Thousands of troops arrived from Cuba to support the popular movement for freedom in Angola, to which Canada reacted with horror. Given Canada's interest in maintaining a colonized Africa under the firm control of European power and capital, the presence of Cuban troops. 319. In Angola probably did generate horror for the Canadian establishment. The presence of Cuba's forces, indeed, made a significant difference in the regional civil war between the forces of liberation and reaction in southern Africa. The apartheid state of South Africa had long shared a special relationship with Canada, but the systematized, legalized racial segregation of all aspects of South African life had become a dinosaur in the 1980s. This is not to say that extreme colonial racism and marginalization, usually anchored in limited economic opportunity, was not a common element of the capitalist world. It most certainly was. But after the cascading swells of the Holocaust, the broadening communist challenge, global rebellion and decolonization, the civil rights movement and the Vietnam War, openly avowing to a formally racist system of government was not a good look for South Africa and its allies. Other settler colonies, like Canada and Australia, had long ago learned to frame their colonial projects as benign and marginalization as a thing of the past, even if this was not the case. Even Israel, which was rapidly developing a similar model, was careful about openly asserting its supposed racial superiority. As such, South Africa became an increasingly difficult ally for the West, especially as the wars in southern Africa were exposing the barbarity of apartheid to a wider audience, generating a backlash in popular culture that could not but increase the pressure on Western governments to back down from decades of support for the racist regime. When Canadians reflect on these events, they are often encouraged to take pride in the strong stand that their governments took in opposition to apartheid. Images of Brian Mulroney and Nelson Mandela in 1994 immortalized what appeared to be a heroic stand that the Canadian Prime Minister had taken. But, as Linda Freeman documents, the mythology that claims for Canada both a lead role in the fall of apartheid and motives driven by moral obligation is little more than hagiography obscuring a much more self-interested legacy. The complicated end of apartheid. Prior to the Second World War, Canada barely gave a thought to South Africa's racial segregation. Over a roughly similar timeline to Canada, South Africa had been granted its independence from Britain and had maintained a white supremacist state which targeted not only the 320 indigenous black population but also a large number of Indians. In the late 1940s, the issue became more difficult as the newly independent Indian state was insisting on better treatment of the Indian minority there. At the same time, In 1948, South Africa's far-right National Party, which had supported the Nazis, won the elections and created the formalized policy apparatus known as apartheid, an Afrikaans word meaning separate development. The Diefenbaker government largely avoided criticizing apartheid and even sold weapons to the regime, convinced that it was a valuable anti-communist ally. Pearson, for his part, helped ensure the survival of the white dictatorship in Rhodesia, which would be a key ally for South Africa in the critical decades of the 1970s and 1980s. The regime in Rhodesia had emerged in 1965 from the British colony called Southern Rhodesia, when the white settlers declared independence from Britain in order to avoid demands for more political representation for black people. The UN placed trade sanctions on Rhodesia, but they were widely violated by its primary trading partners in South Africa and the Portuguese colonies and even by businesses based in the West. Well into the 1970s, the Canadian company Falconbridge was still operating the Blanket Mine, which was described by a journalist writing for the Montreal Gazette as a slave labor mine and a disgusting example of a Canadian company exploiting black workers. Canada did nothing to stop Falconbridge, claiming no knowledge of ties between the company and the mine. The Pierre Trudeau government blustered its abhorrence at the racist systems in Rhodesia and South Africa but stubbornly refused to effect any meaningful interventions. In fact, even after South African police killed hundreds of students in Soweto in 1976, Trudeau insisted that Canada not interfere in trade or investment. Indeed, many U.S. companies invested in South Africa through Canadian subsidiaries because it was easier. Meanwhile, Trudeau sent RCMP officers to liaise and assist the apartheid government police, and he assisted the government in developing the capacity to produce nuclear weapons. The Trudeau government saw South Africa as a key piece in the regional struggle against communism. Arms dealers had no problem selling to South Africa and Western governments did little to stop them. By contrast, the liberation movements fighting against apartheid and for freedom in Namibia, Rhodesia, and the Portuguese colonies were denied access. 321. To any support because of their violent methods. Naro maintained close links with the South African military and shared intelligence and strategy. South Africa purchased a supergun howitzer from Canadian Gerald Bull Space Research Corporation, which it used in its invasion of Angola and Namibia. Degree in effect, South Africa was a Cold War ally in a significant regional conflict, and the apartheid system itself was little more than a PR nuisance which the West was willing to work around. Southern Africa was in the throes of serious class struggle, it was either apartheid or a socialist revolution. This was placed in sharp relief by Cuba's decision to send thousands of troops to fight alongside Angolan socialists to defend the country's independence after the invasion by South Africa. Cuba's intervention prompted a sudden break in Canadian-Cuban relations, as Washington and Ottawa decried Cuba's actions as Soviet puppetry that would be a harm to peace. The former claim was known to be false. The Soviet Union had no knowledge of Cuba's plans and the move was motivated by nothing more than solidarity with Angolan resistance to the vile South African regime, and the latter claim was patently absurd, as Pretoria's troops were tearing through Angola towards Luanda at that very moment. Through the Trudeau governments and into the Mulroney era, there was a solid core of support in Canada for apartheid. Canadian business mogul Conrad Black believed the white South Africans should be commended for having the collective pride and motivation to defend themselves. They did so with a $1 billion credit from the IMF in 1982. Canada's vote was decisive in getting the loan approved. Indeed, pro-apartheid lobby groups and business associations like the Western Canadian Society of South Africa and the Canadian South African Society were buttressed by right-wing journalists like Peter Worthington and even the husband of Canada's Governor-General, Jean Sauve. Activist networks opposed to apartheid in Canada met stony silence from politicians and most media outlets, and business as usual was barely interrupted. So how did Canada construct the mythology that it had been the savior of black South Africa? The catalyst for this narrative was the Brian Mulroney government's adoption of serious economic sanctions in 1986, a somewhat stunning turn of events that reflected both Mulroney's awareness that the tides were shifting and also concern that if the West did not take charge of the transition from apartheid the result would be 322. Communism. Indeed, a transformative moment in Mulroney's approach to South Africa was a speech by former Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser warning that if the conflict were allowed to escalate, the government that emerged from all of this would be extremely radical, probably Marxist, and would nationalize all Western business interests. It was the stuff of Mulroney's nightmares. Suddenly, circumstances conspired to make a harder line on South Africa palatable and even expedient. Black South Africans were in revolt, Rhodesia had fallen, the Namibian resistance was growing, and the days of apartheid were clearly numbered. As such, Mulroney was presented with an opening to take a moral stand that he would congratulate himself on for the rest of his career, even though in practical terms it fizzled out within a couple of years. Moreover, he was compelled to action by the growing wellspring of popular organizing in Canada in the churches, NGOs, trade unions, and communist parties parallel and sometimes connected to that around the Central American crisis. Still, for all of Mulroney's talk, Canadian sanctions were among the weakest, weaker even than those of the US, and trade during the 7 years of sanctions still totaled $1.6 billion. When Mulroney met with Oliver Tambo of Nelson Mandela's African National Congress Party in 1987, he delivered a lesson on the ills of communism and terrorism, concerned as he was by the ANC's left politics and ties to the Soviet Union. That same year, South Africa's ambassador to Canada traveled the country trying to rekindle support for the apartheid government, claiming that apartheid itself was already being reformed and that continuing with hard sanctions would only weaken the forces trying to preserve capitalism and freedom from the communist ANC. In addition to the anti-communist angle, he played up racial ideas that he knew existed in Canada as in South Africa, emphasizing the chaos and violence of allowing blacks to govern, reinforcing the idea that non-whites are violent by nature and require white rule to contain their inherent aggression. He also generated minor public embarrassment for Canada by touring the Peguas First Nation Reserve, effectively illustrating the hypocrisy of Canada's moral stand on apartheid. It was a canny maneuver that helped to blunt Mulroney's offensive, though most Indigenous people in Canada rejected the support of the equally vile apartheid regime, and indeed the more radical Indigenous groups that came out of the Red Power movement were deeply linked to the struggle against apartheid. 323. By the end of that year, Mulroney's opposition to apartheid had been reduced to little more than rhetoric. Linda Freeman concludes that Mulroney's government had its moments, it also had its weaknesses, compromises, and ambiguities. Compromise might be valuable in some circumstances, but this was one of the most ruthless white supremacist governments on the planet. If ever there was a time for certainty and decisiveness, apartheid South Africa fit the bill. Ultimately, the apartheid regime was brought down, and Canada did, briefly, play a role in that. Credit for this needs to be given where it is due. Persistent and principled critique of Canada's support for apartheid by significant civil society mobilization within Canada which pressured politicians to act, which was itself spurred by the broader international groundswell of opposition to apartheid. That campaign would not have been possible without the long, painful battle waged by the masses of people in South Africa, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and across all of southern Africa over several decades, to say nothing of the intervention by Cuban forces. While Brian Mulroney briefly stepped onto the right side of history when it was political expedient to do so, the defeat of apartheid was a victory won by the people. And it was not the end. In the last years of apartheid, the regime took advantage of the support it continued to receive from Western governments to lay the groundwork for a post-apartheid South Africa that would remain capitalist and deeply if informally unequal. Trademark this was a dynamic reflected across much of southern Africa. Already, by 1992, Canada was investing in mining in Namibia, cashing in on the weakness and dislocation of a country that had only just shaken off the yoke of South African invasion. Meanwhile, Canada, after having labeled the ANC a terrorist organization for years, began to work with the party in 1984 in the hopes that it could strengthen the hand of black moderates, as Joe Clark asserted. Canada would thus play a role in shaping the conditions for neoliberalism in the 1990s. Degree indeed, as Chris Webb notes, one complicated legacy of the anti-apartheid struggle was that in order to earn the legitimacy needed to generate support from Western governments, the ANC had to distance itself somewhat from the anti-capitalist politics that had made it such a compelling force in the first place. John Saul, a longtime activist in solidarity with the struggle against apartheid, pointedly asked whether the efforts to make the ANC safe for a government like Mulroney's 324 had the effect of weakening its position vis-a-vis capital, such that post-apartheid South Africa was vulnerable to the neoliberal onslaught that kept many black South Africans poor and marginalized. As Saul wrote in 2011, the goal of the West was to safeguard capital's long-run stake in a new South Africa and to water down the liberation impulse within the ANC at the expense of the hopes and aspirations of the vast mass of people. Canada, Saul concluded, had been a junior but active partner in this project. In fact, the sacrifices and difficulties presented by the struggle against white rule in Southern Africa, Portuguese, British and Boer, were such that many of the post-apartheid states were unable to maintain the revolutionary left politics they initially asserted. Mozambique, once a center of African socialist politics, was devastated by the wars and, in desperate need of capital for reconstruction and development, was sucked into the 1MF World Bank nexus. Similar problems afflicted Tanzania, Angola, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and other African states where socialism was, at some point in the late 20th century, a popular and viable option. Thus, while the defeat of apartheid itself was undeniably positive, the post-apartheid experience was not unfavorable to the ruling classes and fit into the emerging dynamics of the post-Cold War era. Explicit segregation and institutionalized racism had been eliminated, but capitalism and the indirect segregation and racism that it brought was maintained and even strengthened in the aftermath of apartheid. The defeat of the Soviet Union. The Cold War ended, to the surprise of many, with a whimper. In spite of all those missiles and the many decades of claims that the Soviets would launch a surprise attack, such an attack never happened. Instead, a series of reforms began to take shape in the mid-1980s under Mikhail Gorbachev, which effectively unraveled the decaying state. Gorbachev did not originally intend to end the Soviet Union. In fact, he was attempting to apply calculated reforms to resolve problems of slowed growth and an entrenched bureaucracy. But his efforts to modernize the socialist economy were met with skepticism from many officials, who saw a potential threat to their own relatively comfortable positions. Gorbachev responded by trying to mobilize popular support for his reforms, the glasnost policies of wider political freedom, combined with minor market reforms known 325 as perestroika, were designed to give Gorbachev the backing he needed to overcome those factions of the bureaucracy that were resisting change. This delicate plan backfired. Ambitious members of the bureaucracy who could see the system overheating used the new space afforded to them by glasnost to press their advantage, and Gorbachev found himself on the defensive. Unable to manage the forces he had unleashed, Gorbachev spiraled between trying to push wider reform and trying to contain those reforms. In 1989, he could no longer resist pressure from the Eastern European republics for a break from Soviet leadership, and in 1991 the USSR itself fell apart. Boris Yeltsin, head of the new Russian Federation, usurped what was left of Soviet authority and initiated a process that would culminate in shock therapy, a traumatic and chaotic dismantling of the apparatus of public institutions and Soviet infrastructure, to be replaced by market capitalism. Shock therapy, the brainchild of a group of Western economists, most notably Harvard University's Jeffrey Sachs, utterly pulverized the material well-being of millions of people in the former Soviet bloc and had significant consequences for the post-Soviet world. Up to 70% of Soviet state assets had been privatized by 1994, creating 40 new billionaires and leaving some 60 million people in poverty. Gorbachev himself was featured in a 1997 Russian television ad for Pizza Hut, which explicitly tried to frame the transition to capitalism as a victory for freedom and ended with customers hailing Gorbachev with raised pizzas. The internal pressures that had built up in the Soviet Union were compounded by similar pressures in Eastern Europe, which had led to increasing episodes of rebellion against Soviet authority. Most famously, these occurred in Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968, the latter, dubbed the Prague Spring, had taken place concurrent to the massive upheavals in the capitalist world. Its repression by Soviet tanks represented a crushing disappointment not just for Czech leftists, who wanted to pursue an independent socialist project, but for people of the international left, to whom it was now utterly clear that the USSR could not be relied upon as a genuine source of support for the kind of world revolution most wanted to see registered. Though discontent was kept in check by Soviet coercion, it continued to simmer and exploded again in Poland in the 1980s, as the Soviet Union itself struggled to maintain a functional state apparatus in the late 1980s, it lost its capacity to manage the affairs of its satellite states. Beginning with the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. 326. The republics of Eastern Europe each seceded from the Soviet bloc and were quickly co-opted by the Western powers eager to feast upon the vast new economies opened up to capital. Indeed, the collapse of the USSR was as much caused by internal Soviet contradictions as it was by the aggressive posture of the United States and its allies in the 1980s. The Western ruling classes were on the offensive, crushing workers' rights in their own countries, slashing taxes for the rich and enshrining radically favorable terms for capital into free trade agreements with poor countries under their control. As they imposed austerity and more intense exploitation on the working classes within their own camp, they ratcheted up both the rhetoric and the practice of the Cold War, dragging the Soviets into a new and expensive arms race while continuing to fund and foment conflicts that would drain Soviet resources. The most notable among these was in Afghanistan, but the conflicts in Central America and Southern Africa were also significant, as were the many theaters around the world where the USSR was funding resistance movements to oppressive right-wing governments with Western backing. For the Soviet Union, the cost of maintaining its military rivalry with the US and keeping up its commitment to support socialist revolutions abroad was directly impeding its ability to improve the economy. Caught in the nexus of these contradictions, it appeared in retrospect that the fall of the Soviet Union was inevitable, though it came as a great shock to many in both camps at the time. The fall of the Soviet Union was greeted by the ruling classes in Canada with much enthusiasm. An enemy they had sought to vanquish from its inception in 1917 had finally fallen. In the early 1980s, Joe Clark's government had effectively suspended relations with the USSR while demanding its immediate withdrawal from Afghanistan, where the Soviets were fighting against the US-backed Islamists known as the Mujahideen, or Holy Warriors, which famously included Osama bin Laden. Indeed, the US spent some $10 billion to maintain the Mujahideen militants and draw the Soviets into an unwinnable war, which would drain Soviet resources and morale. It was successful in that aim, and Canada helped to keep up that pressure, as Chapter 11 details. The cost, of course, was millions of Soviet and Afghan lives, the destruction of Afghan political institutions and physical infrastructure, the establishment of highly armed right-wing Islamic paramilitaries, who would fight over the scraps of Afghanistan for another decade while violently imposing sharp restrictions on Afghan 327 society, and ultimately the creation of a safe haven for the plotters of the attacks of September 11, 2001, which would initiate the disastrous era of the War on Terror. The collateral damage of defeating the evil empire was incalculable. After a brief and inconsequential period of détente by the Trudeau government, which left Soviet officials absolutely baffled, the Mulroney government quickly reasserted Canada's tough line on the Soviet Union. In 1987, Mulroney claimed that Gorbachev's USSR had violated virtually all of the principles guiding relations between states in Afghanistan, a statement laden with irony given Canada's support for the US intervention there and, of course, Canada's own intervention little over a decade later. But as the Soviet Union rapidly unraveled in 1989, Canada smelled blood and shifted its position to one of support for Gorbachev, now dubbed a genuine reformer. As Gorbachev trod the road to capitalism, Canada opened its arms and its wallet, seeking opportunities for profitable investment in the market it had wanted to access in 1917. As the Canadian state locked in agreements for the protection of private capital, Canadian business pledged nearly $1 billion in investment. The opening of a joint Soviet-Canadian McDonald's restaurant in Moscow's Pushkin Square in 1990 was as clear a sign as any that capitalism had arrived. Canada simultaneously offered massive assistance programs to the countries of Eastern Europe in order to establish the architecture necessary to facilitate an investment boom. The Canadian government was particularly assertive in quickly recognizing the independence of the former Soviet republics, most notably Ukraine. Canada had cultivated a relationship with far-right Ukrainian nationalists, including former Nazi collaborators admitted to Canada after the war, and this immigrant community exercised some influence over Canadian policy in a dynamic not unlike the effect of the Miami Cubans in the United States. In 1991, Canada broke from its allies to be the first Western power to recognize Ukrainian independence and offer it new credits. As Chapter 12 documents, Canada emerged as one of the chief supporters of the Ukrainian far-right in its ongoing rivalry with Russia. The collapse of the Soviet Union heralded a triumphant reaction in the West, which claimed a moral, as well as political and economic victory, which seemed to retroactively justify every terrible deed that had been done in the past 8 decades to that end. Capitalism, it was declared, was the end of history, the highest point in human civilization. This 328. System 1, the argument went, because it was rational, it was right, it was civilized. Henceforth, everyone would get to share in the great prosperity that it showered upon its constituents, provided they worked hard and were deserving of those rewards. That this claim was largely a myth, that capitalism was, in fact, growing dramatically more unequal, that it had required horrific violence to sustain its Cold War position, and that its alarming environmental consequences were beginning to appear, was hardly going to spoil the celebration. Enmity between Canada and the Soviet Union had seen only brief intermissions in the 20th century, and, for the most part, Canada did whatever it could to contribute to the ultimate collapse of Soviet communism. Though constantly presented as a humanitarian concern, such nonsense hardly cut muster even at the time. Canada's goals were entirely rooted in the ideological rivalry that engulfed both sides, and the very real sense that victory by one could only be achieved by defeat of the other. Nevertheless, the Soviet threat to Canada was consistently used in fear-mongering anti-communist propaganda across an endless number of books, magazines, journals, and pamphlets. Ironically, one of the motifs of Canadian anti-communist propaganda was its denunciation of communist propaganda. In 1954, one Canadian official excoriated the Soviet Union for the psychological manipulation of circulating newspapers. If somebody reads a paper for a considerable length of time, explained the official, he will absorb at least something of the offered propaganda. This, of course, is precisely how all politically oriented publications operate, not the least of which were those in Canada, which ranged from the prominent daily newspapers to the anti-communist alert pamphlets circulated by right-wing citizens groups. Soviet nostalgia and the making of Vladimir Putin. Sifting through the back-and-forth accusations of overzealous ideologues for several decades is an overwhelming process that can leave one distanced from any sense of truth. Indeed, decades since the end of the Cold War, the fog has not really lifted. Given the outcome, the story told by the West largely passed into accepted wisdom, despite its often being out of step with reality. Nevertheless, the real and unavoidable failures and shortcomings of the Soviet Union pose a challenge for anyone seeking an honest reckoning with this history. To draw up a sincere balance sheet that 329 measures the positives and negatives brought to people's lives within and beyond the borders of the USSR itself is a difficult task, especially in the Anglo-American world that has been so saturated with anti-Soviet propaganda. By contrast, researchers from elsewhere had no problem delineating both the successes and failures of the USSR. In Re-emerging Russia, Indian scholars Anuradha M. Chenoy and Rajan Kumar offer a thoughtful overview of the experience, noting not just the creation of an advanced industrial economy, universal literacy, defeat of Nazi Germany, secure jobs and housing for all and achievements in science and technology, but also that it created an ideational structure which countered the hegemony of Western liberalism and capitalist economy with a socialist philosophy. Registered the very existence of the Soviet Union provided an inspiration for a better world for the poor and marginalized, and the USSR often gave material support to those struggles. Still, while it dramatically improved the lives of millions of people around the world, it also failed to live up to many of its promises. It closed off the democratic channels that might have strengthened its cause, it developed what Chenoy and Kumar called a dictatorship of the clique, and it adhered too long to policies which undermined its goals with sometimes disastrous results, as in cases like the famine in Ukraine ultimately establishing a structure that could not survive the reforms it needed by the 1980s. Still, for all its faults, there is no pride to be taken in Canada's contribution to destroying this flawed attempt to build a better society. Canada by no means offered a better alternative for the masses. Indeed, the post-Soviet experience in Russia and Eastern Europe was a nightmare, so much so that opinion polls showed a majority of people every year save 2012 when it dropped to 49% pining for a return to the days of the USSR and centrally planned economies, with the attendant security of guaranteed housing, education, transportation, wages, public services, pensions and so on. In post-Soviet Russia, the collapse of the ruble wiped out people's savings and led farmers to hoard food, exacerbating hunger in the cities. Pensions dried up, hospitals shut down, and property was snapped up by the rich, creating a new class of billionaires while poverty afflicted as much as 50% of the population in the late 1990s. Canadian capital played a role in the dismantling of Soviet infrastructure, licking its lips in the early 1990s about the prospect of conquering 330 Europe and accessing the post-Soviet market. A triumphant victory, indeed, as Western capital preyed upon the vulnerability of millions of people suddenly bereft of the economic security they had possessed for their entire lives, while denigrating them for lack of work incentives and bad habits. Indeed, one Canadian business writer unintentionally exposed the core of Canada's attitude when he complained that, in post-Soviet economies, it was difficult to get local managers to think in terms of profits and market measures of performance, rather than simply quantity of output or planned measures of performance. Put differently, it was hard to shift people away from thinking about how to provide the best service, to instead focus on how to make the most profit. I find myself entirely unconvinced that the latter is a more rational way to think. For working people, the defeat of the Soviet Union was disastrous. The outcome of privatizations, as Chenoy and Kumar explain, was catastrophic for the economy and the people except for a few oligarchs who amassed wealth by stripping the state assets. Among those oligarchs was Vladimir Putin, who would emerge in the early 2000s as a new capitalist dictator in Russia, who consolidated a kind of state capitalist economy, wherein key resources like oil and gas were renationalized but the core of the economy remained capitalist and exploitative. The emergence of Putin as an outspoken critic of the United States, and the assertion of Russia as part of a rival imperialist bloc, restored some sense of dignity to Russians, who felt shamed by Western chauvinism and triumphalism after the Cold War. But Putin's rule did not improve the lives of most Russians. Indeed, Putin is part of the legacy of the West's victory in the Cold War, since his rise to power was made possible by precisely the conditions the West imposed in the 1990s. By the 2010s, Putin's role in that rival bloc of capital would be a significant mitigating factor in the West's ability to impose its will in the war on terror, most notably in Syria, and Canada would find itself provoking further conflict with Putin along the Russian-Ukrainian border. But Putin was ideologically on the right. In 2017, the Russian state ignored the 100th anniversary of the October Revolution and created a National Unity Day in its place. Degree assessing how and why the USSR crumbled is a task beyond the scope of this book, but it is worth considering given Canada's role in its defeat whether the Soviet experiment might have yielded more impressive results if it had not been under attack from its very inception. It is impossible to 331. Say, since Soviet leaders were preoccupied with the fact that the West was trying to destroy it. The constant preoccupation with defense caused the USSR to divert resources away from valuable public services in order to project military power. Canada had participated in the project to create nuclear weapons, a feat the West accomplished and used to horrific effect in an effort to intimidate the Soviet Union. Acquiring its own nuclear deterrent was a reasonable measure for the Soviet Union to take, in that context, even though the arms race would place serious strain on its economic capacities. But it was not just bombs and missiles. Canada played a key role in the development of biological weapons viruses that could be deployed to infect civilian populations which were, in fact, used in the Korean War. The constant escalation into more and different forms of weaponry was designed to threaten the Soviet Union and force it to respond in kind. What triumphalism is due, then, to the Western powers for their victory in the Cold War is reserved for the rich. For all its flaws, the Soviet Union was a project designed to improve the quality of life for people who had otherwise been crushed in the capitalist machine. It succeeded in that aim, albeit with significant drawbacks and flaws, and the lessons learned from the Soviet experiment were applied elsewhere in the world, as left movements adapted and matured in their understanding of how to build emancipatory political and economic systems. These later movements often rightly criticized the Soviet Union for its failures, as when Fidel Castro denounced the 1968 Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. But the Soviet Union was part of a political lineage that inspired liberation struggles around the world, which fought to overthrow both colonial occupiers and capitalist robber barons and which made possible movements that dramatically improved the lives of millions of people. The fall of apartheid depended on victory in Angola, which depended on intervention from Cuba, which survived thanks to support from the Soviet Union. Indeed, even when Soviet interest in supporting liberation movements was lackluster, as it was in southern Africa, its relatively minor material support still made a major impact. One does not need to ignore the flaws and failures that took place in the more than 70 years of Soviet history to acknowledge that it opened a window to the possibility of a better world. Among the spate of books written to commemorate the centenary of the 1917 revolutions, China meevily called the October Revolution far-reaching, contested, ultimately 332. Tragic, and ultimately inspiring? While Samir Emin asserted that humanity owed an enormous debt to the Soviet Union for defeating the Nazis, building a model of a plurinational state that raised the station of the most destitute and for supporting liberation movements in Asia and Africa which forced the imperialist powers to retreat and to accept a polycentric globalization that was less unequal and more respectful of the sovereignty of nations and their cultures. Amin added, however, that its mistakes and weaknesses led to its defeat and the brutal restoration of capitalism. While Amin and meevily differ significantly in their final assessment of the Russian Revolution. They share an awareness that careful scholarship of the Soviet Union must navigate a difficult contradiction between its monumental achievements and its devastating failures in seeking to understand an event that remains central to the story of the modern world. Canada stood opposed to that possibility of a better world, from start to finish, from an invasion in 1918 designed to cash in on the Russian market to the efforts to storm the fortress as it collapsed in 1994. What has come since the West's victory in the Cold War has been a consistent and unmistakable descent into global catastrophe. If the way of the West was better, the elimination of its chief competitor should have meant that the good life would finally arrive. Instead, a world dominated by the United States and its allies has produced a compounding cycle of human tragedy that has culminated in a global environmental crisis, wealth inequality on an unprecedented scale and a rise of fascism that heralds an even darker future on the horizon. It is this crisis, and Canada's role in generating it, that the final section of this book documents. Part 4. The New Canadian Imperialism. 343. We just said fuck this, and we gave them everything we got. You felt bad because you knew you killed people. I don't know the numbers. CPL. David Margolin, describing Canadian soldiers ignoring the UN rules of engagement in the former Yugoslavia, 2002. No single image better captured the construction of Canada's place in the world in the late 20th century than that of a middle-aged white man, dressed in military fatigues, wearing a blue peacekeeper's helmet, generously offering a teddy bear to a child in a poor, predominantly non-white country. This picture, of which many variations existed and could be pulled up with a quick internet search, contains so much of what mainstream Canada aspired and imagined itself to be. On the surface, it suggested a commitment to peace and international security, a willingness to invest in supporting the most vulnerable people even in the most difficult circumstances, and an ideal of generosity and kindness. Nevertheless, on careful inspection, it contained a variety of colonial reassurances. A white patriarch was rescuing and protecting non-white people, an image straight from the pages of Kipling's White Man's Burden. The crisis in which the peacekeeper was intervening was invariably in a poor country many miles away, where, presumably, they had not quite figured out how to run a modern nation-state. And while the gun on our peacekeeper's hip reminded us that he was willing to use violence if necessary, the blue helmet promised us that our man was the good guy, and we need not worry ourselves with the complicated details of the conflict he was now participating in. As such, the broad appeal that this kind of image generated in Canada. 344. Revealed much about the settler Canadian psyche. While some of the ideals of peacekeeping appeared progressive, the actual historical experience of Canadian peacekeeping typically represented a continuity with many of the dynamics described in the opening chapters on Canadian colonialism. Furthermore, the peacekeeping ideal was rooted in the idea that Canada needed to assist weaker, poorer, lesser peoples. Peacekeeping missions were not driven by an ideology of solidarity, peer-to-peer partnership, but rather with an overwhelming, pervasive air of paternalism. Thus, when Canadians arrived in Africa on peacekeeping missions, they came to save Africans, who could not save themselves. This stands in sharp contrast, for instance, to when Cubans traveled to Angola to stand beside Angolans in their national liberation struggle. The peacekeeping era was to crest in the 1990s, as the West sought to reconfigure and assert its place in the post-Cold War world. The disappearance of the Soviet Union and the communist governments of Eastern Europe loosely coincided with the shift of the Chinese Communist Party into a state capitalist dictatorship that was communist in name only, and the defeat of left forces in Central America marked the end of the revolutionary energy of the 1960s. Thus, where the 1980s began with the world still divided into two ideologically opposed camps, the 1990s would see the consolidation of one world, policed by the United States and its allies on behalf of capitalism and its many attendant hierarchies. But justifying this new role posed a challenge. There was no longer the evil empire to use as an excuse for global militarism. This lack of an overarching force to struggle against meant that the 1990s saw a brief resurgence in the idea of peacekeeping. The Canadian ruling class understood itself to have helped win the Cold War and was excited to cash in on its spoils, but it also knew that it had a role to play in helping the United States police and maintain the now almost entirely capitalist world. Canada's most significant contribution to this project was its catastrophic failures in the realm of peacekeeping, wherein Canadian soldiers were revealed to be torturing teenagers in Somalia, abetting genocide in Rwanda, and saying fuck this to the rules of engagement in Yugoslavia. This chapter explores these cases, especially the widely misunderstood crisis in Rwanda. By the end of the 1990s, much of the shine of peacekeeping had worn off, and the terrorist attacks of September 2001 altered the global landscape such that Canada could refashion itself as a warrior nation as part of the U.S. war on terror. Canadians had found a new 345 Enemy labeled detestable murderers and scumbags by one military general, and the early 21st century would be dominated by that new struggle *, but the colonial imagination that Canadian soldiers took into the War on Terror was deeply rooted and manifested dramatically in those failed peacekeeping operations of the 1990s. It was also evident in the first major post-Cold War conflict, the 1991 assault on one of the few secular states in the Middle East. The patterns of the 21st century unilateral military action, demonization of Arab and Muslim enemies, aggressive warfare to serve a capitalist agenda were set by the West's decision to turn against an old ally in Iraq. War in the Gulf. The 1991 Persian Gulf War was emblazoned into my head as a child. Live television coverage of the war was new and sensational. The grave and serious tones with which it was discussed signaled to me that something important was happening and captured my young imagination. Each day I would go to school and write, in my diary, an update on the previous day's events in the Gulf, drawing the War in the Gulf logo that CNN had created for its coverage. That I swallowed entirely the narrative of who was good and who was bad likely goes without saying. I was a 9-year-old white kid in Winnipeg, but it still stands as a testament to the power of propaganda that I built snow forts heavily stocked with snowballs in order to play out scenarios where the Iraqis would attack my now impregnable front yard. Though I knew nothing whatsoever about Iraq or its people, I knew that Saddam was the bad guy, and that the Americans were the good guys. This was regularly reinforced for me in popular culture, not least in the narratives of the World Wrestling Federation, where I watched the true American hero, Hulk Hogan, smack down the vile and obnoxious SGT Slaughter, who was decked out in fatigues and sunglasses and waved an Iraqi flag *. It was simple and easy for me. I was not Arab, I was not Muslim, I was not brown, no one in my family shared the name Hussein. Had these or any number of other factors been different, I might have had a very different reaction to the narrative that demonized Iraq. Instead, it became my first significant brush with the anti-Arab and anti-Muslim panic that would come to characterize the 21st century. It was not until several years later, upon the release of David O. Russell's satirical film 346, Three Kings, that I found myself reflecting critically on a war I had believed to be, as one Canadian journalist put it, a simple open and shut case. Canada was heavily involved in the Gulf War. Some 1,700 Canadian soldiers fought in the war, and the Canadian military sent destroyers, supply vessels, and CF-18 fighter jets outside the United States. This made Canada's contribution one of the largest, to say nothing of the work Canada did to get UN support and approval for the war. External Affairs Minister Joe Clark bragged that Canada would be remembered for playing a quite significant role in maintaining the consensus in favor of the war. The Mulroney government spent as much as $700 million on the Gulf War, a significant contribution to the restoration of an absolute monarch in Kuwait who had suspended parliament in 1986 and refused women the right to vote. The Emir of Kuwait, Jaber al-Ahmad al-Sabah, was a close ally of the West, so when Saddam Hussein's Iraqi army invaded the small oil-producing kingdom, U.S. President George H.W. Bush reacted quickly. American policy in the Middle East had long been to maintain a relative power balance between a range of different right-wing governments such that no one regional power could rival the United States. This had been the motivation for the U.S. policy of equipping and funding both sides of the Iran-Iraq War of 1980–88, and the crisis provoked by the war contributed to Saddam Hussein's desperate move to invade Kuwait in order to shore up his position. Having long been a stooge of Washington, Saddam believed he would be allowed to seize Kuwait and then negotiate a withdrawal and in the process resolve several economic disputes with the emir without incident. What was often ignored in discussions about Iraq and the decades of war in which it found itself was that, well into the 1980s, Iraq was one of most stable and economically prosperous countries in the Middle East. The Ba'ath Party, which governed Iraq in the latter half of the 20th century, claimed to be socialist, though in practice it was hostile to the left and limited itself to minor welfare state reforms, and had come to power during the popular overthrow of a British-installed monarchy. Saddam Hussein's position in the party grew as his personal ambition nudged him towards an alliance with the United States. He consolidated his own power in Iraq with U.S. resources, having assured the CIA that he would be a loyal Cold War ally. In 1979 he rose to the top of the Ba'ath Party and 347 was famously photographed shaking hands with U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld in 1983, who would later play a key role in Saddam's ouster. Still, Saddam had to placate the Iraqi masses, particularly its significant working classes, by maintaining some commitment to the social reform principles that led the revolution. Before Saddam's rise, and even to some extent after, Iraq was a state that made legitimate efforts to redistribute wealth and to use the profits from oil sales to build up public infrastructure and social welfare. Peter Gowan, drawing from the work of Samir al-Khalil, notes that the Iraqi state had carried out land reform to improve the conditions of the rural poor and built a welfare state to support the urban working classes. The regime dramatically modernized Iraqi society, explains Gowan, led by its drive against illiteracy and for free education for all. One component of this project was the inclusion and encouragement of women's participation in society, such that they made up a large percentage of the country's teachers, doctors, dentists, and pharmacists. Notably, Iraq was also a secular state, surrounded by right-wing theocracies Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Israel, two of which relied heavily on U.S. support. The ruling party became more repressive after Saddam consolidated power, though it had already proven itself periodically intolerant of dissent. Iraq refused, for instance, to grant independence to ethnic minorities like the Kurdish people who had been lumped into the Iraqi state when it was created by Britain. Violence unleashed against these and other rebelling groups within Iraq was matched by the violence of the war with Iran, a brutal and intractable 8-year struggle that left as many as 1 million people dead. The U.S. consistently avoided criticizing Iraq for this violence. The now famous photograph of Donald Rumsfeld shaking hands with Saddam Hussein captured a moment in which the Iraqi dictator asked the U.S. to water down any criticism of his use of chemical weapons, a request happily granted. No, Saddam's repressive streak was not what upset the leaders of the free world in 1991. His crime was to interfere with the delicate balance of power that kept the U.S. and its allies in position to largely control the supply and sale of oil. The Gulf monarchies were part of that balance. Thus, in 1991, Saddam Hussein became enemy number one in the West, and Canadians, like their southern neighbors, watched in real time on television as bombs rained down on the citizens of Baghdad. For all the talk of smart bombs, the overwhelming number of sorties missed their 348 targets and/or deliberately targeted non-military facilities like schools, hospitals, and power plants. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqis died. A United Nations report described the bombing having had a near-apocalyptic impact, transforming a highly urbanized and mechanized society into a nation from the pre-industrial age. The Iraqi army was pushed out of Kuwait with relative ease and the emir was reinstated. He promised to extend to women the right to vote to reassure Western audiences that they had chosen the right side, but he did not fulfill that promise before dying in 2006. The Canadian government and media carried water for the cynical war, with highly regarded journalists like Gwyn Dyer suggesting that Saddam's aggression was, as noted above, an open and shut case, without the usual wrong on both sides. But despite the platitudes about human rights and democracy, the Kuwaiti monarchy ran a semi-feudal dictatorship wherein a small number of rich Kuwaiti citizens exploited the labor of migrant workers from Pakistan and Palestine. As for Saddam, he was allowed to remain in power in Iraq through the 1990s. What the US wanted was an Iraq under its control. Thus, it refused to support popular movements seeking to oust Saddam in 1991, standing by while his forces crushed those rebellions in the aftermath of the Gulf War. Instead, the US strategically bombed Iraq at various points in the 1990s, to keep Saddam in line and under their control. The actual effect of the bombing and subsequent economic sanctions was to create a humanitarian crisis in the country. U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright was famously confronted in a television interview with the fact that 500,000 children had died in Iraq due to the campaign and claimed it was worth it. Canada supported the bombings, suggesting they were in compliance with UN resolutions and that Canada could not sit on the sidelines. Canadian ships were sent to the Persian Gulf to ensure that the sanctions were maintained and badly needed goods were not delivered to starving Iraqis. Registered still, Canada's role in the war was downplayed, as the Canadian military transitioned into a period that the right would later call the Decade of Darkness, in which Canada seemed to reduce its military presence in the world. Budget cuts in the 1990s meant that fewer resources were given to the armed forces, though it felt far less a pinch than most other sectors of Canadian society, and with the disappearance of the Soviet threat it was unclear what role the Canadian military was supposed to play in the post-Cold War era. 349. This uncertainty was exacerbated by the temporary crisis that struck the Canadian military after it failed to successfully cover up the scandal of torture and murder in Somalia in 1993 and, shortly thereafter, Canada's perceived inability to resolve the crisis that led to genocide in Rwanda in 1994. Failure to sell the image of a good, humanitarian UN intervention in the former Yugoslavia only added to the malaise. The culture of colonial patriarchy that had long pervaded the Canadian military appeared to be under threat, and, as one military historian reflected, the Decade of Darkness after Somalia was not just about the shame and the budget cuts but also the frustration at being viewed as just blue-helmeted peacekeepers. While peacekeeping had been effective cover for Canadian colonial adventures since the 1950s, large sections of the Canadian military establishment increasingly felt emasculated by those blue helmets, craving greater freedom to embrace aggressive war. They would, of course, get their wish after September 11, 2001. The peacekeeping horizon. Peacekeeping, from its inception, was always laced with colonialism. While the missions themselves were typically motivated by interests that superseded any express moral obligations, their practitioners, just like the colonialists during the scramble for empire, imagined themselves to be the carriers of civilization. Thus, in missions like that in the Congo, Canadians were acting in the interest of capital while also believing themselves to be saving the Congo from itself in their efforts to facilitate Belgian interests. They were directly collaborating with the primary colonial power while taking for themselves a role in the neo-colonial apparatus. Through it all, assumptions of superiority were plain. The logic of the peacekeeping mission was a perfect platform upon which to graft those colonial values. It is instructive to reflect on how Canadians understood peacekeeping in its early phase. Colin McAuliffe's Creating Canada's Peacekeeping Past unpacks the generation of peacekeeping mythology through several National Film Board documentaries. The NFB documentaries, which were heavily managed from above by external affairs and the military, served to drain each mission of its real political content, while emphasizing the hard work and commitment of individual Canadian peacekeepers, a 26G to help the world's backward people. 350. For instance, in The Thin Blue Line, the Suez Canal mission was presented with no explanation of the nature of the conflict or the various interests at play, choosing instead to focus on Canadians working on hangar bays or delivering mail or relaxing in Lebanon. Egyptians were presented as plying their ancient trade next to Canadian technicians, highlighting the assumed modernity of the white peacekeepers, even though it was likely that it was the Egyptians who were supervising the work. In one scene, a Canadian appeared to be dressed up mockingly like a Bedouin in the desert, while the narrator reassured the viewer that it was okay for the Canadian to make light of local habits and hardships. Registered, it was not clear that the Egyptians agreed, and Canadian peacekeepers were eventually ordered to leave. A peacekeeping mission in Cyprus was presented with similar motifs in You Are Welcome, Sirs, to Cyprus. As McCullough explained, the narration served to create a depiction of the Canadians as strong, helpful white men and the Cypriots as either foolishly destructive or unable to govern themselves. These hallmarks of colonialism ran through the film, which described the locals as determined but confused, often violent yet sick of war. Their inability to manage their own emotions and serve their own interests was presented as the underlying reason for Canada's presence. These themes linked back to colonialism in a different, but related, way in A Life of Adventure, which functioned more as a recruitment tool and emphasized the fun and excitement that was on offer for Canadians serving in Gaza or Egypt. The narrator promised that taking on such important work offered a life of adventure in the Canadian forces, which could bring the recruit to this exotic part of the world. The scene then shifted to the beach, where young men were surfing to the sounds of 1960s rock and roll, and the camera hovered over a shot of women sunbathing in bikinis while the narrator slyly informed the viewer that many a Canadian officer has reported that the scenery here is unexcelled. Given this kind of recruitment, the many incidents wherein Canadian peacekeepers committed acts of sexual violence or harassment against the people they were there to serve cannot be dismissed as simply the mistakes of disturbed individuals who misunderstood or marred otherwise pure operations. Quite the contrary, the values that made such acts possible were inculcated into the very recruitment and popular framing of peacekeeping from its outset, in documentaries shown in schools and on the 351 CBC, devised by the same politicians and military leaders who ordered and ran these operations. If a 1965 recruitment video could make a sly reference to sexual conquest, then it could hardly be called a surprise that Canadian soldiers used their peacekeeping operations to act out these fantasies, especially given the way that sexual exploitation and violence had been so central to the colonial experience. Canadian understandings of peacekeeping had shifted somewhat by the 1980s. Less willing to accept the idyllic picture presented in the 1960s, peacekeeping was now being presented with a harder edge. Gwynne Dyer and Tina Viljoen's Keeping the Elephants Away criticized a peacekeeping milieu that lacked the teeth to deal with the threats it faced. This fundamentally right-wing critique of peacekeeping, far from identifying its colonial underpinnings, blamed its failures on the fact that the Canadians were not given the mandate and power they needed. Instead of recognizing that the conflicts in which peacekeepers engaged were, themselves, products of colonial and class struggles that Canada had a direct stake in, which was a large reason why they failed to achieve satisfactory peace. Dyer and Viljoen essentially argued that peacekeepers needed to be empowered to fight back against locals who did not really want peaceful settlements. This overly simplistic message rung with all the classic colonial notes: the natives were inherently violent and the civilized Canadians needed to use force to keep them in line. Of course, the Canadians did use force. The mythology of innocent peacekeepers waving white flags amidst a hail of gunfire because UN bureaucrats would not let them engage the enemy was a right-wing fantasy from the outset, designed to undermine what few limits did exist to separate peacekeeping forces from traditional occupying armies. These debates became particularly fraught in the 1990s as peacekeeping missions in Somalia, Rwanda, and the former Yugoslavia ended in catastrophe, each for different but related reasons. A series of NFB films by Garth Pritchard gave voice to that right-wing reaction, echoing and amplifying Dyer and Viljoen's position in the 1980s, in assessing the situation in the Balkans. The Price of Duty deified Canadian peacekeepers, presenting them almost as sacrificial figures who gave the best of themselves and of Canada to the largely ungrateful and oblivious people they were serving. Peacekeepers like Mark Isfeld, called Izzy in the film and given a martyr's treatment, were framed as being handcuffed by regulations that restricted their capacities in the field. 352. Reviews of the films harped on the same points, appreciating that it let the soldiers speak, instead of giving precedence to political charlatans, lying diplomats, and howling victims. Without the voices of the victims, the film obviously produced a narrow and misleading account. Indeed, Pritchard's goals were clear and by no means neutral. He himself argued in 1995 that he avoided interviewing retired colonels and professors being called on as the expert of the day to talk about something they know nothing about. Imagining his position to be in support of the little guy, Pritchard was unable to understand that the Canadian peacekeeper was by no means the most vulnerable party in the situations in which they were placed. Indeed, Pritchard was explicitly reacting against the concerns that had been raised in the aftermath of Canadian peacekeepers' torture and murder of teenager Shadain Aaron in 1993. Pritchard was incensed that while few knew about Izzy, lots of Canadians know the name of the young Somali who was killed. Did they? Contrary to Garth Pritchard's complaints, Shireen Razak suggested in 2004, only a decade later, that few would now recognize the name of Shadain Aaron, and many would be outraged at the juxtaposition of the word peacekeeping with racial violence. Asterisk. My own experience in the classroom has been that not one student, across many years of teaching courses in Canadian history, has ever been able to tell me who Shadain Aaron was. His torture and murder were written out of the collective Canadian consciousness, in part because the so-called Somalia affair was treated as an aberration, an exception to the rule of Canadian peacekeeping. This book illustrates that quite the contrary, the behavior of Canadian soldiers in Somalia in 1993 resonates with their behavior from Germany to Korea to the Canadian prairies. The Somalia affair. The two incidents central to the 1993 Somalia affair, the shooting of two Somalis on March 4 and the torture and murder of Shadain Aaron on March 16, were shocking to a Canadian public that believed its peacekeepers were good boys from the clean snows of Petawawa. Asterisk. In fact, many members of the Canadian Airborne Regiment stationed in Somalia knew about or participated in various levels of violence against Somalis during their time there, and superior officers condoned and encouraged the behavior. Soldiers produced trophy photos with their 353 tortured victims and holiday videos wherein they drank beer, laughed about cracking Somali heads, and described their mission as Operation Snatch Nignog. One soldier, a self-professed neo-Nazi, told the camera that they hadn't killed enough NS yet, while another complained that Somalis never work, they're lazy, they're slobs, and they stink. As these videos and stories accumulated, it also surfaced that the regiment practiced violent and racist hazing rituals, including one where a black soldier was tied to a tree and covered in feces that spelled the words "I love the KKK." Euro-American peacekeepers accumulated a laundry list of violent offenses which they knew they would get away with, including destruction or theft of Somalis' personal property, collective deprivation of water, torture by electric shocks, beatings, cigarette burns, razor wire cuts, rape, gang rape, murder, infanticide, swinging children above open flames, and a case of sodomy and torture of a 13-year-old inside the Italian embassy. Notably, no such reports exist with respect to Botswanan peacekeepers, suggesting that the colonial relationship was a key factor. Canadians called Somalia Indian country and imagined that they were there to civilize a place of pure evil, to bring order to chaos, and to teach Somalis how to be modern. When Somalis did not greet them with the fanfare and gratitude they felt they deserved, they asserted their colonial superiority with violence. As is common in such encounters, the colonial peacekeepers and public tended to ignore and erase local history in favor of a narrative wherein the natives were immutably and inevitably irrational, violent, and backwards. Conflict in Somalia was treated as though it were the natural state of affairs for a savage African country racked by ethnic tension, which implied that war was a product of ancient, irresolvable tribal rivalries held by people who lacked the capacity to grow beyond these irrational racial hatreds. This was nonsense. Somalia had been devastated by conflict that was largely the result of Cold War rivalries and the infusion of American weapons to try to crush left-wing forces in Ethiopia. After Europe had been forced to give up colonial authority in Somalia in 1960, it departed, having ensured that the post-independence government would be a pro-Western quasi-dictatorship. Resentment simmered in both Somalia and Ethiopia as the rich exploited the poor under Western puppet governments, but, in 1974, left revolution stirred in Ethiopia. This was unwelcome news in the West, which had sponsored the Ethiopian 354 dictatorship of Haile Selassie *. To quell the momentum of the left in East Africa, the Americans funded and equipped a Somali invasion of Ethiopia. Left-wing forces in Ethiopia received some support from the USSR and Cuba, but ultimately American pockets were deeper. By the 1990s, the Ethiopian left was defeated, both countries were devastated, several smaller conflicts had emerged, and a food crisis affecting 4.5 million people exploded in the context of ongoing civil war. It was at that point that the West decided to make Somalia a test case in the New World Order. Flush with Cold War victory, Somalia was an opportunity to illustrate that the American-dominated world was going to be governed by an enlightened empire, and Canada was to play a role. The story is thoroughly reviewed in Shireen Razak's Dark Threats and White Nights, arguably one of the most important books on Canadian peacekeeping and its deep colonial roots. Razak illustrates that Canadians in Somalia were certain of their superiority, that the entire culture of the military was pervaded by this conviction, and that violence against their civilizational lesser was part of how they physically marked their superiority. These violent practices were, Razak argued, intended to establish northern nations as powerful and superior, nations in full control of the natives they had come to keep in line. While the official reporting of the case labored to suggest that it was a few bad apples who had spoiled an otherwise noble mission, the very nature of the violence disproves this. It was widely known and condoned up the chain of command, it was actively documented in videos and diaries, and it was heavily sexualized and often targeted children. This latter point is noteworthy precisely because it falls so far outside of what would be considered acceptable behavior in the home country. If only a handful of bad people were committing such egregiously terrible acts in Somalia, you would expect them to keep it secret. Instead, these acts of barbarism were committed in very public ways, illustrating that they were widely accepted. Any doubt that this was a colonial encounter is put to rest. The language used by Canadians, not just the soldiers sent there but also the journalists who wrote about it and even the commissioners who reviewed the violence afterwards, which repeatedly invoked Somalia as an ancient land full of savages who got ahead of themselves technologically and which became a victim of its own tribal warlords. Canadians considered Somalis lazy and dirty, some refused to touch them without wearing 355 gloves, and many characterized Somali men as either effeminate and homosexual or patriarchal and disrespectful to women, or both. Somalia was described as a frightening and evil place, where even children could be the enemy, despite the fact that Beledhian, where the Canadians were stationed, was entirely peaceful throughout 1993. The militias had left the area before the Canadians got there, no Canadians were even wounded during the mission, and most of the people the peacekeepers encountered were starving refugees. Nevertheless, the Canadians acted as though they were under constant threat from these refugees, and in particular they became obsessed with the idea that items from their camp were being stolen. This theft was massively exaggerated, but the Canadians concluded that they needed to teach these ungrateful Somalis a lesson. Filtered through their colonial imagination, this meant that they would have to use violence, since that was considered the only language Somalis understood. This, in particular, framed the violent incidents that finally became a news story back home. The shooting of 2 Somalis on March 4 was precipitated by an order from Light Col. Carol Matthew, the self-described king of Beledhian, that any Somali seen fleeing from the Canadian camp should be shot between the skirt and the flip-flops. *degree. He then tasked one of his most aggressively racist and violent soldiers, Michel Rainville, with patrolling the camp to prevent theft. Rather than taking preventative measures like increasing lighting or reinforcing fencing, Rainville wanted to catch Somalis in the act of theft and punish them, so he set up visible displays of food and water inside the camp and had his patrol lie in wait, wearing night vision goggles. The fact that he used food as bait raises an immediate and obvious point: people stealing food are not dangerous, they are hungry. Thus, it must have been common knowledge that the likely thieves were not, in fact, a threat. It speaks volumes about the mindset of the Canadian peacekeeping mission that Rainville would go to such lengths to entrap and punish a non-threatening enemy in order to teach a lesson to the very people Canada was ostensibly there to help. The outcome was predictable. When 2 Somalis, Abdi Hamder and Ahmed Aruash, saw the food and water, they assumed it was a humanitarian aid camp and approached, only to be ambushed by a heavily armed platoon of Canadian soldiers. They were shot in the backs as they fled. Aruash was killed when a second flurry of gunfire was launched into his neck, which appeared suspiciously like an execution, since he had already 356 been immobilized by shots to the chest. Rainville was congratulated by Light Col. Matthew and ordered to continue with the patrols. Indeed, life continued with little interruption for the Canadian peacekeepers, despite the murder, and it was precisely that atmosphere of normalcy that bears noting. Only 12 days later, another Somali would die in Canadian custody, with nearly everyone in the camp aware and seemingly unfazed. On March 16, Shidane Aaron, a 16-year-old Somali, who claimed he entered the Canadian camp to look for a missing child, was captured, tortured and murdered by Canadian peacekeepers. His last words before he died were "Canada, Canada, Canada." The details of his torture, which was spread out over several hours, have been documented in great detail elsewhere and ranged from merciless beatings with phone books to cigarette burns on his penis. Testimony from the court-martial hearings suggests that many different soldiers, spanning a range of ranks, participated. 2 soldiers, Clayton Matchee and Kyle Brown, were most directly involved and were characterized later as pathologically violent bad apples. But many other soldiers took photos, contributed weapons, shouted racial epithets at Aaron, participated in beatings or at the very least looked the other way. As many as 80 people came and went from the area where the torture was taking place without intervening. Indeed, as Shireen Razak emphasizes, it was on the basis of the very ordinariness and everyone participation in it that one of the soldiers involved was able to mount his own legal defense. Another described hearing Aaron howling in pain and compared it to the sound of an animal being slaughtered on a farm. Despite the sound, R.E. Campbell did not interrupt his video game to investigate, suggesting that the sound of torture was not uncommon. The case was complicated by the fact that its primary participants Matchee and Brown were of indigenous backgrounds. Some scholars argued that, in a white supremacist environment like the Canadian military, Matchee and Brown were overcompensating in their attempts to outwhite the white guys. Others noted that ascribing their actions to their racial background only replicated the kind of racial thinking that hung over the entire mission in Somalia in the first place and which made Shidane Aaron an acceptable target for torture and murder. It was a worthwhile and complicated debate, but it took place mostly outside of the mainstream discussion in Canada. The Canadian military and broader public tended to simply settle on these 2 men as the chief villains from B-57. The Canadian side, men who had disgraced their country and brought shame upon the nation. This is an extremely important detail, since it allowed the Canadian public to shake off much of the shame it wasn't really one of our boys, after all, and to remind itself that Canadians are still the good guys. It is likely that Matchee's and Brown's experience of the Somalia mission and the Canadian military in general was different from that of their white counterparts. Several members of the unit were avowed neo-Nazis, and race clearly mediated relations in the regiment, given that a black soldier had been hazed with reference to the KKK. Matchee, in particular, appears to have been conscious of his racialized status, remarking on the night of the murder that now the black man would fear the Indian as he did the white man. But it is worth emphasizing, as per Razak, that race had already overdetermined the relationship between soldiers serving in the Canadian military and the Somalis they encountered. To whatever extent Matchee's and Brown's indigenous backgrounds adds a layer of tragedy to the story, since each would have inevitably been carriers of intergenerational trauma from the genocide that their families had suffered, it remains the case that they enacted colonial violence against Somalis. That violence was shaped and articulated through the dominant ideology that ran through the entire mission and indeed all Canadian encounters with colonial subjects, that Canada was civilized and its interlocutors were savages. As Razak concludes, peacekeeping was a race war waged by those who constitute themselves as civilized, modern, and democratic, against those who are constituted as savage, tribal, and immoral. Through it all, the Canadians felt like they were the victims, and the Canadian public would ultimately accept that as the true story of the Somalia affair. "It felt as if we were being mistreated," said one sad Canadian peacekeeper to the court. "We do so much and have it thrown back in our face." The lawyer for Carol Matthew, who along with Michelle Rainville was court-martialed but found not guilty, explained that extreme conditions existed over there, temperatures of 40, 50 degrees, the desert, the wind, the sand, complete anarchy, the absence of all forms of government. Somalia itself did this to Canada. As in all colonial fantasies, the white nation went into the heart of darkness and discovered pure evil, and while most of its representatives maintained their dignity and civilization, a few succumbed to the evil around them and became it. 358. That those who went native were mostly indigenous seemed to validate the entire narrative. Canada was punished for its good intentions, and Canadians remembered one of the ugliest episodes in its peacekeeping history as a tragedy that was done for it, rather than by it. Ethnic tension and the Rwanda genocides. Many a student has approached me with a desire to write an essay about Canadian General Romeo Dallaire, the tragic figure at the heart of the Rwanda genocides, who, to so many Canadians, represented everything that is Canada: impartial, professional, compassionate, sacrificing himself for others. Dallaire's best-selling book, Shake Hands with the Devil, told the tale of a naive Canadian plunged into the heart of darkest Africa, where tribal and ethnic hatred was insurmountable and the bureaucratic shuffle of career diplomats at the United Nations failed to give Dallaire the resources and authorization he needed to prevent the wholesale slaughter of Africans by Africans. Given a few modern twists, at its core this is a story as popular today as when it was first written a century earlier to describe any number of imperial adventurers conquering and civilizing Africa, but, of course, this story ended badly. The white savior Dallaire was unable to stop the carnage in Rwanda, and Western journalists flooded stores with trite books bearing sensationalist titles like Season of Blood and Harvest of Skulls, which sounded more like the names of heavy metal bands than serious engagements with a tragic episode in history. In his own lurid tale, Dallaire vividly describes his trauma as a result of witnessing the violence, and he quickly became a celebrity in Canada. Dallaire, not any of the millions of people affected by the conflict in Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, or Zaire, became the real victim/hero in the eyes of Canadians. The narrative that came to be accepted wisdom in the West was that ancient, ethnic hatreds had led to an horrific genocide committed by Rwandan Hutus against Tutsis, while neutral and ineffectual Western powers did nothing. To illustrate how distorted this narrative was requires some engagement with the history of the Great Lakes region of Africa, since it is precisely ignorance of that history that allows this distortion to go unchallenged. What follows is a brief overview designed to contextualize Canada's involvement in Rwanda, which I detail after providing this historical background. What develops is a picture of a crisis rooted. 359. More in the hierarchies of class and colonialism than in oversimplified narratives of ethnic tension. By most accounts, the Tutsi had migrated into the region already occupied by the Hutu by at least the 14th century, and what emerged was a feudal society with shared religion and language, politically and economically dominated by Tutsi. In fact, many scholars have suggested that the terms Hutu and Tutsi corresponded less to ethnicity and more to social class. If you were a peasant you were Hutu, if you were a landlord or administrator you were Tutsi*. These distinctions were loose, at first, but became much more formalized under the modernizing Tutsi monarch Rwabugiri in the mid-19th century. When German and later Belgian colonizers took control of the countries, they mobilized this ethnic split to use the Tutsi as a collaborating local elite. Claiming that the Tutsi had an ancient European ancestry, the Belgians proclaimed them Europeans with black skin. Racial identity became fixed and formal, ID cards were printed, and class was now more directly determined by whether one was Hutu or Tutsi. Using this structure, the Belgians enriched themselves while husbanding the pre-colonial class divide which would later explode as ethnic violence. Class and ethnicity had become linked, as Susan Thompson insists. It was use and abuse of power by Tutsi chiefs that created Hutu consciousness. Under the dominion of the Europeans, disruptions to mostly Hutu peasants' ability to maintain control over their land, their cattle, and their labor aroused their ire and led to the 1959 revolution. Tutsi chiefs, since the mid-19th century, had exacted forced labor from mostly Hutu peasants, who had been largely shut out of opportunities for education and class mobility. But a small and subaltern Hutu elite had formed, gaining enough land and wealth to raise a serious challenge to Tutsi rule as the Belgians prepared to decolonize. When elections in 1952 and 1956 were stolen by Tutsi elite with Belgian support, Hutu nationalist movements began to launch a more violent challenge to Tutsi/Belgian authority. In 1959, the Belgians suddenly decided to cut their losses and side with the majority Hutu, facilitating the emergence of a Hutu-dominated Rwanda. In the now separated state of Burundi, the new government was led by Hutus seeking to build a pluralist multi-ethnic state, but the Tutsi elite refused to give up power, and, with the help of the CRA, they assassinated the first two leaders of independent Burundi and subsequently restored pro-West, neo-colonial rule under Tutsi leadership. 360. Back in Rwanda, many privileged Tutsis, abandoned by their Belgian benefactors, decided to leave the country as the prospect of a Hutu state became real. Some fled out of fear of Hutu violence, but most of this wave of émigrés were from the wealthy, collaborating classes and were also motivated by the desire to maintain their class power. Asterisk. While some settled in Burundi and integrated into the Tutsi elite there, more traveled north to Uganda, from which they determined to regroup and launch attacks against the Hutu government in Rwanda in an effort to retake the country. Calling themselves Inyenzi, or cockroaches, they carried out raids against primarily Hutu peasants in northern Rwanda, which generated a combination of panic and rage among these communities. Hutus formed defensive militias in response, most famously the Interahamwe, which carried out reprisal attacks on Inyenzi as well as Tutsi civilians still living in Rwanda. In effect, then, colonialism and the post-colonial settlement had emboldened right-wing ethnic nationalists within both the Tutsi and Hutu. Many Tutsis who remained in Rwanda were politically moderate, some were socialists or were themselves peasants who had more in common with Hutu peasants than with the Tutsi former elite. But the Inyenzi raids provoked waves of violence among Hutu, especially after a 1963 attack menaced Kigali and raised the specter of a Tutsi counter-revolution. Right-wing Hutus capitalized on that fear and fomented violence that left some 10,000 people killed, many of them Tutsi moderates who had no association with the Inyenzi raiders. The situation was further inflamed in 1973 when the right-wing Tutsi government in Burundi carried out a massive ethnic cleansing of Hutus. The goal of the Michel Micombero government in Burundi, representing the Tutsi minority there, was to eliminate the ongoing resistance of Burundian Hutus. As such, at least 200,000 Hutus were killed and a similar number fled north into Rwanda. This wave of refugees brought not only increased pressure on Rwandan land for peasants but also collective trauma from the genocidal campaign they had survived. A period of relative calm in Rwanda was established after a coup led by Juvenal Habyarimana in 1973. Habyarimana gestured towards reconciliation of Hutu and Tutsi and established quotas for civil service positions that were roughly based on population. These were complemented by economic reforms modeled after the center-left government of Tanzania, for instance, lands previously held by wealthy Tutsi landlords and used for 361. Grazing were seized and redistributed to Hutu peasants, thus significantly increasing food production for a time. In the meantime, coffee production provided a relatively consistent source of capital, and Habyarimana improved public services and infrastructure, health, and education. These reforms were limited and reliant on some coercion, but by several metrics Rwanda was doing better than any other state in the Great Lakes region. These were a legitimate attempt to pursue national development balanced between justice after centuries of Tutsi domination and reconciliation, designed to blunt the edge of Hutu resentment and affirm that Rwanda would remain a multi-ethnic state. But Habyarimana's government, if genuinely reformist, was not socialist. In a capitalist economy with significant semi-feudal dynamics, there remained an elite ruling class increasingly comprised of Hutu landowners, an urban bourgeoisie and the political mandarins connected to Habyarimana himself. Though primarily ethnic Hutus, they had gradually inherited the privilege once afforded to the Tutsi elite, and as the economy slumped in the late 1980s, Habyarimana was facing the prospect of class struggle emanating from the increasingly impoverished Hutu peasantry. The collapse of coffee prices in 1989 exacerbated an already serious problem, for which Habyarimana did not have a solution. It was at that point that right-wing forces within both the Tutsi and Hutu communities found, in one another, a solution to their problems. The consequences would be catastrophic. Leadership of the Tutsi right, which would emerge victorious after the genocides, came out of the émigré community in Uganda. Tutsi refugees there had failed to overthrow the Hutu government of Rwanda, but they saw an opportunity in the rise of Uganda's Yoweri Museveni in the 1970s. The Tutsi in Uganda had struggled with the vaguely left-leaning President Milton Obote, who viewed them with suspicion. He was likely channeling a combination of ethnic chauvinism and genuine concern over what was a quite militarized right-wing community. By 1985, Museveni's forces had seized power in Uganda, and he was hailed in the West as a reformer, given his commitment to dismantling whatever architecture of state support Obote had built up, to be replaced by neoliberalism and austerity. Museveni was funded and supported by the West, and the Tutsi exiles now found themselves better positioned than ever before to launch a full-scale invasion to recapture Rwanda. With Museveni's help, they built the Rwandan Patriotic Front under the 362 leadership of Paul Kagame, who had a reputation for violent torture as Museveni head of intelligence in 1990. They crossed the border into Rwanda and never looked back. Rwandan President Habyarimana was presiding over an economic crisis, exacerbated by yet another wave of Hutu refugees fleeing Tutsi violence in Burundi in 1988. The 1990 RPF invasion added one more problem, but Habyarimana saw an opportunity to channel growing class frustration into anti-Tutsi anger. Fear-mongering around the possibility of a Tutsi occupation and slaughter of Hutus was churned out from sources close to the government, particularly over right-wing radio, amplifying a sense of emergency among many Hutus. Habyarimana's motives might have been cynical, but the message was not far-fetched. The RPF brought extreme violence as it invaded from the north, sending Hutu and even some Tutsi peasants fleeing south towards Kigali. As the RPF war continued, it became clear that they had, in fact, planted loyal agents inside Rwanda, giving added pitch to the fear that even regular, civilian Tutsis might be enemies of the Hutu. The 1993 assassination of Burundi's first Hutu president by Tutsi military officials generated yet another massive upheaval in that country. As many as 100,000 Hutus and Tutsis were killed in the clashes that followed, and some 700,000 additional Hutu refugees fled Burundi, many to Rwanda, already on edge from the RPF invasion and the economic collapse. Poor Rwandans were caught between the competing right-wing projects of the Hutu and Tutsi elite, each stoking fear of one another, which itself generated violence, which in turn gave added pitch to that propaganda, in a cycle that escalated between 1990 and 1994. The 1990 RPF attack set off a cavalcade of panic. Many Hutus feared they would lose what little they had or be subject to extreme violence at the hands of Tutsi extremists. As such, they were receptive to invocations of violence against Tutsis within Rwanda. Those Tutsis, as a result, increasingly lived in fear of their Hutu neighbors and grew to view the RPF as their only hope for survival. By 1993, President Habyarimana recognized that his army would likely lose against the RPF, which was better equipped and trained by the Anglophone powers, a point to which I will return, and determined his only course of action was to sue for peace and try to salvage a reasonable settlement wherein the Hutu elite and the Tutsi invaders could share power in Kigali. An agreement was signed in Tanzania, and there was hope that a crisis could be averted. But as Habyarimana's plane was about to land, 363. In the Rwandan capital city, it was shot down by a surface-to-air missile. The murder of the president was the tipping point into total chaos. Debate still rages over who killed Habyarimana. Supporters of the RPF claim that it was Hutu extremists within Habyarimana's government who were seeking an excuse to carry out a pre-prepared genocide against all Tutsi in Rwanda. There is more evidence to suggest that it was, in fact, the RPF that killed Habyarimana, probably in an attempt to sabotage a peace process that would have prevented them from assuming total control of the country. Members of the RPF itself even testified that Paul Kagame claimed responsibility for the assassinations. Whomever was behind the downing of that airplane, it is clear that right-wing elements on both sides encouraged the slide into outright catastrophe. Habyarimana's murder triggered an horrendous outburst of violence by Hutu Interahamwe militias against primarily Tutsi civilians, but also against many Hutu traders who were seen to be protecting or collaborating in some way with the Tutsi. This episode of violence lasted around 100 days and left as many as 500,000 people dead, and it makes up the core of what came to be known as the Rwanda genocide. Meanwhile, the RPF carried out reprisal killings in the areas they occupied, in addition to the violence already associated with the war itself. They attacked refugee camps, executed Hutu prisoners and left people to die of dehydration and exposure in the sun. In the end, the RPF easily routed the remnants of Habyarimana's government and occupied Kigali. They quickly established authoritarian Tutsi rule that harkened back to the pre-colonial era and, a quarter century later, Paul Kagame still rules Rwanda. While both the RPF and the Interahamwe were ideologically committed to ethnic supremacy, evidence does not support the claim that average Rwandans were universally accepting of the calls to genocide and war. Quite the contrary. Interviews with survivors of the crisis suggest that many Hutu peasants turned killers were motivated by fear. It is instructive to read first-hand accounts, including this harrowing description by a Tutsi survivor who was a boy at the time. My older brother got killed at a roadblock not far from here. I was alone after that. I am the only survivor in my family. The one that killed my brother was a famous Hutu. He and his wife used to visit us at least once a month. Since my family had been killed, I thought it would be smart to go home and hide there until the killing stopped. When I got there, the Hutu that killed 364. My brother was there. I hid my face and hoped he would kill me quickly. But instead, he held onto me so tight, and he cried. He wept and asked for my understanding. He said, "It is war. And we are killing all Tutsi. 1 a.m. doing my duty. I killed many of my friends. You can't stay here. It's not safe because the squads are on their way to loot and then burn this home." I couldn't believe my ears. This Hutu who killed my people was trying to protect me. Such stories offer a glimpse of the complexities of the situation. While the above by no means exonerates the perpetrator of the violence, it illustrates that any simple narrative of ethnic hatred utterly fails to explain this crisis. What comes up repeatedly in post-genocide testimonials is the sense, by those who carried out killings, that they had no choice. The Hutu militias were merciless with Hutu who refused to participate or protected Tutsis. Many Hutu who murdered Tutsis did so out of fear that their own families would be murdered by the militia. Furthermore, hundreds of thousands of Rwandan Hutu were refugees from the horrific slaughters of Hutu by the Tutsi government in Burundi in 1973, 1988, and 1993, and carried the trauma of being survivors of genocide themselves, fearing that the Tutsi had arrived to finish the job. The fact that the Tutsi RPF was, indeed, using indiscriminate violence against Hutu peasants only added to the fear that fueled Hutu violence. The greatest part of the responsibility for this nightmare, then, must be placed on those parties that were in a position to encourage, facilitate, and coerce more vulnerable people into carrying out the attacks. As such, the focus must come back to those far-right elements in both the Hutu and Tutsi leadership who were at the center of it all. And that is where Canada comes in. Saint Romeo Dallaire. Canada supported colonial rule and had urged the Belgians to hang on to their colonies in Africa. That colonial project ultimately empowered the right-wing, ethnic nationalist elements within both the Hutu and Tutsi communities. For instance, it was Belgian support that allowed the Tutsi elite to treat the Hutu majority with such contempt and cruelty. This, in turn, strengthened the position of Hutu nationalists and undermined voices from the Hutu left, like Joseph Gaidara, who were less interested in 365 the ethnic divide and sought, instead, to raise up the status of the poor masses, Hutu and Tutsi alike. Later, France, as it inherited the role of regional neo-colonial hegemon, built close relations with the right-wing Hutu nationalists who took over the Rwanda government, while the Anglo-American powers increasingly threw in their lot with the right-wing Tutsi exiles in Uganda. In the 1990s, the Americans, emboldened by the end of the Cold War and irritated by the presence of a center-left government in Paris, provoked a minor wave of inter-imperial rivalry vis-à-vis France, which played out in various struggles for influence over post-colonial theaters, like Central Africa. Canada categorically sided with the Anglosphere, but it chose to send primarily francophone soldiers and diplomats, like Romeo Dallaire, to obscure that position. It is ironic that so many Canadians think of Dallaire as a neutral man of peace, bedeviled by the African darkness and handcuffed by UN bureaucrats. In fact, Dallaire was active and partisan in his role in Rwanda, well beyond his legal mandate, and he unambiguously supported Paul Kagame and the RPF invaders. Dallaire did not actually deny this. He quickly became close friends with RPF supporters like Helene Pinsk and Landwild Ndasingwe, and he described the future dictator Kagame as an extraordinary man, claiming that his UN force and the RPF had a good time together. In many accounts, Dallaire and Kagame are uncritically presented as military allies, despite the fact that Dallaire was supposed to be preserving peace, not facilitating an invading army. Kagame told a New Yorker reporter that Dallaire provided him with military intelligence during the Civil War and claimed that he, Kagame, persuaded Dallaire to take a side. Registered in fact, Dallaire was so widely considered to be in league with the RPF that, according to several Rwandan refugees, Hutus at football matches who perceived a referee to be biased towards one team would boo and accuse that referee of being a Dallaire. Dallaire's partisan interference caused friction among the UN force. Cameroonian Jacques Roger Bobo was Dallaire's superior but found himself routinely undermined by Dallaire, who, against Bobo's orders, helped the RPF obtain weapons, training, intelligence, and even food. Bobo insisted that the purpose of the force was to maintain peace and that this would require working with the Rwandan government to try to implement the peace agreement signed in 1993, but, as he put it in 2005, Dallaire became an objective ally of one of the parties in the conflict. Not only did Dallaire refuse to draw attention to RPF atrocities. 366. In northern Rwanda, he was even accused of complicity in an RPF massacre of Hutus in the National Stadium in Kigali and was potentially implicated in the murder of two Rwandan presidents in 1993. In Dallaire's version of events, Bobo was incompetent. This is repackaged in even more dismissive language from Dallaire's Canadian fans. One called Bobo blatantly unprepared for his job, unable to grasp exactly what was going on in Rwanda, and so ineffectual that Dallaire tried to take on more of the diplomat's role. But Bobo believed that Dallaire's constant usurping of his authority had more to do with his unwillingness to take orders from an African registered. It would certainly fit into Dallaire's colonial profile. He was a white man gone to save Africa, and when Bangladeshi peacekeepers arrived to supplement his force, he dismissed them as not psychologically ready for the task. He had been shocked when he arrived in Kigali to discover that there were educated Rwandans with political acumen. He had been expecting an intellectual backwater. Registered that Dallaire, a man who admitted he could not find Rwanda on a map before he had arrived there only a few months earlier, believed he knew better than Bobo, who had been involved in African politics for decades, is a remarkable bit of colonial hubris. Nevertheless, the post-genocide celebrity of Romeo Dallaire served to reassure Canadians of their goodness despite the horrible events in Rwanda and the shame that had just been exposed in Somalia. David Black explains that Dallaire came to represent the best tradition of Canadian ethical or humane internationalism, and, as a result, Canadians' own sense of themselves and their collective moral failure in Rwanda were at least partially mitigated, indeed transcended, by Dallaire's passionate advocacy. A key piece of the Romeo Dallaire mythology is the claim that he warned his UN superiors about the impending genocide but was ignored by tedious, Ineffectual bureaucrats more concerned about protocols than saving lives? Through this tale, Canadians are collectively absolved of any role in the crisis, while, ironically, Africans like Kofi Annan and Jacques-Roger Bobo are blamed for it. In the words of Canadian journalist Carol Off, Dallaire was struck dumb by the UN's refusal to authorize major intervention by Dallaire's forces when an informant told him of a plan to distribute weapons for a planned genocide. With such overwhelming evidence of the looming catastrophe, the UN's failure to act was an absurd illustration of everything that was wrong with the 367 UN mission in Rwanda. But Off drew most of her information here from Philip Gurevich of The New Yorker, who claimed that Dallaire had developed a remarkable intelligence source from within the highest echelons of the Interahamwe, who explicitly described the plans to exterminate Tutsi. The problem with this story was that its component pieces fell apart quickly under real scrutiny. The claim was that Dallaire met an informant, pseudonym Jean-Pierre, who said that the Habyarimana government was stockpiling weapons and was paying him to make lists of Tutsis to kill. This was the basis of Dallaire's famous fax to the UN. Kofi Annan's office did not find the evidence compelling but still suggested Dallaire confront President Habyarimana with it and assess his reaction. In fact, Dallaire had not developed the informant at all, he never even met Jean-Pierre. Dallaire heard about Jean-Pierre from Faustin Twagiramungu, a politician in a rival party to President Habyarimana, who, himself, never met the famous Jean-Pierre. Twagiramungu passed along the Jean-Pierre rumor with a strong dose of skepticism about its validity. Even Dallaire, at the time, was unsure about Jean-Pierre, and the only UN representative who met him, Belgian Luc Marshall, later admitted he was duped by RPF propaganda. Jean-Pierre turned out to be a very questionable source, who could produce little solid evidence for his claims, which makes the UN decision to take restrained rather than drastic action, quite reasonable in retrospect. It appears that Dallaire, assuming he knew better than the people around him, was inflaming the situation while people more familiar with the context were trying to restrain him. The colonial dynamics around Dallaire's story are reflected in several other Canadian interventions in Rwanda. Canadian Louise Arbour took over as chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, after she was specially chosen by U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Oddly, she refused to even consider prosecuting members of the RPF and aggressively rejected the idea of investigating the assassination of President Habyarimana, even after the story broke in the National Post that the assassination was likely carried out by the RPR. The 1CTR was ultimately an entirely partisan affair, with prosecutors removed if they strayed from the line, and while it no doubt prosecuted some individuals who were culpable of serious crimes, its authority was seriously hampered by its selective application of justice. The court became 368. More a show trial than a serious investigation. Access to information was largely controlled by the RPF government, and potential witnesses who might speak against the RPF line knew they would be punished for it. Defendants were not allowed to choose their own lawyers, and some were held for years in prison without ever being charged. Louise Arbour made a name for herself and earned a spot on the Canadian Supreme Court, but no meaningful justice or reconciliation was accomplished by the 1CTR. That didn't stop the Canadian media from making hay with the good works of Dallaire and Arbour. Colonialism finds its perfect articulation in The Lion, the Fox, and the Eagle by Carol Off, wherein she celebrates the achievements of both Dallaire and Arbour in Rwanda. Replete with every hackneyed, Orientalist turn of phrase one could imagine, Off provides her readers with the usual patter about the darkness in the heart of Africa, calling Rwanda a place where there are no explanations for anything and where a wide-eyed Dallaire faced dark, random forces of hate and evil. Such claptrap was peppered throughout the book, as when she describes President Habyarimana as being out of the classic African dictator mold, who died in a plane crash, no mention of the missiles that made that plane crash. Habyarimana only exists in Off's story as a foil to her heroic Romeo, who was trim, handsome with boundless energy, a lion's courage, and marooned in the middle of a country he was hardly able to find on a map a year earlier, with only his NATO training and a personal sense of right and wrong to guide him. Meanwhile, the pretty Louise Arbour was ready to tackle Africa's culture of impunity. Ironically, Off applauds Arbour's willingness to break the law in order to achieve the results she wanted. Due process, as understood in North America or Europe, Off explains, would have made it impossible to arrest the prime suspects. Off makes it clear that in lawless, backwards Africa, the white sheriff had to make her own rules to impose civilization. RPF leader Paul Kagame, for his part, played the role of the good colonial subject, whose troops were polite and well disciplined. Though it was Off's name on the cover, credit for the book was arguably due to one Gian Cansfield, a ghost writer and researcher who worked on Off's book and Dollars Shake Hands with the Devil, which contains almost identical passages. Myth-making, it would seem, is all about repetition. One other Canadian warrants mention. William Shibas did not receive as much limelight, but he played an important role in precipitating the 369 crisis. In March 1993, only about a year before the height of the massacre, he was part of a commission of mostly North American human rights organizations which released a report on Rwanda. Though it detailed the violence of Hutu militias, it did not cover the RPF invasion, which had initiated the crisis, and made almost no mention of RPF atrocities. As Shibas admitted, the investigators spent only 2 hours in territory occupied by the RPG, during which they were chaperoned by RPF soldiers and only met carefully selected witnesses. 6 of the 10 commissioners knew nothing about Rwanda before arriving in 1993, and none of them spoke Kinyarwanda. No responsible human rights organization would consider that a legitimate investigation. But the report was released to great fanfare, lauding its process as expansive and credible. If the goal was to generate a crisis for the Habyarimana government in Rwanda, a reasonable guess since some of the organizations were directly established by the RPF, it exceeded expectations. The flimsy, one-sided report became the gospel of the Western powers and provided justification for cutting aid and support for Rwanda, which played a key role in the descent into catastrophe in 1994. It was also used by the RPF to justify a deeper offensive into Rwandan territory, exacerbating the refugee crisis and Hutu panic at the prospect of RPF violence. Thus, it contributed directly to creating the conditions for the massacres of 1994. Several of the authors of the report actually joined the RPF government after 1994, dropping any pretense of neutrality. Shibas, for his part, nicknamed himself Humphrey Bogart, alias Bill, in reference to Bogart's Adventurer in The African Queen, a film steeped in colonial racism. After 1994 he worked with the RPF to obtain aid from Ottawa and traveled the world to act as a witness in criminal and extradition cases involving accused genocidaires. Shibas helped the RPF government establish a new legal justice system, running a training program for new recruits. To be accepted into the program, potential Rwandan jurists had to successfully complete a questionnaire that Shibas designed, which included questions about Plato, Sartre, and unbelievably the capital city of Canada. The support that these Canadians gave to the RPF reflected that of the Canadian government more generally. In 1990, with Rwanda's economy in convulsions due to the collapse of coffee prices, Canada slashed millions of dollars in aid money to Rwanda, trying to force Habyarimana to accept the neoliberal model of structural adjustments. This only encouraged 370 greater resentment among Hutu peasants. If Habyarimana deflected the responsibility for the crisis onto the Tutsi, he was given plenty of ammunition by the poverty Mulroney's cuts were generating. By 1993, Canada appeared fully committed to the regime change that was taking place and was further slashing its support for Habyarimana's government. Brian Mulroney chastised the Rwandan president for failing to enter peace talks with the invading forces of the RP. By 1994, the Anglosphere had chosen Kagame and Museveni in Uganda, and these would become Canada's chief allies in Central Africa in the 21st century. Paul Kagame, celebrity dictator. Peeling back the layers of this crisis utterly unravels the standard narrative of the Rwanda genocide. In an important study of the overwhelming amount of disinformation, particularly that spun by the RPF government since 1994 that surrounded the crisis, Yuan Potier insists that Rwanda's bloodbath was not tribal, instead asserting that it was a distinctly modern tragedy, a degenerated class conflict. Furthermore, it was not an isolated incident that took place over a few months in 1994. The disaster of 1994 was a culmination of years of crisis, and it was followed by an ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in Rwanda, Burundi, and eastern Zaire, where as many as 1 million Rwandan refugees fled as the RPF consolidated power in Kigali and launched retribution killings. Shortly thereafter, the Museveni and Kagame regimes plotted an assault into Zaire which not only targeted Hutu refugee camps but also sought to unseat Zaire's President Mobutu. Mobutu had seized the country some 3 decades earlier, when it was still called the Congo, with the direct assistance of Canadian peacekeepers, who facilitated his overthrow of the left-leaning Patrice Lumumba. Mobutu was a solid anti-communist ally to the West, but with the Cold War over, and with huge amounts of mineral wealth within Zaire's borders, the West was ready for new leadership there. Museveni and Kagame propped up Laurent Kabila to be their man in Kinshasa. Kagame launched a major offensive against the refugee camps in Zaire, they were dismantled, thousands of refugees killed, and hundreds of thousands dispersed. Many streamed back into RPF-controlled Rwanda, while others fled further into Zaire. Meanwhile, Kabila's rebels had the direct support of Canada and the US. Canadian Commander Maurice 371 Baril risked heavy fire to meet with Laurent Kabila, who quickly secured his hold over eastern Zaire. His soldiers' route mapped perfectly onto the locations of major mineral deposits. Mining companies from the west had signed lucrative contracts with Kabila before he had even seized the territory. Vancouver-based First Quantum had contracts worth nearly $1 billion. Barrick Gold made a deal with Kabila for a concession on territory he had not yet liberated, and the primary shareholder of Adastra Minerals actually provided a jet for Kabila while his forces pushed towards Kinshasa. Barrick's board included Brian Mulroney and George H.W. Bush, and First Quantum hired Joe Clark to liaise with the Kabila government on its behalf. Back in Rwanda, Paul Kagame built an authoritarian system which claimed to be eliminating ethnic distinctions. People were no longer officially classified as Hutu or Tutsi, but, in fact, it served to naturalize the domination of the Tutsi elite. Under Kagame's rule, all former Hutu were considered responsible for genocide and all former Tutsi were innocent victims, an ideology reinforced by compulsory re-education programs and the coercive arm of the state. Widely considered to be little more than show trials for enemies of the state, the ongoing efforts by the Kagame government to persecute the genocidaires have created a climate of fear, particularly for Hutu peasants, who are among the most economically and politically excluded groups in the world. In Susan Thompson's Whispering Truth to Power, Rwandan peasants describe the psychologically twisted way in which the government forces people to accept its narrative. To question it brings charges of genocide denial, for which hundreds of thousands of mostly former Hutu Rwandans have been imprisoned. Most have only one way of earning their freedom: forced labor. It is effectively a revival of pre-colonial serfdom. In 2014, Kagame spoke at a rally, proclaiming that whoever betrays the country will pay the price, an obvious reference to Patrick Karegeya, Rwanda intelligence chief, who had quit Kagame's government and fled to South Africa, where he was found strangled in a hotel room in 2015. Kagame changed the constitution to allow himself to remain in office until 2034, provided he won the elections held in that time, but his electoral victory with an absurd 99% of the vote in 2017 was so obviously fraudulent that even the Western press raised its eyebrows. And yet, Kagame is hailed across the Western world as a visionary leader, having cultivated a highly visible public image, including plenty of time spent in New York. 372. at the United Nations and arranging celebrity meetups like a 2018 visit with Ellen DeGeneres. Kagame retains full Western support, in part because his Rwanda has been a devoted supporter of the American empire, cultivating close ties with the Anglosphere by joining the Commonwealth and supporting the war on terror while building a close relationship with the apartheid government of Israel. He visited Ottawa 3 times after 2004, received an honorary doctorate from the University of Sherbrooke in 2006, and continues to receive direct support from the Canadian government, including a donation of patrol vehicles for his police in 2010. In 2019, Canada sent representatives to attend Kagame's Genocide Memorial Day, which even the United States and Britain avoided, given the increasingly embarrassing state of Kagame's dictatorship, and the Toronto Star reported that Rwanda was rebuilding with hope. Balkanizing the Balkans. While Rwanda's complicated story was refashioned as a simple tale of good and evil, the narrative around the crisis that simultaneously struck the former Yugoslavia never quite achieved the same simplicity, despite the best efforts of some of its propagandists. Indeed, for a series of wars that cost the lives of as many as 200,000 people and displaced up to 3 million, the crisis in the former Yugoslavia in the 1990s was a relatively underemphasized chapter in the story of the modern world. This was particularly odd in Canada, given its contribution not just to the physical devastation but also the authoring of the war's narrative. As in Somalia and Rwanda, it was ethnic hatred, we were told, uncorked by the dissolution of the decrepit socialist state and the cunning quasi-socialist dictators who stoked it, that set the Balkans ablaze in the 1990s. It was, said Karoloff, a blood feud that went back centuries, in which Canadians found themselves forced to choose which group of savage, serial killers they should support. Only through the determination and sacrifice of Western intervention was the frenzied violence stopped and its architects brought to justice. Canada could proudly boast, among its accomplishments, that it had provided Louise the Eagle Arbor as the chief prosecutor for war crimes in the Balkans. As she had in Rwanda, Arbor kept her eagle eye on the prize and helped to save the tribunals from an untimely demise. The prize, of course, 373, was the prosecution of Slobodan Milosevic, named the chief architect of genocide. This narrative bore only limited relation to the truth. While the fault lines of the conflict appeared to be ethnic in nature, the reality was that, as in Rwanda, ethnicity was often simply the matrix upon which larger geopolitical and class struggles were played out. As V.P. Gagnon Jr. powerfully illustrates in The Myth of Ethnic War, the lurid tales of primitive Yugoslavs nursing ancient ethnic hatreds, suddenly free to act out their fantasies of bloodlust, played well in Euro-American newspapers, affixing the old colonial stereotypes of uncivilized natives to the people of the Balkan Peninsula, but the evidence pointed to a far more nuanced and multidimensional set of causes for the conflict. In fact, those sections of the elite who were mobilizing racial violence often struggled to do so. The leadership of both Serbia and Croatia had to heavily manipulate their electoral processes in order to stay in power, suggesting that they did not even enjoy significant popular support, which casts doubt on the notion that they effectively led campaigns of ethnic hate. Indeed, it was striking that tension within urban centers like Zagreb, Belgrade, and Sarajevo often fell along the lines of class or, at the very least, the urban/rural divide. Refugees during the war who fled the countryside for haven in the cities were the target of scorn and animosity from the urbanites, who shared the same ethnic background but viewed these newcomers as outsiders. This is not to suggest that ethnically motivated violence did not take place, it most certainly did. But the assumption that it was motivated from the bottom up, that is, that it dwelt within the hearts of the people who needed any excuse to let it out, was wildly false. When, for instance, Serbian forces attacked and expelled Croats and other non-Serbs living in the Krajina region, they did not have the unanimous support of even the local Serbian population. In fact, Serbian government violence was turned against Serbian moderates, who called for peaceful and equitable resolution of the conflict. Parallel dynamics took place within the Croatian forces, whose attempts to create a purely Croatian Bosnia-Herzegovina ran up against a local Croatian population that did not share such extreme desires. This was evident both in polling data from just before the war and in the very fact that the Croatian nationalists had to undertake a campaign of terror against Croatians who spoke out against the ethnic cleansing. Registered the Western insistence on making the conflict about ancient ethnic. 374. Hatred is best understood in its historical context. Yugoslavia had forged a unique path after the Second World War, having largely liberated themselves from the Nazis and their local fascist collaborators. The massive communist movement set about building an independent and multi-ethnic Yugoslavia under the leadership of Josip Broz, more commonly called Tito. Tito's Yugoslavia radiated with hope for the future. Tito himself described it as a big, beautiful contribution to the progressive movement, and in some respects it was one of the more successful socialist projects in Eastern Europe. It declared itself independent of both Washington and Moscow. It allowed greater political freedom and local governance than most of the other socialist states in Eastern Europe, and it effectively provided social and economic security such that most people in Yugoslavia enjoyed a fairly high standard of living. Most notably, it created a system of worker self-management that, while not without its flaws, gave workers unprecedented degrees of autonomy over their working conditions. Yugoslavia was not a utopia, and many have argued that its openness to Western market forces was precisely its undoing, but it nevertheless retained a certain prestige within the international left and still evokes a great deal of nostalgia among the people of post-Yugoslavia. Nevertheless, the waning years of the Cold War saw Yugoslavia's fortunes decline. After Tito's death in 1980, the balancing of federal and local power was not as easily found, and the West could smell blood, preying upon the most opportunistic and self-serving leaders. Western banks and financial institutions increasingly drew Yugoslavia into debt and its attendant capitalist restructuring, such that by the 1990s austerity and poverty were increasing rapidly. As the Soviet Union collapsed and the United States swooped in to reap the harvest of its Cold War victory, the writing was clearly on the wall for Yugoslav socialism. Popular discontent rose, although, importantly, it was not rooted in anti-communist rebellion, as Western ideological dogma insisted. While the far-right émigré communities were often virulently anti-communist, many such families had been fascists and collaborators and were anxious to exact their revenge on the socialists who had pushed them out. Those who actually lived in Yugoslavia had more modest demands, many seeking moderate reforms to the existing socialist system. While there was no unanimous grievance behind the popular discontent of the early 1990s, it was not primarily motivated by anti-communism, and it certainly was not rooted in any kind of ethnic tension. 5m. What came next is still a subject of some debate among critical scholars. What is undisputed is that in the tumult of the collapse of the USSR and the transformation of Eastern Europe, the Yugoslavian Federation began to crumble, its dissolution stoked by nationalist far-right leaders in various countries. In Croatia, for instance, President Franjo Tuđman was a quasi-fascist Croatian nationalist who had organized support for his cause during his many years living in Canada. In fact, far-right nationalists were open about the fact that they were raising money for arms, telling the CSC that they needed weapons for defense and that they trusted the Croatian government to use the funds however was necessary. By that point, Tuđman had already harnessed the most right-wing elements of Croatian society to generate violence that undermined the wishes of the majority of Croatians, who were mobilized towards more democratic, liberal, or socialist aims. What is less certain is the role played by members of the former elite, who were trying to maintain power across the transition, most notably Serbian President Slobodan Milosevic. According to some accounts, Milosevic represented one of the best chances at preserving the socialist and federal character of Yugoslavia, and with it the protection of workers' self-management, guaranteed housing, and social welfare and security. In other analyses, he is characterized as a corrupt and self-serving bureaucrat who knew that the old system was collapsing and sought to preside over its transformation such that he could emerge as a new oligarch. Trademark: the reality probably lies somewhere between these two positions, Milosevic clearly built his base of support around the maintenance of a socialist Yugoslavia and likely did wish to maintain the integrity of the Yugoslavian Federation, at least in the middle term, though it is also beyond a doubt that he intended to maintain his own privileged position and ultimately was willing to use violence to achieve that end. Whether Milosevic was a quasi-socialist or a would-be capitalist oligarch, he was in either case blocking the interests of the Euro-American powers, which had just won the Cold War and were asserting their global domination. Their vision was of a neoliberal Balkan peninsula with its public property and services privatized, its workers disciplined and capital flowing back to the West. Whatever else he was, Milosevic was an impediment to that project. Having enjoyed Western support at one point, he increasingly ran afoul of Washington, as when he nationalized the 1CN pharmaceutical plant and turned it over to worker control, defying the 376 privatizing dreams of Serbian-American capitalist Milan Panic. The ICN factory was bombed by Nero in 1999 and a narrative of Milosevic Hitler was used as justification for that Western intervention. As the instability created by the end of the Cold War generated increased tension in the Balkans in the late 1980s, the Western powers actually stoked that tension by actively supporting various factions in Yugoslavia in asserting national or subnational autonomy. The newly reunited German government took a lead role in trying to pry small Balkan countries into alliance with the expanding European community, while the United States and Canada applied economic pressure on each country to hold its own elections under U.S. supervision. The struggle between those pushing for fragmentation and those trying to maintain Yugoslav unity was, thus, given added fuel by Western interference. Indeed, careful studies of the conflict, even those that ultimately supported the intervention, noted the inconsistencies in Western support for certain groups over others. Most notably, perhaps, was the fact that the West offered significant support to the Kosovo Liberation Army despite its having played a major role in the escalation of violence in Kosovo, while condemning the Serbian army for its crackdowns on the KLA. Hypocrisies like this one permeated the conflict. In that context, the period between 1991 and 2001 was one of perpetual conflict and violence in the Balkans. The US-led interventions, primarily carried out under the auspices of NATO and including a prominent Canadian presence, which conducted some 10% of the bombings in Serbia, were responsible for a tremendous amount of violence and destruction. While typically billed as peacekeeping missions, the soldiers sent to the Balkans primarily behaved like an aggressive invasion force. The 1995 offensive in Bosnia was described by Ian MacKay and Jamie Swift as having encompassed mass bombings and ethnic cleansing. A blitzkrieg on a civilian population was officially presented as a form of peacekeeping. Indeed, NATO bombing did not prevent humanitarian crisis, as was always claimed, but often created it. For instance, during the 1999 bombing of Kosovo, Foreign Affairs Minister Lloyd Axworthy claimed that NATO was engaged in Kosovo to restore human security to the Kosovars. And yet 3 weeks of NATO bombing killed more civilians in Kosovo than had died in the previous 3 months. Even Canada's former ambassador to Yugoslavia admitted that the medicine was worse than the disease. Indeed, the narrow bombing campaigns were utterly disastrous. More than 1 million Serbs were displaced by the war, whether across the new borders or within them, and not only did the bombing create millions of refugees of many ethnicities, but it also destroyed the infrastructure needed to support them. The degree of physical damage was hard to calculate, though it was valued at well over $1 billion, and the effects of this destruction were many. In addition to the loss of crucial systems of sanitation and electricity, many NATO bombs contained depleted uranium, the toxic effects of which would remain for years to come. The bombed facilities included libraries, theaters, hospitals, and senior care homes. Television and radio stations were also targeted, to help NATO achieve information dominance, and the Danube River, the source of drinking water for 10 million people, was poisoned. Peacekeepers sent to the Balkans engaged in sexual violence and rape in Bosnia and Kosovo, so much so that the UN was compelled to create a new code of sexual conduct, and they came to occupy an important role in the burgeoning market of sex trafficking. Michael Parenti lamented the destruction of Yugoslavia, which left it a more privatized, deindustrialized, beggar-poor country of cheap labor and rich resources available at bargain prices, defenseless against capital penetration, so divided that it would never reunite. Registered. The evidence for Parenti's claim was clear in examples like the publicly owned Zastava automotive factory, which had to shed 80% of its workforce after it was mostly destroyed by NATO bombs. Many in the former Yugoslavia believed that NATO was specifically targeting worker-owned factories, especially in the so-called Red Belt, a region in southern Serbia that was solidly socialist in orientation and that was pounded with bombs despite not being industrially significant. For Canada, the wars in the Balkans were an opportunity to reassert its place in the North Atlantic Alliance. Proponents of Canada's active participation in Western military interventions argued that Canada's credibility as a member of the international security community was in question and that it had to demonstrate that it was still a player after its more limited participation in the Gulf War. Registered. Nevertheless, most Canadian narratives of the war framed it in terms of ethnic hatreds and of evil men, like Milo C. Vicente, committing genocide. Mainstream sources about Canada's role in the Balkans were almost exclusively studies of the minutiae of military strategy or the heroism of Canadian soldiers. As for 378, the soldiers themselves, they seemed to have little understanding of the situation, one describing his witnessing of a crowd of refugees by explaining, "You know, genocide was a big thing over there, it was rampant while we were there, but we just didn't know it." It did not cross the soldiers' mind, evidently, that the refugees might have been fleeing NATO bombs or that the conflict might have been more complicated than a simple tale of Serbs committing genocides. The outcome of the disastrous wars in the Balkans was ultimately satisfying to the Western powers that had fostered them. By the late 2010s, the fragmented republics of the Balkan Peninsula were firmly under the grip of neoliberal capitalism. Igor Stix and Sre Sentko Horvat describe the dismantling of Yugoslavia from the standpoint of its aftermath. Post-socialist citizens today feel largely excluded from decision-making processes. Most elections have turned out to be little more than a reshuffling of the same political oligarchy with no serious differences in political programs or rhetoric. Many lost their jobs or saw their labor conditions worsen and their pensions evaporate. Most of the previously guaranteed social benefits gradually disappeared. In addition, citizens are heavily in debt, owing money to foreign banks that proliferated in the Balkans to the point of controlling its whole financial sector. When the dust finally settled, ordinary citizens found themselves not only with a devastated country, but also with empty pockets and without the old social safety net. **. The many books which celebrate the sacrifice and bravery of Canadian soldiers who fought in the Balkans, which document every troop movement, artillery formation, and armored vehicle, and which give us the soldiers' accounts of how much they missed their families and built camaraderie with fellow soldiers, consistently fail to account for the actual legacy of the wars. In classic colonial fashion, the ends were assumed to be benevolent. These backwards people needed help, so we helped them at great personal cost even when the evidence clearly suggested otherwise. Meanwhile, the complicated history that led into the Balkan Wars is simplified in order to frame Canada as unquestionably on the right side, especially in the vilification of Slobodan Milošević. That Milošević bears responsibility for violence that took place during this period is 379. Beyond doubt, that he was uniquely genocidal and villainous is a leap that has consistently failed to cut muster among critical scholars. Nevertheless, Canadian writer Carol Off describes him matter-of-factly as one of history's villains, hungry for absolute power and control of Yugoslavia. That Off should so casually oversimplify this is hardly a surprise, given that the real subject of her study was Canadian Judge Louise Arbour, responsible for prosecuting Milošević for crimes against humanity. The process of that trial, however, was widely criticized for being a politicized kangaroo court. Arbour created anti-Milošević public media stunts in 1999 that helped build consent for the Kosovo bombing campaign, while making public appearances with high-ranking British and US officials as they announced escalations of the war against Milošević. The Canadian judge was playing a critical role in building consensus around a NATO bombing that would prove so disastrous for millions of people, while reinforcing the Canadian role in bridging the Anglo-American imperial alliance. That it required some flexibility with the truth was nothing new for the Canadian establishment. As part of the ramping up towards war in Kosovo, CBC correspondent Nancy Durham interviewed an 18-year-old girl who claimed her 6-year-old sister had been killed by Serbs. Though it had a powerful impact in Canada, the story turned out to be false, which was reported quietly after the war. Meanwhile, Canadian military academics published papers which repeated unprovable claims about the number of lives saved by the Canadian operations, evidently 350,000 in one operation in Sarajevo, and reassured themselves and their readers that the villagers of Sector West welcomed the arrival of the Canadians with baked sweets because they could finally live in peace. At the same time, they repeated the usual criticisms of the weak United Nations, noting that it was unfortunate that the UN as a whole did not adhere to Canadian standards. Indeed, according to Major Don Hewitt, the UN should never have hesitated to display force if it was necessary. No one in the Balkans respected the UN for soft pedaling or backing down. Every display of weakness was seized upon and exploited. This was in line with much of the discourse in Canada in the late 1990s, which viewed UN peacekeeping as weak and ineffectual and sought for Canada a more aggressive military role in the world. As the colonial logic went, the ruthless, uncivilized and cunning people of places like the Balkans would take advantage of northern kindness and would only 380 respond to physical force. Thus, more violence and displayed more quickly was needed to keep the natives in line. Ironically, according to the soldiers themselves, they had little respect for the UN rules of engagement anyway. Those rules went out the window when we got to Medak, explained one soldier. We just said fuck this, and we gave them everything we got. You felt bad because you knew you killed people. I don't know the numbers. The numbers were significant. But the Canadians' frustrations with not being able to kill at will the people whose countries they had invaded would soon be assuaged. As the wars in the Balkans were winding down, the attacks of September 11, 2001, would give the colonial powers all the pretext they needed to set the UN aside and engage in the kind of aggressive wars they believed they had been unduly restrained from in Somalia, Rwanda, and Yugoslavia. The War on Terror. Writing at the end of the 1990s, just before the declaration of the War on Terror, Himani Banerjee summed up the moment clearly, describing economic and political crisis, the threat of fascism and perhaps most importantly the retreat of the international left. Anti-imperialist politics in disarray and national liberation movements substituted by various right-wing nationalisms or capitalist state-inspired multiculturalisms which in the name of culture, tradition, and identity. Banerjee was highlighting the extent to which the capitalist classes had defeated and co-opted the waves of resistance unleashed in the middle of the 20th century and, in the wake of their defeat, sought to instead placate the masses with politically vacuous, emptied versions of the ideas that had inspired real struggle. Banerjee's hypothesis would be reconfirmed some 2 decades later in Assad haters' mistaken identity, which reflected on precisely the problems that Banerjee had anticipated. From its height in the 1960s, the global rebellion had been defeated by a concerted effort to break it. The nightmares of the post-Soviet experience exposed how much further there was to fall, and yet, the organized left was in disarray. Her observations were prescient, insofar as the War on Terror would illustrate both the confidence that the Western ruling classes possessed in 381. Their capacity to dominate the poor and marginalized, within and beyond their borders, and also the extent to which legitimately emancipatory movements had been sidelined by anti-American resistance which was, itself, often reactionary and regressive. This fact was borne out in, for instance, the prevalence of right-wing Islamic movements at the front of the challenge to U.S. power in the Middle East. But this was also an insidious aspect of the internal failures of the North American left. As Banerjee concluded, the Canadian ruling class had seized upon the idea of a Canadian multicultural mosaic as a way of diffusing the real racial and cultural tensions that threatened to upset the settler capitalist project. The language of diversity would serve as a diffusing or a muting device, undermining, for instance, indigenous movements towards armed struggle over land claims and reducing them to cultural demands. By the end of the 1990s, multiculturalism was a sacred Canadian value, so much so that immigrants perceived to have failed to assimilate would often be accused of rejecting Canadian multiculturalism. Meanwhile, this multiculturalism was part of the ideological apparatus that would be used to justify Canada's increasing presence in global affairs. The conflicts in Somalia, Rwanda, and the Balkans were relentlessly framed as ethnic violence in a concerted effort to distinguish those places from Canada, a state which claimed to have transcended ethnicity and embraced modern multiculturalism. Indeed, even despite the pervasive sense of failure around Canada's interventions in those conflicts in the 1990s, the Canadian ruling class projected its purported expertise in building a harmonious, multicultural society as evidence for why, in the words of Irish pop singer Bono, the world needed more Canada. Bono was about to get his wish. Multicultural Canada was to emerge as a central player in the War on Terror, the central defining dynamic of the early 21st century, through which the United States and its allies would justify a more aggressive and ambitious program to dominate the world through the projection of military power. To the extent that the Cold War had placed limits on the expansionary trajectory of the Western capitalist powers, its end had opened up vast new spaces to which the West felt entitled. The dismantling and devouring of the Soviet bloc in the early 1990s provided a boost to profits and, combined with the entrenchment of neoliberalism, capital was flying high. But the boom years of the 1990s would inevitably sputter out, trapped within the contradictions of capitalism, wherein greater 382 exploitation of the working class would ultimately make it impossible for those workers to purchase the products they were making. This problem, described originally by Karl Marx as overaccumulation of capital without space for profitable expansion, was signaled in the East Asian economic crisis of 1997–98, and the guardians of global capitalism based in the Anglosphere understood that they had to find a way to restore profitability. Their solution was twofold. Domestically, they deregulated the financial markets, allowing capital to turn Wall Street into a massive casino where it could buy and sell exotic and complex derivatives to generate short-term profits out of what David McNally describes as paper claims to future wealth. The future wealth that these paper claims represented, be they collateralized debt obligations, mortgage-backed securities, credit default swaps, or any other related form of financial asset, was fundamentally rooted in working-class debt. In order to maintain consumer spending in a time when wages were being squeezed and costs were rising, working people had to take on greater amounts of debt. This debt allowed them to make purchases, particularly in housing, that their incomes would otherwise have prevented, which was good for the capitalists that needed to keep selling their products to earn a profit. But even with interest rates kept low so that consumers could borrow and spend, capital needed more. The buying and selling of that debt, in ever more complicated bundles and packages on Wall Street, would be a chief source of profits in the 2000s. That this fragile solution came unraveled in 2008 was a shock that everyone saw coming but no one bothered to fix, since the capitalist class correctly assumed that the US government would bail it out while passing on the punishment to the working class. The War on Terror would offer the second part of the solution. Just as capital had done during earlier crises, the scramble for empire following the crash of 1873, for instance, capital would cash in on the destruction and dispossession wrought by the War on Terror. David Harvey, building from Marx's theory of overaccumulation, would call this a process of accumulation by dispossession. Degree limited in its capacity to suck adequate profits out of the territory it already controlled, capital would enlist the U.S. military and its trusted friends to create new spaces for profitable investment. The centerpiece for this project would be the war in Iraq, a populous and resource-rich country which could provide a wide range of profitable 383 investments. if not for the fact that Iraqis already owned or controlled most industries. This was a problem that could be solved by American bombs, which could physically destroy infrastructure while dislodging and disarticulating the structure of Iraqi society such that it would not have the capacity to protect local ownership publicly or privately of its resources and industries. For instance, Iraq had an extensive network of fiber optics that crisscrossed the country, but it was largely destroyed during the U.S. bombing in 2003. In 2006, the puppet government of Iraq awarded a generous $20 million contract to the Canadian company, Nortel Networks, to build a new fiber optics network. Thus, from the devastation inflicted by the War on Terror, came new opportunities for profits for capital. Importantly, for all the talk in the 1990s of a global, transnational capitalist class, the spoils of the War on Terror were not distributed evenly. That there was an increasing degree of overlap and interconnection between blocks of capital in different parts of the world was certainly true, but the notion that this would end the old dynamics of inter-imperial rivalry was premature. Capital, that nebulous, vampiric spirit that hangs above everything, is an abstraction that requires actual, existing capitalists to become concrete. Those capitalists are still human, no matter how inhuman they may behave, and humans still live in particular places and possess a range of social, cultural, emotional, psychological, and even logistical loyalties to those places. Put differently, there are still US capitalists, competing for limited profits with Russian capitalists, Chinese capitalists, and Brazilian capitalists. The War on Terror was designed not only to open up new spaces of profitable investment but also to ensure that they be cordoned off to be accessed only by those capitalists under the umbrella of the US empire. Given this context, it is noteworthy that the War on Terror catalyzed a new closeness in the Anglo-American relationship, as British Prime Minister Tony Blair pledged himself completely at the altar of the war, seeking to ensure that British capital would cash in on the profit bonanza that was to come. Canada, naturally, also recognized that as a new rivalry emerged in world capitalism, with the United States increasingly challenged for hegemony by a bloc around China, it would need to earn its place in the Atlantic Alliance. Canada's emergence as a central agent in the War on Terror would be largely shaped by this dynamic, and the rewards for participating in U.S. imperialism were sweet for the 384 Canadian capitalists in a position to enjoy them, as Nortel Networks discovered in Iraq. The most significant stage upon which this would play out for Canada was in the destruction and occupation of Afghanistan. Canada's War on Terror. My innocent children have been killed by foreigners for no reason. Mother of 2 Afghan children killed by Canadian soldiers at a checkpoint in Kandahar, 2008. Marika, 4 years old, had a hole torn through her skull, while her 2-year-old brother Turjan's chest was caved in. They were in a car with their father, Ruzai Mohammed. When it drove close to a Canadian convoy, soldiers opened fire on the car, leaving the children dead, their father injured, and their mother grieving a loss that made no sense. Her children were not terrorists, they were not Taliban, they posed no threat to anyone. In a report on the case, CBC News described the children's grieving mother as sobbing and shrieking that they were killed by foreigners for no reason. The term shrieking was unmistakably derisive in this context. It conveyed that the Afghan woman was out of control, irrational, overreacting. It is inconceivable that a Canadian news agency would have described a grieving mother of a dead Canadian soldier, no matter how upset she might have been, as shrieking. Read carefully, then. This was colonial denigration of a woman whose children had been killed by Canadian soldiers. Meanwhile, the Canadian military and political classes circled the wagons for their soldiers. Defense Minister Peter MacKay explained that a horrible decision had to be taken because the vehicle was behaving erratically. The military issued a statement explaining that it regretted the incident, taking time to note that this was a difficult time for the Canadian soldiers who had killed the Afghan children. This is a tough incident for the crews involved to deal with, as this is the last thing soldiers want to happen. Grieve not for the dead Afghan children, the Canadian public. 394. was being told, but for their killers. The soldiers were quickly cleared of any wrongdoing in the matter, and the children's father, Rizai Mohammed, was supposed to be paid compensation for the family's loss and the fact that his own injuries cost him his job as a driller. It was not clear whether that compensation ever arrived, and when questioned about it, Canadian officials explained that this being Afghanistan, these things can take time to make their way through the system. Should the soldiers who fired on that car have faced more severe punishment? There is no simple answer to that question. If the facts provided to the public were true and complete, then the defense they gave wasn't entirely unreasonable in its context. Out of fear that the car might be carrying a bomb with the intention of crashing into a Canadian vehicle and exploding, the soldiers were ordered to open fire on the car to prevent that possibility. It all happened quickly, and, presumably, the soldiers made the best decision they could in the moment. This is plausible, at a certain level, though it also needs be noted that in Western counterinsurgency wars of this era, opening fire on people approaching convoys or roadblocks became such a common occurrence that some observers actually called it a tactic in the cover-up of civilian deaths. Given a Canadian public discipline to support the troops, it was no surprise that they were absolved of any culpability. But it raised the larger and more difficult question that Canadians had been taught to ignore: should Canadian troops have been in Afghanistan at all? Had there been no occupation, no convoy, no insurgency, no counterinsurgency, would Murka and Turjan Mohammed still be alive? What did it mean that Canada was so deeply enmeshed in the infinite, global war on terror which produced human tragedy on a daily basis? Why were some lives deemed more expendable than others, and why did the Canadian public so readily accept this? Was the Afghan mission itself beyond redemption? Afghanistan, Canada's longest war. Death to Canada was the chant repeated by hundreds of Afghan protesters at a highway blockade in September 2007. The blockade was protesting a violent raid, one of hundreds conducted by the invasion forces, that killed 2 civilian religious leaders outside Kandahar, where Canadian troops were primarily based. Though the Canadian public was kept mostly in the dark about the worst details of the occupation of Afghanistan, the BD. Death to Canada chants cannot have helped buoy support for a war that had never generated much enthusiasm. Indeed, as Jean-Christophe Boucher and Kim Nossel describe it, what support there was for the Canadian engagement in Afghanistan always remained tepid, with very few Canadians strongly in favor. Nevertheless, while there was often significant opposition to the war reflected in opinion polls, Boucher and Nossel rightly note that the opposition always remained passive. Registered public apathy towards the war in Afghanistan was interesting, given that it was arguably Canada's most significant foreign policy file since the Second World War. Officially, the war lasted from 2001 to 2014, making it Canada's longest, though Canadian casualties were relatively few. 159 soldiers were killed and around 2,000 injured. By contrast, over 100,000 Afghans were killed as a direct result of the conflict, a substantial portion of them civilians, and that number could be as high as 500,000 when considering indirect deaths caused by the war. A decade into the war, 70% of Afghans were living in extreme poverty, and violence and instability were far worse than they had been before the invasion. Canadians regularly reassured themselves that they were in Afghanistan to promote peace, to stabilize a failed state, and to promote human rights, especially for women. That Afghan women's associations rejected this colonial logic was an uncomfortable disruption to the narrative and was, as such, typically ignored. Still, despite a full court press by the Canadian ruling class to sell the war in Afghanistan as a mission of peace and human rights, the nakedness, indeed the Americanness of imperial aggression in Afghanistan prevented the Canadian public from ever fully embracing the war. The Afghan mission, as the Canadian elite typically called it, was launched in response to the attacks against symbolic centers of U.S. power on September 11, 2001, the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. The architect of the attacks was Osama bin Laden, a wealthy Saudi militant who had once been on the CIA payroll but had turned on his one-time sponsors, resenting the overwhelming U.S. presence in the Middle East. especially in Saudi Arabia. When U.S. President George W. Bush declared the War on Terror, which would come to shape early 21st century politics, Canada was quick to get on board, joining the invasion of Afghanistan almost immediately. No Afghans had participated in the 9/11 attacks, but U.S. officials claimed that bin Laden's organization, Al-Qaeda, had used 396. A network of caves in that country as its base of operations. Accordingly, Afghanistan was to be subject to invasion and occupation with the ostensible aim of capturing bin Laden, rooting his organization and discouraging other countries from harboring terrorists. Over many years of teaching Canada's war in Afghanistan, I have noticed a recurring and troubling pattern in my classes. When asked what they knew about Afghanistan from before 2001, few students have ever had an answer. The unspoken assumption held by many Canadians, including the soldiers who were sent there, was that Afghanistan effectively had no history. In the minds of Canadians, Afghanistan was a static society that had existed outside of time and modernity, frozen into a primordial state of backwardness that could only be interrupted by Western intervention. As one Canadian soldier put it, "We're in a country that's back 2,000 years. It's like walking with people out of National Geographic." These colonial assumptions were in harmony with those made hundreds of years earlier about indigenous peoples in the West or of Africans fighting for independence during the 1960s. Afghanistan does, in fact, have a history, which actually sheds some light on the dynamics into which Canada plunged itself in 2001. The country had been notoriously difficult for European powers to colonize, though both Britain and Russia attempted to do so in the 19th century. During the Cold War, Afghanistan was considered a relatively marginal player, initially non-aligned and ruled by a decentralized monarchy which downloaded local power to regional warlords, who controlled most of the land and whose power had carried over from the feudal era. Modernization efforts in the 1920s were thwarted by the British Empire, but by the 1950s, Afghans' appetite for change could no longer be suppressed. As Prime Minister Muhammad Dud began building an industrial base and precipitating the emergence of more capitalist property relations, new class forces emerged in the country, including a growing communist presence, split between the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, which was linked closely with the Soviet Union, and the more organic, popular Shola Jaywid. These groups sought to separate church and state, reduce the power of the large landowners, and institute tribal and gender equality. Dud did not share these radical goals, but he recognized by the 1970s that if he was to seize power, he would need a mass mobilization, which only the communists could muster. They joined forces and, in 1973, the Republic of Afghanistan was born. 397. Its glory was short-lived. Dud immediately suspended Parliament and the Constitution and turned against the Communists, having previously made that guarantee to his sponsors in the CIA and the regional warlords. His effort to liquidate the left was serious. Hundreds of people were killed or arrested between 1973 and 1978, but Dud underestimated the strength of the movement, which had galvanized mass support like none other in recent Afghan history. In 1978, aware that Dud would never share power, the PA overthrew Dud and seized power against the wishes of the United States and the Afghan elite. The PA quickly made good on several of its promises, including eliminating the patriarchal bride pricing system, enacting a national literacy program, and, most importantly, seizing land from large landowners and redistributing it to Afghan peasants. Land reform was modest and the PA had serious limitations, but Afghanistan's turn to the left was still unacceptable to the United States. Life for most Afghans was getting better under the PA, and few believed that American intervention would improve matters. As such, the C1 had to look beyond Afghanistan to find people willing to die to reverse the reforms being enacted in that country. The solution came predominantly from the most right-wing sections of Islam, some within Afghanistan but many from abroad in Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, which resented the PDPA's marginalization of Islamic laws and its undermining of traditional hierarchies and structures of Afghan society. These right-wing Islamic movements, which would later come to be known as fundamentalist, were resolutely anti-communist and incensed by the increasing presence of the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. Though the Soviets had not participated in the seizure of power, they did offer aid and technical support. Images of Soviet scientists teaching young men and women at the university in Kabul were, to many, a sign of progress, but that progress was unacceptable to the religious right, who immediately began carrying out terrorist attacks against the PA. Schools were burned, teachers were killed, and in 1979 an Islamist uprising at Herat ended with the murder, torture and dismembering of several PDPA and Soviet officials, their heads placed on spikes around the city. Registered thus was born the Mujahideen, a guerrilla force which would be funded, equipped, and trained by the United States to undermine the PA government in Afghanistan and draw the Soviet Union into a conflict that would drain its resources and capacities. Among its leaders was Osama bin 398 Laden, a wealthy young Saudi capitalist who helped finance and recruit fighters for the movement and who was featured in a fluffy 1993 article in the UK newspaper The Independent with the headline "Anti-Soviet Warrior Puts His Army on the Road to Peace." Peace is hardly what the Mujahideen brought to Afghanistan. In what would prove to be a significant factor in the final unraveling of the Soviet Union, it sent troops to Afghanistan to protect the PA and spent nearly a decade mired in ceaseless struggle with the Mujahideen and local forces that joined it. While the PA had maintained some popularity, Afghans did not typically welcome the presence of Soviet troops, who often had little regard for local people or customs and were increasingly viewed as a kind of imperial imposition. The war was also unpopular in the Soviet Union, its own Vietnam, and the Americans poured over $10 billion into assisting the Mujahideen, to ensure that it would end in defeat for the Soviets and devastation for progressive forces in Afghanistan. Asterisk. When the dust settled, Afghanistan was in the hands of the Mujahideen, who could not decide who among them should exercise power. After a decade of war, the country would slide immediately back into civil war in the early 1990s, this time between different factions of the victorious Islamist forces. It was a group called the Taliban that ultimately emerged from the civil war in 1996 in control of Kabul and able to exert some influence over the rest of the country. Afghanistan was now ruled by forces and ideologies that had been marginalized since the 1950s. It was a major step backwards for the majority of Afghans, but it placed Afghanistan squarely in the U.S. empire as it celebrated its Cold War victory. When the Taliban invited their old ally, Osama bin Laden, to set up camp in Afghanistan, the U.S. paid little attention. A few years later, planes were flying into the Twin Towers and Afghanistan was suddenly back on the radar in North America. The US-led coalition attacked Afghanistan and took control of the capital within a matter of months, establishing a puppet government under Hamid Karzai, but could only sustain that regime by maintaining a semi-permanent occupying force in the country. Afghanistan before the invasion, then, had a complex history which involved many of the same kinds of class struggles that took place anywhere else in the world. Far from being frozen in time, Afghans had experienced the growth and consolidation of new class forces, revolution and counter-revolution, and perhaps more importantly, multiple foreign 399 invasions. A people whom Canada tended to view as ancient and prehistoric had, in fact, lived through many of the quintessential struggles and crises of modernity. But little of this history was understood or respected by the Canadian soldiers that began pouring into the country in 2001. Instead, they brought high-caliber weapons and platitudes about rescuing women and maintaining stability in a country they believed to be a failed state. Whatever failures were present in Afghanistan were, as Angela Joya concludes, a product of the legacy of colonialism, the unequal structure of the world economy, the geopolitics of the Cold War, and the turn to neoliberalism since the 1980s. Yet Canadians continued to assume that Afghan problems were a result of Afghan backwardness and that only the more modern Canadian presence could get the country back on track. That the occupation did not make life better in Afghanistan did little to stop the flood of books published after 2001 valorizing the soldiers and their experiences. The authors of these books, typically journalists and sometimes academics, would often preface by disavowing themselves of any ethical judgment of the war itself. "I will leave the analysis to historians," wrote one, "whether Canada should have been in Afghanistan at all." But the next 250 pages of his book effectively endorsed the war by treating the soldiers as heroes, detailing their inner life, their experience in Afghanistan, their bonds, their struggles, and so on. There was nearly no mention of what it was like for Afghans. Noteworthy in the avalanche of books that followed this pattern was 15 Days by right-wing columnist Christy Blatchford, which won a Governor-General's Literary Award. That the book was embraced by the Canadian establishment is telling. It led with a quote from Rudyard Kipling, opened with the bombastic claim that a Canadian unit in Kandahar was a killing machine, and cartoonishly mocked and denigrated Afghans while lionizing Canadian soldiers, whose own descriptions of events made up much of the text. The book was, inadvertently, one of the single clearest articulations of Canada's colonial imagination in the 21st century. 400. They don't deserve our help. Morally, you have to feel superior, explained one Canadian soldier to Christy Blatchford. And superior they certainly felt. Another Canadian is quoted at length yelling at a 25-year-old wounded Afghan, claiming that the Afghan would not have shown the mercy he was showing. "That's bullshit. Because I'm better than you, because we're better than you, I will heal you up and patch you up and take you back." Indeed, throughout the book, Afghans are presented as one of three stereotypes, none of which have any agency or nuance, and all of which serve the Canadian colonial narrative. They are either, 1. Bloodthirsty religious zealots who are barely human and disrespect women, 2. Inept, cowardly, and ungrateful allies who did not deserve Canada's help, or 3. Simpering, groveling victims who would spout platitudinous thanks for Canada's having saved them. The first category was common ground for colonial occupations, and it was reflected even at the level of public discourse, as high-ranking military officials would speak to the media of Afghans who were detestable murderers and scumbags, who wanted to break our society, and General Rick Hillier was clearly 22 were insidious by their very nature, suggesting that there was something intrinsic about Afghan evil. It was their nature, not their circumstances, or political economic conditions, or a revulsion towards occupation and domination, that made them resist the Canadian presence. Meanwhile, the second category, Canadian Sodder's perception of ingratitude from Afghans, is worth highlighting, given its hallowed position in the annals of colonialism. Rudyard Kipling himself mused about the ungrateful natives, the blame of those ye better, the hate of those ye guard, and it figured prominently in the aftermath of the Somalia affair, where Canadian peacekeepers' violence was justified by their feeling underappreciated by the Somalis they were there to save. In Afghanistan, Canadians routinely chastised Afghans as ingrates, one admitting to yelling and swearing at a group of very old men for not helping the Canadians fix their country. Indeed, the Canadians often had particular venom for their supposed allies in the Afghan National Police, created to protect the puppet government in Kabul. Canadian soldiers viewed the ANP as lazy and cowardly. The presence of Afghan troops was designed to obscure that this was a foreign occupation, but 401. The colonial soldiers did not like it. Here, a soldier describes a mission in which the ANP were in the vanguard. Part of the plan was to get the ANP in front of us as we approached the school, because it's their fucking country, and every mission we're supposed to have an Afghan face on it, and I thought, you know what, it's about fucking time they started fucking coming good on this. Let's get them up there. Fucking, you know what, I hate to say cannon fodder, but you know what, it's time for them to take a fucking lead. We'll push up behind and make sure they do it right. The soldier narrating would then get on the radio to his superior and complain that the Afghans were hiding in the ditch and was told, you're going to have to hold their hand. The framing of Afghans as cowardly children dovetails with the idea that they were ungrateful and undeserving of Canada's sacrifice on their behalf, as this soldier expressed. You're there to help people, to help the Afghan people make their country better. It's so frustrating to be in that position. You want to say, don't you people realize what you could have? That's all we want. There were days, when I came back and said, screw it, it's not worth it. This place is fucked. They don't deserve our help. You drive around a corner and you see little kids and you say, all right, we have to be here. Degree. In the last sentence, we see the third stereotype emerge, the thankful Afghan victim. Indeed, Canadians convinced themselves that most of the people in Afghanistan want us to win, most of them want to help us, but it was a long way away from the truth. Opinion polls in Afghanistan throughout the war reflected a consistent opposition to the foreign presence, often as high as 80–90%. It is the elephant in the room with all of these books. Even while Canadian soldiers tell tales of barefoot Afghan children thanking them for allowing them to go to school, the reality was that the occupation was always the subject of Afghan anger and resentment. In keeping with much of the discourse around Canada's occupation of Afghanistan, Blatchford through the people she interviews raises the question of whether the war was a good idea, only to subsume it under what she frames as the more important matter, supporting the 402 troops. The sister of a Canadian soldier who died is quoted in the book, saying, I didn't think we should go, but once we go, I support them. This was a common theme in discussion around the war. Canadians were increasingly disciplined to support the troops, whatever they thought of the specific mission in Afghanistan. Any meaningful dialogue about whether the war itself was good or bad was postponed indefinitely. Canadians' job was to simply line up behind the men and women who were putting themselves in harm's way on behalf of the rest of us. But what if the war in Afghanistan, like Somalia, Korea, or the First World War, was never about protecting Canadians at all? What if the war in Afghanistan was about policing the world on behalf of capital and empire? The most important question about the war was precisely the one Canadians were being told to ignore. That there was surprise at Afghans' lack of gratitude for Canada's benevolence was partly a product of the ignorance in which most Canadians were kept about Canada's vicious means and cynical ends in Afghanistan. The occupation, exhaustively documented in the edited volume Empire's Ally, was a catastrophe for average Afghans. The establishment of the puppet Karzai government was a boon to capital from the Anglosphere, as US, British and Canadian companies secured lucrative contracts for construction, reconstruction, mining, telecommunications, energy, and other industries. Among the Canadian companies that made major profits in Afghanistan after 2001 were Lockheed Martin Canada, Canaccord Financial, and SRK Consulting, to say nothing of the massive engineering firm SNC-Lavalin, which seemed to be linked to nearly every Canadian adventure abroad and was briefly embarrassed in the late 2010s by a fraud and bribery scandal. Afghanistan's resource wealth was estimated at some $3 trillion, and the most notable Canadian investor in the country was Kilo Gold Mines, awarded a contract for a massive iron mining deposit at Hajigak**. And while the war brought windfall profits to a range of Canadian companies, its aims were broader than simply to bulge the pockets of Neil Bruce and other Canadian millionaires. The war in Afghanistan, like that in Iraq, was about establishing the architecture of the American empire in the 21st century. U.S. capital needed a world in which resistance to capital was defeated and demoralized, where local client states could be counted upon to maintain the legal and political conditions ideal for exploitation of labor and resources, and where there was a multi-level 403 security apparatus to protect the flow of profits from any possible threats. These threats could be anti-capitalist movements, but they could also take the form of general instability which can upset the logistics of capital accumulation or interference from rival blocks of capital. Afghanistan, located in a position of strategic importance for the transportation of fossil fuels, could have easily fallen under the sway of America's capitalist competitors like Iran, Russia, or China, and the war was one way of ensuring America's continued dominance in the region. Canada, as this book illustrates, was deeply invested in the idea of an American, capitalist empire. Canada's foreign policy across a century and a half had been aimed at protecting and promoting the British and U.S. empires, With a keen understanding that Canada could carve out space for its own ruling class's prosperity under that umbrella. Canada's significant contribution to the war in Afghanistan was to signal to Washington that Canada would play ball, sacrificing resources, reputation, and working-class lives to maintain the integrity and functionality of the U.S. empire. The payoff for Canada was that it would continue to receive preferential treatment within the empire. This included access to contracts, the sharing of information, and a seat at the table where the big decisions would be made. Its participation in wars like Afghanistan was designed to be leveraged for those advantages. As Jerome Klassen explains, the goal of the conflict in Afghanistan to impose occupation, assert Western power, and globalize neoliberal economics. More specifically for Canada, the war a deliberate and self-conscious strategy of the state and corporate elite to fashion a military infrastructure for managing the Third World in conjunction with U.S. imperialism. Indeed, the war also served to transform the military itself, to shed the orientation towards peacekeeping and generate the enthusiasm, funding and firepower to be a full-fledged imperial army again. By 2017, Canada was contributing just 62 of the over 90,000 UN peacekeepers around the world, ranked 72nd in the world by the numbers. This dramatic reduction in Canada's peacekeeping presence took place alongside an annual military budget that had ballooned from around $12 billion in the 1990s to well over $20 billion per year by the late 2010s. The resources were there, but they were not being put into blue helmets. Canada was being transformed into a warrior nation, its military restructured and empowered, such. 404. That, as Greg Albo notes, even the architecture of the Canadian state was redesigned significantly to give institutional prominence, permanency, and additional organizational breadth to the new security measures and foreign policy stance that came with the war on terror. What the Afghans need is colonizing. In all of these imperial calculations, Afghans' needs were largely irrelevant in Canada's plans, which included using its military position in the country to exert considerable control over the Afghan government. Already beholden to the Western occupation to maintain his hold on power, the puppet president, Hamid Karzai, was actually structured into taking orders from Canadian military officials. Strategic Advisory Team Afghanistan was the deceptively dull title given to a cluster of Canadian military officers who were embedded within the apparatus of the Karzai government. SATE was in a position to craft Afghan legislation, and indeed it helped to establish the legal architecture of neoliberalism through which foreign capital was able to reap profits from the country. Part of the reason SATE was in a position to exert such influence was that the occupation, when it redesigned the structures of Afghan governance, intentionally created a system wherein real power would rest in the hands of the president. As Don Everts, a former head of NATO's mission in Afghanistan, described it, "It would have been better to have allowed more organized structures, more political actors like parties. The result has been an extremely chaotic parliament. We deliberately did this. To reinforce presidential position, you weaken the parliament." Having consciously built a weak democratic system in which the puppet president held most of the power, Canada and its allies then ensured that their puppet did their bidding. The Karzai government welcomed foreign capital, sold off public assets, imposed austerity measures, maintained the power of the local elite, and marshaled the limited resources of the Afghan state almost entirely to the violent counterinsurgency and the projection of military force to secure the conditions for foreign exploitation. Needless to say, this was an agenda that served foreign capital, not Afghan people. When Canada offered aid for reconstruction, it often did so only. 405. For Afghan communities that agreed to support the Karzai government, playing Afghans against one another and seeking to buy compliance with desperately needed reconstruction aid. Even when aid was given, much of it never even got to Afghanistan, being siphoned up by the Canadian NCOs and businesses that had been contracted to provide it. Many of the projects, the construction of schools, for instance, that Canadians were told they were offering to Afghanistan were, in fact, unfinished, dysfunctional or non-existent in the meantime, in order to manage the growing popularity of the Taliban, popular because it was leading the counterinsurgency Canada encouraged the Karzai government to make concessions to the religious right. With Canada's approval, Karzai re-established some of the most repressive and patriarchal laws that had originally been established by the Taliban, including the legalization of child marriage, the starvation of spouses, and the marrying of rapists to their victims. Despite Canada's being among the authors of this failing apparatus, Canadians were often encouraged, during the course of the war, to think of Afghanistan as a basket case that could not build a functional state. If Canada could not solve Afghanistan's problems, the argument went, no one could. Certainly not Afghans themselves. The National Post declared in 2001, what the Afghans need is colonizing. In fact, there were plenty of Afghans who articulated what they actually needed, but Canada and its allies typically ignored them. For instance, Afghan journalist Dad Noorani noted that Afghanistan needed a third force, which lined up neither with the Islamist forces nor the foreign occupation. Noorani suggested that at the core of this third force could have been an alliance of left intellectuals, tribal elders who had remained outside of the power struggles and political movements that had resisted the temptation of using violence. Other Afghans proposed more radical solutions. According to Hamayan Ragstar, the organization that still commanded the most respect among many poor Afghans was Shola Jaywid, the Communist Party that had always had a solid base in the country and had earned the people's respect for having not engaged in human rights violations selling out the country. What is clear is that Afghans did not welcome the foreign occupation and were entirely capable of proposing workable alternatives to solve the crisis that had been churning since the arrival of the US-funded Mujahideen in the late 1970s. Canadians largely believed that no such 406 Afghans existed, and so the the burden for saving the country fell to Canadians. Thus, the assumption was always that Canada had good intentions, be they soldiers, generals, politicians, corporations, NGO workers, missionaries or folk singer Bruce Cockburn, who traveled to Afghanistan to entertain the troops. Nevertheless, this book systematically illustrates that Canadians engaging in overseas wars have most often replicated the intentions of their colonial ancestors. Indeed, it is a fitting testament to the way Canada viewed its mission in Afghanistan that soldiers again took to using the term Indian country to describe where they were. They had done the same, less than a decade earlier, during the operation in Somalia, which devolved into violence, torture and murder of starving Somalis. Not surprisingly, the same pattern emerged in Afghanistan. In the late 2000s, when the story began to leak out of Afghanistan that prisoners were being tortured, the claim was that it was Afghan police who were torturing other Afghans and that Canada's only crime was in knowingly transferring prisoners to the Afghan National Police for torture. This version of events stayed comfortably within the narrative that Afghans were savage and violent, and at worst the Canadians were tainted and tempted by the dark, lawless Indian country itself to look the other way at Afghans' violence. Nevertheless, it became clear as early as 2007 that Canadians had, in fact, participated directly in torture. By 2016, this was a matter of public record, reported even in the right-wing National Post, which picked up the story noting that Afghan prisoners, many of them poor farmers and workers with no ties to insurgent groups, were so terrified of the prison raids conducted by Canadian soldiers that they defecated and urinated on the spot when the Canadians arrived. Indeed, the torture was traumatic. The violence inflicted on Afghan prisoners included being caged, beaten, killed, frozen, deprived of sleep, humiliated, hooded, stripped, kicked, electrocuted, executed, sexually assaulted, waterboarded, threatened with rape and attacked with dogs. In 2016, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau yet again refused a call to open a federal inquiry into torture in Afghanistan, and, as Shireen Razak notes, Canadians reassured themselves that whatever torture was inflicted on Afghans must have been necessary to extract information from fanatical, misogynist Taliban prisoner. But this was false. intelligence agencies like the CRA and CSIS had long ago concluded that torture did not provide reliable information. It had no instrumental purpose whatsoever, rather. 407. As Razak argues, it was about marking the space between colonizer and colonized, between the torturer's world which mattered and had to be protected and the irrelevant and dying world of the tortured. This was the precise re-articulation of the colonial imagination that Canada had been built upon. Canada represented the future, the colonized people were the past. Their only chance of survival was to adapt and assimilate quickly, deferentially, and with gratitude to the colonizer's world. Just as a Canadian soldier had described Afghans as 2,000 years behind, a Canadian colonel explained that Canada had to work with the Afghans and build their capacity, starting from zero. Col. Laurie Hahn, by then a Conservative MP, went on to explain that Canada should try to bring Afghanistan to something like the standards we would expect in the West. Registered the Afghans were, in Rudyard Kipling's phrasing, Canada's new cod, sullen peoples, half devil and half child. Degree asterisk like newborn infants, they had no history and the best they could hope for was to learn from the benevolent Canadian occupiers who were trying to mold them into modernity. The nightmare that the occupation had created in Afghanistan was, in this colonial understanding, framed as a gift its recipients did not or could not properly appreciate. Canada in the War on Terror. While Afghanistan was the centerpiece of Canada's War on Terror, it was no means the only piece. In 2003, when the United States expanded the war to target Iraq, Canadian popular culture was gripped by debate. While a new militarism was taking hold of Canadian society, mobilizing the September 11 attacks and the support the troops mantra to justify Canada's wider involvement in the war, there was also reluctance among sections of Canadian society about going deeper into a war without end. Iraq had not played any role in the 9/11 attacks. In fact, Saddam Hussein was ideologically in direct opposition to Osama bin Laden and the Al-Qaeda organization. Al-Qaeda's ideology was rooted in a right-wing version of Islam, whereas Iraq was a secular state, and, as the United States scrambled to assemble evidence of Saddam's construction of nuclear weapons, there was widespread skepticism that Iraq posed a legitimate or immediate threat to the Western world * as George W. Bush called for a coalition of the willing to topple the Iraqi government. The debate in Canada played out dramatically on 408. Hockey Night in Canada, as two of the country's chief ideologues hashed it out in the middle of a Habs game, after fans in Montreal booed during the U.S. national anthem * on the far right was Don Cherry, insisting that Canada should stand beside its friends and go to war out of loyalty to the Americans. On the soft right was Ron MacLean, insistent that Canada should only participate in the war if it gained United Nations approval. It was not a sophisticated deliberation, featuring only two versions of Canadian ruling class ideology, but it was a reflection of the fact that Canada was in transition. Maclean's position harkened to the era when Canada cloaked the pursuit of its interests in multilateralism, peacekeeping, and other gestures towards international consensus. Cherry, an anachronistic colonial racist, mobilized the language of loyalty and brotherhood with the U.S. in advocating for war. In 2003, Ron MacLean's version of Canada still prevailed. The Canadian government did not officially pledge itself to the war, citing the fact that the UN had not sanctioned it, and many Canadians congratulated themselves on taking a strong moral stand against an illegitimate war. Naturally, behind the scenes, the Canadian government worked closely with the US to facilitate the very war it claimed to be standing against. In addition to providing a surge of Canadian troops in Afghanistan to make up for redeployments of US soldiers to Iraq, the Canadian Navy actively served alongside the Americans in the Persian Gulf, even taking command of the Joint Canadian-US Task Force. 151 Canadian soldiers participated in the ground war in Iraq. Members of the vaunted Joint Task Force 2 Commando Division fought alongside US and British Special Forces, and many later joined the private security companies more commonly called mercenaries that became notorious in Iraq. Canadian mercenary companies like Globerisk, Global Impact, Gladius, and Garda World all operated in the country, earning huge paydays while their employees protected Western businesses operating in occupied Iraq. Officially, Canada claimed that the war in Iraq happened in the initial weeks of the US invasion, and that everything after that was, instead, a period of reconstruction. As such, by April 2003, Canada was offering police, prison experts, legal officers, combat engineers, and transport planes to assist in that reconstruction. Indeed, Canada headed the International Reconstruction Fund facility for Iraq and played a central role in training both the Iraqi military and its police. The RCMP trained as many as 32,000 Iraqi police officers, working closely with its interior. 409. Ministry, which was notorious for death squads and torture. A Canadian firm, L3 Wescam, provided guidance systems for missiles and drones while its parent company was sued for having provided interrogation teams to the Abu Ghraib detention center, which became synonymous with torture and abuse of prisoners. According to the U.S. ambassador in Ottawa, Canada was making a greater contribution to the war in Iraq than most of the countries officially listed in the Coalition of the Willing. Trademark. For instance, while other countries withdrew their exchange officers in protest, Canada did not. Its officers fought alongside the Americans and British, and one even received a Most Excellent Order of the British Empire from the Queen herself. Another Canadian soldier was given deputy command of the U.S. 18th Airborne Division in Iraq, while the head of the Canadian Forces, Walter Nadenchik, was part of the planning of the war itself. The Canadian and U.S. militaries had, by the early 2000s, been linked together to such an extent that a Canadian government refusal to participate in the war was somewhat meaningless. Canadians were bound to whatever the U.S. military did. This was not a sign of Canadian weakness, as some critics suggested, but rather a reflection of Canadian interests. The Canadian ruling class had long ago determined that the best chances for its success were rooted in Canada's becoming an indispensable part of the U.S. military machine. The war in Iraq reflected the emergence of that project, described by Jerome Classen. After September 11, the Canadian corporate elite began to advocate a deep integration of the North American bloc and a global military force projection against terrorist groups, rogue states, and weapons of mass destruction. In this endeavor, it was supported by the defense lobby, which began to mobilize for a new foreign policy of cooperative specialization with U.S. global primacy, selective engagement with multilateral institutions, and counterinsurgency warfare in failed or rogue states. Degree. This was, explained Classen, a class-based effort at joining empire, a choice taken by the Canadian elite to pursue access to greater profits abroad by embedding itself within the U.S. imperial machine. Whether in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, or any other state targeted by the war on terror, Canada would dutifully play its part in order to ensure that it had access to the rewards. In Iraq, those rewards were highlighted by major oil and 410 gas concessions in Iraqi Kurdistan. Vast Exploration received one of the largest contracts. Its CEO had developed a close friendship with Jay Garner, the U.S. official who was placed in charge of Iraq. After his time running Iraq was over, Garner joined the company's board of directors. A lot of mutual back-scratching flowed between North American business and military over the ashes of Iraq, where even the Washington Post admitted to an estimate of some 600,000 people killed, mostly civilians, while there were credible estimates that placed the figure closer to 1 million registered. A once relatively prosperous country now hosted as many as 10 million people living in poverty, who lacked consistent access to clean drinking water and electricity and who could not count on basic health care provision in their broken and polluted cities. These facts put the lie to Canadian pro-war commentary like that of National Post columnist Mark Stein, who claimed in 2002 that an American occupation would leave Iraq at bare minimum, the least worst governed state in the Arab world, at best, pleasant, civilized and thriving. Given Canada's central role in Afghanistan and its significant, if hidden, contribution to the devastation of Iraq, it was clear that Canada was a big player in the War on Terror. By 2008, Canadian Forces General Rick Hillier was boastful about Canada's role. "We're not trying to be one of the big boys," he puffed, "we are one of the big boys." As the War on Terror expanded to involve bombings, invasions, drone attacks, and regime changes in several other countries, Canada was often involved. The Canadian military was one of the leaders of the campaign to oust Libyan President Muammar Gaddafi in 2011, sending more than 600 soldiers and a host of naval and air power to bomb the country and assist a rebel group in defeating Gaddafi. The conflict barely made a blip in the Canadian popular consciousness. The few mentions it received in the Canadian media tended to be supportive, accepting without much question that Gaddafi was a bad guy and Canada was right to support the rebels, with little mention of the 20,000 civilians killed in the war. Once Gaddafi was ousted, Canada immediately offered $10 million in aid to the new government, which it believed would be a solid partner in the neoliberal reconstruction of Libya. "We saw a blatant wrong being perpetrated by a brutal regime," said Prime Minister Stephen Harper, "and Libyans now have an opportunity to create a more secure, just, and peaceful country." In fact, Libya descended into a chaotic civil war immediately following the 2011 attack and remains mired in political instability and violence. 411. The rebels Canada had backed were far-right Islamist militants who, once in power, had much in common with the far-right groups like the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, which had emerged in post-occupation Iraq. As many as 2 million people tried to escape from Libya, thousands dying in attempts to cross the Mediterranean Sea, and hundreds of thousands of others were swept up by criminal human trafficking rings. The net effect of Canada's bombing of Libya was to send the country into a spiral in which millions of people, always the most vulnerable, suffered terribly. By 2018, there was chatter in the West about another intervention in Libya to defeat the forces it had supported in 2011. And even as Libya reeled from the effects of Western intervention, the War on Terror began to target Syria. The dismantling of the Ba'ath government in Iraq, even in its decrepit state under Saddam Hussein, opened the door to more radical right-wing Islamic forces which had had little room to operate under Saddam. By the 2010s, these forces had coalesced in organizations like 1S which had aspirations beyond the borders of Iraq. Neighboring Syria was ruled by a dictatorship not so different from that which had been defeated in Iraq. Bashar al-Assad had also maintained his rule by offering a certain degree of economic stability, secularism, and political pluralism for minority groups. Nevertheless, he repressed both right-wing Islamic fundamentalists like the Muslim Brotherhood and more left-leaning democratic activists who rose up during the Arab Spring with equal ferocity. As a full-fledged rebellion broke out against Assad's dictatorship, the secular and progressive character of the rebels in the Free Syria Army was compromised by its complicated and shifting alliances with Islamist organizations like ISIS. As Assad cracked down on the rebellion, the War on Terror expanded to Syria, and thus the West found itself fighting terrorism by supporting terrorists trying to overthrow the Assad government. To be sure, there were plenty of Syrians who were not affiliated with STS or the Muslim Brotherhood and who still wanted Assad out, but the fact that these forces shared a common enemy in Assad made the war very difficult to parse. Adding a NATO bombing campaign to the mix only made things worse. Assad, who still retained some support in Syria, was able to present himself as protecting the country from becoming another Iraq, while also soliciting support from rival regional powers like Russia and Iran. Assad's repression of the rebels became even more merciless, a fact that 412 was brought home for me personally when one of his barrel bombs killed my friend, Toronto-based independent journalist Ali Mustafa. With Assad now well equipped and supported, nothing short of a full-scale invasion by the West would be likely to defeat him, and so the regime change was put on hold. Nevertheless, the Western powers carried out massive bombing campaigns against the country, within a strategy that sought to use Islamist organizations to weaken the Assad regime, while containing the growth of those Islamist groups like 1S which posed a threat to U.S. power in the region. It was a delicate and entirely cynical balance that did not immediately yield the results the US wanted. More importantly, however, beneath these geopolitical manipulations, the war brought the full nightmare of the war on terror upon the Syrian masses. A country of some 20 million people saw nearly 500,000 people killed, 2 million wounded and 10 million displaced. By 2015, 80% of the remaining people in Syria were living in poverty, its greatest cities were in ruins, and once eradicated diseases like typhoid and measles were on the rise. Canada played its role, sending hundreds of military personnel to the region to conduct bombing raids between 2014 and 2016 and maintained a force near the Syrian/Iraqi border thereafter. Throughout the war, Canadian weapons flowed into the country. Canada had become, by 2015, the second largest arms dealer in the Middle East, and many of those arms were put to use in Syria. The Canadian media was initially leery about the Syrian war, but quickly got on board, as the Canadian political classes led the jingoistic charge. Michael Ignatieff, former leader of the Liberal Party, stopped short of endorsing war but used the conflict as an opportunity to criticize Vladimir Putin, whom he claimed was Assad's last remaining friend on earth, and who, in backing Assad, was backing a tyrant whose rule destabilized the region. Ignatieff was right to call Assad a tyrant, but blaming him, and not the war on terror itself, for destabilizing the Middle East was obviously ludicrous. Meanwhile, Canadian Senator Hugh Segal called for immediate intervention, comparing Assad to Hitler, and Louise Arbour, the judge who had presided over a travesty of justice in Rwanda and Yugoslavia, argued that Syria needed to be subject to regime change. Indeed, a few days after the Globe and Mail editorialized that Syria must pay a price, former politicians Lloyd Axworthy and Alan Rock argued that intervention in Syria should be modeled after the mission in Kosovo in 1999. 413. The war in Syria was complicated, and this brief overview cannot capture that complexity. What is clear, however, is that the war on terror did nothing to improve the lives of Syrians. There were no winners and, as Lakhdar Brahimi put it, everybody had their agenda and the interests of the Syrian people came second, third, or not at all. Western bombs served to escalate an already dangerous situation, provoking more violence from the Assad government without successfully defeating it. Even if Assad had been defeated, the forces that would have likely taken control of the country with Canada and its allies' support were, as in Libya, even more repressive and violent than Assad. Indeed, if any one piece of the war on terror best illustrates its calamitous legacy, this is it. Meanwhile, just as the war against Iraq had generated a deepening of the conflict in Syria, the dynamics unleashed by the intervention in Libya quickly led to a crisis in nearby Mali. In 2012, France and the United States took the lead on a regime change project in Mali, overthrowing its government not once but twice that year. Canada secretly joined the effort to pacify the country in 2013. After the business section of the National Post fretted about how the crisis in the country was affecting Canadian gold mining operations, most notably those owned by IAMGold and AvianGold. The Canadian military presence gradually morphed into a UN peacekeeping mission which supported French and US efforts against a range of forces claimed to be terrorists. Canadian journalist Rosie DiManno channeled the colonial imagination, describing Mali as a madhouse and a hellhole and explaining to her readers that there is always the potential for unforeseen consequences, in a strange land, and Mali is among the strangest lands of all. The shadows of Israeli apartheid. One state in the Middle East that was notably not targeted in the war on terror was Israel, and Canada's support for that settler colony has remained a significant piece of its foreign policy into the 21st century. When Zionist forces conquered Palestine in 1948, Canada was looking for a way to deflect criticism for its record of refusing Jewish refugees during the Holocaust while also deflecting any commitment to accepting further Jewish refugees. The Zionist cause satisfied these needs and also provided a potential Cold War ally in the Middle East. As Israel consolidated its position, Canada was a consistent source of support, but this position was 414. complicated by the explosion of Palestinian resistance in the late 1980s. Indeed, just as momentum for the end of apartheid in South Africa reached its height, Palestinians launched the First Intifada, a rebellion which drew significant attention to the repressive, colonial state of Israel. After Israel's defeat of the Arab armies in 1973, the Palestinians had been largely left to fend for themselves. Israeli occupation of the remaining Palestinian territories of Gaza and the West Bank became more intrusive, and Israeli settlers began to heavily populate the ostensibly Arab territories. The presence of Israeli settlers who typically settled on the best lands and used a disproportionate degree of crucial resources like water and electricity was then used by the state to justify its increased presence. Palestinian resistance was initially limited by internal conflict, particularly the gap between the leadership of the umbrella organization, the Palestine Liberation Organization, and one of its more radical members, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. The latter had linked up with radical movements around the world and posed a serious challenge to the Zionist project, but had, by the 1980s, been marginalized. Yasser Arafat's Fatah organization assumed leadership of the PLO, which increasingly claimed to be the sole representative of the Palestinian people. Arafat's PLO was willing to accept a variety of concessions in order to achieve separate Israeli and Palestinian states, but Israeli leadership had no intention of giving up Gaza and the West Bank and resented the PLO's peace offensive. As such, it launched an attack into Lebanon in 1982, ostensibly targeting PLO leadership, killing at least 20,000 Palestinian and Lebanese civilians, many of them refugees who had fled the Israeli occupation and were living in refugee camps at Sabra and Shatila. Peace had been successfully avoided, and Israel could now focus on deepening its occupation of Palestine. But in 1987, mass rebellion broke out after an Israeli Defense Forces truck killed 4 Palestinian civilians at a refugee camp in Jabalia. This First Intifada was primarily a series of peaceful demonstrations with violence typically limited to teenagers throwing stones at heavily fortified Israeli troops, but Israel nevertheless used overwhelming force against the uprising, and pressure mounted on the Canadian government to take a stand as it had just done in South Africa. Prime Minister Mulroney was not impressed, calling the comparison false and odious and ensuring CBC News that Israel had acted with restraint. 415. With the Intifada defeated, the now weakened and self-serving Fatah leadership signed the Oslo Accords, which effectively turned Gaza and the West Bank into areas of permanent occupation, with the PLO to serve as Israel's collaborating elite. Israeli settlements in Palestinian territory expanded. These settlers were subsidized and protected by the state and operated under Israeli law as opposed to that which Israel applied to Palestinians. And the PLO was tasked with curbing the influence of armed factions of Palestinian resistance like Hamas. But the poverty and misery of the occupation only filled the ranks of those organizations that showed themselves to be willing to fight for Palestinian rights and dignity. As Israel erected barbed wire fences and military checkpoints around Zionist settlements in the Palestinian territories, the already small Palestinian territories became completely fragmented, and people trying to move products into or out of the territories had to go through multiple checkpoints, where they would be forced to unload all of their goods and then reload them. This had the effect of utterly choking already limited Palestinian economic opportunities. By the early 2000s, it was a human rights catastrophe with nearly half the population unemployed, many living on $2 per day. Hardly surprising, then, that the Second Intifada was soon launched, attempting to dislodge what was now widely being called Israeli apartheid, a systematic, racialized occupation that had taken control of most of the former territory of Palestine and left Palestinians penned into impoverished, open-air prisons. While the Zionists and their supporters expended enormous resources to try to smear anyone who used the term apartheid, calling it anti-Semitic, this cynical manipulation failed to convince even much of the liberal mainstream in North America. No less than former U.S. President Jimmy Carter insisted on calling it a system of apartheid in 2006. The cruelty of Israeli apartheid was, by the 2010s, well documented. With the aim of destroying Palestinian resistance utterly, Israel launched the deceptively named Operation Defensive Shield, described here by Norman Finkelstein. The targeting of Palestinian ambulances, the targeting of journalists, the killing of Palestinian children for sport, the rounding up, handcuffing, and blindfolding of Palestinian males between the ages of 15 and 50, and affixing of numbers on their wrists, the indiscriminate torture of Palestinian detainees, the 416. Denial of food, water, electricity, medical treatment, and burial to the Palestinian civilian population, indiscriminate air assaults on some Palestinian neighborhoods, the systematic use of Palestinian civilians as human shields, the bulldozing of Palestinian homes with the occupants huddled inside. These kinds of atrocities and worse became routine in the West Bank and Gaza. Mass and indiscriminate violence, such as the widely reported bombing of Palestinian children playing on a beach in 2014, was matched by willful and systematic efforts to break Palestinian spirit through sabotage of institutions and humiliation of individuals. For instance, during an IDF assault on the Palestinian Ministry of Education, soldiers destroyed computer networks, televisions, overhead projectors, and student transcripts and other documentation. In another case, the IDF attacked the Palestinian Ministry of Culture and destroyed children's paintings, while spreading their urine and feces throughout the building, including inside the photocopy machine. Service in the IPF was compulsory for Israeli citizens and served to ensure that most civilians received a healthy dose of ideological training, finding themselves either participating, abetting, or at the very least witnessing these kinds of actions. It was an effective means of limiting internal dissent, but by the 2010s Israeli society was, nevertheless, increasingly polarized. Sections of the Israeli middle class grew more uncomfortable with the horrific violence necessary to maintain Israeli society as it was. This discomfort was articulated by television talk show host Asaf Harel, who used his normally comedic program to denounce Israelis' amazing ability to ignore what is happening mere kilometers away and to acknowledge that apartheid has been here for ages. Nevertheless, the Israeli far-right was simultaneously gaining popularity, as evidenced by the rightward drift in Israeli electoral politics across the early 21st century. As in other settler societies, Israel could not escape its colonial roots. While some liberals wanted a nicer colonial occupation, many others were fully committed to apartheid. Canada was unwavering in its political, economic, and military support for the Israeli settler colony. CS-1S and the Mossad, Canada's and Israel's intelligence agencies, worked closely with one another and with the CIA, formalizing the arrangement in a 2008 Border Management and Security Agreement. This meant, in practice, more sharing of technology with respect to counterinsurgency techniques vis-a-vis the Palestinians. 417. Border control tactics to maintain the apartheid separation and biometric and other forms of identification to better control Palestinian movements. Canadian police and military also operated closely with Israeli forces, with Canadian General Walter Nadenchik touring Israel in 2009, noting the similarities between Palestine and Afghanistan, really come to understand and appreciate what the Israeli forces have had to counter, and the techniques, the way, and the procedures that the Israeli military has adopted. The links between the Canadian and Israeli militaries were many. Israel was a significant source of profits for the Canadian military-industrial complex. Over 140 different companies sold military equipment to Israel, from ammunition for large-caliber arms to the body armor worn by IDF soldiers while attacking Palestinian demonstrators. As far back as the 1990s, Nortel had earned a $70 million contract to build new communications technology for the Israeli Air Force, and by the 2000s Canadian and Israeli military producers were actually working together to produce drones and surveillance systems. Meanwhile, the two militaries conducted training exercises together, and many Canadians actually joined the 1PF itself. This was given a boost after Heather Reisman, owner of the Chapters/Indigo Book Empire in Canada, created scholarships for Canadians who returned from service in the 1PRF. Reisman was not the only Canadian capitalist investing in Israel. Canadian firms like Green Park International and Greenmount International actually built parts of Israeli settlements in the Palestinian West Bank, and the Canadian Highways Infrastructure Corporation built the Trans-Israel Highway. Justin Podger described its significance. Israel's network of bypass roads is designed very deliberately to reach from the core areas of Israel itself into settlements in the West Bank without allowing traffic or communication between West Bank towns. These bypass roads are an integral component of by which Palestinians are isolated, surrounded, and disconnected from each other, made wholly dependent on the whims of the Israeli regime. Trademark. Canadian capital was not only profiting but directly participating in the concrete process of constructing Israeli apartheid. Alongside this material support for Israeli colonialism, Canada also stepped up its diplomatic support. In 2005, Canada began consistency voting against UN 418 resolutions that condemned Israeli violence. The next year, when Israel launched a deadly assault against Lebanon that killed over 1,000 people and displaced 25% of the Lebanese population, the Canadian government refused to criticize Israel, even after a Canadian peacekeeper stationed in Lebanon was killed by Israeli bombs. Moreover, an entire Lebanese Canadian family, including 4 children, were killed in the assault, while some 20,000 joint citizenship families were stranded and vulnerable to Israeli bombing. Israeli officials claimed the killing of a peacekeeper was an accident, but the UN had sent several notifications of the peacekeepers' locations, leading some observers to suggest that the UN was targeted intentionally to discourage it from criticizing Israeli violence. But the Harper government called Israeli violence measured, and Michael Ignatieff, Liberal Party leadership candidate at the time, reacted to the deaths of 28 Lebanese civilians by saying this is the nature of the war that is going on. I'm not losing sleep about that. Amazingly, as discussion developed in Canada around these comments, Ignatieff and Harper competed with one another over which of them could be more pro-Israel. Not to be outdone, MPs from the Social Democratic NDP, Judy Weissai-Lachie and Pat Martin, went to Israel in 2004 and marveled at the apartheid wall, the most dramatic physical manifestation of Israel's colonial system. It was an incredible experience for me, said Weissai-Lachie. That fence shows a lot of restraint on Israel's part, added Martin. If I were living there, I don't think I would be able to exhibit that much restraint. For the Jewish diaspora in Canada, Israel and its increasingly genocidal occupation of Palestine was divisive. Anti-Semitism in Canadian cities and during the 1930s and 1940s in Europe gave the Zionist project some appeal, and prominent figures on the Canadian left, like Canadian Dimension editor Cy Gonick, supported the creation of Israel and even defended it through the 1950s and 1960s. Nevertheless, Gonick, like most others, increasingly shifted to a more critical position. He would later be a founder of the anti-Zionist Independent Jewish Voices, and, by the launch of the First Intifada, the Canadian left was more solidly behind the Palestinian struggle for freedom. At its mirror opposite were right-wing Jews in Canada who lined up ever more fully behind the Israeli state. By the 1990s and especially in the 2000s, demonstrations in Canadian cities supporting the Palestinian cause would be attacked by members of violent Zionist organizations like the Jewish Defense League. 419. Always lurking behind the ideological clash over Israel was the specter of anti-Semitism. From the standpoint of the Israeli state and its supporters, any criticism of Israel was grounds to smear the critic as an anti-Semite, and this strategy was taken up by the Canadian right more broadly. As sympathy for the Palestinian cause grew, Canadian politicians increasingly bemoaned what they called the growth of anti-Semitism on university campuses. Both Prime Ministers Harper and Trudeau made this claim repeatedly, suggesting that campaigns to boycott Israeli apartheid at universities intimidated Jewish students. The Zionist organization By Brith accused students of inciting hatred over a poster that featured an Israeli attack helicopter chasing a Palestinian child. The featured helicopter, however, was part of the Israeli arsenal used to kill 1,400 Palestinians in Gaza in 2008-09, over 400 of them children, and as many as 50 Canadian companies produced parts for the helicopters. The critique was valid and there were no grounds for labeling it anti-Semitic. But this tactic made it nearly impossible for any organization to engage in such criticism without it being deemed anti-Semitic, from student organizations to trade unions to magazine editorial boards and even to Jewish community groups. Supporting Palestinian rights meant sustaining accusations of racism towards Jews. Weaponizing the accusation of anti-Semitism was a cynical tactic used by supporters of Israeli colonialism. It invoked the real and ongoing legacy of violence against Jews to silence critics of Jewish-Israeli violence against Palestinians. It was even more nefarious insofar as it generated an increasingly dismissive reaction from the many people and organizations falsely accused of anti-Semitism. Nefarious because inconsistently misdirecting the accusation of anti-Semitism it served to delegitimize all uses of the term. In truth, anti-Semitism did persist, even within progressive movements in Canada. Disentangling criticism of the right-wing settler colonial project called Israel from the people and religion that Israel claimed to represent was complicated, and many people and organizations struggled to find that line. A critical position on Israeli capitalist exploitation, for instance, could easily start to sound like the old Jewish bankers trying to rule the world conspiracy that helped mobilize the Holocaust. As fascist movements have grown in strength and Nazi nostalgia has translated into a resurgence of genuine anti-Semitism, it has become increasingly important for the left to keep this distinction clear. Swastikas and anti-Semitic graffiti have increasingly appeared in Canadian cities. In 2018 a deadly 420 attack was carried out against the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, killing 11 people. In 2019, amid a series of anti-Semitic attacks in New Jersey and New York, the New York Times published an editorial reflecting old tropes about the unique cunning of the Jew. Registered the increased presence of real anti-Semitism only made the misuse of the accusation by Zionists and their Canadian supporters that much more dangerous, as Holocaust survivor Suzanne Weiss argued in 2013, Canada had become the world's #1 apologist for the Israeli government and its oppression of the Palestinians suffer mistreatment often reminiscent of what Hitler imposed on the Jews. The real threat to Israel's Jewish population comes from their own government's cruelty, its apartheid policies, its land grabs, its theft of resources, its long-term drive for ethnic cleansing. To be true to the memory of the victims of the Jewish Holocaust and all of Hitler's victims, we must defend the Palestinians. Indeed, Israel has become one of the most fascist-oriented states in the world and has ironically built bridges with fascist governments like that in Ukraine, which still celebrates the Nazi Holocaust. It is yet another in the rogues gallery of Canada's closest friends, but it makes perfect sense in light of Canada's central goals and ideology. A settler capitalist state that colonized a people it considered beneath it on the civilizational ladder, Israel is a reflection of Canada itself. To condemn Israel's violent colonial apparatus would open the door to the very same criticism of Canada and would interrupt a culture of Canadian self-congratulation that is reaching new heights in the 21st century. A new day for democracy in Haiti. Ideology works in subtle ways. It is often most powerful when it is transmitted not by an authority figure or institution but people who may not even be aware that they are reproducing that ideology. One summer evening in Toronto I found myself in a movie theater, and, as I waited for the film to start, I sat through an advertisement for the MS Society of Canada. The ad was innocuous on the surface, as it tried to convince people to donate money for research on multiple sclerosis. One of my father's best friends battled with MS, and I have no qualms with the work of the MS. 421 Society. But the premise of the ad was that Canadians were inherently helpful people and so we should apply that helpful nature to those who suffer from MS. The narrator casually explained that as Canadians we have fought for others, just as it cut to an image of disaster-ravaged Haiti, where Canadians were making a heroic effort to help their neighbors in a time of need. A sign was visible on a rooftop that said "Thank you Canada." The perception that Canada has been a generous benefactor to Haiti is so pervasive in Canada that conservative commentators have actually bemoaned it as a problem. In mainstream circles, there is a deep-rooted belief that Canada has tried, against all odds, to help Haiti, a country suffering under the weight of natural disasters, political immaturity, and local incompetence and corruption. Though Canada claimed no responsibility for these problems, its generous intervention to assist a backwards people in setting themselves on the right path reflected the best of Canadian idealism. Prime Minister Paul Martin explained in 2004 that Canada would take a leadership role in providing the international support needed to produce a blueprint for Haitian society. Quite the contrary, Canadian policy towards the small Caribbean country helped ensure that it remain among the poorest and most exploited places in the Western Hemisphere, exploitation that was often at the hands of Canadian businesses and enforced by Canadian-trained police. That blueprint for Haitian society included the overthrow of Haiti's popular and democratically elected president, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. The Western powers proclaimed it a new day for democracy, but little good came to Haiti as a result of the undermining of its democratic process and the removal of a president who represented the wishes of the poor majority. During a dramatic visit to Haiti in 2004, Prime Minister Martin spoke of a Haitian child. "This little girl is so cute, if she doesn't get an education, what is going to happen to her?" Martin's crocodile tears shrouded the fact that the chaos was an outcome of Canada's own policies, cooked up with the United States and France. Haiti had long been a specter haunting the colonial imagination. Before it was called Haiti, it was a French slave colony known as Saint-Domingue. It was Christopher Columbus himself who marked his arrival at that island by writing that the indigenous Taino people he met were fit to be ordered about and made to work, which Kirkpatrick Sale described as the birth of American slavery. The colony became a source of massive wealth for the French ruling class, and even as the principles of liberty, equality and 422 fraternity were proclaimed by Robespierre in Paris in 1790, little changed for the slaves in Saint-Domingue. But the ideas of freedom expressed by the Jacobins were taken up across the Atlantic, and a slave revolt began in 1791 that would reach its ultimate, successful conclusion in 1804. During that time, the Haitian revolutionaries, led by Toussaint Louverture, would have to defeat not just the local slave-owning elite but also invasion forces from Spain and Britain motivated by the desire to prevent any example of a successful rebellion and a force of more than 35,000 French troops sent by Napoleon Bonaparte. That these black Jacobins, so described by the historian C.L.R. James, were able to defeat the colonial powers and assert their freedom stands as one of the most remarkable stories in the history of the modern world. Indeed, it shook the confidence of the rich in Europe and America, the latter particularly alarmed at Haiti's welcoming of marginalized African former slaves from the U.S., and there is a strong argument to be made that the victory of the Haitian Revolution heralded the end of the transatlantic slave system itself. It did not, however, translate into the kind of freedom Haitians hoped it would. France accepted its defeat, but only after demanding reparations. It considered the liberated slaves stolen property worth 150 million francs, a sum so great that it took Haiti more than a century to pay off the debt. To do so, Haiti was forced to borrow from British, American, and other European banks, locking Haitians into a form of dependence, even as British and other merchants moved in to try to take advantage of Haiti's fragile position. Meanwhile, the Spanish and Americans fomented a rebellion on the eastern side of the island, which had previously been a Spanish colony, eventually carving out a separate Dominican Republic, from which the colonial powers tried ceaselessly to undermine Haitian independence. Throughout the first century of Haiti's existence, it was forced to play a dangerous game with the colonial powers, exploiting their own rivalries to maintain a delicate hold on its own sovereignty. It maintained this balance until the early 20th century, when the United States seized imperial control over Haiti, occupying the country between 1915 and 1934 to ensure that its constitution was favorable to U.S. interests. In the pattern that was typical for American semi-colonies, a succession of military dictatorships ruled over a poor majority, to the benefit of foreign capital and a small local elite, which in Haiti was notable for its conspicuous whiteness. While the majority of the country were 423 descendants of black slaves and spoke a range of Creole languages, the wealthy ruling class was dominated by a French-speaking elite whose ancestors had more likely owned slaves than been them. In 1957 a US-trained doctor, François Duvalier, tapped into the black nationalism of poor Haitians and presented himself as an alternative to the traditional elite. His appropriation of the language of negritude covered up the fact that he was an admirer of both the model of military dictatorship introduced by the United States during its occupation and also the economic status quo that had long kept black Haitians impoverished. Duvalier established a dictatorship that would be inherited by his son and, between them, would last nearly 30 years. To keep the angry masses at bay, the Duvaliers established violent death squads called the Tontons Macoutes, who, alongside regular Haitian military and police, killed up to 30,000 people during the dictatorship. The Duvaliers lived in ostentatious luxury, but by the mid-1980s, popular anger could no longer be contained. Even the U.S. backers of the Duvalier family recognized that it would not survive a wave of major social upheaval, and in 1986, Jean-Claude Baby Doc Duvalier was forced into exile. Initially, the US-trained military refused to cede power, but in the hopes of smoothing the transition into neoliberal democracy, it supported an electoral process in 1990. The outcome appalled them. In the waning years of the Duvalier dictatorship, an outspoken liberation theologist named Jean-Bertrand Aristide worked in one of the poorest parishes of Port-au-Prince and drew attention for his fiery speeches which denounced Duvalier, his U.S. backers and the ruling elite that kept most Haitians poor. Speaking to the poor but addressing the colonial powers, he demanded reparations. "We are asking that you acknowledge that you have stolen, that your countrymen have stolen during the process of colonization. If you truly want to call yourselves developed countries, you need to acknowledge what you have done to us. But we are not asking for your pity, no, but for you to acknowledge that we have the right to recuperate a part of what has been stolen from us." Degree. Jean-Bertrand Aristide won the 1990 election easily, garnering 67% of the vote, well ahead of the candidate put forward by the United States. But before Aristide could make any serious effort to tackle the problems he inherited, his government was overthrown by the Haitian military at 424. The behest of the CRA. What ensued was chaos. The majority, who backed Aristide, filled the streets and demanded justice and the restoration of democracy, while the military unleashed violence to try to quell the protests. Aristide barely escaped the country with his life, and up to 5,000 people were killed in the street battles between 1991 and 1994. As many as 40,000 people tried to escape the violence by sailing to the United States, and the influx of refugees combined with a remarkable international swell of support for Aristide prompted the U.S. government to bring back the president they had already overthrown. Restored to power in 1994, Aristide was given strict orders from the World Bank. The renovated state must focus on an economic strategy centered on the energy and initiative of civil society, especially the private sector, both foreign and national. What the West wanted was an unambiguously capitalist Haiti, ideally ruled by someone who could convince the masses to quietly accept their lot. Aristide presided over a new round of elections, peacefully transferred power to the winner and planned to campaign again in 2000. His party won handily in the 2000 elections and Aristide began a new term in office, on the promise that he would reform Haiti's economic system, bringing relief to the poor. On the spurious claim of election irregularities, the George W. Bush administration in Washington withheld aid and imposed sanctions on Aristide's government. In spite of that pressure, Aristide was able to take measures to alleviate poverty. He raised taxes on the rich and used the money to introduce literacy programs, to build new schools, hospitals, and clinics, to create new public sector jobs, to subsidize the cost of essential goods and to raise the country's minimum wage. Even these minor reforms were enough to make a substantial difference in the lives of the poorest Haitians, and Aristide's efforts were praised by the Food and Agricultural Organization, which awarded him a gold medal for providing food security. Indeed, according to Peter Hallward, it was precisely Aristide's capacity to effect real change in Haiti that made him so dangerous to Western interests. Aristide was a threat because he proposed modest but practical steps toward popular political empowerment, because he proposed widely shared popular demands in terms that made immediate and compelling sense to most of the Haitian population. Because he formulated these demands within the constraints of the existing constitutional structure, because he helped to 425. Organize a relatively united and effective political party that quickly came to dominate that structure, and in particular because he did all this after eliminating the main mechanism that the elite had relied upon to squash all previous attempts at political change, the army. In addition to dramatically reducing the power and size of the armed forces, Aristide further set himself apart with his willingness to name colonialism, racism, and capitalism as the source of the problems in the country. The French had banned all variations of the Haitian Vodou religion, but Aristide the Catholic priest gave them official recognition in the country. Aristide also removed restrictions on the use of the Haitian Creole language and, indeed, to the masses he spoke Creole, not French, asserting the dignity, creativity, and wisdom of Haiti's masses against colonial claims of superiority. And he directly criticized capital and colonialism. The exploiters justify and legalize the exploitation of the majority by a minority, he argued, and his new party, Lavalas, was built upon the Creole slogan, Yon sel no feb, Anzanm no fo, Anzanm, Ansem no se Lavalas. Registered this kind of language was never going to go over well in Ottawa. A state that was built on colonialism and had replicated its dynamics for over a century around the world was not predisposed to welcome such a critical position to the table of civilized nations. In the 1990s, Canada's direct involvement in Haiti was minimal and indirect. But by the early 2000s, Canada was anxious to take on a greater role in the maintenance of a capitalist workshop in Haiti, having increasingly invested itself both in the U.S. imperial machine in general and in Haitian exploitation specifically. Friends of Haiti. Most notable among Canadian investors in Haiti was Gildan Activewear, a sweatshop clothing manufacturer that had extensive operations in the two poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere, Haiti and Honduras. In addition to its own exploitative factories, Gildan also subcontracted in Haiti to a company owned by Andy Apade, a member of the old elite and a violent opponent of Aristide. Apade led a business council that opposed Aristide, had financially supported the first coup against him and forced 426 his workers to attend anti-Aristide protests. He also had a lengthy record of wage theft and firing workers for complaining about it. Not surprisingly, Canadian mining companies like KWG Resources, STE Genevieve Resources, and Eurasian Minerals also had their eyes on Haiti and would gain major concessions after the 2004 coup. Following the election of Aristide in 2000, Canada began stepping up its efforts to undermine the Haitian president. In addition to cutting off all aid, Secretary of State Denis Paradis hosted the Ottawa Initiative on Haiti, wherein leaders from Canada, the US and France met in a beautiful house in Meech Lake, Quebec, to discuss the future of Haiti. This 2003 gathering called itself the Friends of Haiti and, needless to say, no Haitians were present. Paradis explained later that the international community wouldn't wait for the 5-year mandate of President Aristide to run its course through to 2005. Instead, said Paradis, Aristide should go. Haiti's friends claimed to be acting in the spirit of democracy promotion, claiming that a set of legislative elections in 2003 were illegitimate and proved that Aristide was establishing a dictatorship. That more than 60% of the Haitian population had participated in the elections, which were deemed free and fair by independent monitors, was a detail that did little to blunt Canada's edge. In fact, Aristide had, on several occasions after his re-election in 2000, offered to hold another round of elections to satisfy the complaints of the capitalist powers, knowing that his Lavalist party would easily win. Canada's commitment to defying Haitian democracy was such that it sent officials to meet on several occasions with Haitian opposition groups. Many of these groups had links to the old Tonton Macoutes and other violent paramilitaries, but they received generous funding from Canada to support their project of overthrowing Aristide. That funding was used to foment chaos and violence to undermine Aristide's project. Basing themselves in the Dominican Republic, armed groups would attack government offices and police stations and in one case the presidential palace itself and kidnap and torture Aristide supporters. As this violence escalated, the fact that Aristide had dismantled much of the armed forces made it difficult for him to reassert control. In fact, many of the insurgents attacking his government were former members of the military that had been reduced by Aristide. As this opposition waged low-intensity civil war, occupying cities and killing those who resisted, the Canadian Embassy reported it as liberation. 427. Canada's role in Haiti grew substantially around the event of Aristide's overthrow. Having taken a key place in the planning and preparation, Canada sent members of its Joint Task Force 2 to Haiti's capital city on February 29, 2004, to secure the airport for Aristide's removal. With the U.S. doing the heavy lifting, Aristide was flown into exile for a second time. The architects of the coup established a council of wise people chosen by officials from Canada, the United States and France, and that council appointed an interim government, choosing Gerard Ladertue, a neoliberal economist who had lived in Florida for 2 decades, to be Haiti's new ruler. Capital licked its lips as the World Bank noted that this regime provided a window of opportunity for implementing economic governance reforms, that may be hard for a future government to undo. The measures taken to intensify neoliberal capitalism in Haiti included privatization of electricity, water, telecommunications, and port facilities, reductions to minimum wage and to subsidies for poor farmers, a 3-year tax holiday for big business, and the dismantling of many existing social programs, including the very successful literacy programs Aristide had fostered. Haiti was to be permanently remade by the very powers that had never forgiven it for revolting in the first place. The irony was palpable, and Haitians reacted with understandable anger. Protests rocked the country as people demanded the restoration of their legitimate government. It was in this moment that Canada stepped up to the plate to prove that it was one of the big boys in the delicate art of subverting democracy, stifling dissent, and imposing predatory capitalism on a poor country. To strengthen Ladertue's hold on power, Canada sent more than 500 troops to Haiti to smash the uprising of Aristide's supporters. The Haitian National Police was reconstituted and filled with members of the paramilitary groups, who now turned their guns on the protesters demanding Aristide's return. As many as 1,000 people were killed in the first weeks following the coup, and that number would more than triple within a few months. Not only did Canadian troops take part in the repression, but over 100 RCMP officers were sent to Haiti to train and provide operational planning and implementation for the HNP, particularly around crowd control and intelligence gathering. The HNP would receive $20 million in Canadian funding between 2004 and 2006, making Canada a direct partner and participant in the most horrific period of bloodshed Haiti had experienced since the days of military rule. Degree 428. After the toppling of its democracy, life in Haiti became a full-fledged nightmare. In addition to a steep decline into ever more extreme poverty, so much so that international journalists regularly reported people sifting through rotting garbage piles to find something to eat, violence and impunity surged following the coup. Locals reported that names of people targeted for assassination were being read over the radio, in an echo of the crisis in Rwanda. Every afternoon around 4 p.m. names are broadcast. Perhaps they are on a list of those whom the new government wants to arrest, or perhaps listeners call in with the name of so-and-so. All are linked with Aristide in some way. Some of those named soon 151 disappear. While much of the violence was carried out by the Canadian-led HNP, The UN forces sent to support the new dictatorship also had blood on their hands. In just one incident in 2005, as many as 60 people were killed by UN troops in a Port-au-Prince slum. Anthony Fenton and Eve Engler detail it. Residents of Site-Soleil said UN forces shot out electric transformers in their neighborhood. People were killed in their homes and on the street as they went to work. According to journalists and eyewitnesses, one man named Leon Cherry, age 46, was shot and killed on his way to work for a flour company. Another man, Mons Belizahir, was shot as he readied for work in a local sweatshop and died later from an infection. An unidentified street vendor was shot in the head and killed instantly. One man was shot in his ribs while brushing his teeth. Another was shot in the jaw as he left his house to make some money to pay his wife's medical costs and endured a slow death. Yet another man named Myro was shot and killed while urinating in his home. A mother, Sina Romilas, and her 2 young children were killed in their home, either by bullets or by an 83 cubic centimeters grenade thrown by UN forces. This was not the end of Canada's imperial adventure in Haiti but, really, its beginning. "We're building a really nice hotel," explained SGT Maj. Kirby Burgess, describing the construction of a massive military base to house the mostly Canadian and US forces in Haiti. After the coup, Canada began to establish a more permanent presence in the country. 429. Establishing deeper trade networks, a new embassy to be built by Canadian firm SNC-Lavalin and an extensive arrangement of aid programs mostly designed to maintain government dependence on Canada, rather than support communities. Canada spent $35 million trying to manufacture the outcome it wanted in the 2006 elections. The preferred Lavalas candidate was thrown in jail to prevent his even running a campaign, while the less popular Lavalas candidate was allowed to run but faced a wide range of manipulations to try to prevent his victory. When a major earthquake hit the country in 2010, Canada seized the opportunity to play the hero, sending over 2,000 troops to aid its neighbor in a time of need. But most Haitians saw, in the Canadian presence, an intensely militarized operation that focused more on rebuilding the infrastructure of economic exploitation than that of local communities. The earthquake was, by all accounts, disastrous, killing 250,000 people and displacing 6 times that number. Nonetheless, the level of devastation was, as Justin Podger notes, a consequence of the quality of housing construction and the lack of enforcement of building codes. Dense populations living in these unsafe buildings near the epicentre of the earthquake, and the lack of infrastructure for response registered. In short, the dismantling of Haitian society, especially after 2004, is what made the earthquake of 2010 so deadly. Furthermore, the actual earthquake aid and reconstruction was widely described as a travesty. The organization of relief efforts was chaotic, given that the Haitian state was effectively incapacitated and the work was contracted out to various foreign governments and NGOs. More importantly, most of the money that poured into Haiti was funneled right back into the pockets of Canadian and US corporations and NGOs, and occasionally to wealthy Haitians. Problems as basic as the cleanup of rubble from the earthquake could have been solved by paying poor Haitians to do the work, thus performing a crucial task while pumping resources into a society that needed them. Instead, the work was given to big capital companies like PRC, Ashbrit, PAL, Chemonix, and big NGOs, which used a huge portion of the aid money they received to pay and support their own staff. Even conservative estimates suggest that billions of dollars went to the salaries and amenities provided to NGO workers, and the spectacle of luxury hotels springing up in a city literally reduced to rubble did little to assure Haitians that the international community had come to help. 430. Given all of this, how did Canadians emerge with the perception that as per the MS Society they had helped Haiti? In the most immediate sense, it was because a massive infrastructure of misinformation, in some cases full-fledged propaganda, had misled the Canadian public about what was happening there. Justin Podger elaborates. Many non-governmental institutions, especially those that are well-funded, are an instrument of the foreign policy of powerful countries. These countries use their foreign agencies to fund NGOs in poor countries. These NGOs can do development, democracy promotion, human rights promotion, or any number of very benevolent-sounding activities. The logic of their funding sources pushes their policies and public political statements in the direction of the foreign policy of their donors. These statements are then picked up by the press, by official spokespeople, and by progressives in the rich countries as being the voices of the grassroots of the poor countries. Thus, the directives of Canadian foreign policy were recast as though they came from the voices of poor Haitians. So that even while actual Haitians in Haiti were angry at the presence of militarized Canadian aid after the earthquake, Canadians were led to believe that Haitians were desperately clamoring for Canada's benevolence. This assumption was helped by the soothing public presence of Michael Jean, Haitian Canadian Governor-General, who reassured the public that Canada and Haiti had a strong and mutually beneficial relationship. But for this to work, the story needed to fit with what that public already thought it knew. For Canadians, the dominant narrative remained rooted in the colonial imagination. Canadians believed that Haitians' struggles were a product of their own backwardness, their lack of modern institutions, technology, and political structures. Given that backwardness, it could only be an act of generosity for Canada to have involved itself in that country at all, and any problems that may have come from Canada's presence could only have been a product of Haiti's own failings. Thus, even when Canada overthrew a democratic government, trained and supported a violent dictatorship and used the crisis as an opportunity to extract further wealth from a country already suffering, Canadians still believed they had gone there to help. In 2016, with Haitian institutions in turmoil from so many years of 431 northern interference, Canadian officials scolded the country for the problems that Canada had endeavored to create, most notably, lack of functional democracy. "They need some tough love," said one official, after Haitians criticized Canada for donating money to Canadian NGOs rather than to the Haitian government directly. Canadian officials responded by claiming that they could not give money to the Haitian government because it was a kleptocracy. Evan Dyer, reporting on the situation for the CBC, explained that everyone had had it with Haiti, as if the country were a spoiled teenager. The article ironically drew an old quote from former President Jean-Bertrand Aristide on the problems with Haitian political parties, as if Canada had not twice had Aristide overthrown in order to empower the very kleptocrats it was now chastising for failing to hold proper elections. The imperial hubris was staggering, as Canada complained of the Haitian elite playing political games on the donors' dime. Ottawa and Empire, Canada and the Honduran dictatorship. Canada's intervention in Haiti was brash, but if there was an emblematic case of the new Canadian imperialism in the 21st century, it may actually have been Canada's more subtle support for a military coup in Honduras in 2009 and the dictatorship that followed. The coup interrupted a process of social reform that had only begun to gain momentum in the early 2000s but which had mobilized millions of people around a range of issues of serious consequence to their lives. These included the need for better jobs and higher wages, the recovery of campesino land from agribusiness and capitalist megaprojects, the protection of indigenous and Garifuna land and resources, reversal of the privatization of public services, an end to impunity for police violence, confrontation of the patriarchal institutions and patterns that led to discrimination and violence against women and LGBTQ people, a reduction in the prevalence of criminal and street gangs and the insecurity that fostered, and ultimately the need to radically restructure society to facilitate a more equitable share of wealth and power. Registered Honduras had been devastated by the U.S. occupation in the 1980s during the Contra Wars and the imposition of neoliberalism in the 1990s, but by the 2000s people were ready to push back. What began as a series 432 of scattered, local struggles coalesced into a national movement, which, in 2003, led a massive march on the capital city of Tegucigalpa. All of the major highways into the city were blocked and protesters converged on the presidential palace demanding reform. 2 years later, Hondurans elected Manuel Zelaya as president, and immediately he was held accountable to the social movement that had supported his candidacy. He faced over 100 protests in his first year in office and found it increasingly difficult to manage the country without accommodating that social movement. Registered. As such, Zelaya's time as president was marked by an inconsistent, but nevertheless notable, commitment to reform. The minimum wage was raised, campesino land claims were supported, and new concessions for environmentally destructive mining projects were halted while the government worked with affected communities to develop a new set of mining laws that would offer real protection to those communities. Furthermore, Zelaya explored the possibility of opening up the Honduran constitution written under U.S. occupation in the 1980s to be redesigned by a cross-section of Hondurans from across various sectors of society. The efforts of the social movement were having a measurable impact on life in Honduras. Across a variety of metrics, from health to income to crime, things were improving. Then, on the morning of June 28, 2009, the Honduran military kidnapped Manuel Zelaya in his pajamas and took him to the U.S. Air Force Base at Palmarola, from where he was flown out of the country. Troops filled the streets, protesters were attacked, critical media stations were ransacked and a curfew was imposed on all citizens. A fake resignation letter was read in the Honduran Congress, and one of the golpistas, Roberto Micheletti, was declared president. The international response was quick, as one government after another denounced the coup d'état, demanding the immediate restoration of the legitimate president and insisting that the golpistas be punished. Some 12 hours later, Canada broke an awkwardly long silence and issued a statement which condemned the coup and call upon all parties to show restraint. The statement played well for a Canadian audience, appearing to be a reasonable response that simply asked everyone to try to be calm and not act rashly in the midst of a crisis. But that perception relied on Canadians' ignorance of the real situation in Honduras. Canada was, in fact, engaged in willful misdirection. The statement was suggesting that two equal parties were in a complicated conflict, when, in truth, one group, 433, had seized power by force and was attacking the other. The group that had seized power was the Honduran oligarchy, the small network of wealthy and powerful people who along with the armed forces had almost always run Honduras as their own private playground and extended a warm invitation to foreign capital to join in the exploitation of the country's land and people. Zelaya and the movement that was pressuring him threatened to interrupt their party. The coup was designed by the ruling class to put things back on track. Canada was no disinterested party. By 2009 it had emerged as the second largest foreign investor in Honduras, with over $600 million invested in particularly the mining, garment manufacturing, and tourist industries. Montreal-based Gildan Activewear was the country's largest private sector employer, with some 18,000 workers spread across dozens of sweatshops and industrial parks. As early as the 1990s, Canadian mining companies were poisoning Honduran soil and water, killing fish in rivers and toxifying entire communities. One region was described to me as being condemned to death. Registered, these companies formed an association, the Asociación Nacional de Mineros, designed to pressure the Honduran state to maintain lax regulation and low tariffs and taxes while providing a secure environment for their operations by cracking down on resistance and protest of their mines. Meanwhile, Canadian Randy Jorgensen, whose wealth was derived from his time as a shady pornography dealer, was actively stealing land from Honduran Garifuna communities on the Caribbean coast to build shopping centers, resort hotels, and retirement villas. The social movement that had emerged in the 2000s was directly opposed to many of the practices that generated profits for these Canadian companies. The major mobilization in 2003 was specifically aimed at resisting Canadian mining companies. One of the organizations at the heart of the struggle was the Colectiva de Mujeres Hondurfias, a women's organization that functioned as an advocacy collective for women who worked in Gildan's factories. Another key component was the organization Fraternal Negra Hondurfia, a Garifuna organization struggling against Canadian developers who were seizing their territory. The social movement was fighting for reform in Honduras that would have directly cut into Canadian profits. No surprise, then, that when the military took control of the country by force, there was little appetite in Canada to sing the praises of democracy and human rights. 434. Instead, the Canadian government took a lead role in supporting the coup and facilitating its normalization. Minister of State Peter Kent consistently used his statements to suggest that Zelaya had fomented the crisis and was the real villain, and he quickly shifted away from using the term coup at all, calling it simply a political crisis. Hondurans rose up in defiance, and protests rocked the country, but even as hundreds of people were being tortured, disappeared, and killed by the military crackdown, Canada repeatedly downplayed the violence and encouraged all parties to show restraint in the lead-up to elections scheduled for later that year. Honduras quickly descended into a country with the highest homicide rate in the world and was soon labeled the most dangerous place to be a journalist by Reporters Without Borders. The elections took place but were a predictable sham. Hundreds of social movement candidates dropped out, knowing that the military that was shooting them in the streets was not going to passively allow them to win an election. The presidential front-runner, trade unionist Carlos H. Reyes, bowed out of the election after he received a blow to the head from a police baton. International elections monitoring organizations like the Carter Center refused to even send representatives, so obvious was the fact that these were not the conditions for legitimate elections. But when the sham was complete and the oligarchy declared their man, Pepe Lobo, the winner, Canada was among the first countries to offer its congratulations on relatively free and fair elections. Registered in the ensuing decade, Canada worked hard to minimize the visibility of the Honduran resistance and the repression against it and to, instead, present a picture of the country as being back to normal. Peter Kent visited in 2010 and declared that he had had a fruitful visit with the new president. His choice of words was laden with irony. In the week prior to his visit, 2 Honduran activists were assassinated and the teenage daughter of a critical journalist was found hanging from a tree outside her father's house. These were not exceptional cases but, rather, were representative of the macabre violence that had been unleashed in a country where the very highest level of legal and political authority used force and fear as its instruments of power. In the decade following the coup, tens of thousands of people would be subject to some form of state violence and several hundred would be killed. In 2016, the most prominent activist in the country, internationally recognized indigenous land defender Berta Cáceres, was assassinated in response to her mobilizing opposition to the 435 construction of the Aguasarca hydroelectric dam project. Her murder sent a chill through the country. If they could kill Berta, no one was safe. All the while, Canada doubled down on its relations with the new dictatorship. Prime Minister Stephen Harper was the first head of state to visit Honduras following the coup, and he had good reason to do so. Canada had signed a free trade agreement with the new regime. Aware that a right-wing dictatorship would be the best guarantor of Canadian interests, Canada abruptly cut off multilateral trade talks with the CA4 to focus on signing a deal with Honduras only. Canada also sent a representative to help reform the Honduran police, and both the RCMP and the Canadian military ran training programs and joint exercises with the very Honduran armed forces that were carrying out the repression of activists and opponents of the regime. At the same time, Canada helped to pressure international organizations to reinstate Honduras and recognize its government as legitimate, and Canada offered economic and military support to the dictatorship. In 2010, Canada sent a commissioner to sit on the Honduras Truth and Reconciliation Commission regarding the coup itself, but that commission was convened by the dictatorship as part of its efforts to whitewash its road to power. Canada played along, and the Canadian representative was Michael Kurjan, a lawyer who had long-standing ties to the mining industry. Following the release of the report, Kurjan characterized Zelaya as a reckless pawn of Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez, whose partisans protesting the new government were few and unrepresentative of wider Honduran society, which did not actually want the reforms Zelaya was enacting. According to Kurjan, average citizens preferred the Honduran norm. Kurjan claimed that Hondurans wanted the neoliberal status quo despite the fact that millions of people had been actively protesting and voting against that status quo for over a decade. When he briefly addressed the military repression that had cemented the regime's control of the country, Kurjan explained that Honduras had a traditional culture of violence. Kurjan was implying that, like all backwards people, Hondurans could not solve their problems with rational thought and that violence was necessary to keep the rabble in line, for their own good. Registered this was Michael Kurjan's colonial encounter, and it sounded similar to so many others documented in this book. 436. Occasionally, Canada's close ties to such a heinous dictatorship did prove embarrassing. As massive protests marked the 10th anniversary of the coup in 2019, the regime sent out its troops to attack the crowds, but chose to equip those troops with vehicles donated by the Canadian government, which bore the maple leaf insignia and the word Canada on the side. The Canadian embassy was forced to disavow itself of the repression and ask that the vehicles only be used by the Ministry of Health. That same year, the Canadian government had faced pressure from a coalition of citizens concerned about the imprisonment of Edwin Espinal, arrested during protests against the transparently fraudulent elections of 2017. Galvanized by Karen Spring, a Canadian solidarity activist who lived and worked in Honduras, this citizens' coalition drew attention to the fact that Canada's closest partner in Central America was holding its political opponents in dangerous, maximum security prisons without due process. This was a particularly upsetting element of the story for me, as Karen and Edwin are dear friends of mine, who often opened their home to me during my visits to the country. The election Espinal was protesting had marked the consolidation of the dictatorship. Juan Orlando Hernandez, who had come to power in another fraudulent election in 2013, had spent several years laying the groundwork for a long stay in office. In 2012, he stacked the Supreme Court with his supporters in what was called a technical coup, and then, with the help of the Supreme Electoral Tribunal, he staged an absurd theft of an election wherein the numbers were clearly against him. Following a 36-hour delay in announcing the official results, the government claimed that new ballots had been found which confirmed Juan Orlando as the winner. Once in office, he created a new military police unit, separate from the rest of the armed forces and loyal to him directly. In his coup de grace in 2015, he changed the constitution of the country to allow himself to run for re-election. The irony was stark. When Manuel Zelaya was overthrown in 2009, the dominant narrative that the golpistas built, and which Canada repeated at every opportunity, was that Zelaya was planning to change the constitution to run for re-election and therefore had to be stopped. It was a patently false accusation leveled at Zelaya, but when Juan Orlando took that very action, Canada's silence was deafening. Canada's steadfast support for the dictatorship in Honduras did not occur in a vacuum, nor was it simply doing the bidding of a few big capitalist firms. It certainly was a big favor to companies like Gildan and 437 Gold Corp., the latter of which was part of a cluster of mining and extractive industry companies whose seizures of indigenous land in Honduras bore remarkable similarity to the processes by which Canada gained access to indigenous land within its own territory. Nevertheless, Honduras was just one small piece of the neoliberal project to impose the most intense forms of capitalism into every corner of the globe, to be constantly expanding the scope of where and how capital can operate. Prying Honduras back from a project that had it drifting to the left was, in that sense, no different from a kind of Cold War domino theory approach where any door that appears to be closing to capital is considered an existential threat. With that old colonial certainty that it knew best, Canada would go forth in the 21st century and save poor countries from themselves, taking whatever measures it could to keep them exposed and vulnerable to the vicissitudes of the free market. This often meant finding partners in those countries who, like the golpistas in Honduras, could be counted on to pursue the same project. But by the 2010s it was clear that this was not going to be as easy as it may have been in the past. The War on Terror had created a cascading set of crises that had no simple solutions. Attempts to defeat the remaining leftist governments of Latin America provoked major civil unrest in places like Honduras, but they also threatened to incite larger-scale conflicts involving significant regional powers like Venezuela, Colombia, and Brazil. Similar troubles would emerge in Eastern Europe, where aggressive Western posturing vis-a-vis Russia raised the specter of a new round of inter-imperial rivalry. These geopolitical problems would be magnified by the emergence of a new crisis of capitalism in the late 2000s, even as the global climate catastrophe began to take effect in earnest. Popular culture in the West became awash in dystopian images of the future, and with good reason. The world that had been built by the European colonial powers in the 17th and 18th centuries was generating crisis after crisis and offered little hope of any solution. Rosa Luxemburg had famously argued, in 1916, that the two choices facing humanity were socialism or barbarism. Though millions of people chose socialism, it was barbarism that won the day. This dilemma seemed as poignant as ever in the 21st century. Degree: Contemporary Canada and the rise of fascism. It is not in our past, nor within our power, to conquer or to dominate. Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper, 2007. Also no history of colonialism. Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper, 2097. A capacity to engage in the world in difficult places without some of the baggage that so many other Western countries have, either colonial pasts or perceptions of American imperialism, as a critique that often out there. Liberal Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, 2016. The election of a new government in Canada in 2015 provides a useful window into the exercise of Canadian power and politics. After nearly a decade of conservative leadership under Stephen Harper, the election of a Liberal government led by Justin Trudeau heralded to many Canadians a new era. Trudeau's victory lap included several international forums at which he proudly declared Canada is back, suggesting that the previous decade had been an interruption of the typical pattern of Canadian politics: support for peace, freedom, democracy, human rights, and the environment. In fact, this was never what Canada had been about, and Trudeau's promises rung as falsely as his staged photo ops, which were a recurring element of his first years in office. It is especially instructive to note the way that the Trudeau government doubled down not just on Canadian imperialism abroad but also 448. Colonialism at home. After years of struggle with Indigenous communities over the construction of the Trans Mountain Pipeline from Edmonton to Vancouver, the Trudeau government purchased the project from the Kinder Morgan Company and pushed construction ahead. At the same time, the RCMP was preparing to use lethal overwatch and as much violence as necessary in evicting Wet'suwet'en protesters trying to block a coastal GasLink pipeline being built through their territory. Protesters called it a continuation of what it must have been like 150 years ago, registered as the police sought, in their own words, to sterilize the site. Registered as Indigenous demonstrations repeatedly interrupted Trudeau's town hall discussions and photo ops. He grew increasingly petulant and smug in his responses, when one of his speeches at a fundraiser was interrupted by a protester demanding compensation for years of poisoned water at Grassy Narrows First Nation. Justin sarcastically thanked the protester for his donation to the party while security escorted him out. For a government that had promised real change, it was the continuities in Trudeau's politics that were most striking. Armored neoliberalism. In the late 2010s, the Trudeau government consolidated a form of Canadian imperialism that Jerome Klassen calls armored neoliberalism, which fused domestic and international policies of militarization and class struggle. This imperial practice worked closely with the project of U.S. empire in the hopes of carving out ever greater space for the expansion of Canadian capital abroad. In practice, Canada's role often included direct participation in imperial violence, from Afghanistan to Haiti to Honduras, but it also comprised more low-intensity intervention to preserve the crumbling US-led world order and a consistent position of support for right-wing allies of the Western powers. For instance, Trudeau's highly publicized visit from Mexican President Enrique Peña Nieto, complete with photos of the two leaders jogging in Ottawa, took place at the very moment the Mexican government was murdering striking teachers in the province of Oaxaca. Even more conspicuous was Trudeau's support for the quasi-fascist monarchy of Saudi Arabia. By the 2010s, the Saudi position as a regional power in the Middle East was being challenged by Iran, which had gained regional influence as a result of the hapless and chaotic occupation of Iraq. 449. Intent on toppling Saddam Hussein, the U.S. occupation of Iraq had to ally itself with local Shia warlords who ultimately gained much sway over Iraqi politics and tended to orient towards Iran. The Saudi monarchy thus found its position threatened by an emboldened Iran, which commanded greater popular legitimacy in Middle East politics than the Saudis, who had consistently supported American intervention. As a result, the Saudi monarchy was beset by regional rebellions and reacted with predictable violence in Bahrain, Syria, and most notably in Yemen. Its crackdown on a Houthi uprising in Yemen was overwhelming. Tens of thousands of civilians were killed and millions were left homeless and hungry as a result of the massive devastation, especially in cities like Sana'a. The destruction was so severe and the country so incapacitated that Yemen slid into an unprecedented humanitarian disaster, marked by a cholera epidemic that affected nearly 1 million people in 2017. And yet Justin Trudeau's shiny new government was a steadfast ally to the Saudi regime as it carried out this war. Canada provided not just diplomatic cover but also military equipment and training. One of the first actions of the Trudeau government in 2015 was to reaffirm the signing of a $15 billion deal to sell light armored vehicles to the Saudi military. This was the largest arms exporting contract in Canadian history, and it came with a promise of specialized training in how to operate the vehicles. These labs were put to use directly in Yemen, targeting civilians with their machine guns and high-caliber weapons. In addition to training the soldiers operating the labs, Canada also ran a series of training programs for Saudi pilots in Alberta and Saskatchewan. The Canadian government described Saudi Arabia as a key military ally who backs efforts of the international community to fight the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria and the instability in Yemen, and claimed that Saudi Arabia play an important role in promoting regional peace and stability. A United Nations report in 2019, however, insisted that Saudi Arabia was carrying out war crimes and that its Western supporters were complicit. International commentary began to take note of the contradiction between Canada's image and practice, and Trudeau was thoroughly embarrassed in a 2019 appearance on the American television show Patriot Act when host Hassan Minhaj confronted Trudeau about its pursuit of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, its shady dealings with SNC-Lavalin and the Saudi weapons deal. Indeed, Canada's role in the Middle East and its ongoing conflicts. 450. Increased in the 2010s. By 2015, Canada was the second largest arms dealer to the region, most of which flowed to Saudi Arabia and its allies in the Gulf states. With exports totaling over $3 billion annually, making it the sixth largest arms dealer in the world. Canada's weapons manufacturers sold their products at trade expos in Abu Dhabi, and Global Affairs Canada increased its dialogue with the monarchies of the Gulf Cooperation Council, which participated in the civil war in Syria. Canada had played a role in the destruction of Syria, and, even as the Trudeau government tried to reframe its involvement in the Syrian crisis by the heavily trumpeted admittance of 40,000 Syrian refugees, it continued to contravene international law in its ongoing bombing of Syrian targets. Though few Canadians knew anything about it, hundreds of Canadian combat troops were deployed in the Middle East, especially in Iraq and Syria, but also in Bahrain, Kuwait and Qatar, and were engaging in direct battle. Canada simultaneously joined what was called a UN peacekeeping mission in Mali in 2018. It had already assisted the French and US governments in carrying out a coup in that country in 2011, and then another in 2012, which had set off the crisis that was still spiraling nearly a decade later. Meanwhile, Canada continued its long-standing policy of support for the apartheid system in Israel, which left it isolated in the international community, typically one of only a handful of countries that would vote against resolutions supporting Palestinian rights at the United Nations. and even as Canada ignored or defended the flagrant violations of Israel and Saudi Arabia, it spoke aggressively at the same forum about the abuses committed by Iran, Venezuela, and other countries which were in the imperial crosshairs. The consequence of being in those crosshairs was evident in places like Honduras and Haiti. The dictatorship of Honduras was shooting live rounds at protesters, and Haiti was so racked by political turmoil that the Canadian government advised against traveling to the country. Furthermore, in one of its most dangerous adventures, Canada was playing a significant role in stoking a crisis in Eastern Europe with the potential to spill into a serious international conflict. 451. The Ukraine crisis. At the center of an emerging crisis in Eastern Europe was Ukraine, ground zero for a contest between the Western capitalist powers and the defiant regional capitalist power in Russia. Russia under Vladimir Putin was a crony capitalist oligopoly which, to the extent that it could link into a bloc with China, Iran, and other similarly placed powers, sought to form a rival imperialist camp to the United States. If America's capacity to maintain its global empire was slipping, these rival capitalist centers were waiting to step in. The parallels to the inter-imperialist rivalry of 1914-18 were hard to ignore. News media in the United States through the early years of the Trump presidency screamed of the menace of Russia, massively exaggerating its capacity to interfere with U.S. elections and information systems, while the expansion of NATO into Eastern Europe right up to the Russian border signaled that the West was serious about curbing the Russian ruling class's ambition. Ukraine emerged as the center of that conflict when its own domestic politics shifted significantly in the 2010s. As Richard Sakwe illustrates in Frontline Ukraine, the country was deeply divided between those cozying up to the West and those oriented towards Russia. This divide was old. Ukraine had long been pulled in both directions and Ukrainians had been forced to choose sides, most dramatically in the period of crisis that culminated in the Second World War. Those who sided with Nazi Germany held the upper hand in the early 1940s and carried out some of the worst atrocities, but these predominantly wealthy or middle-class Ukrainians were stripped of power and privilege and sometimes their lives when the Soviet army reversed the tide of the war. Under the Soviet Union, it was the pro-Russian Ukrainians who ruled the country, but with the end of the Cold War, Ukrainian politics shifted considerably. Many from the Soviet-era leadership were disgraced by their corruption and their quickness to become crony capitalists themselves, and the pro-West forces in the country grew in influence. Buoyed by material and political support from the West, these elements took ever greater control of the country in a series of events from the 2005 Orange Revolution to the 2014 Euromaidan protests. Alarming, however, was the fact that this pro-West faction was heavily populated by organizations that were direct descendants of the Ukrainian Nazis who had collaborated with Hitler. By the late 2010s, the state had been effectively captured by the far right, and fascist militias patrolled. 452. Ukrainian streets. In 2017 the Ukrainian government placed new statues in Lviv and other cities depicting Stepan Bandera, fascist leader in the 1930s and 1940s, responsible for the murder of hundreds of thousands of Jews, Poles, and Russians. As late as 1943, Bandera's followers in the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists were gouging out the eyes of families suspected of collaborating with the Soviet Union in its fight against the Nazis. Now, the Ukrainian government was celebrating the UN as the founders of the country. In addition to rebranding Ukrainian fascists as national heroes, the Ukrainian right pushed a nationalist narrative around a famine in the 1930s which it called the Holodomor. The famine in question was a disastrous consequence of Stalinist mismanagement and punitive purges of a wealthier class of peasants called kulaks, a class which included my mother's great-grandparents. This inadvertently led to a catastrophic collapse in production compounded by the diverting of food for export, to purchase machinery for industrial centers, which left between 2 and 3 million people to starve in parts of Ukraine, southern Russia, and Kazakhstan. The famine was a devastating failure of Stalin's flawed collectivization policies and a tragic repercussion of the fear and instability instilled in his own bureaucracy in the 1930s. But Ukrainian nationalists increasingly insisted, against much of the historical evidence, that Stalin had orchestrated the famine intentionally in order to ethnically cleanse Ukrainians. The idea of a targeted ethnic attack by Russians against Ukrainians, despite the fact that Stalin was not Russian and many who died in the famine were not Ukrainian, was used to galvanize Ukrainian nationalist sentiment and enmity towards Russia. By the late 2010s, the Ukrainian far right was openly declaring itself to be against Yids, Ruskies and other filth, invoking the classic Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy theory, and the Ukrainian government passed laws banning the use of the Russian language, even in regions that were mostly Russian. One of the far-right parties, Svoboda, distributed Nazi pamphlets translated into Ukrainian and increasingly took its violence to the streets. When Ukrainian-American actor Mila Kunis spoke about her persecution as a Jew in Ukraine, Svoboda called her as Hydovka, a racist epithet for a Jew. All the while, the oligarchs who had seized control of most of the country's wealth during the post-Soviet nightmare often played both sides of the divide, seeking to maintain their power whichever direction Ukraine should go. 453. Petro Poroshenko, for instance, was born into a Russian family in Odessa but later built his capitalist empire in a Ukrainian region of the country. Poroshenko moved smoothly between business and government, and as foreign minister in the 2000s he sought rapprochement between Ukraine and Russia. Nevertheless, as momentum grew for the pro-West faction in the 2010s, he quickly shifted to support that side and used his television network to promote their position. In the meantime, oligarchs like Poroshenko, who served a term as president, ensured that Ukrainian politics were preoccupied with the debate about Russia, such that they could continue reaping the benefits of unfettered capitalist exploitation. Ukrainians grew increasingly poor, to the point where more than 30% of the population lived in poverty, and millions of Ukrainians had left the country to find work in Russia or the EU. Public services declined, wages stagnated, and governance slipped gradually into a more authoritarian state, ironically mirroring the dynamics in Russia. Vladimir Putin, for his part, sent troops to recapture the heavily Russian Crimea region while supporting a local Russian insurgency in Donbas. Putin's government claimed that its intervention was to protect ethnic Russians living in Ukraine from a government and paramilitaries that sought to marginalize and perhaps even eliminate them. In fact, Russians living in Ukraine had themselves risen up in defiance of the Ukrainian nationalists, most notably in the Donbas region in 2014. Russians filled the central square of Donetsk, motivated in large part by fear of the Banderovцы, the far-right followers of the Bandera movement, whom they had seen wearing Nazi regalia and attacking police in Maidan. Registered Putin was undoubtedly seizing an opportunity to expand his own territorial and political reach and to protect the Russian frontier from what it viewed as a puppet government of the West. Acknowledging that Putin's actions were taken out of self-interest, however, does not change the fact that his adversaries were fascists. The Ukrainian government had armed and enlisted paramilitaries Richard Sakwe describes as proto-Freikorps. What most people in Ukraine wanted was for the tensions to be reduced and some efforts towards reconciliation and compromise made between these factions within the country, such that it might be better insulated against the great power rivalry which was stoking the rise of the far right. Instead, however, Canada took a lead role in exacerbating the tensions, aggressively criticizing the Russian government and sending waves of economic and military support to the far-right, pro-West government. 454. In Ukraine, nearly 1,000 Canadian troops were stationed along Russia's border, from Latvia to the Black Sea to Ukraine itself. In 2014, when far-right forces launched the Euromaidan protests, which ultimately led to their seizure of power, Canada directly assisted them and provided haven in the Canadian embassy. In fact, Canada had been supporting these far-right forces for more than a decade already and had previously provided some $16 million in aid to support their democratic reform. Registered Canada support for the far-right in Ukraine contributed to a significant threat to peace and stability. Russian military capacity is substantial, and while it certainly could not win a full-fledged conventional war against the United States, Its ability to project power into regional conflicts was demonstrated in its successful operation in Crimea in 2014 and its invention in Syria in 2015. Should a war be provoked along the Russian border, it is not clear what the outcome would be, but it is certain that such a conflict would be devastating for the poor majority in the borderlands of all countries involved. Canada's stated position was to be a visible and effective partner of the United States in Russia, Ukraine, and zones of instability in Eastern Europe. The priority, according to its own statement, was not peace in Eastern Europe. Rather, it was to strengthen its position within the U.S. imperial apparatus, guarantee its own access to favorable trade opportunities in Ukraine and Eastern Europe and perhaps in a post-Putin Russia, and to satisfy the increasingly vocal Ukrainian diaspora in Canada, by now dominated by right-wing Ukrainians whose families came to Canada after the Second World War. If Canada's commitment to this particular theatre of imperial politics seemed exaggerated in its importance, one clue to the significance it held in Ottawa could be found in the personage of Trudeau's Minister of Foreign Affairs, and later Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland. Considered by many to be one of the real power players behind a spokesmodel prime minister, Freeland is the granddaughter of Ukrainian immigrants. Her grandfather, Mikhailo Chomyak, was a prominent Ukrainian Nazi propagandist during the Second World War. He emigrated to Canada alongside at least 2,000 members of a notorious Waffen-SS division of Ukrainian Nazis who were admitted to Canada in 1950.2, when the story splashed in the Canadian press in 2017. Freeland initially denied the reports and claimed that it was Russian propaganda designed to discredit her. She later adjusted her story to suggest that if there was truth to the claims about her grandfather, she hadn't known it. 455. Freeland was lying, in both cases. Chomyak had, indeed, been the editor of Krakowski Vesti, reporting directly to Nazi authorities and even continuing to edit the paper after he fled with the Nazis to Vienna. The newspaper had been seized from its original Jewish owners and given to Ukrainian collaborators, who were willing to publish articles welcoming the Nazi occupation and spreading anti-Jewish conspiracy theories. With great joy, said the paper in the early 1940s, the Ukrainian population welcomes the establishment of a just German order. It reported on a mass shooting of Jews that they had got their comeuppance and celebrated that there was not a single left in Kiev, while there were 350,000 under the Bolsheviks. Chomyak was personally set up in an apartment in Krakow that had been seized from Jews who had been sent to the camps. In 1943, the paper recruited volunteers for the Waffen-SS death squads, giving space to the highest-ranking Nazi in Ukraine to write. The long-awaited moment has arrived when the Ukrainian people will again have the opportunity to come out with gun in hand to do battle against its most grievous foe, Bolshevism. The Nazi who penned this call-out was Volodymyr Kubijovic. In the 1970s, Chomyak reunited with his old Nazi friend to work on a project called the Encyclopedia of Ukraine, which touted a hardline, far-right, and anti-Soviet position in its historical narrative. Chrystia Freeland worked on the project and celebrated her grandparents' hard work to return freedom and democracy to Ukraine. In a public statement in 2016 and in articles and books and stories which she consciously circulated publicly about her grandparents' life in Ukraine, Freeland is credited with reading and editing the work of her uncle, John Paul Himka, who was a professor at the University of Alberta and originally published the story of Chomyak's work as a Nazi propagandist in 1996. Chrystia Freeland could not be expected to change the fact that her grandfather was a Nazi. But it is a troubling and persistent fact that her own political trajectory and ideology has followed a very similar pattern to that of her Nazi grandfather. Freeland's career, before she rose to become one of Canada's most powerful politicians, was in journalism and Ukrainian nationalist advocacy. She wrote avowedly anti-Russian articles, routinely derided the horrors of the Soviet Union and championed the cause of the far-right nationalists who took control of Ukraine in 2014. Her popular but unsophisticated sale of the century and various 456 articles about Russia's 1990s routinely and bizarrely tapped into long-standing anti-Semitic language and themes, and at one point she specifically and inaccurately claimed that in Russia, most of the oligarchs were Jewish. She talked about her grandparents often, even evoked them in her first speech in the House of Commons, never saying a word about Kolonial's Nazism, but instead framing them as victims of the Soviet Union. The editorial line of Krakowski Vesty was actually quite similar. It celebrated the Ukrainian nation, fear-mongered and caricatured the Soviets and Russians, and repeated anti-Semitic claims of a Judeo-Bolshevik conspiracy. There was no such conspiracy, but it was true that around 900,000 Jews who survived the Holocaust in Ukraine escaped to the Soviet Union that Freeland and her grandfather so reviled. Interestingly enough, Freeland seemed to represent a kind of Nazi denial that her uncle John Paul Himka had specifically articulated in his study of the Ukrainian diaspora. There persists a deafening silence about, as well as a reluctance to confront, even well-documented war crimes, such as the mass murder of Poles in Volhynia by the Ukrainian insurgent army and the cooperation of the Ukrainian auxiliary police in the execution of the Jews*. Indeed, Himka identified a common tactic among right-wing Ukrainians when confronted with evidence of the complicity of their organizations in the Holocaust, which was to deny the accusations and claim that they were Soviet propaganda. A remarkable parallel to Chrystia Freeland's 2017 denial of the well-documented fact that her grandfather worked for the Nazis and her choice to accuse Russia of spreading disinformation. These details of Freeland's personal connection to Ukrainian Nazism could be more easily ignored had they not dovetailed so closely with the very real policies she was enacting with respect to Canada's foreign policy in Eastern Europe. Canada pledged more than $700 million to Ukraine beginning in 2014, including military and police training support. Indeed, Canada boasted of training of more than 12,500 members of Ukraine's security forces, troubling, given the extent to which those forces were populated by the Ukrainian far right. This was a Ukraine where the Minister of Internal Affairs, Arsen Avakov, had direct ties to the fascist Azov battalion, where fascists could safely hold. 457. A massive two-day rally, the Asagard's Ray Music Festival, and where opponents of the government, like Katerina Handzyuk, were killed by fascists, who doused her in sulfuric acid. Ironic, in light of Handzyuk's vicious murder, that Canada's commitments to Ukraine were often framed in the language of feminism, which gave money to the country as part of its feminist international assistance policy and emphasized the inclusion and empowerment of women and girls in the country. Meanwhile, as part of its effort to reassert Ukrainian control of the Donbas region, Canada declared in 2019 that it would not recognize Russian passports issued to people there. The announcement was made after a high-profile Ukraine reform conference in Toronto, in which Chrystia Freeland played a prominent role alongside new Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. That same year, the Canadian ambassador was present as the Ukrainian government consecrated a monument to 17 members of the fascist UN, built on the site of a massacre of 1,200 Jews in 1943, which was, as the head of the Ukrainian Jewish Committee put it, erecting a monument to murderers on the graves of their victims. Freeland was a willing participant in the construction of a Ukraine that would have made her grandfather proud. Uncreating Hugo Chavez. Outside of its crusade in Ukraine, the foreign policy file wherein Trudeau and Freeland seemed likely to make a mark was in the project to defeat the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela. When Canada took a lead role in 2019 in supporting and officially recognizing Juan Guaido as the self-proclaimed though unelected president of Venezuela, it was clear that Freeland wanted to preside over the endgame for the popular revolution in Venezuela. Guaido's counter-revolution sputtered out by the middle of that year, despite the fact that Canada, alongside the members of a hastily constructed right-wing hemispheric alliance called the Lima Group, had granted official recognition to a comically illegitimate American-educated engineer. It was an indication of how little regard the Canadian state had, by the start of the 2020s, for the niceties of liberal consensus that a wealthy Venezuelan could simply tell everyone he was the country's real president and Canada was willing to go right along with it. But Canada's aggressive posture towards Venezuela made sense in the context of the twin pillars of its foreign policy. Like Hondurans, like 458. Haitians, like Nicaraguans and Chileans, Venezuelans had embarked on a project that rebuked the global capitalism that had caused so much harm to so many and were seeking to build something unique and different. A gradual delinking of Venezuela from the most predatory aspects of that system not only diminished the prospects for Canadian profits, but it also set a powerful example that there were alternatives to capitalism. Furthermore, while Venezuela's story was often framed around the larger-than-life figure of President Hugo Chavez Frías, the much more disturbing reality for the colonizers was that the Bolivarian Revolution was rooted in the barrios, in the councils and communes that increasingly asserted local, democratic control over their neighborhoods. When early Canadian settlers had encountered indigenous nations without single, individual leaders to negotiate with, they were baffled and unnerved. One chief could be bribed, intimidated, or bamboozled, but an entire community could not so easily be manipulated. Thus, when poor Venezuelans asserted that it was they who created Chavez, and not the other way around, it provoked a kind of primordial panic among the leaders of the capitalist world. That the revolution survived the 2013 death of Chavez signaled that its roots did, indeed, go much deeper than the personage of Chavez himself, and, as such, it was the catalyst for a more aggressive Western push for intervention to end the revolution. As George Cesarielomar argues, the genesis of what became the Bolivarian Revolution was the crisis of the 1980s, which culminated in the Caracazo, a series of massive protests that rocked the capital city of Caracas, among others, in 1989. As the neoliberal wave swept Latin America in the 1980s, the country had been plunged into economic chaos, but its oligarchic leaders had simply prescribed deeper austerity. Prices for essential goods skyrocketed, subsidies on gas and public utilities were cut, wages plummeted, debt rose, unemployment soared, and anger simmered. When a new president, Carlos Andrés Pérez, failed to make good on his promise to stop the bleeding, leaving some 44% of Venezuelans living in poverty, Caracas erupted. Grainy news footage from the rebellion show the population looting unashamedly, some covering their faces but most not even bothering. After all, they were taking back things they deserved, but of which they had been deprived. Basic goods that had become too expensive or hard to find were soon discovered hoarded in warehouses and storerooms. These were now redistributed. 459. Directly by the people themselves, who carried everything from imported whiskey to entire sides of beef on their shoulders up into the barrios surrounding the city. It was this expression of popular anger and redress that was to be the heart of the revolution, which would ultimately be personified around Hugo Chavez, a former military officer who led an unsuccessful coup d'état in 1992 and won his first presidential election in 1998. Chavez, as well as anyone, understood that radical change in Venezuela could not be achieved under the decrepit system of representative democracy that had, for so long, stifled real popular dissent. Indeed, if the Caracazo had been an expression of that dissent, the massacre carried out by the Pérez government in its aftermath was the old system's answer. Hundreds, maybe thousands of poor Venezuelans were slaughtered in a wave of indiscriminate violence unleashed upon the denizens of the barrios. The 1992 coup attempt made Chavez a hero, and his challenge to the oligarchy was more than rhetorical. After 1998 he initiated serious reform, striking a committee drawn from a wide range of Venezuelan society to rewrite the country's constitution. This was significant insofar as it shook up the existing political structures and left many of the old elite on the outside of the system they had ruled for so long. It also created a significantly more progressive foundation for Venezuelan law, including, for instance, a clause that affirmed that women's domestic labor was equally valuable to other forms of labor and thus qualified those who did that work for Social Security. Thereafter, Chavez tackled the endemic levels of poverty, repealing neoliberal austerity policies and replacing them with an array of Social Security measures. Progress was slow, at first, but the challenge that the new government posed was serious enough that the United States and its allies tried to orchestrate a coup against Chavez in 2002, dramatically captured on video in The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. The attempt failed, in large part because Chávez's base of support was wide enough to encompass not just the majority of the country's people but also large sections of its military degree. Following his reinstatement, the private owners of Venezuela oil industry tried to strangle the government by shutting down production. This, too, failed, as workers themselves seized control of the means of oil production. Once the state could marshal the wealth generated by the oil industry, it had the capital it needed to carry out a more systematic social reform, funding free health care, education, food, 460, and other essential goods and services for the poor. The gap between the rich and poor, once higher in Venezuela than anywhere else in Latin America, was reduced dramatically. Though Chávez was routinely disparaged in the North American media as a dictator, he actually commanded a massive swell of popular support. He won 4 legitimate presidential elections, defeated a recall referendum, and on several occasions held referenda on key pieces of his project, all of which were approved. During his time in office, his supporters almost always had a majority in the Venezuelan National Assembly, and, perhaps most notably, Chávez was remarkably tolerant of the vitriolic opposition of the oligarchy. Despite their use of the media to slander him, he permitted their continued ownership of most of its outlets. Despite repeated attempts to have him overthrown, there were almost no credible reports of any kind of violent retribution or even significant punishment doled out to those who plotted against him. Meanwhile, what developed in Venezuela was a different kind of democracy, one rooted in community-level decision-making that empowered the poorest Venezuelans to help shape the conditions of their own lives. Even before the election of Hugo Chávez, the barrios had begun to self-organize, to create self-defense militias and to combat the biggest problems they faced, from gang violence to lack of running water. These were often far more successful at improving the conditions of life than anything the previous governments had ever done. The community of La Piedrita, for instance, pushed out the drug trade and the corrupt police that facilitated it, and when Chávez came to power they cooperated with him but did not submit to his authority. Indeed, one of the most misunderstood elements of the Bolivarian Revolution was the very fact that Chávez and his successor, Nicolás Maduro, in fact presided over a massive network of somewhat self-governing communes. The building of the system was driven from below, but received a great deal of institutional support from above, and served to empower a wide range of hitherto marginalized groups in Venezuelan society, including women, LGBTQ and indigenous people. None of this should suggest that Chávez had developed simple and harmonious relationships with the local councils and communes that rose up in Venezuela during the revolution. Conflict between a self-styled progressive caudillo like Chávez and the actual exercise of power. 46. By marginalized people was always going to be part of the story, as when social movement leaders complained in 1992 that Chávez had wanted the people to applaud but not participate. Nevertheless, Chávez also understood that if the revolution was to survive it would need the support of the masses, and that meant acquiescing to demands for local autonomy. In 2012, as Chávez was dying, he gave a speech in which he railed against his own ministers for having allowed corruption and inaction to stultify the transition to a genuine socialist democracy. Popular power, he rallied, does not come from Miraflores Palace. Both Chávez and the communes were trying to grapple with the tension between encouraging local democracy while maintaining some structures of centralized governance and order. When taken seriously, this is no easy problem to solve. In 2006, the Chávez government had established a structure through which local councils would exercise power and plug into national decision-making. After Chávez's death in 2013, the program grew under Nicolás Maduro, who made Reynaldo Idariza, a longtime radical and activist for local democracy, a minister of the communes. Within a few years, there were some 50,000 communes registered across the country, and they were expanding the scope of their authority degree even as a collapse in oil prices sent the Venezuelan economy into a tailspin in 2014. Venezuela's version of democracy was, in many ways, more robust and direct than anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. But that economic crisis, combined with the death of the immensely popular Chavez, proved to be a major opening for the Venezuelan right. Having been soundly defeated in the failed coup of 2002, and the litany of electoral losses that followed, the Venezuelan right was divided and in despair. The collapse in oil prices, however, opened the door for a reinvigorated assault on the Bolivarian Revolution. In the second half of the 2010s, they organized relentlessly, mostly by appealing to imperial power in North America in an attempt to orchestrate the downfall of Maduro and the revolution. Both the Obama and Trump administrations were eager to see the Venezuelan example fail, and as Latin America was pulled gradually but certainly under the boot of the right, the target fell squarely on Caracas. The capitalist powers sought to foment a crisis in Venezuela, exacerbating the existing economic woes by imposing heavy sanctions and lavishing the opposition with resources, while building public consensus around the idea that Maduro was a dictator who was starving Venezuelans with his brutal policies. 462. As far back as the 2002 coup, Canada had been actively involved in supporting the groups trying to oust Chavez, and even brought leaders from those networks to Ottawa to deliver talks on the Venezuelan situation. In 2005, Ottawa resisted calls to meet with Chavez and instead hosted Maria Corina Machado, who had participated in the failed attempts to defeat him in the 2002 coup and 2004 recall. Her organization was one of at least three that were part of the 2002 coup attempt, which received direct funding from the Canadian government. Canada further stepped up its efforts to fund the Venezuelan right after 2007, when Chavez denounced and suspended American funding for such groups. The Canadian embassy in Caracas was pleased at the prospect of stepping up, noting that Canada now had an opportunity to fill the gap created by. In the 2010s, the Canadian government seemed more and more seized by a frenetic desire to defeat Venezuela. In 2006, the Harper government, alone with the United States, refused to congratulate Hugo Chavez on his unambiguous victory in an election monitored by the Organization of American States. When, in 2010, the Chavez government shut down 6 radio stations for frequent violations of Venezuelan laws, Canada's Minister of State Peter Kent reacted sharply, calling it evidence of shrinking democratic space in Venezuela. Quite the contrary, Venezuela's privately owned media was rabidly anti-Chavez and had been allowed to spin ludicrous propaganda against him the entire time he had been in office. In fact, the 2002 coup attempt had been transparently carried out with the logistical support of several Venezuelan media outlets. And still, Chavez had allowed them to remain on the air. In fact, they commanded 92 to 95% of Venezuelan television audiences registered. Peter Kent's statement was made even more outrageous by the fact that it was issued on the very same day that he congratulated one of the plotters of the anti-democratic coup in Honduras on his victory in a sham election. Peter Kent's highly publicized and critical visit to Venezuela was noteworthy insofar as he refused to meet with any officials from the actual Venezuelan government. He did, however, have time to meet with the opposition that had been trying to oust Chavez for a decade. The Canadian government has never released the names of those opposition leaders, which suggests that they may have been involved in indefensible acts of violence or sabotage. Registered by this point, Chavez was no longer willing to spare Canada from the withering rhetoric he had long wielded against the 463 United States. Both Chavez and his representative at the OAS denounced Canada as a junior partner in imperialism and made specific reference to the fact that Canada had supported the coup in Honduras. Trademark Canada's support for the Honduran dictatorship was motivated in part by the needs of Canadian capital. Notably, Canadian capital had also been invested in Venezuela, particularly in mining for gold. Canadian mining projects have caused social conflict nearly everywhere they have gone, and Venezuela was no exception. As far back as 2001, the Venezuelan government found itself in conflict with Canadian companies, mostly surrounding the Las Cristinas mine, the country's largest gold deposit. Initially the mine was co-owned by the Venezuelan government and Placer Dome, but a questionable sale of Placer Dome's rights to another Canadian company caused the Venezuelan government to block the purchase. Vanessa Ventures spent 12 years trying unsuccessfully to sue Venezuela under the Canada-Venezuela Foreign Investment Protection Agreement. The difficulty of extracting wealth from Venezuela was frustrating to the Canadian capitalist class, for whom Venezuela was its second largest export market in South America and where it had up to $1 billion invested registered. While Vanessa Ventures tried to extract wealth by another route, Placer Dome's rights were transferred to yet another Canadian company, Crystalex. But a series of problems between Crystalex and the Venezuelan government, including a crash in the value of Crystalex, led to the nationalization of the gold mine. Crystalex eventually won a $1.2 billion payout in 2016, the same year that Rosero Mining successfully won a $1 billion claim around another project registered. Similar conflicts emerged involving Gold Reserve Incorporated and Petro-Canada, leading Stephen Harper to assert in 2009 that Venezuela was opposed to basically sound economic policies. Venezuelan efforts to keep its mineral wealth within its borders also drew the ire of Canadian mining magnate Peter Monk, who penned a wild letter to the Financial Times which compared President Chavez to Hitler, Milosevic, and a range of other notorious historical figures. Monk's own company, Barrick Gold, included on its international advisory board Gustavo Cisneros, Venezuela's richest man and staunch opponent of Hugo Chavez. Chavez's failure, said the Canadian government in 2007, would be a positive sign for Canadian interests in assisting in the development of 464. Good government, and in negotiating a free trade agreement with the region. That Canada should have viewed the failure of the Bolivarian Revolution as a positive sign is indicative of both its obsession with protecting the needs of capital and its colonial disregard for the autonomy and interests of those they believed to be beneath them. When Chavez died in 2013, the Canadian government and media could barely contain their glee. Stephen Harper celebrated the dawn of a better, brighter future based on the principles of freedom, democracy, the rule of law and respect for human rights for Venezuelans, and newspaper columnists fell upon themselves to pen screeds against Chavez as a dictator who tricked poor, stupid Venezuelans into supporting him while he cracked down on human rights and the media and also ruined the economy by giving handouts to the poor. This nonsense was immediately refuted by the Venezuelan government, which criticized Harper's statement and noted that Venezuela had a more robust democratic process than Canada. Even Chavez's most narrow margin of victory, 56% of the popular vote, was larger than any mandate the Harper government had ever won. And unlike Harper's elections, 2 of which were called into question for irregularities, Chavez's 14 electoral victories were beyond reproach, with even the Carter Center calling Venezuela's elections the best in the world. The Bolivarian Revolution reduced poverty by nearly 40%, reduced extreme poverty by nearly 60% and created a robust and direct form of democracy. It had built links with other progressive governments in the region, it had sold discounted oil to poor countries in the Caribbean, and it had helped inspire a new generation of resistance to imperialism. It was the classic threat of a good example that haunted governments like that in Ottawa, and from the moment of Chavez's death, Canada redoubled its efforts to defeat the revolution. After the first election of Chavez's former vice president, one-time bus driver Nicolas Maduro, Canada claimed that his victory was tainted and called for an audit. The accusation was ludicrous. Venezuela's electoral process was widely recognized for its rigor. Canada and the United States were the only 2 countries in the world to make the accusation, and even then, the Venezuelan Electoral Council agreed to do an audit, which confirmed the initial result. The North American powers were grasping at straws, but it was only the beginning of an intensified effort to galvanize opposition to Maduro and strangle the Venezuelan government until it would collapse. 465. Following the election of Maduro, the United States, Canada, and the European Union placed economic sanctions on Venezuela designed to strangle its economy. The effects, combined with the crash in the price of oil, were catastrophic. One estimate suggests that between 2013 and 2019 the Venezuelan economy lost $114 billion, as a result of the sanctions and their secondary effects. The UN also stated on several occasions that the sanctions constituted a form of collective punishment that was directly causing hunger and death, especially since they specifically obstructed the movement of food and medicine into the country. Nevertheless, Canada was steadfast in its effort to strangle the Venezuelan people into submission, a pattern that resembled Western policy towards Chile in the 1970s and Nicaragua in the 1980s. After sponsoring several waves of anti-Maduro protests in the hopes of fomenting a rebellion, Canada and its allies in the Lima Group latched onto the wealthy, American-educated Juan Guaido in 2019, who proclaimed himself president. Despite being supported by a wide range of subversive tactics from the West, Guaido could not muster any effective rebellion against Maduro and rarely galvanized much popular sympathy. Guaido's rallies were always dwarfed by those in support of the government, and the fact that Canada continued to refer to the powerless and unpopular Guaido as Venezuela's president was increasingly embarrassing. Canada spent at least $55 million in its efforts to destabilize what it called the illegitimate Maduro government, but this claim fooled few, especially given that Canada's chief vehicle for this enterprise was the Lima Group. That body, built in the aftermath of a coup in Brazil with the express purpose of regime change in Venezuela, was made up of the most far-right and dictatorial regimes in the hemisphere, including Brazil, Colombia, and the regime Canada had sponsored in Honduras. Thus, while it was true that Venezuelans were struggling, Canada's cynical misrepresentation of the causes of the crisis undermined any notion that it expressed genuine solidarity for poor Venezuelans. Ultimately, the economic crisis that had set in during the mid-2010s had much to do with the country's reliance on oil revenue, but its reliance on oil revenue was in part a function of the sanctions and restrictions placed upon it by United States and Canada. As in so many other cases, Canada helped generate a crisis in another country and then used the crisis as a justification for its intervention. Whether the model of socialist development advanced by the Bolivarian Revolution is sustainable and progressive is 466. A complex question well beyond the scope of this work. What is certain is that Canada actively participated in efforts to subvert and dismantle a process built by and for the large majority of Venezuelans. Doing so is, inescapably, imperialism. The friendly far right, Colombia and Brazil. Canada efforts to undermine the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela were often couched in the language of democracy, freedom, and human rights, which so went the claim were problems in Venezuela that required Canadian attention. This book raises serious doubts about Canada's motivations when identifying such problems in the world and its justification in taking action in such cases. But it also illustrates that Canada has systematically used such rhetorical concerns as a smokescreen to conceal its real goals, which have typically been rooted in waging class struggle on behalf of the international and/or Canadian capitalist classes. That Venezuela fits this pattern is made especially evident by Canada's incongruent relationships to right-wing violence and dictatorship in Venezuela's largest neighboring countries, Colombia and Brazil. The Colombian comparison is particularly instructive. Though it receives less attention than many of its counterparts, the Colombian left managed to survive the great waves of counter-revolution in Latin America and continued to struggle for socialist revolution throughout the second half of the 20th century. Rooted in the rural peasantry, which was being forcibly dispossessed of land by the intensification of capitalism in the middle of the century, the Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias de Colombia proved to be both an effective guerrilla force and also a shrewd political organization, maintaining a solid base of support throughout the struggle and establishing a wide network of local self-governance and self-defense units across rural Colombia. Nevertheless, by the dawn of the 21st century, the FARC had lost some of its sway among the Colombian masses, and the Colombian ruling class was emboldened by foreign support and narco-trafficking dollars. The latter launched major offensives to defeat the FARC, especially in areas where foreign capital was seeking to open up investment. Often relying on the unchecked violence of paramilitary forces, the Colombian state was able to terrorize and demobilize much of FARC's base, and the rest of the Colombian peasant movement, with impunity. To be a human rights. 467. Activist, a social movement defender, a trade unionist. Indeed, to be in any way supportive of social and collective rights was to be a target. Tens of thousands of mostly indigenous and Afro-Colombians were killed in the late 1990s and early 2000s, and the majority of Colombians were plunged into poverty as neoliberal economic policies were imposed on the defeated communities. At the same time, some 4 million people were displaced from their homes, at least half of that number from areas slated for mining development. The most decisive period in this right-wing onslaught was overseen by the government of Alvaro Uribe between 2002 and 2010, which spent some $80 billion on the military, though the violence continued well beyond his time in power. There were few countries in Latin America that could boast such an appalling record with respect to violations of human rights, and yet, even as it was ramping up the pressure on the Chavez government in Venezuela, the Canadian government praised Colombia effusively. Prime Minister Harper declared that Colombia had chosen to embrace political democracy and human rights and social development and that Canada was there to help. Meanwhile, the Canadian Council for the Americas made the astounding decision to give its 2011 Statesman of the Year award to Uribe, who had overseen one of the most violent periods in Colombia's recent memory. The unsurprising clue to solving this mystery was that Uribe had not only pried open Colombia's gates to Canadian investment, but his offensive against the rural insurgency had been undertaken with the express purpose of securing the conditions for profitable investments, especially in mining. Uribe had specifically promoted investment in Colombian mining by promising to create military battalions to protect company personnel during their exploration phases, assuring potential investors in Calgary and Toronto that community opposition to their operations would not be tolerated. Uribe changed Colombia's mining laws to reduce taxes from 15% to 4%, sped up the expropriation of land by limiting community consultations and weakened environmental protections to make good on his promise that Colombia would be attractive to investors. The new laws were, in fact, co-authored by Canada. SIPA funding between 1997 and 2002 directly contributed to the development of the new laws, from which Canadian companies were the direct beneficiaries. Officials connected to the Canadian company Corona Goldfields were specifically identified as authors of the laws. Degree 468. Despite these favorable laws, Canadian companies still faced opposition in their attempts to extract wealth from Colombia. For instance, in the Antioquia and Caldas regions, where Canadian firms were seeking to expand, local communities were refusing to leave. The problem was solved by aerial bombing from the Colombian military, which had, on occasion, been trained in Canada. This was nothing new. Conflict around Canadian mining projects in Colombia was well documented as early as the 1990s. The systematic massacres and displacements of Colombian citizens by a combined military-paramilitary assault, explained one report in 1997, have the dual effect of creating a vast pool of cheaper labor and giving foreign companies access to valuable natural resources they may not otherwise have been able to obtain. One prominent Colombian opponent of a Canadian hydro dam project, Jaime Pernia, traveled to Ottawa to testify in a parliamentary committee about the effects of the dam on his community. He warned the committee that his life was in danger for criticizing the dam. Sure enough, only months after his second trip to Canada to talk about the dam, he disappeared, his body never found. Even the Toronto Star had reported in 1999 that Canadian mining companies operating in the midst of military massacres could not possibly claim to have unbloodied hands. Such blood had never been a problem for Canadian capital in the past, and it would not be in Colombia. By 2006 it had some $414 million invested in Colombia, and by 2016 that figure had risen to $3.60 billion. Put differently, Canada's investment in Colombia grew nearly 8 times larger in the decade following the defeat of the social movements that had defended Colombia's rural poor and whose members continued to be murdered at an alarming rate. As elsewhere, violence was linked to capital development. Hundreds of former FARC members and other social and environmental activists and their families were killed in the late 2010s around zones scheduled for business projects. Even as Canada was supporting a project to overthrow the Venezuelan government for alleged human rights abuses in early 2019, it fell silent on the high-profile murder in Colombia of Dimar Torres, a former FARC guerrilla who had agreed to disarm as part of the peace process. Torres was tortured and executed after being grabbed on his way home from work in Convención, his brutalized body thrown into a shallow pit. He was one of more than 600 activists and former FARC members killed between 2016 and 2019 in what was called an invisible genocide. In July 2019, 469. Hundreds of people marched in Canadian cities to draw attention to the problem, but to little avail. Though the murder of Dimar Torres was a major news story in Colombia, Canada said not a word, and continued to support a process wherein the West was arming militants in Colombia and sending troops for a potential assault on Venezuela. All the while, the Canadian government promoted its role in Colombia as one in support of women's leadership, responsible mining, and human rights. Thus, even while Canada ignored actual murders of activist men and women, it launched the Women's Voice and Leadership Project, which claimed to include human rights defenders among its constituents. The campaign launch focused, however, on economics. Indeed, alongside mining and other major infrastructure and telecommunications projects came Canadian bank capital, and notable among the list of Canadian banks and financial institutions operating in war-torn Colombia was Brookfield Asset Management. Brookfield's progenitor company was Braskem, more colloquially known in Brazil as the Polvo Canadense, the Canadian octopus that was the country's largest company and had its tentacles in nearly every major industry, making it the source of public outrage in the 1920s and 1930s. When the Brazilian government sought to limit the power of companies like Braskem in the 1960s, the Canadian media described Brazil as a backward, illiterate, dirty country, and the Canadian government supported a counter-revolutionary coup d'état. In 1964 the Brazilian military took power by force and led the country through 2 decades of darkness and dictatorship. This period of dictatorship shaped Brazil's future significantly, insofar as Brazil's future leftist leaders Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva and Dilma Rousseff were veterans of the struggle against that very dictatorship. Dilma, in particular, had fought in the guerrilla war and had been tortured by the military between 1972 and 1974, making her rise to the Brazilian presidency in 2011 a significant moment on several levels. But the arrival of the Workers' Party at the top of Brazilian politics in 2003 had been achieved, in part, by Lula's brokering a deal with one of the parties of the center-right. While it vaulted Lula into the presidency, it weakened his capacity to govern from the left. Indeed, in advance of the 2002 elections, the PT had specifically removed from its program the gradual transition to socialism that had long been part of its political line. As such, the early years of PT rule were not indicative of any major shift. 470. Away from the Brazilian status quo, as Leslie Bethel pointedly asked, having made itself amenable to the oligarchy and the middle class, was the PT still a party of the left? Degree as it had in Colombia, Bell Canada International stepped into Brazil to fill the void left by the privatization waves of the neoliberal 1990s. The transition from state-provided telecommunications to private companies meant, predictably, a decline in good jobs and a reduction in the quality of service provision. Neither Lula's nor Dilma's government was able to dramatically shift this dynamic. Over time, however, and especially in Lula's second term in office, the reform project did grow more ambitious. Lula, born into poverty in Brazil's northeast and made famous by his charismatic leadership in the Metal Workers Union in São Paulo, was always popular. But his popularity grew, especially among Brazil's poorest people, as the PT rolled out a more comprehensive poverty reduction plan in the mid-2000s. At the center of this project was the Bolsa Familia, a reformed social security measure which provided the equivalent of about $55 each month to the poorest Brazilian families, with priority given to single mothers. Though relatively modest, it represented less than 1% of Brazil's COP. The Bolsa Familia was life-changing for those who received it, which by 2010 was some 50 million people, nearly a quarter of the country's population. For perspective, this meant that there were more people receiving the Bolsa Familia in Brazil than the entire population of Canada. The PT was tackling extreme poverty in one of the most unequal countries in the world, without dramatically offending the ruling classes, and, by the end of his second term, Lula's approval rating was as high as 75%. Nevertheless, the balancing act between rich and poor could not be maintained forever. Dilma Rousseff won the presidency in 2010, but the petering out of the commodities boom, especially in agriculture, mining, and oil, undermined her ability to maintain anti-poverty measures and public infrastructure without taking aim at the rich. Under Lula, the rich had stayed that way, largely avoiding taxation and enjoying a range of state subsidies, to say nothing of the endemic corruption that existed in the nexus of state and capital. As the economy began to unravel, Dilma took aim at the bank's decision to tighten access to credit, pushing her closer to a collision with the Brazilian right. Meanwhile, Dilma's inability to maintain public spending during the crisis generated anger amongst the poor. While the Bolsa Familia pulled millions of people out of extreme poverty, it did not make them rich. The majority of Brazilians remained 471 poor. Public demonstrations accelerated and were then ignited by the final nail in the PT's coffin, the Lava Jato corruption scandal. What began as a stakeout of a car wash grew into a massive investigation into corruption at Petrobras, the state oil company, which ultimately implicated hundreds of high-level politicians and business executives. In its early stages, Lava Jato had some support among the PT, even despite the fact that some of its own members were being caught in its web. Dilma herself even gave the operation a green light, in recognition of both the public distrust that would be generated by her squashing it and also the reality that corruption was playing a role in undermining her own ability to manage the state and run its public services. However, the investigators and judges who spearheaded Lava Jato used it increasingly to hammer the PT. While several members of all political parties were caught up in it at the start, it increasingly targeted the PT and Lula and Dilma in particular. In 2016, despite her having just won a second election, Dilma was impeached. She rightly called it a coup by a Congress that was stacked with her political enemies. There was no evidence of corruption against her, only a minor implication of mismanagement. The biggest prize, however, for the forces behind Lava Jato was Lula. Still the most popular politician in Brazil and sure to win the next round of elections, Lula was indicted in 2017 on a very thin corruption charge by a judicial system that was now completely controlled by the right. Barred from participation in the 2018 elections, the courts had effectively dismantled the party of the Brazilian left. Lurking behind much of the push to unseat the left was the fascist Jair Bolsonaro, who would win Brazil's 2018 elections. Having placed the more popular Lula in jail, Bolsonaro, open admirer of the military dictatorships, won the 2018 election and promised to rule with the Bible and the bullet. 4 years earlier, he had responded to a speech by Congresswoman Maria do Rosario praising the work of the National Truth Commission, which had documented the violence and sexual violence of the military dictatorship, by yelling at her, "I would not rape you, you don't merit that." This was the second time Bolsonaro had publicly made reference to raping do Rosario, and he was proud of it, sharing it widely through his social media accounts. In 2011 he had famously said that he would have preferred his son be hit by a car than be gay, and in a separate incident said that his son was well raised and would therefore never fall in love with a black woman. 472. Canada did not express any concerns over Bolsonaro's hateful and fascist politics or the fact that he had effectively subverted democracy in Brazil. Though it had continued to do business in the country under PT leadership, there was no doubt that Canada could achieve a better deal with a government that was not interested in supporting the poor. When Dilma was impeached in a technical coup in 2016, Canada made no objection and quietly reached out to the new government, led by the right-wing Michael Temer, to sign a new defensive cooperation agreement that forged closer links between the Canadian and Brazilian militaries. that Canada would invite the head of the Brazilian military to bilateral talks immediately following what amounted to a coup spoke volumes about Canada's position and, perhaps, made it less surprising that Canada was so welcoming in 2018 to the fascist Jair Bolsonaro, a proudly racist, misogynist, homophobic former paratrooper who fetishized the armed forces, was highly placed in Brazil's criminal networks and had likely ordered the assassination of Rio de Janeiro City Councillor Marielle Franco. Canada applauded Bolsonaro's electoral victory. CBC News was quick to declare that while critics have lambasted the former paratrooper for his homophobic, racist, and misogynist statements, his government could open new investment opportunities. The Canadian government quickly engaged with Bolsonaro in free trade talks, and Chrystia Freeland stood shoulder to shoulder with Bolsonaro as they plotted the overthrow of the Venezuelan government in early 2019. Given Canada's long record of working with fascists, this should not have come as a great surprise. Canadian investments in Brazil were significant. By 2018, Canada had over $11 billion invested in the country, much of it in the energy and extractive industries, and at the top of the list was the old octopus, Brookfield Asset Management. While the PT had never been a major obstacle to their operations, it was clear that a Bolsonaro government would be very good for foreign investment. Bolsonaro almost immediately declared war on the indigenous people of the Amazon, who had long fought to protect their land against capitalist expansion. Upon Bolsonaro's election, the CSC happily noted that he would open new investment opportunities as he had promised to slash environmental regulations in the Amazon rainforest. By the summer of 2019, the Amazon was in flames, after Bolsonaro had encouraged agribusiness and other capitalist developers to set the fires. In just 473, his first 8 months in office, Bolsonaro oversaw the destruction of 3,500 square miles of forest, more than any year in recorded history, and cities like São Paulo were plunged into darkness from the smoke. In addition to supporting fascist and proto-fascist governments in Colombia and Brazil, Canada also built strong relationships with fascist governments elsewhere. In the Philippines, where millions of people had organized into one of the largest communist insurgencies in the world, the government of Rodrigo Duterte declared itself fascist and promised to crush the communists with force. Framing them as drug dealers, he dropped bombs containing white phosphorus on Filipino peasants and restricted their access to food, while arresting teachers and murdering activists. Amnesty International called Duterte's campaign a large-scale murdering enterprise, but the limit of Justin Trudeau's outrage was to raise the question of human rights with Duterte during a meeting. Trudeau played it down, noting that there were always human rights concerns to bring up with a wide range of leaders. Canada also fostered a close relationship with the fascist government of Narendra Modi in India, who attacked the communist Naxalite movement and advocated for Hindu supremacy amidst a growing nationalist paramilitary presence. Modi had facilitated a massacre of more than 1,000 Muslims in 2002 and had stoked the rise of far-right violence. The Canadian press heaped praise on Modi for making progress with his neoliberal policies and deepening trade relations with Canada, ignoring the massive human rights violations and the slide into fascism that is illustrated plainly in Anand Putvardhan's chilling documentary Reason. In addition to those noted above, fascist and quasi-fascist governments were emerging in Poland, Hungary, and Austria, among others, and Canada said little. As it had in the 1930s, Canada recognized that the shift to the right was good for business. Blood of extraction. By the 21st century, Canada's network of foreign investments and involvements has become so great that it is impossible to document it all in a book like this. Emblematic cases have, therefore, been chosen for closer examination. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that these episodes were not isolated incidents but, rather, reflective of the broader trend. By the 2010s, Canadian capital was investing more than $500 billion outside 474 Canada's borders, making it one of the world's highest sources of foreign direct investment, and had signed dozens of free trade agreements with countries around the world. These investments cover a wide range of industries, but tend to fall into three categories: 1. Investment in natural resource extraction, which have to be undertaken in the place where the resources were located; 2. Investment in low-wage industries, where capital can exploit cheaper labor abroad; and 3. Investment in banking and finance, where privileged access to large amounts of capital make it possible for Canadian institutions to take advantage of clients and customers in poorer countries. Registered for all of these reasons, Canadian investment in the Global South accelerated rapidly in the 21st century. While each of these deserves some attention, the most prominent and notorious of Canada's foreign investments have tended to be in the mining sector. Todd Gordon and Jeffrey R. Weber's Blood of Extraction documents the effects of Canada's mining industry in Latin America, illustrating both the violent and destructive practices of the companies and the systematic way in which the Canadian state works to support them. "As far as I can tell," said one Latin American government official, "the Canadian ambassador here is a representative for Canadian mining companies. Some 70% of the world's mining companies are based in Canada, which offers minimal taxation and regulation and a state apparatus bent to the industry's will. Net profits for individual companies are often in the billions, and the average rate of profit for the industry is larger, by a massive degree, than in most other industries. Meanwhile, these companies have some of the worst records in the world in terms of violations of human, environmental, and labor rights. It is significant that Canada is nurturing some of the world's most exploitative and profitable ventures, which are inevitably linked to both the theft and the poisoning of land in other countries. Canadian settler capitalism was, after all, rooted in the conquest of land. Mining is also a noteworthy sector because it draws direct attention to Canada's particular place in the pantheon of exploitative capitalist powers. As Karen Dubinsky and Mark Eprecht note, "It says something very disturbing when workers voted Canada's Placer Dome as the second worst employer in the country in 2001. The killing continues at a Canadian-owned mine in Tanzania is not the kind of headline that stirs Canadian." 475. Canada in the world. National pride. Toronto-listed Acres International was the first international company to be found guilty of bribery of a state official and first to be debarred from World Bank contracts for corrupt practices. While the latter case was not directly tied to mining, it was part of the portfolio of Canadian extractive industry practices that have earned such a terrible reputation across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The Marlin mine in Guatemala is a noteworthy case, especially given Canada's history of violent interference there. Marlin was always controversial. It was built on indigenous territory in the 1990s, not long after the end of the genocide. There was hardly any consultation with local communities, and the health effects of its cyanide leaching process were disastrous. Moreover, as opposition to the mine grew, protesters were increasingly subject to violence. Blockades seeking to stop development of the mine were attacked by Guatemalan police, and several people were killed or injured for their opposition to the mine. Alvaro Sanchez, for instance, was shot dead in the street in March 2005 by a security guard who worked for Marlin. This was no isolated incident. In Los Nubes, where Sky Resources and later Hudbay Minerals were seeking to operate a nickel mine, violence against mostly indigenous Mayakeki opponents was rampant and horrific. Several people were assassinated. Live ammunition was routinely fired at protesters. A minibus carrying several community leaders was peppered with machine gun fire. There were incidents of gang rape, and one prominent activist, Adolfo Ichchaman, was kidnapped and hacked to death by Hudbay security officers. For despite the extreme levels of violence being deployed against communities ravaged by Canadian mines, the Canadian Embassy in Guatemala City did somersaults to defend the industry. In 2004, Ambassador James Lambert wrote an op-ed in Guatemala primary national newspaper, Prensa Libre, claiming that Canadian businesses on the vanguard of high technology, environmental protection, and social responsibility Lambert's PR offensive was sustained over several weeks and also included a television appearance in which he lied about the standards Canadian mining companies had to meet in order to go ahead with their operations, and in a statement dripping with colonial arrogance informed Guatemalans that sooner or later, indigenous communities in Guatemala to face the reality of a global society. In Lambert's 476 view, then, backwards indigenous people were once again trying to resist the sweep of modernity, as represented by violent and exploitative mining companies. In Guatemala and elsewhere that Canadian mining was prominent, the very presence of the highly contested and heavily militarized mining operations served to increase the general level of violence and insecurity within the affected regions and countries. Conflicts around the mines and other megaprojects often generated a greater military and paramilitary presence, including armed security guards, thugs, and death squads hired to intimidate activists. This is documented in detail in Organized Violence, an edited volume which sketches out the dynamics of violence as they relate to major capitalist projects like mines and hydro dams in Latin America. While violence is often explained in the North American media as being endemic to Latin American countries and rooted in the drug trade, gang wars, and general criminality of the population, the reality is that drugs, gangs and crime are more often a consequence of the violent practices of capitalism. Registered indeed, by the 21st century, much of the violence that took place around capital development had itself been privatized, while formal militaries and police still carried out violence. There was an increasing preference for the use of paramilitaries, private security, criminal gangs, sicarios and other independent contractors of violence. This often created a layer of deniability for the capitalist interests that remained at the center of the story. Tahoe Resources, for instance, hired International Security and Defense Management, which then contracted Alberto Ritondo to be head of security at the Escobal silver mine in Guatemala. When Ritondo was found to have ordered his forces to open fire on protesters, Tahoe claimed innocence and cut ties with Ritondo. The overwhelmingly negative consequences of Canadian mining projects have generated massive mobilizations of people against those very projects around the world. A movement of people protesting the Barrick gold mining project in Ancash, in Peru, led to a violent incident at a blockade in May 2006. Assassinations of opponents of the operations of the Ascendant copper mine in Intag, Ecuador, led to a lawsuit against the company. The body count connected to all Canadian mining companies has never been tallied, but it would easily range from hundreds of people to thousands, depending on how such a number were generated. Even the notoriously pro-mining Globe and Mail admitted an extremely low 477 estimate of 44 people killed between 2000 and 2015 around Canadian mining operations. Mariano Abarca, organizing against Blackfire Resources in southern Mexico, killed November 2009. Degree Mohammed Old Mokhtofi, organizing against First Quantum Minerals in Mauritania, killed July 2012.7. Laura Leonor Vasquez Pineda, organizing against Tahoe Resources in Guatemala, killed January 2017. While many of the examples I have drawn are from Latin America, similar dynamics are playing out across the rest of the global south. Canada dominates the mining industry in Africa, with some 700 mines scattered across 35 countries, worth as much as $31 billion in profits in 2011. Not surprisingly, those profits were built on the same violence and exploitation as elsewhere. The 2004 torture and massacre of over 100 Congolese protesters in Katanga, for instance, was facilitated by Canadian-owned Anvil Mining. Anvil transported the soldiers who carried out the massacre to its mine, which was being occupied by the protesters. After using Anvil's trucks to dump the bodies into a mass grave, the Congolese military commander thanked the company, noting that the operation was made possible thanks to the logistics efforts provided by Anvil Mining. The company did not deny its involvement but did not face any consequences. At a Barrick gold mine in Tanzania, dozens of local opponents of the mine were murdered between 2005 and 2015 by Barrick Security, while at least 14 women were raped by the same security forces, and hundreds of other people were injured. What is more, in 2009 one of the mine's tailings ponds spilled, dumping sulfuric acid into the Tigith River. "The Canadians are killing us," said Esther Mugasui, and indeed more than 40 people died due to the spill, in addition to thousands of animals. *degree around the same time, Canadian-owned Golden Star leaked arsenic, mercury, and lead into the water of 2 communities in Ghana. Citizens organized to defend themselves. At a demonstration of over 5,000 people, the Ghanaian military opened fire on the protesters. *degree Perhaps the most noteworthy case in Africa was Canada's Lam Gold and Semafo mines in Burkina Faso. To build its Essakane mine, Gold had to demolish 13 villages with promises of compensation that were largely unfulfilled. In 2011, Gold briefly closed the mine in order to fire all its workers, to illustrate that the company would not, as the CEO put it, tolerate anything that has a negative impact on stakeholders. Gold was provided with an opportunity to train new workers, thanks. 478. To a SIPA-funded job training project, co-sponsored by the Canadian charity organization Plan Canada. It was not Plan Canada's only intervention in Burkina Faso. In fact, one of Plan Canada's directors, Benoit Lassalle, decided to get into the mining industry himself. Having built connections with President Blaise Compaoré during his time saving children, he created Semafo when the president invited him to invest and gave him a massive tract of land to develop. Compaoré had come to power in 1987 after murdering one of Africa's most celebrated figures of liberation, Thomas Sankara, and was the kind of dictator Western governments dream of. He cracked down on rebellion, opened up the country to foreign investment and otherwise kept a low profile. His government was overthrown in 2014, but not before Canada could lock in an agreement on foreign investment that empowered its mining companies to sue any future government that undermined its operations. Poisoning the well. Canadian companies and the governments that supported them often frame their opponents as too stupid or too criminal to understand that everyone will benefit from allowing the projects to move forward. This colonial framing is false. Most of these projects are extremely destructive to the social and environmental fabric of the communities they affect and, indeed, to the environment that sustains all life on this planet. For instance, in Canada, a Canadian oil and gas company sought to build a pipeline through the Ecuadorian Amazon that would threaten to destroy plant and animal species, would disrupt the Mindo Nambillo cloud forest, would compound the threat of earthquakes and would pose a serious risk of oil spills. A massive community mobilization eventually forced the company to withdraw from Ecuador in 2006. Encana claimed that Ecuador had succumbed to the Chavez disease. That disease spread to Chile, where Barrick Gold sought to expand the controversial Pascua-Lama mine, which sits on the border between Chile and Argentina. Barrick was ultimately found guilty in Chile of breaking 33 environmental laws in its plans for the mine, which included moving 3 glaciers in order to get better access to deposits, as if these glaciers were not crucial elements of the Atacama Desert ecosystem. For the 70,000 people who live in the region, the glaciers were an important source of 479 water, since rainfall is limited. Barrick also planned to use a cyanide leaching process which typically leaves significant amounts of arsenic and other toxic chemicals in the water systems around its operations. *degree Nevertheless, successful community mobilizations to block such destructive projects have been rare, and the list of toxic Canadian operations around the world is extensive. Placer Dome, later purchased by Barrick, dumped 200 million tons of toxic runoff into Caloocan Bay in the Philippines, leading to the lead poisoning of Philippine children. The Calio Dam in Belize, owned by Fortis Inc., poisoned water, flooded ancient Mayan temples and endangered several species, including the jaguar, scarlet macaw, red parrot, and black howler monkey. La Mancha Resources cut down 300 hectares of forest in Côte d'Ivoire, as did SNC-Lavalin's Camira Dam projects in northern India, which destroyed forests, leading to soil erosion, landslides, and desertification, all of which displaced hundreds of people whose lands were flooded. Asterisk. Activists in Turkey scrawled "Canadian Go Home" on the side of a building owned by Alamos Gold in 2019, which cut down nearly 200,000 trees in Kirazli for a mining project that the community opposed, but which was given a green light by another Canadian ally, right-wing dictator Recep Erdogan. These destructive operations find their mirror in similar capitalist megaprojects within the territory Canada now claims as its own. Canadian capital regularly clashes with Indigenous survivors of genocide trying to protect what is left of their access to the land. The Mackenzie Valley Pipeline Project, the development of Manitoba hydro projects on the Nelson River, the diamond mines of the Northwest Territories, the Alberta tar sands, the Trans Mountain Pipeline. There is a lengthy list of such ventures and, in nearly every case, capital found itself in conflict with the people who live on the land itself. Where capital has won, the damage has been great. A Murphy Oil Co. Ltd. pipeline burst, spilling millions of liters of oil on Lubicon Lake First Nation territory. An Imperial Metals tailing pond burst in northern British Columbia, dumping 24 million cubic feet of sludge into the water system. A prairie mines and royalty waste pit collapsed, pouring 1 billion liters of toxins into the Athabasca River. Asterisk. Even the names of the companies evoked empire and royalty, as they poisoned the earth. There is little room for compromise between the interests of settler capitalism and the needs of a dying planet. Despite rhetorical flourish to the contrary, Canada is one of the greatest contributors to environmental 480 destruction and degradation in the world, including that which has driven up the planet's temperature to levels that threaten the very fabric of life on Earth. In 2018, the Canadian government was embarrassed by a major report that indicated that no country produced higher per capita rates of greenhouse gases than Canada, which emitted up to 100 million tons annually in the oil and gas industry alone. Trademark. After scientists at Environment Canada leaked a report that the country was warming up twice as fast as the global average, an independent audit criticized the government for not only failing to reduce carbon emissions but actually encouraging the crisis with subsidies for the fossil fuel and other industries which play a key role in climate change. Asterisk. The effects are evident in record-breaking heat waves and forest fires, and the melting of permafrost and glaciers in the north, all of which have serious consequences. Just one heat wave in Quebec in 2018 led to the deaths of some 70 people. But the consequences of climate change are hardly limited to localized weather events. The climate crisis that has emerged in earnest in the 21st century is a global phenomenon that will, barring radical social, political, economic and technological change, exacerbate the human suffering produced by global capitalism to an unprecedented degree. Its consequences, including the desertification of arable land, the flooding of coastal cities, the further spread of new and old diseases, and the destruction of critical infrastructure, like highways, power plants, sanitation systems, and hospitals, will invariably be borne most heavily by the poor. Hurricane Katrina, which struck the city of New Orleans in 2005, served as a microcosm of the advancing crisis. The rich were able to get in their cars and escape the city until the waters receded, to find their expensive houses on higher ground largely unaffected, while the poor were stranded on their rooftops waiting for help that rarely came. That the ruling classes would create a crisis that will most affect the poor is little surprise in a world where the richest 8 people possess more wealth than half of the human species. The climate crisis, filtered through the logic of capitalism, will raise the price of protecting oneself from the ravages of an overheating planet. Reduced agricultural yields will make healthy food more expensive. More intense storms and floods will increase the cost of housing in more protected areas, leaving the poor to battle the rising water. In contexts where public services like electricity or water provision become limited, there is little doubt that the ruling classes 481 will be served first. Canada has already established this pattern in its record of failing to provide clean drinking water to Indigenous communities. The very logic of the climate crisis, or illogic, insofar as destroying the optimal conditions for life on Earth is eminently irrational, is rooted in the project at the heart of Canada, which helps explain why Canada is such a significant contributor to it. As Linda Panazzo noted in 2016, the indigenous political economic systems that Canadian settlers worked so hard to destroy were designed for longevity. One need not romanticize indigenous economic practices to acknowledge that they were typically organized around the idea that humans existed in a relationship with nature. Even if they did not always successfully protect it, there were political, cultural, and religious safeguards in place to ensure that, generally speaking, their practices were sustainable. This was rational, despite the ideology of colonialism that denigrated indigenous knowledge and culture. It made sense to preserve the environment that the community depended upon. Most pre-capitalist human civilizations recognized as fundamental their dependence on the land, a fact that is reflected in many religious and cultural traditions from that time, even in Europe. But the rise of capitalism, combined with the establishment of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade, fostered a different understanding of humanity's relationship to the earth. Now, certain humans claim to be masters of other humans, but also of the environment itself, and the earth was simply a provider of resources to feed the consumptive desires of the rich. Unfettered exploitation of land and labor was the heart of the capitalist, colonial project. Should it be any surprise that this project drove humanity into mass immiseration and the erosion of the planet's capacity to sustain human life? As Anishinaabe scientist Robin Wall Kimmerer explains, it is not just the land that has been broken, but our relationship to it. Reorienting the imperial machine. The Canadian ruling class is evidently untroubled by the crises, human and natural, it has provoked. As Canadian capital accumulated significantly in the 1980s and 1990s and was driven to look outward for new sources of profit, a central aspect of Canadian policy towards the post-colonial states of the Global South was to cultivate a favorable climate. 482. For Canadian investment and profit extraction in those countries. By the 2000s, Canadian governments no longer even tried to hide this fact. The 2013 Global Markets Action Plan, set out by the Harper government, made explicit that it would ensure that all Government of Canada assets harnessed to support the pursuit of commercial success by Canadian companies and investors in key foreign markets. Canada has increasingly restructured its own government to facilitate the goal of supporting capital and capitalism abroad, integrating trade and military policy and placing them in direct supervision of foreign aid and international development agencies, to ensure that all resources are, indeed, pointed to the same ends. When Canada offers aid to poor countries, it may provide some ideological cover for its exploitative policies, but it is typically offered only on the condition that those states adopt measures that are favorable to foreign investment, which Canada dubs poverty reduction strategies. Much of the foreign aid Canada gives is geared towards establishing the legal and political architecture for Canadian capital. As Canadian MP Julian Fantino explicitly put it, Canadian aid money should make countries and people, trade and investment ready. Furthermore, Canadian aid money is often tied to projects that require giving contracts to Canadian companies. Millions of dollars listed as foreign aid are, in fact, funneled right back to Canadian companies contracted to build infrastructure, like telecommunications, hydroelectric dams or highways. Often these projects are built with little consideration of the actual needs of the communities affected, and regularly they are built to support other Canadian investments. For instance, Canadian companies trying to build hydro megaprojects in Honduras were seeking to support the large network of Canadian-owned mining projects that needed to power their operations. Even Canada's NGO sector is increasingly part of the imperial project, as illustrated most egregiously following the 2004 coup in Haiti. As Nicolas Barishaw and Drew Ajajay explain, all of the major NGOs working in Haiti were either silent on the situation or openly hostile to Haitians seeking the return of the democratic government. None criticized the interim regime's bloody war on the slums or the support given to this endeavor by Canada. Many positively cheered the toppling of a democratically elected government. 483. Indeed, this network of organizations ostensibly designed to do good in the world has been perverted by the powerful institutions of state and capital, both to provide ideological cover for unsavory political practices and also to help facilitate the actual operation of exploitative and imperial politics. While many individuals working in such organizations may believe they are making a positive difference, the parameters in which they work are increasingly circumscribed to prevent them from actually undermining the goals of Canadian foreign policy. NCOs that remain on a consistently critical footing are defunded, while those that survive have to play ball. Indeed, the Canadian Forces explicitly spoke to this need in its 2007 counterinsurgency manual, highlighting the role of NCOs and explaining in patronizing terms that people in conquered societies may resist, given their perception of oppression due to political, societal, and economic grievances, through which the insurgent appears as the people's protector. Thus, the manual went on, an occupation required lead administrators from various non-governmental organizations, to counter the insurgency and to provide a valuable source of information to intelligence staff in creating a knowledge base of the environment. In case the military's purposes for NGOs were not already clear, the manual proceeded to state that because of their ability to inform, demonstrate, and influence and even co-opt their audiences, NGOs were crucial to winning the perception battle in 21st century war. Asterisk as ever, the dynamics of Canadian foreign interference reverberate back home. Canada's aggressive neoliberal impositions abroad are related to exploitative migrant worker programs in Canada. For instance, at precisely the same moment that Canada was facilitating the consolidation of a military dictatorship in Honduras that would crack down on dissent and impose ever greater levels of exploitation, dispossession, and poverty, Canada was actively recruiting Hondurans into its temporary foreign worker program, to be exploited on Canadian farms. And Canada's migrant worker programs are notoriously exploitative. A 2004 report on berry farms in British Columbia noted that workers were paid below minimum wages, weigh scales were fraudulent such that workers were paid for less than the work they actually did, vehicles provided to the workers for transport to and from work were unsafe, and housing failed to provide heat, water, and sometimes even toilets. Workers were expected to live in homes with broken windows and appliances that 484 did not work, while they slept in makeshift bunk beds in overcrowded basements and shared kitchen and bathroom facilities among as many as 9 people. These terrible conditions often lead to sickness, injury, and even death for the workers. Asterisk. In 2012, 11 Peruvian workers were killed in Ontario when the van carrying them home from work was involved in a deadly crash. The vans had long been deemed unsafe, designed to carry cargo, not people. This is a telling illustration of how migrant workers are viewed in Canada. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of people were desperately trying to escape the violence and hopelessness imposed upon Central America and chose to undertake the difficult and dangerous journey to the U.S. border seeking refuge and work in North America. Thousands of these people died or were killed at some point in the journey, and the Trump administration established concentration camps at the border which constitute, by all reasonable standards of measurement, crimes against humanity. The horrendous spectacle included U.S. soldiers grabbing children from the arms of their mothers, unarmed families being openly fired upon by immigration police, and children as young as 2 years old being stood up in front of judges to plead their immigration cases. Many Canadians are put off by the open bigotry of the Trump administration and the upsetting violence at the border. But Justin Trudeau's government acted in full cooperation with Trump's policies, ranging from a blanket ban on all Muslim travelers in 2018 to the full militarization of the border and the establishment of concentration camps, citing the Safe Third Country Agreement as a hand-tying piece of legislation. Organizations like Amnesty International insist that Canada is violating human rights law in upholding the agreement. Trademark. Much of Canada's national mythology is built around the idea of Canadian openness to immigrants, and the Trudeau government understood that it needed to make a gesture to its base, who deeply believed in that mythology. In 2015, Trudeau pledged to accept a limited number of refugees from Syria, where Canada had actively participated in the bombing that was partly responsible for the crisis. Ultimately, some 50,000 Syrians were allowed to settle in Canada, but while it made good headlines for just in the moment, the reality facing many of the refugees remains bleak. The average income for Syrian refugees in Canada is less than $20,000, well below the poverty line in Canada, and the path to Canadian citizenship is fraught with difficulty, preventing many from even 485 applying. Asterisk jobs are difficult to find, language training is often inaccessible, living conditions are expensive but often cramped and underserviced, and despite the persistent mythology of the nice Canadian, many Syrians find their new neighbors intolerant and quick to conflict. Canada had generously accepted refugees from places where it had helped create a crisis before. People fleeing Augusto Pinochet, Idi Amin, the Contras, and the Tontins Makut had all, to a limited extent, found refuge in Canada despite the fact that Canada supported their persecutors. But it was always limited. In 2017, for instance, less than 1% of the nearly 7,000 Haitians that tried to find refuge in Canada were approved, and most never even had their cases considered. In spite of Canada's tight immigration laws, the far right in Canada has become increasingly agitated about a purported invasion of foreigners, with foreign values, who would contaminate Canada from the inside. Echoing similar panics in earlier eras, MP Kelly Leach courted the section of Canadian society when she claimed that immigrants were not adhering to Canadian values and proposed that immigrants be forced to take a test to prove that they were ready to properly assimilate. Polls suggested that as many as 67% of Canadians supported the idea of such a test. Leach had already been part of a Canadian government initiative to root out barbaric cultural practices, an accusation directed primarily towards Muslims. This fear-mongering translated into an attack in 2017 against a mosque in Quebec, in which 6 people were killed by white supremacist Alexander Bissonnette, who became a hero in far-right circles around the world. But while this was the most deadly such attack, it is clear that this violence is bubbling just below the surface of Canadian society, given the increasingly common occurrence of racist tirades captured on video in parking lots, restaurants, buses, and grocery stores, usually pivoting around the message "Go back where you came from." Registered indeed, even by the metrics used by the Canadian police, reported hate crimes rose consistently in the 2010s, spiking to over 2,000 incidents in 2017. Needless to say, these reflect only a small portion of the total incidents, since the majority go unreported for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is that the police and military themselves are consistently shown to be racist in their own practices. In 2019, a high-ranking member of the Canadian Army Reserve, Patrick Matthews, was exposed to have been recruiting for a neo-Nazi organization that was preparing for a race war. Earlier that 486 year, reports surfaced that more than 50 members of the military were part of the US-based Atomwaffen neo-Nazi group. The ground for this explosion of xenophobia had long been prepared by the Canadian establishment. In the late 2000s, the CBC offered up a television drama series that heralded the heroes who keep Canada safe from all the villains who would enter the country to do us harm in the border. The show assured its viewers that the guards at Canada's border were the good guys, while the bad guys were typically presented as Arab or Muslim, exacerbating the already difficult conditions faced by people of color in Canada. Registered indeed, there still exists a pervasive, normalized and often institutionalized racism that permeates Canadian immigration laws and practices, even in their regular application and enforcement. The authors of Racialized Migrant Women in Canada shed some light on matters that are often ignored in Canadian popular discussions, that the Canadian state contributes to the problem of violence against immigrant women, that immigrant women consistently earn less than their non-immigrant counterparts, that racist social structures and institutions lead directly to poorer health outcomes for women of color and immigrants, and that, put simply, the experience of dealing with daily, personal and impersonal racism is exhausting, traumatic and pervasive. More than the structures and statistics, however, we need to understand the personal and immediate ways in which these white supremacist dynamics are felt by non-white people trying to navigate the system. Himani Banerjee recounts an experience during her Canadian immigration process that is at once harrowing and casual, sickening and normal, an accepted part of Canada's supposedly benevolent multiculturalism. I was facing an elderly, bald, white man, mustached and blue-eyed who said he had been to India. I made some polite rejoinder and he asked me, "Do you speak Hindi?" I replied that I understood it very well and spoke it with mistakes. "Can you translate the sentence for me?" he asked, and proceeded to say in Hindi what in English amounts to, "Do you want to fuck with me?" A wave of heat rose from my toes to my hair roots. I gripped the edge of my chair and stared at him silently. His hand was on my passport, the pink slip of my landing document lay next to it. Steadying my voice I said, "I don't know Hindi that well." "So you're a PhD student?" My interview continued. I sat 487. Rigid and concluded it with a schizophrenic intensity. On Bloor Street in Toronto, sitting on the steps of a church I vomited. I was a landed immigrant. Registered. That the experience of multicultural Canada could be so deeply traumatic might come as a shock to white Canadians who believe in their national mythology. In light of a sober assessment of Canada's history in the world, however, it is entirely predictable. The new warriors, the far right, and the heart of Canada. In recent years, the Canadian right and far right have worked hard to cultivate a perception that Canada, like the United States, is enmeshed in a culture war on one side. So the story goes, are the liberal intellectuals, the academics, the politicians, the elite, embarked on a crusade to destroy civilization and the white men who built it. On the other side of this mythical divide are the true Canadians, who work hard, pay their taxes, drink Tim Hortons coffee and respect the sacrifices of the military and police. In this narrative, the liberal elites are poisoning society by undermining the core values of Western civilization: strength, rationality, patriotism, and order. This story is an absurd creation of right-wing propaganda, but it serves the purpose of equating all left politics, even its most superficial forms, with weakness, insincerity, and disloyalty to the nation. Any attempt to make Canadian society less patriarchal, less white supremacist, less unjust, is taken as an attack on the very idea of Canada itself. In a certain sense, of course, it is. Canada is premised upon such inequalities, and to struggle against them is, indeed, running against the grain of Canadian history. But the conflation of the liberal elites with those fighting for justice and equality is marvelously silly. After all, it is the liberal elite who built the capitalist world order that is so deeply unequal and from which they maintain their elite status. The far right do not seem to understand the shell game those liberals have played so effectively for so long. When Ron MacLean and Don Cherry did their weekly liberal-conservative double act during the Hockey Night in Canada broadcast, the far right failed to comprehend that Ron and Don were on the same side, that Ron's entire purpose was to soften and sell Don's act. Covering a playoff series in 488. Washington, D.C., in 2018, the pair brought a U.S. military commander onto the set as a guest and gushed about the heroism and bravery of the troops, with Ron intervening to prompt Don into talking about how much he adored Donald Trump. Ron might not wear a Make America Great Again cap himself, but he nevertheless glowed with affection while Don recounted how excited he was to see Trump speak. The act served to suggest to Canadians that even a good liberal like Ron MacLean appreciated that some people like Donald Trump and that this was okay. Ron wanted viewers to be tolerant of such views, on the premise that this tolerance was what it meant to be Canadian. And yet, while Ron preached tolerance of the far right, the views of the left were never given legitimacy on Hockey Night in Canada. Don was permitted to spout a range of bigoted platitudes on a semi-regular basis while Ron nodded along in various degrees of respectful disagreement, but there was no tolerance for questioning the war in Afghanistan, or asking why Canadian hockey fans still threw bananas at black players, or proposing that junior hockey players be allowed to form a union in order to earn a fair share of the profits they generate. The reasonable, moderate liberal persona of Ron MacLean existed precisely to make Don Cherry's right-wing punditry an acceptable and normal part of Canadian life, which, in turn, pulled Canadian popular consciousness further to the right. Liberal Canada has, in a sense, always been a clever mask worn by conservative Canada. But the far right has taken the bait. They believe Justin Trudeau when he cries crocodile tears about the injustices of colonialism, even as he seizes Indigenous territory to build pipelines. They believed Jean Chrétien when he said that Canada would not participate in the war in Iraq because it did not have UN approval, even as Canadian troops were on the ground in Iraq. They believed Michael Ignatieff when he said that Canada should use its power to do good in the world, even when his proposed method of doing so was, quite literally, imperialism. Ignatieff, the grandson of a Tsarist count and the son of a Pearsonian diplomat, fashioned himself a liberal intellectual. He taught at the University of Toronto in a school named after a gold mining tycoon, and he had a brief stint as the leader of the Liberal Party. His lack of charisma meant that his political career was a failure, but he nevertheless made one of the most important intellectual contributions to Canadian imperialism in Empire Light, his treatise on the value of humanitarian occupation. 489. Afghanistan, Ignatieff explained, was a place where barbarians rule and where self-government was unattainable without some exercise of imperial power. Indeed, he expounded without evidence, imperialism has become a precondition for democracy. Humanitarians know, he concluded, that there are some humanitarian problems for which there are only imperial solutions. The argument at the heart of Ignatieff's book is that while polite society do not like to speak of conquest anymore, it is only through conquest that backward societies can evolve. Through a distinctive new form of imperial tutelage called nation building, the West can fix those people Ignatieff labels barbarians and, in so doing, save us all from their supposed barbarism. The War on Terror was, to Ignatieff, a struggle for the very future of civilization. It had to be won and the former terrorists had to be subjugated in order to make a better world. As long as the war was being fought for the right reasons, the global eradication of terror, as he put it then, it was in the service of humanity. Ignatieff, probably unconsciously, tapped deep into the colonial imagination. He casually notes that the British Empire sought to rule people with a view to preparing them for self-government. That this is empirically false and that the British had to be forced to leave by violence does not slow Ignatieff down in the slightest, as he goes on to explain, in the context of Canada, that the British began preparing their white colonies for self-government in the 1840s, somehow forgetting that the Canadians were not the colonized people. The Canadians were the colonizers. The British/Canadians never prepared the indigenous peoples for self-government, they conquered them and forcibly removed their right to self-government. With liberals like this, who needs conservatives? The far-right mythology of liberal elites looks silliest when positioned next to the actual words and deeds of those same liberals. And for every supposedly liberal elite, there are also the conservative elites, like University of Calgary professor Tom Flanagan, who openly adopted the language of colonialism in a book praised by the National Post as important and courageous, in which he claimed that European civilization was several thousand years more advanced than the aboriginal cultures of North America, making conquest inevitable and justifiable. Handshakes across the aisle for Ignatieff and Flanagan. Thus, despite its carving out an ever greater degree of public discourse in the 2010s, the nonsensical far-right fear of liberal elites does more to 490. Distract attention from the real sources of ideological clash and class struggle than they do to illuminate them. The Canadian ruling class, both its liberal and conservative factions, is committed to Canada playing a greater role in the War on Terror and its adjacent conflicts in places like Ukraine and Venezuela. Indeed, 21st-century Canadian culture has been swept by a wave of warrior culture that may be unprecedented and is certainly a sharp break from the longue durée of the peacekeeping era. Throughout the Cold War, Canadians were steadily inculcated with the idea that their country was a force for peace. Now, that mythical, peaceful past is being mobilized to justify an aggressive, militaristic future. Coinciding with the occupation of Afghanistan, the Canadian ruling class rolled out an overwhelming ideological push to weave militarism and warrior culture back into the fabric of Canadian life. The realm of professional sports was a significant platform for this cultural offensive, becoming a central pivot for a support the troops discipline that gripped Canada in the early 21st century. Commemorations of soldiers at sporting events has become standard practice, as has the expectation that fans should save their deepest respect and loudest applause for those soldiers. The Canadian military spent $500,000 on military-themed pucks and jerseys for NHL teams to promote between 2007 and 2012, and my hometown franchise, the Winnipeg Jets, re-emerged in 2011 with its entire branding linked explicitly and legally to the Canadian Armed Forces. As Alison McCready details in Yellow Ribbons, the project to militarize Canadian national identity was both a concerted cultural intervention by powerful forces and a product of ordinary Canadians' engagements with that cultural intervention. Much of the support the troops push, then, came from above, yellow ribbons everywhere, even on public property, the renaming of public spaces to endorse militarism, like the Highway of Heroes in southern Ontario, ubiquitous military advertising in the media and recruitment booths in colleges and universities, the presence of Canadian military installations at public festivals and popular spaces, including an armored personnel carrier at the Kingston Santa Claus Parade. By the early 2010s, the Canadian government was budgeting millions of dollars every year on military advertising and propaganda. At the same time, the new militarism was being effectively interwoven into Canadian popular culture such that it would be reinforced from below. 491. A student in one of my classes once shared a story about failing to stand up for the Canadian national anthem at a Maple Leafs game. In addition to the racist and sexist abuse she received for it, she felt so frightened for her safety that she left. That ordinary Canadians should express that level of violence towards someone failing to display the appropriate degree of symbolic loyalty to the state is indicative of how effective the campaign to build a more aggressive patriotic militarism has been. It nevertheless also suggests that the ground for such a campaign was already fertile. There is both continuity and rupture in Canada's new, aggressive military posture and culture. While the shift into more overt and self-conscious militarism in Canada is noteworthy, such foundations have always been in place in a nation built upon violent conquest. My paternal great-great-grandparents settled on land in Manitoba that had been stolen by force from Indigenous people only a few years before. Members of my great-grandparents' generation died in the service of British imperialism. My eldest uncle was revered by my father for his service in the Second World War. Another uncle worked as private security for a Canadian bank in Kenya during the Mau Mau Rebellion. I watched the Persian Gulf War on live television. As a graduate student at York University, the York Centre for International and Security Studies invited the Canadian Armed Forces to our campus to try to recruit my colleagues and myself into service. As a faculty member at Humber College, I regularly see those same recruiters in the main entrance hall trying to draw in my students. War and militarism have always been central to the Canadian story, because they have always been a necessary component of the world Canada seeks to build. When Canadian state and military rhetoric began shifting away from the language of peacekeeping in the early 2000s, many liberal Canadians were shocked. In the mid-2000s, the head of the Canadian Armed Forces told a group of reporters that the job of the Canadian military was to kill people. His frank admission of the fundamental purpose of a military delighted some and scandalized others. Gen. Rick Hillier typified the new tone in the Canadian ruling class, rejecting the soft peacekeeper mentality and embracing the idea that Canadian soldiers are warriors first and foremost, with the first responsibility to finish tough, often violent tasks when Canada needed them done. But the shift in tone has led many observers to exaggerate the extent of the shift in practice. In that sense, while this book owes a great deal of debt to the analysis provided by Ian MacKay and Jamie Swift in Warrior 492. Nation, also diverge from their central argument that Canada has been torn between the competing tendencies of, on one hand, the bearers of warrior culture and, on the other, people dangerously addicted to peaceful, complicated, often slow-acting remedies for the problems of the world. Against their suggestion that this latter group of Canadians have a coherent and historically founded set of interests in the peaceful settlement of conflicts, I argue that the divide in Canada has not been between peacekeepers and new warriors, but between the rich and poor, the white and non-white, the settlers and the colonized, those who built Canada and those who have suffered it. Canada was a colonial imposition. Despite claiming to represent progress, it has consistently impeded it. Despite claiming to represent civilization, it has generated violence and savagery. Despite claiming to be the future, it is a remnant of the past, of an era when European powers believed themselves to be entitled to conquer the world and claim its riches for themselves. For over a century and a half, that world order has been challenged, and Canada has struggled to preserve it. But Canada cannot outrun history forever. Conclusion. Decolonizing Canada. Then and now an imperial people has awakened to the menace of the barbarians. Just beyond the zone of stable democratic states, which took the World Trade Center and the Pentagon as its headquarters, there are border zones like Afghanistan where barbarians rule. Nobody likes empires, but there are some problems for which there are only imperial solutions. Michael Ignatieff, 2003. For generations, Canadians have been weaned on the idea that Canada is not like other nations. Canada is nicer, better, more inclusive, more multicultural, more tolerant. This book illustrates that this is painfully false and that great harm has been done to people in every corner of the world in the name of Canada and Canadian interests, and sometimes even in the name of the very values listed above. Indeed, the idea that Canada is better and more inclusive than Afghanistan led Canadian soldiers to carry out extreme violence against Afghans on the premise of improving Afghanistan. It was the very same logic that had driven Canada's colonial conquest of northern North America, taken from people who were deemed less civilized than the European settlers. The pattern established in that conquest has been repeated without interruption ever since. Lurking behind much of this history is a simple, but troubling, question: could Canada be different? For every decision that Canada took that made the world worse, was there another choice? Could Canada have refused to take part in the invasion of Afghanistan? Or insisted that its businesses stop selling weapons to apartheid South Africa? Or allowed Chileans to pursue their democratic path to socialism without interference? Or properly punished soldiers who committed sexual violence in 503. Korea? Or accepted more Jewish refugees in the 1930s? Or stayed out of the First World War? Or respected the indigenous people's right to live where and how they wanted? Could European settlers have chosen to integrate peaceably into the indigenous cultures they encountered? Each question dives deeper into Canada's colonial legacy and becomes more difficult to answer. Of course, it is absolutely true that individuals make choices and, therefore, could have made different choices. John A. Macdonald did not have to starve indigenous people on reserves, he chose to. His cabinet members chose to develop the specifics of those policies, his Indian agents and mounted police carried them out, and Canadian settlers like my own ancestors happily took advantage. They are all responsible for their choices. Any of these people, at any level, could have rejected these policies and attitudes. Some, like William Henry Jackson, made real gestures in that direction. In fact, in nearly every episode that this book documents, many individuals proved that different choices were possible. From the strikers in Winnipeg in 1919 to the Communist Party in the 1930s, from Flora MacDonald Dennison to Kanahus Manuel, from Norman Bethune in China to Herbert Norman in Japan, from the anti-war movement in the 1960s to the activists who opposed Canada's role in Central America in the 1980s, from Jews speaking out against Canada's support for Israeli apartheid to the campaigns for justice for migrant workers, Canadian policies and behaviors have never been carried out without resistance. but those individuals who chose differently have almost always been drowned out, overwhelmed, undermined, co-opted and marginalized, if not directly repressed, attacked, jailed, or killed. Indeed, there has always been a dominant ideological thread in Canada that is rooted in the structure and logic of almost every Canadian institution. That a state built on conquest and white supremacy should find itself carrying on the same traditions across a century and a half should not be surprising. There has been no radical break in Canada. The state that colonized this land is the same state that rules it today. It represents the same class interests and reflects the same assumptions and understandings of the world. The idea that the state and the class it represents could have made different choices appears to me utterly absurd, because this would mean acting against its own class interests. Colonialism has been good for the Canadian ruling classes even while it has been a morally indefensible catastrophe for the Indigenous. 504. Decolonizing Canada. People it targeted. The same can be said of most of the choices this book documents, notwithstanding the inherently self-destructive dynamics of capitalism and colonialism in the long term. The short-term consequences of Canadian actions have typically advanced the interests of the Canadian elite in a variety of ways. On some occasions these actions have also brought benefits to privileged sections of the working class, though this has usually been limited and temporary. To cite one seemingly small and isolated example, Canada's decision to sell weapons to Iraq and Iran in the early 1980s was not only good for arms dealers in the short haul but also helped make the Iran-Iraq war more deadly overall. The war weakened both sides, provoked divisions in the Middle East and better prepared the ground for U.S. intervention in the 1990s and 2000s to ultimately take control of Iraq in a way that had huge benefits for Canadian capital. Not only did Canadian companies win contracts in Iraq, but U.S. domination of the Middle East helps maintain the US-centered global capitalist empire, which Canadian capital needs, in general, in order to operate most effectively. Canada is deeply invested in the U.S. imperial capitalist project, and one simple action selling weapons to Iraq in 1981 helped advance that project, even while it fueled a nightmarish experience for people in Iraq and Iran. This is not to say that Canada never took actions that undermine the goals of the ruling class. The state is not a monolithic, impenetrable structure that operates with perfect, calculated rationality. It is a complex mess of competing interests, mediated and managed by the ruling class to try to achieve its goals while minimizing resistance or interference. This fact sometimes meant that it acquiesced to demands that came from other sections of Canadian society, allowing refugees to come to Canada from Chile in the 1970s, for instance, to try to maintain broader public consent for the state. There were also cases where the state miscalculated and harmed its own interests. The attempt to effect a regime change in Syria in the 2010s clearly failed, and, in fact, the entire war on terror had a mixed report card from the standpoint of how effectively it has advanced ruling class interests in the West. But what is indisputable is that it has always been the ruling class interests of the West that were foremost in the minds of policymakers in Canada and, indeed, which became embedded within the very DNA of what Canada is. Consider the sheer number of different choices Canada would have to make to genuinely reflect a different kind of position in the 505 world and how massively different those decisions would have to be. Could Canada have refused to participate in the occupation of Afghanistan? Yes, but, given what we know about Canada, what would it have done instead? Canada might have participated in a minor, supporting role as it did in Iraq. Or it might have funded, equipped, and trained those elements it wanted to support from the sidelines, as it has in the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Or it might have given diplomatic cover to its allies who fought directly to satisfy their objectives there, as it did in southern Africa in the 1980s. But there is no conceivable version of Canada that would have abstained entirely from the war on terror, rejected its premises, condemned its perpetrators, or refused to profit from it. There are, then, any number of other tactics Canada might have used to achieve its goals in Afghanistan without directly invading, but its goals would have remained the same. To imagine a Canada with different goals is to imagine something that is not Canada. Given the fundamental goals and ideology of the Canadian state settler capitalism and the colonial imagination, debates about specific policy decisions are, in some ways, an absurd exercise. Even if we want to believe that Canada could make different decisions, to concretely picture Canada making radically different decisions is nearly impossible. In Afghanistan, as in Spain, Vietnam, or Angola, what the people needed was solidarity in their struggle against injustice. Only something distinctly unlike Canada, only a state that represented an entirely different set of class interests, could possibly have intervened in Afghanistan or elsewhere in a manner that would manifest real solidarity. Perhaps that is the point. Perhaps for the people who live in this place to be a progressive force in the world, to line up on the side that is anti-colonial and anti-capitalist, and to genuinely fight for justice and equality for all people, we must build something that is not Canada. Nations are not immutable or permanent, they are built, they are dismantled, new nations are built. The question is, what sort of nation do we want, and can we achieve that with the institutions and legacies and structures of Canada? If the thing called Canada has always served the interests of a colonial capitalist elite, then it might be time to consider abandoning the idea popular among left nationalists that we can make Canada better. Instead of trying to reform something that has resisted such efforts for more than 150 years, why not replace it with something else? There are still many on the Canadian left who believe that if we could. 506. Decolonizing Canada. Redefine what Canada means to make it inclusive rather than exclusive, or to represent the values of equality and justice, then we could build a Canada to be proud of. Of course, nations are contested ideas, and there are cases where values like solidarity and anti-colonialism became components of nationalist projects. Cuba falls into this category, but, importantly, Cuba was never a colonial power, it was always the colony. Canadian nationalism, by contrast, has from the very beginning been firmly embedded within the logic of colonialism and capitalism. In fact, Canadian patriotism has often been asserted in precisely the moments when Canadian colonialism was in action. White settlers sang the national anthem while protesting against Indigenous land defenders at Caledonia in the 2000s. That same anthem that was performed at the opening of a Canadian mine on a site of a massacre of Indigenous people in Guatemala in the 1970s. Kalizalavali was the composer of that anthem, O Canada, and he also wrote the score for an operetta called The Indian Question, Settled at Last. Even the Canadian national anthem cannot be disentangled from colonialism. In my synthesis of Canada's story across the preceding pages, I see only very exceptional cases where genuinely progressive politics were carried out by forces associated with Canadian nationalism, and, even then, I would argue that they were limited, not strengthened, by their attachment to Canada. The greatest acts of solidarity and justice that Canadians have carried out have, by contrast, been undertaken with very little association with the idea of Canada. The soldiers who mutinied in Victoria rather than be sent to kill Bolsheviks in 1918, the Mackenzie Papineau volunteers in Spain, the mostly Latin American activists who forced the Canadian state to accept refugees from Central America in the 1980s, they were all compelled by notions of justice, solidarity, class struggle, and anti-colonialism, but rarely were they compelled by Canadian nationalism. Above all, the efforts by Indigenous people to resist colonization and assert their right to live within independent nations have, by definition, existed in direct confrontation with the Canadian state. Canada, as we know it, is premised upon controlling this land. It cannot give it back and still be Canada. As such, the famous image of Mohawk warriors standing face to face with Canadian soldiers during the Oka crisis suggests a fundamental choice between two utterly different societies which cannot be reconciled in their current composition. Canadian left nationalists might wish to 507. Believe that the solution is to build a better Canada that would seek genuine reconciliation instead of pursuing ongoing colonialism. My response is to ask why we need to create a better Canada, where there is already an Owara Tsi connote. Why must reconciliation take place within the context of the colonial imposition? to the extent that most Canadians, even those who are more thoughtful and progressive, would be terrified by the idea of dismantling Canada and living instead in Anno Wara Tsi Connaught, then I submit that the thing called Canada remains fundamentally colonial. I therefore reject the idea that Canada can be made better. The central thesis of this book is that the core material and ideological premises of Canada settler capitalism and the colonial imagination are inseparable from what Canada is and does. The individuals who are currently called Canadians, however, are a different matter entirely. There is no reason that I am in this category could not participate in the creation of something new and different, alongside and in solidarity with those people who have always been excluded from Canada. This book is not equipped to offer a program for how to build that alternative, but it clearly gestures towards certain necessary conditions for such a solution. The first and most obvious is to abandon the mythologies of Canada and, indeed, our very attachment to the idea of this nation and its national symbols. More specifically, we need to determine the values or symbols that we are committed to and detach them from any connection to Canada. Second, whatever is built to replace Canada must have a completely different foundation and must reject both the logic of white supremacy and the class structure of capitalism. That these two dynamics are driving the world into a dystopia from which it may never emerge is increasingly obvious, as the emotional mood of this moment is permeated with depression, cynicism, and a sense of the impossibility of change. This is beautifully, if tragically, captured in Mark Fisher's Capitalist Realism, and even the American Psychological Association acknowledged, in a 2017 report, that the climate crisis alone is having a profound impact on people's mental health. A deeply pessimistic sense of the future has increasingly taken root. The choice between socialism or barbarism, as it was framed by Rosa Luxemburg in 1916, is more salient today than ever before. The solution to our problems cannot be more of the colonial capitalism that has led us to where we currently stand. Instead, we need to build something that draws from the long tradition of resistance to that. 508. Decolonizing Canada. World order. From indigenous anti-colonial movements and from the many anti-capitalist struggles that have risen up across its history to extricate ourselves and each other from the doom machine that was built by Imperial Europe and imposed around the world. Greater awareness of that reality and willingness to confront the system head-on, however, will evoke the full wrath of the classes that seek to maintain their power. The widespread re-emergence of fascism is a manifestation of precisely that reaction, and, as we work to save ourselves from the crises we face, fascism will inevitably be one of the obstacles in our path. Thus, we need to adapt new and sustainable ways of organizing for change. Here I shrink from the responsibility of waving any particular flag. The international left has been in broad terms on the defensive for several decades and beset by theoretical and political splits of a wide variety. This book is not the place for me to name allegiance to any particular tradition, except to note that there is urgency in building a socialist or communist project that can succeed. Having spent most of my life embedded in the left milieu of movementism, left politics dispersed into decentralized movements which react to particular problems but resist building the structures for a long-term confrontation with the ruling class, I have seen and sometimes lived its failures. As my friend and colleague J. Mawfawad Paul argues in The Communist Necessity, from its very emergence, capitalism has waged war upon humanity and the earth. The window in which we can make revolution is closing as the world approaches the Armageddon promised by the logic of capital. Registered Mawfawad Paul concludes that building a communist alternative is a necessity if we are to prevent an utterly catastrophic collapse of humanity. The choice between capitalist dystopia and the inevitably dangerous and destabilizing task of building left revolution is a terrifying reality. Given the history this book recounts, I fully admit that it would be much easier to cling to the hope that we can elect better leaders who will reform the system to make it gradually better. However, the evidence for this possibility is extremely thin. As such, I remain convinced that our only hope for a better world lies in fully subverting the old, and it is my strong belief that this cannot be achieved through or within the political and cultural institution known as Canada. The contributions that Canada has made to this world have, on the balance, made most people's lives worse. Canada has furthered the causes of inequality and injustice. Canada has consistently supported the violent forces of the right and far right internationally, and Canada has relentlessly ravaged the environment we all depend upon. What Canada teaches us is that colonial powers can be polite, they can appear measured, they can mobilize the language of peace, and they can seem to offer help. They can do all these things and still be colonial powers. Several Canadian prime ministers have tried to reassure us that Canada has no colonial history. Not only does Canada have a colonial history, it has a colonial present. Perhaps there is still time to prevent Canada from having a colonial future.